Chapter 1. My name is Gatai. I have been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. A small boy with a buzz cut stood upon a gentle hill, his gaze piercing as he murmured, watching the distant figure of Goku gradually fade away. Gatai, what are you thinking about? At that moment, a fairy-like voice called from behind him. The newcomer wore a light red tunic, her long braid trailing behind her, and her face radiated boundless joy. It was a girl named Xiao Qiao, the very one who had invited Goku to defeat the nefarious duo of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Xiao Qiao turned to follow Gatai's line of sight, where a small figure darted rapidly, leaping and descending along the rugged mountain path, soon vanishing from view. What seemed an arduous journey for an ordinary person was merely a series of effortless hops for Goku, stirring within Xiao Qiao a feeling of indescribable envy and gratitude. Gatai, shifting his thoughts, turned at the sound, his bright eyes no longer naive and innocent, but filled with an inexplicable depth and an unfathomable conviction. At the moment their eyes met, Xiao Qiao felt a momentary daze, sensing that Gatai seemed transformed, though she could not articulate why. After all, Xiao Qiao was merely 14, and though the threat posed by Golden Horn and Silver Horn had hastened her maturity, she was still just a child. Thus, she quickly dispelled her confusion, smiling at Gatai with eyes full of affection. "Xiao Jia, I aspire to become a powerful martial artist," Gatai declared, his gaze steady as it locked on a Xiao Qiao, brimming with resolve. Upon hearing Gatai's words, the elation on Xiao Qiao's face vanished, replaced by astonishment, confusion, and surprise. After a moment, a smile broke across her face as she instinctively reached out to ruffle Gatai's buzz cut, saying, "Indeed, boys should harbor grand dreams, striving tirelessly to realize them." Gatai shook his head, aware that Xiao Qiao was merely placating him, not grasping the true nature of his thoughts. He brushed aside her hand and replied flatly, "Xiao Jia, I will leave the village tomorrow. I intend to travel the world and seek out masters to learn martial arts." In his past life, Gatai was a cultivator, possessing an abundance of knowledge about the mystical arts, and he knew that to grow stronger, such endeavors were unnecessary. He chose to phrase it this way for Xiao Qiao's comprehension, for an explanation of cultivation would be beyond her understanding. Gatai's words struck Xiao Qiao like a thunderclap, leaving her astonished. She could hardly believe that Gatai had made such a decisive resolution so swiftly, and that he meant to traverse the entire world a small child, alone and vulnerable, facing untold hardships. Xiao Qiao's reaction stemmed from her encounter with Goku, having heard that he traveled the world on foot, devoid of possessions, to hone his skills. Unconsciously, she equated Gatai's ambition to learn from masters with Goku's journey. Her heart stirred with emotion. Xiao Qiao was momentarily speechless. She had intended to point out the disparity between Gatai and Goku. Goku was already a formidable martial artist, equipped to confront any crisis, making his travels feasible. In contrast, Gatai was merely a 10-year-old, weak and ordinary, rendering any comparison between them unfathomable. Yet, the words died on her lips, not for lack of desire to speak, but rather due to her uncertainty. She feared that voicing her thoughts might extinguish Gatai's fervor, disheartening him. After all, he had just lost his dearest kin, an elderly martial artist who had been his grandfather, had been summoned to confront Golden Horn and Silver Horn, only to meet his demise. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Gatai, perceiving Xiao Qiao's inner turmoil, broke the silence, saying, "Xiao Jia, let us return. I need to prepare for my departure tomorrow." With that, he turned and began walking back toward the village, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh," Xiao Qiao responded, her words somewhat wooden, before following in his wake. Her gaze drifted absently toward Gatai's retreating figure, who moved with an effortless grace, as if he had melded with the very essence of the earth. Suddenly, she felt that the silhouette before her was no longer familiar. It bore the aura of a sage rather than that of a mere child, reminiscent of Goku's own departing form, which had similarly imparted an extraordinary impression upon her. Xiao Qiao had indeed grown somewhat, yet at 14, her thoughts remained rather simple. She pushed aside her fantastical musings, fixating instead on the notion of preventing Gatai from leaving the village so hastily. She found it hard to believe that he could embark on a journey of cultivation like Goku, yet she harbored no intention of thwarting his dreams. Rather, she wished to impose some obstacles, allowing him to grow stronger so that the villagers would eventually believe in his capability to undertake such a quest. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Gatai was already aware of her sentiments. His soul, no longer that of a child, recognized the inherent kindness of the villagers, who would not simply acquiesce to his departure. Gatai had no intention of leaving without a word. Such an act would be a betrayal to those who cared for him and would leave a scar upon his resolve. Thus, he had devised a means to communicate his intentions to Xiao, knowing she would not allow him to depart so easily. In due time, he would demonstrate his worthiness to the entire village. Gatai was a transmigrator, his original name Chunjiang, an orphan from Earth. From a young age, he possessed a remarkable ability that granted him an acute perception of sound, an understanding of principles, and a clarity of all things. This talent bore resemblance to the six-eared macaque from Journey to the West, who was also adept at discerning sound and understanding the world. Unaware of his own potential, Gatai had encountered a cultivator who recognized this gift and persuaded him to become his disciple. Eventually, Chunjiang agreed, only to discover that this cultivator was far from extraordinary. He was merely a thief within the cultivation realm, drawn to Chunjiang's talent, hoping to one day claim a prodigious disciple. The thief explained that in the cultivation world, thieves were not akin to ordinary criminals. They could pilfer treasures, steal secret tomes, and even win the hearts of the most exceptional women. For those with profound mastery, stealing treasures and secrets was akin to traversing an unguarded path, while winning the affections of remarkable women required a certain level of skill. The pinnacle of a thief's prowess was to master the art of subverting fate itself, allowing them to dominate the cultivation realm. Chunjiang was skeptical of the thief's increasingly absurd claims, but he recognized the necessity of strength within the cultivation world. Thus, he ceased to underestimate the profession of thief and was led into the realm of cultivation. Cultivation was an immensely profound discipline, requiring an understanding of the evolution of its civilization. To become the strongest, one had to learn the myriad techniques employed by cultivators. Chunjiang, endowed with a talent akin to the six-eared macaque, absorbed knowledge with remarkable speed. The thief, eager not to squander Chunjiang's gift, prioritized enhancing his cultivation before imparting the secrets of thievery, as strength was of utmost importance in the cultivation realm. After nearly a century, when Chunjiang reached the late stage of the nascent soul, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding the cultivation world, at which point the thief began to teach him the art of thievery. However, an unexpected turn of events soon arose as enemies tracked them down, forcing the master and disciple to part ways in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, they faced a separation that would prove insurmountable. Chunjiang wandered alone in the cultivation world, ultimately perishing in a conflict with other cultivators. In this manner, Chunjiang met his untimely demise before he could master the thief's techniques, leaving him unaware of how he had transmigrated and been reborn as Gatai. Now, Gatai was also an orphan, taken in by an elderly martial artist, the very one who had been summoned to confront Golden Horn and Silver Horn before meeting his fate. After waiting for over 20 days without news of his grandfather's return, Gatai grew anxious and set out to search, only to learn of the tragic news, which plunged him into a deep coma. This slumber lasted 7 days, during which the dormant soul of Chunjiang awakened. Realizing he had been reborn, his soul now possessing the strength of the mid-stage golden elixir. Yet, he discovered that he no longer retained the extraordinary abilities reminiscent of the six-eared macaque. Perhaps such powers remained dormant within him. Based on his recollections, he could not ascertain whether he had truly arrived in the world of Dragon Ball. In his memories, the village was under threat, and despite possessing considerable spiritual strength, he refrained from intervening to alleviate the crisis, as he sought to confirm his current location. As Gatai was not a native of the village, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao concealed him upon their return. Consequently, Gatai's name was absent from the list called out by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. It was only when Gatai witnessed the emergence of Little Wukong and the ensuing developments that he truly realized he was situated in the aftermath of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament during Little Wukong's global training journey. Strictly speaking, Gatai did not share a profound bond with the villagers, yet they were all exceedingly kind-hearted. In light of Gatai's grandfather's passing, the villagers felt a sense of guilt and resolved to have him remain in the village, welcoming him as a new member of their community. Thus, Xiao Qiao's family willingly undertook the responsibility of caring for Gatai, which fostered a unique emotional connection between Xiao Qiao and Gatai. With Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao subdued, the villagers' anger towards them had yet to subside. Both Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were robust individuals, serving as excellent sources of free labor. The villagers congregated, employing the gourd to compel the two to work. Naturally, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were resentful, yet with their lives under the control of others, they dared not express their fury. Upon returning home, Gatai found himself in Xiao Qiao's abode, though she was not present. He surmised that she was likely eager to inform her parents of his impending departure. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Gatai found himself mulling over various contemplations. In his previous life, Gatai had ascended to the status of a cultivator thus. Even after his rebirth, he identified himself as a practitioner. Rebirth necessitated a recommencement of his cultivation journey, instilling within him a subconscious desire to grow stronger. Upon awakening, his spiritual strength reached a level comparable to the mid-stage of the golden core in his previous life, vastly surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Thanks to his formidable spiritual strength, Gatai discerned a unique energy in this world, distinct from the spiritual essence of his former realm. However, he noted certain similarities between the two. He surmised that this disparity stemmed from the different worlds, each governed by its own unique energies and laws. After all, the cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball universe diverged significantly from those of traditional cultivators. Merely recognizing the peculiar energy permeating the world led Gatai to speculate that the cultivation techniques from his previous life might be ineffective here. He did not rush to experiment, instead maintaining a calm demeanor regardless of the efficacy of his former methods. He resolved to find a way to enhance his strength. Currently, his sole reliance lay in his spiritual power. Gatai had already resolved to depart the village the following day, acknowledging that rapid enhancement was unattainable. His only course of action was to familiarize himself with his present state, ensuring he possessed the means of self-preservation upon his departure. Should the foundations of his previous life prove futile, he would seize the opportunity to seek methods of strengthening himself. This was, indeed, the wisest course of action. Thus, what Gatai lacked most was time. He could not afford to wait any longer. The greater his spiritual strength, the more potent his mental prowess became, rendering Gatai's current state akin to a legendary psychic from his past life. As a former cultivator, Gatai was exceedingly adept at wielding mental energy. With a mere thought, he summoned his mental power, concentrating it within his body, and subsequently levitated himself into the air. Left, right, up, down. After a brief experiment, Gatai realized he could control his flight using mental energy. He estimated that with the strength of his mid-stage golden core mental power, he could easily sustain flight for half a day. In this case, the ability to manipulate objects with mental energy emerged as one of Gatai's vital means of survival. He then commenced his exploration of spatial comprehension. Rather than a deep understanding of space, it felt more akin to mastering the wind and air. Gaining spatial abilities required a high level of cultivation. One needed formidable strength to counteract the constraints imposed by the world in order to even faintly perceive such powers. This was the essence of law, which was beyond his current grasp. Interestingly, the extraordinary abilities found in the Dragon Ball universe seemed to represent an initial manifestation of the laws of the universe, appearing quite commonplace. It was as if the foundational trajectories of these laws were imparted to various races, a phenomenon unseen in his previous life. Of course, such occurrences were not entirely absent. The diverse divine beasts of the cultivation world possessed unique talents, embodying traces of the great Tao since their inception. However, These abilities were not transferable, and in his former life, distinctions were primarily drawn between humans and demon cultivators, unlike the clear divisions evident in the Dragon Ball realm. In the Dragon Ball universe, however, many races showcased unique abilities as their signature skills. Once unleashed under personal experience, it was not an exaggeration to say that 80% of techniques could be learned through observation. The key lay in the utilization of ki, which seemed to be the very essence of all. Contemplating the multitude of races endowed with remarkable abilities in the Dragon Ball world, Gattai felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, realizing that perhaps insights into the laws could be gleaned from them. Regaining his focus, and with the current intensity of his spirit, Gattai believed that mastering the winds and controlling the air was a task of remarkable simplicity. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the presence of the air, quickly perceiving its essence. A subtle shift within him led to a sudden compression of a small mass of air ahead. With a resounding bang, the mass of air exploded under continuous compression. Yet, this was just the beginning. The explosion released a wave of force that naturally summoned forth the wind. Simultaneously, Gattai's body, as if propelled by the gusts, began to float effortlessly. In an instant, a force of air coalesced, forming an imperceptible barrier. Gattai's floating form gently collided with this barrier, the impact barely registering. Opening his eyes, a fierce glint flickered within them. He raised his right hand and, with a pointed finger, sliced through the void. A blade-like beam of silvery light suddenly manifested, swiftly darting towards the wall. With a sharp sizzle, the wall was cleaved, leaving a slender gash. The attempts continued unabated. His mental energy consistently monitored the surrounding conditions, a method to reacquaint himself with the application of his psychic abilities. The control over wind and air proved surprisingly effective for offensive maneuvers, instilling a sense of self-preservation. Observing his handiwork, Gattai felt a twinge of satisfaction. Tomorrow, he would depart, uncertain if he would ever return. Villages like this one were plentiful across the earth, where generations lived in seclusion, self-sustaining. When a location became unsuitable, migration was inevitable, leading to the gradual decline of the village and potentially succumbing to the inexorable laws of nature. With the earth rife with conflict and peril, many regions suffered significant casualties. In the era of artificial beings, Cell had slain countless individuals, and it was likely that many could not be revived with the Dragon Balls. In the world of Dragon Balls, only those from major cities seemed to be perpetually resurrected. Thus, it became apparent that the villagers needed to relocate to urban areas. A sudden migration was impractical. It had to be a gradual process. However, only through personal strength could the chances of survival be augmented. Perhaps he should leave something behind. A gesture of gratitude for their kindness. In the midst of his musings, Catalan unearthed a stack of paper and began to inscribe and illustrate upon it with a pen. The text penned by Gattai elaborates on the cultivation methods of internal family Shingi Quan from a past life on Earth, encompassing the 3-body posture, the 5-element fist, and the 12 forms fist. Gattai is currently unable to ascertain whether the internal skills and cultivation techniques from his previous existence can be practiced in this world, as he has limited time for experimentation. Nevertheless, it seems plausible that internal family boxing, which primarily focuses on honing the body to unlock latent potential and enhance the essence of life, aligns well with the physical cultivation methods of this realm, suggesting its practicability. Even if mastery proves elusive, the 5-element fist and the 12 forms fist can still be executed as techniques, each possessing considerable combat efficacy. With diligent training, one could certainly emerge as an exceptional fighter. The fundamental reason why Gattai chose Shingi Quan is that he perceives it as the martial art most akin to lethal combat techniques. Thus, in the realm of Dragon Ball, one must possess a certain level of combat prowess to survive. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Qiao's figure in Gattai's chamber. Behind her stood her parents, their expressions grave. Clearly, Xiao Qiao had apprised them of Gattai's impending departure. At that moment, Gattai paused, rose to his feet, and faced the trio with a gentle smile. After a lengthy discussion, the three were unable to dissuade Gattai and ultimately acquiesced. However, Xiao Qiao and her parents imposed a condition. Gattai must spar with either the notorious Jin Jiao or Yin Jiao, and if he could avoid being struck for a full minute, they would permit his departure. Although Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were currently restrained, they remained formidable figures in the eyes of the villagers. This stipulation was intended to deter Gattai, yet to their astonishment, he readily agreed. The choice Gattai made left the trio in shock, casting doubt upon his sanity. The steadfastness of Gattai rendered them speechless, leaving them with no choice but to await the outcome of the following day. After bidding farewell to Xiao Qiao and her parents, Jadai continued to inscribe the methods of Xingyiquan training. In conclusion, he documented a renowned internal martial arts technique, Dragon Might, Tiger Shock, along with a celestial body forging technique, Dragon Turtle Breathing. By the time he finished, the night had deepened. Jadai hastily tidied up and succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, a new day commenced. Typically, the villagers would eagerly toil in the fields at this hour, yet today was an exception. None ventured to the fields. At the village entrance, the elderly village chief led a throng of villagers, flanked by the two odd fellows, Jin Zhiao and Yin Zhiao. A formidable assembly of over 100 had encircled Xiao Qiao's family and Jadai. Noticing this, Jadai realized that the entire village was aware of his impending departure. The thought that everyone held concern for him stirred a profound emotion within. At that moment, Jadai carried a small bundle containing several sets of clothing, remnants from Xiao Qiao's childhood. Although he felt averse to donning garments traditionally associated with girls, the village's culture did not strictly differentiate between male and female attire during childhood. Moreover, Jadai had no intention of burdening others in the village, so he accepted the situation. Across from him, the crowd scrutinized Jadai and the others with a myriad of expressions. Curiosity, disbelief, and skepticism were all evident in their gazes. Xiao Qiao and her parents had never faced such scrutiny. It felt as though their very beings were laid bare, instilling a sense of unease within them. It is time. Jadai softly exhaled, murmuring to himself. He then disregarded the villagers' attention, pulling Xiao Qiao aside. From within his robe, he retrieved the handwritten manual on Xingyiquan from the previous day. Lowering his voice, he addressed Xiao Qiao, Sister Qiao. This manuscript contains a set of techniques aimed at refining the body and unlocking one's latent potential to enhance the essence of life. You must practice diligently in the future. You will be better equipped to protect the village. Xiao Qiao, however, harbored a lack of understanding regarding martial arts and felt a certain repulsion towards it. Her conservative mindset influenced her perspective. Being a girl, she inherently shied away from rigorous training. In her view, such endeavors would entail considerable hardship. And while she did not fear toil, she perceived this particular struggle as brutish and uncivilized. As a girl, how could she possibly engage in such activities? Thus, upon hearing Jadai, she wore a look of utter bewilderment. Catalonia was unaware of Xiao Qiao's inner thoughts, yet continued to elucidate. This set of martial arts does not necessitate extensive physical training. Rather, it hinges upon the comprehension of its profound principles. Even if Sister Qiao is of the fairer sex, it would not exert any influence whatsoever. What Catalan expressed was not an insight into Xiao Qiao's innermost thoughts, but rather a manifestation of his meticulous consideration. Even in his past life on Earth, there were few women who practiced the internal martial arts. His words were intended to encourage Xiao Qiao to focus her thoughts on safeguarding the entire village. Catalan believed that after the incident involving the two miscreants, Jin Zhiao and Yin Zhiao, she had matured significantly. This was evident from her willingness to venture out alone, disregarding danger in search of martial artists to alleviate the village's crisis. Now, all she required was a platform, an opportunity. Although Jin Zhiao and Yin Zhiao were currently under our control, their hearts were not pure. Given a chance, they might very well rebel in the future. Thus, Sister Qiao, you must grow stronger, so that when the time comes, you can destroy the gourd, rendering them powerless. At this point, Catalan's tone grew somewhat grave. Hearing his words, Xiao Qiao reached out, and a profound sense of responsibility welled up within her as she nodded and affirmed, "Rest assured, I will train diligently." Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's declaration, Catalan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He then cautioned her, "Remember to safeguard this set of martial arts manuals. Do not allow ill-intentioned individuals to seize them." Subsequently, Catalan seemed to recall something and remarked, "I hope to see Sister Qiao at the World Martial Arts Championship 3 years hence." At this, Xiao Qiao appeared somewhat taken aback. With that, Catalan ceased to speak further and turned to approach the crowd gathered at the village entrance. Observing the villagers led by the village chief, none uttered a word. Furthermore, Jin Zhiao and Yin Zhiao displayed clear signs of reluctance. It seemed their hearts had yet to yield, unwilling to contribute even the slightest effort to the village. Constrained only by their current predicament, Jadai bowed to a group of people and then picked up a wooden stick from the ground. He turned to the village chief and said, "I shall use this stick as my weapon, as long as I can strike one of them. I shall consider it a victory." The village chief took a few steps forward, and his aged voice resonated. "Jadai, I respect your choice. Let the contest proceed as you wish." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Jadai, was taken aback. They had not anticipated the chief would utter such words. which were entirely encouraging rather than prohibitive. The chief's words were straightforward, surpassing the need for 1,000 eloquent speeches. Gatai smiled knowingly, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, the village chief possessed a far-reaching perspective. For every formidable champion of justice in the world, countless souls could be saved. Turning his gaze towards Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, he questioned, "Are you coming together, or what?" His words were astonishing. Even the village chief had not anticipated such audacity from Gatai. However, a wave of elation spread across the chief's face. He had faith that Gatai was not one to act recklessly. On the contrary, the ability to utter such words indicated an extraordinary intellect, adept at psychological manipulation. The intention was clearly to provoke anger in Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, who, prideful as they were, would surely not attack together. Moreover, it was possible that Gatai truly possessed the strength to defeat them. Xiao Qiao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety and couldn't help but worry for Gatai. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, upon receiving Gatai's taunt, felt their tempers flare. The indignation of being underestimated gnawing at them, especially given their current predicament. All their pent-up frustration seemed on the verge of eruption. Yin Jiao immediately went into a rage, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Jin Jiao. In contrast, Jin Jiao exhibited greater wisdom and composure. Nevertheless, he was also a formidable figure in his own right. The young boy before him might indeed possess considerable prowess. After all, following the incident with Little Yukong, Jin Jiao had learned to be wary and not to underestimate an opponent based on age. "I shall take this on," Jin Jiao declared, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes at Gatai's condescension. "Brother, you." Yin Jiao was taken aback, surprised that his elder brother would personally engage. Jin Jiao stepped forward, drawing his blade with a decisive flourish. The crowd gasped as Jin Jiao unsheathed his weapon. Did he intend to unleash his full strength from the outset? Gatai was but a child. The spectators murmured anxiously, clearly intimidated by Jin Jiao, their concern for Gatai palpable. "Jin Jiao, remember this is merely a spar. Should you dare to harm Gatai, I shall ensure your demise within the gourd," the village chief bellowed, witnessing the unfolding scene. "You," Jin Jiao stammered, frustration bubbling within him, unable to articulate his vexation. Ultimately, he could only fixate his gaze on Gatai once more. "Ya!" With a thunderous shout, Jin Jiao launched his attack. Once a bully himself, he was decisive, refraining from unnecessary chatter. The razor-sharp edge of his blade sliced through the air with astonishing speed. Aimed directly at Gatai's head, the velocity of the strike nearly unfathomable. With a furrowed brow, Catalan initially believed that the combat prowess of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, at most a mere score above 10, was utterly insignificant. To his astonishment, he found their assault comparable to that of seasoned martial arts masters from his previous life. Observing from a distance had concealed the true impact. It was only through direct experience that he comprehended the terrifying nature of such modest combat strength among ordinary individuals. Catalonia clearly recalls that when Raditz arrived on Earth, he detected a farmer's combat power to be 5. However, that numerical value was merely indicative of the destructive capability of a handgun. Presently, Jin Jiao's combat power exceeds 10, nearly 3 times that of a handgun's destructive force. Furthermore, when Jin Jiao strikes, there is a subtle slicing of the air, which undoubtedly pertains to the realm of martial arts. Should this blade strike its target, it is believed that it could achieve a destructive power value of approximately 20. A value of 20 signifies 4 times the strength of a handgun, which is an extraordinary force capable of effortlessly shattering a wall. The spirit of Gatai is formidable. In his eyes, he perceives the movements of Jin Jiao with utmost clarity. However, Gatai does not immediately seek an opening to counterattack. Instead, he channels his mental energy, manipulating the air to construct a barrier in front of him. Jin Jiao's blade, suspended in midair, suddenly encounters significant resistance, its speed drastically diminished. The further it descends, the more arduous the effort becomes, as an inexplicable force constrains his movements from all directions. In an instant, Jin Jiao is struck with terror, yet he perceives no action from Gatai. The ability of Gatai to silently thwart his attack is an enigma beyond human comprehension. In that moment, Jin Jiao's heart races with fear. What is happening? The ferocity of Jin Jiao's assault has waned. Among the crowd, some observe the stark contrast between the thunderous strike Jin Jiao delivered and the slow descent of his blade, leading to a growing sense of confusion. It is evident that Jin Jiao's offensive is crumbling. Even the villagers can discern this shift. Yet, they remain oblivious to the reason behind Jin Jiao's faltering strength, assuming he is merely holding back. When Jin Jiao's blade finally exhausts its power, Gadai's air barrier is also shattered. Suddenly, the air surges violently, akin to a flood breaching a dam, sweeping forth with overwhelming force that stirs the dust from the ground. In that moment, Gatai gracefully retreats a couple of steps, evading Jin Xiao's strike amidst the tumultuous currents. In contrast, Jin Xiao, having swung at nothing, finds his momentum destabilized as the constraints on his strength are lifted. His center of gravity falters, causing his blade to crash violently into the earth, embedding itself halfway into the soil. Cursed be this turn of events. Jin Xiao had summoned all his might for that strike, only to have it dissipated by Gatai's mysterious technique, leaving him with an empty swing that is anything but pleasant. He exerts force to retrieve his blade from the ground. Quick, attack him, comes the voice of Xiao Qiao from behind. Xiao Qiao, what are you doing? Concurrently, Xiao Qiao's father expresses his displeasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately falls silent. Perplexed by her own contradiction, she does not wish for Gatai to retreat, yet she urges him to seize the opportunity for victory. Upon hearing this, Gatai refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike back. He slightly turned his head towards Xiao Qiao and declared, Sister Qiao, rest assured, I shall not be defeated. Humph. Do not underestimate me. Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck. At this moment, Jin Xiao drew his blade, feeling quite indignant. After suffering a setback, he was more cautious in his next move. Although his strength remained formidable and his speed swift, he exercised caution, opting for a hand strike should his attack be thwarted. However, Jin Xiao underestimated Gatai's extraordinary ability. Once his assault became ensnared, retracting his blade was similarly hindered. The limitation he faced was slightly less severe, yet it was undeniably vexing. Once more with this technique, I shall shatter it. Jin Xiao bellowed, and with that, his right leg swept out with tremendous force. The power in his leg far surpassed that of his hands, creating a resounding crack in the air as a strong gust surged past Gatai. Jin Xiao's towering physique rendered his sweeping kick akin to a mountain crashing down. Gatai, recognizing the sheer force behind this strike, dared not take it lightly. Understanding that this blow was far more potent than the last, he refrained from erecting an air barrier, instead channeling his mental energy to sense the flow of air and evade the oncoming attack. Jin Xiao, still unwilling to relent, escalated his offensive, unleashing a flurry of strikes that produced an array of phantoms. The onlooking villagers could barely comprehend the spectacle, instinctively covering their mouths to stifle their gasps of concern for Gatai's safety. Cataly moved gracefully with the wind, swaying like a bamboo in the breeze. The legs of the golden-horned attacker always brushed against Cataly's garments, creating an illusion for onlookers that he appeared to be intoxicated. While the assaults from the golden horn proved utterly ineffective, this spectacle resembled an adult playfully toying with a child, evoking a sense of absurdity. The relentless barrage of strikes, whether by blade or by fist and foot, was deftly evaded by Cataly, who never even allowed the golden horn to graze his attire. This situation left the golden horn in a state of deep dismay, pondering, when did it become so commonplace for experts to be so easily outmatched, especially by mere children? What was amiss in this world? As Cataly consistently dodged the golden horn's swift attacks, the villagers began to comprehend the truth. It was not that the golden horn had been holding back, but rather that Cataly possessed remarkable skill. Of course, they did not delve deeply into the sudden collapse of the golden horn's offensive, attributing it simply to a martial artist's defensive technique. In this moment, the golden horn, frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Cataly, grew increasingly erratic and lost all semblance of a coherent fighting strategy. For him, suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of two children was a profound disgrace he could not bear. Consumed by a singular desire to strike Cataly even once, he descended into a frenzy of unbridled aggression. Go Cataly! Defeat him! The villagers, who had once harbored doubts about Cataly, now rallied behind him, their earlier intentions forgotten as they fervently wished for his victory. The golden horn's patience had worn thin, making this the opportune moment for a decisive strike. Cataly, keenly observing the golden horn's state, silently resolved to wait for the right moment. The reason behind Cataly's cautious approach was clear. As a mere child with limited physical prowess, any proactive attack would inevitably be constrained in speed and power. Only when the golden horn faltered could he hope to lower his guard, thus increasing his chances of success. Indeed, had Cataly chosen to unleash a wind blade attack, he could have easily vanquished the golden horn. However, he was mindful of his youth and did not wish to astonish the villagers with extraordinary skills, for they might question why he had not used such abilities to relieve them from their predicament, leaving him with no satisfactory explanation. Before long, Cataly spotted an opening, deftly dodging the golden horn's downward strike, and gracefully maneuvered to his blind side. In that instant, the wooden stick in his hand extended forward, naturally resting against the golden horn's waist. "You have lost," Tragically stated calmly. "What? How could this be?" The golden horn was incredulous, unable to accept that he had been bested once more by a child. Suddenly, he seemed to lose all strength, the weapon clattering to the ground as he collapsed weakly to his knees, pounding the earth with his fists and sobbing uncontrollably. This unexpected scene took everyone by surprise. None could have anticipated that the fearsome golden horn harbored such vulnerability, prompting murmurs of astonishment from the crowd. Silverhorn, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, rushed to his brother's side, intending to help him up, only to be embraced tightly by the golden horn, who buried his face in Silverhorn's chest, weeping profusely. The assembled crowd paid little mind to the golden horn and Silverhorn, their attention instead fixated on the spirited Tragically, who, at merely 8 years of age, had proven himself to be remarkably formidable. At this juncture, Xiao rushed over, clasping Tragically's hand in delight, exclaiming, "You have won. Truly impressive." With a gentle smile, Tragically slightly tilted his head to gaze at Xiao and said, "I have assured you, I shall not be defeated." Ahem, the village chief coughed twice nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao's hands. Xiao immediately sensed his scrutiny, startled into releasing her grip and turning away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Since you have triumphed, pursue whatever it is you desire. However, I hope you remember that there are those here who care for you. This is also your home." The village chief spoke with a tone imbued with kindness. "Thank you, village chief," Tragically nodded appreciatively. "I must take my leave now, Sister Xiao. Everyone, farewell." With that, Tragically summoned his mental energy, causing his body to levitate amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and he swiftly soared away without looking back. Having achieved his purpose, Tragically felt no concern regarding the villagers' opinions of him. After all, he was already departing, and any lingering grievances were of little consequence. His actions were motivated by a desire to demonstrate his prowess before Xiao, to bolster her resolve in her own cultivation. Only through becoming stronger could one better seize control of their own destiny. Meanwhile, Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao beheld Tragically's flight, not with surprise or envy, but rather with a profound sense of dread. They had originally been determined to reclaim the gourd and restore their former glory. Yet, in the same location, they had been defeated by 2 mere children, which dealt a significant blow to their spirits, compelling them to reconsider the timing of their plans. After all, they were unaware if this village might harbor other formidable children akin to Xiao Wukong and Tragically. Otherwise, they could not guarantee that should their nefarious deeds come to light, the villagers would not indiscriminately imprison the 2 brothers within the gourd, potentially sealing their fates. The silhouette of Tragically gradually receded, diminishing until it vanished from sight. He had departed. It was time for everyone to return. The village chief, assuming his authoritative demeanor, instructed the villagers to go about their duties. Obediently, the townsfolk returned to their homes, resuming their tasks. However, the events surrounding little Wukong and Tragically left a profound impact on them, prompting incessant discussions as they worked. On a small hill, Xiao sat alone upon a stone, gazing towards the direction of Tragically's departure, cradling the fist technique manual that Tragically had left behind. Since witnessing Tragically's ability to fly, her heart had been greatly stirred. She pondered whether diligently practicing the manual would enable her to attain strength akin to Tragically's. Perhaps even the ability to soar through the skies. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, apart from eating and resting, Tragically had scarcely paused. He was now far removed from the village, having spent these days in a state of flight. To his astonishment, the landscape before him consisted solely of mountains and desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence. He couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the earth within the Dragon Ball universe. One point of relief, albeit puzzling, was the absence of any brigands, who were frequently depicted in the original narrative. The harshness of the wilderness in the Dragon Ball world was greatly exaggerated, yet Tragically had encountered no peril during his journey. Perhaps his swift flight lent him a degree of deterrence, sparing him from ambushes and ultimately saving considerable time. On the 4th day, after flying for a significant portion of the day, Tragically gradually descended. As he walked, he arrived at a broad, level area, nestled by mountains and water, accompanied by a small forest. Assessing the surroundings, he deemed it a suitable temporary training ground. A slight smile graced his face as he found a spot against a tree to sit. In the context of the Dragon Ball world, martial arts predominated as the primary form of cultivation. Babidi, in the original text, had never demonstrated physical prowess, always acting through mental commands. This bears resemblance to the cultivation methods of practitioners from his previous life, which can be classified as magical and martial cultivation. Practitioners are akin to those who cultivate magic, while martial artists embody the essence of martial training. Thus, it appears that the magic in the Dragon Ball universe may enhance mental strength, while martial arts likely focus on refining one's willpower. Practitioners of magic advance their realms through increasing soul strength, facilitating the enhancement of their internal cultivation, ultimately allowing their mental fortitude to evolve into conscious awareness with boundless applications. Conversely, martial artists refine their martial will, lacking the extension of mental power. Their emphasis lies in mastering their own strength and comprehending the techniques of nature, which is a formidable endeavor. This method of cultivation, devoid of mental power as assistance, makes elevating one's realm exceedingly challenging, necessitating an unimaginable level of willpower. Therefore, it was inconceivable for Gattai to forsake magical cultivation in favor of martial training while possessing mental strength. Soon, Gattai calmed his thoughts, recalling the various cultivation techniques and internal practices from his previous life. In his previous life, Gattai possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding various cultivation techniques. He swiftly selected a dozen or more diverse levels of spiritual cultivation methods and inner strength practices, all of which he had studied before, thus making the process of recultivation quite familiar. Subsequently, Gattai resolved to first experiment with the spiritual cultivation techniques. He summoned his mental energy, fully attuning himself to the energies of the universe, and commenced the practice of the foremost spiritual technique. His formidable mental prowess enabled him to profoundly sense the foreign energies present in the cosmos. With the assistance of his mental faculties, a portion of this energy was mysteriously guided, flowing into his body. Gattai found himself entirely enveloped in the energy of the world he had come to master. This enhanced environment naturally facilitated his cultivation, and soon, he realized that with conscious application of his mental prowess, this energy could more swiftly permeate his flesh and blood. However, this merely served to nourish his being without augmenting his physical strength. Yet, he discovered that it was futile to attempt to harness this energy through his cultivation techniques and refine it into his own internal force. Gattai sensed that his physical muscles were gradually absorbing the energy, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. In terms of combat power in this world, it seemed that not even a mere 0.1 point of combat strength could be gained. Instead, he merely experienced a refreshing sensation akin to being nourished by invigorating air. After a short while, Gattai abandoned the cultivation of this particular method of spiritual refinement and began to explore a second technique. However, he soon discovered that this second method yielded similar results, albeit with a slightly lower level of practice, resulting in a weaker sensation of nourishment from the energy of heaven and earth. Subsequently, Gattai persistently experimented with a selection of over a dozen designated methods of spiritual cultivation and internal energy practices, yet none proved successful. Moreover, while attempting the internal energy techniques, he felt an inexplicable fatigue as if his physical strength was being siphoned away. The initial stage of internal energy cultivation is designed to refine essence into chi, drawing upon one's inherent energy. Thus, it necessitates rare materials and a plethora of medicinal herbs to facilitate better progress, corroborating the adage that literature is for the impoverished while martial prowess is for the affluent. Nonetheless, Gattai felt that the efficacy of the internal methods was similarly feeble. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Gattai's mind, leading him to ponder whether he could integrate the methods of spiritual refinement and internal energy cultivation with the martial arts practices of this world to enhance his training. However, he refrained from hastily attempting this, as he originally came from the path of a spiritual cultivator, making the path of law his first preference. After 2 failed attempts with these methods, Gattai turned his attention to techniques aimed at strengthening his soul. The enhancement of soul strength typically involves nurturing one's own cultivation level and comprehending the Tao. Of course, methods for cultivating soul strength can only achieve a certain degree of enhancement. They cannot be boundlessly amplified. In the initial stages, this process is akin to refining the energy of heaven and earth into one's internal power, relying on the nourishment from these energies. This time, Gattai selected several methods of varying levels to experiment with. However, this endeavor left him somewhat vexed, as the techniques for enhancing soul strength were even less effective than the previous ones, yielding no discernible progress whatsoever. With no other option, Gattai reluctantly abandoned the notion of cultivating the methods from his past life. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his only choice remained the path of martial arts. Fortunately, Gattai still possessed mental strength comparable to that of the mid-stage Golden Core, which he deemed a significant advantage. Catalan clearly understands that these are 2 distinct realms, and thus the manifestation of the celestial laws will inevitably differ, leading to a variety of cultivation methods that cannot be generalized. At this moment, Catalan does not feel disheartened. He possesses other profound resources. In his past life, upon encountering the path of cultivation, he realized that the techniques of cultivators could indeed be regarded as a form of civilization, succinctly termed cultivation civilization, akin to the technological civilizations of other life forms in the universe, both having evolved through countless epochs. The primary methods of cultivation employed by practitioners include array techniques, alchemy, talisman crafting, and the grand path of the golden elixir, among others. Additionally, there exists an abundance of auxiliary cultivation methods, forbidden arts, and celestial martial arts. By fortunate coincidence, in his previous life, Catalan was a cultivator who, under the guidance of his master, acquired a wealth of cultivation techniques. The myriad techniques of cultivators are seemingly endless. Even if the methods from his past life cannot be practiced in this world, through persistent contemplation, feasible approaches will inevitably surface. After all, both worlds can attain strength through cultivation. Although the methods may vary, the underlying principles should remain fundamentally similar. If all else fails, he may have to rely on the Dragon Balls. In the realm of the Dragon Balls, they embody miracles, rendering virtually anything possible. However, to depend on the Dragon Balls, one must first enhance their own strength. Otherwise, acquiring the Dragon Balls would be beyond his capability, thus forfeiting the opportunity to make a wish. At present, he finds himself with no other options but to temporarily focus on martial cultivation. While the allure of the Dragon Balls is undeniable, all things adhere to certain laws, and utilizing the Dragon Balls may entail unforeseen consequences that could hinder his future achievements. Nevertheless, this is not a certainty in this world. The mere existence of the Dragon Balls is a distinctive characteristic that may well assist him in comprehending the profound truths of the universe sooner. The Dragon Ball realm places great emphasis on lineage. As an Earthling, he is unsure if he can be considered a pure-blooded Earthling. For the sake of argument, let us assume he is indeed a pure-blooded Earthling. The potential bestowed by a pure Earthling lineage is quite limited, and their frail constitution might lead to hidden injuries if one were to forcefully cultivate. Therefore, the prerequisite is to cultivate Qi. Once he has mastered Qi, as long as he does not engage in excessively extreme physical refinement, he should be free from significant issues regarding hidden injuries. However, the question remains, how many years must he toil to cultivate Qi through conventional means? Catalyst pondered upon his path of cultivation, momentarily reflecting on the myriad obstacles that lay ahead. It was now time to embark on the practice of body refinement. Should this endeavor fail, the consequences would be dire. As Catalyst contemplated this, a bittersweet anticipation emerged upon his visage. Relaxing his form, he took a brief respite. After recalibrating his state of mind, he positioned his body into the stance of the three bodies of intent and form. Though Cattle is a novice in the realm of martial arts, he understands that martial prowess is fundamentally the precursor to spiritual cultivation. His extensive knowledge of the intricacies of training enables him to grasp the essence of the three-body form with relative ease. Remarkably, during his first attempt, Cattle transcends expectations, manifesting the three-body form to its fullest potential and achieving a harmonious unity. At this moment, he perceives a distinctive force surging within him, akin to an inner boiling. As all his strength intertwines into a singular flow, a single thread pulled ignites a cascade of motion throughout his entire being. Under the influence of this burgeoning power, his body begins to undergo profound transformations, with blood, muscles, and bones gradually fortifying themselves. However, this process instigates a certain internal pressure, imposing a considerable burden on his physique as it catalyzes the very limits of his corporeal form. Cataly understood that while Nijiaquin is a martial art practiced by ordinary people on Earth, its power pales in comparison to the abilities derived from genuine cultivation techniques, inner strength methods, or the path of martial artists. Nevertheless, its philosophy revolves around unearthing one's potential and elevating one's life essence. To excavate this potential is akin to forcibly extracting it from oneself, which inevitably entails suffering. When one exhausts their potential, their strength is developed, resulting in extraordinary power. Persisting in this relentless excavation may yield the possibility of breaking through limits. Once these limits are surpassed, one's life essence is naturally elevated, granting them strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, thus transforming them into martial artists. To an ordinary person, they would appear superhuman. Before long, Cataly began to feel immense pain, yet with each second of suffering, his body was fortified. It is effective, he mused, feeling a surge of joy within. After approximately 10 minutes, the agony abruptly lessened. His potential had been tapped, and in his fatigue, he sensed the nourishing energy of the universe. He distinctly felt his physique strengthen. Tragically recognized that he had merely breached the current limits of his physical strength and that the true limit still lay far ahead. To illustrate, consider a child whose potential remains untapped. They may lift 10 pounds, but as they mature into their strongest form, they might lift 50. It is at this stage that Tragically can perfectly excavate one's potential, ultimately allowing them to lift hundreds of pounds. This would signify the genuine limit. Tragically believed that if he continued to practice the body tempering techniques, his progress would be swift. However, in this world, reaching and transcending one's limits is a crucial aspect. Thus, Tragically resolved to first condition his body, strengthening it to the level of an adult, before fully utilizing body tempering techniques to extract as much potential from his earthly lineage as possible. This is a compromise. As an Earthling, he must recognize that in this world, alongside humanity, exist other humanoid races. It becomes essential to distinguish between pure and impure bloodlines among Earthlings. He was uncertain whether his lineage possessed potential comparable to that of Krillin or Yamcha. Hence, he felt he had no grounds to wager. Losing could leave him with lasting injuries, greatly impacting his future. He aspired only to develop his potential to its utmost, enabling him to break through successive limits and achieve higher realms. This, he believed, was the most ideal path of cultivation given his current circumstances. This was merely the foundation of Tragically from his previous life on Earth. Within the cultivation realm existed various body tempering techniques created by celestial beings. The emergence of these techniques was closely linked to the rise of martial artists. It was said that in ancient times, practitioners of cultivation required a spiritual root to embark on their journey. A spiritual root represents one's sensitivity to the vital energies of the universe. The stronger it is, the more effortlessly one can absorb this energy, allowing for the cultivation of the purest primordial energy necessary for foundational establishment. This accumulation would lead to the formation of the golden core, the nascent soul, and subsequent levels. Over time, methods such as alchemy, formations, and talismans emerged, marking significant advancements in cultivation civilization. The realm of cultivation also encompassed ordinary individuals and practitioners, all of whom yearned to become cultivators, wielding the power to alter landscapes, obliterate celestial bodies, and attain immortality. However, the requirement of a spiritual root restricted over 80% of the population. Those lacking sensitivity to the vital energies were termed as having no spiritual root, destined to remain as mere practitioners, reaching only the innate realm in their lifetimes. The highest level of techniques they could practice was merely the closest approximation to genuine cultivation methods. Later, in the realm of cultivation, a pioneer introduced a novel approach called martial arts. After years of development, the methodology of martial arts became well-defined, encompassing the concept of interconnected meridians, martial will, and techniques derived from the natural world. Consequently, martial artists surged forth, vastly outnumbering cultivators. Their internal energies were elevated, their close combat abilities became formidable, and their souls, fortified by indomitable martial will, withstood the soul attacks of cultivators. Their ultimate techniques embodied the profound truths of the universe, wielding immeasurable power. Thus, the dominant status of cultivators was threatened. Realizing this, cultivators acknowledged the necessity of advancing their civilization further. They possessed formidable souls, unparalleled spiritual awareness, and exceptional deductive abilities. As the years passed, some began to explore the martial arts perspective, researching celestial body tempering techniques and martial arts. These celestial techniques amalgamated the theories of martial arts with the characteristics of divine beasts from the cultivation realm, enhancing the physical constitution of those without spiritual roots and significantly improving their strength. This brought immense hope to those who still aspired to become cultivators despite lacking spiritual roots. Suddenly, the number of cultivators surged dramatically. Celestial martial arts also greatly expanded the offensive capabilities of cultivators, allowing them to integrate martial arts with their cultivation techniques, thus becoming formidable entities in dual practice. Following a confrontation with martial artists, cultivators underwent a profound awakening. The path to enlightenment is endless. Thereafter, various cultivation methods emerged from cultivators, marking the pinnacle of cultivation civilization. Thus, a new dynamic emerged within the cultivation realm, characterized by constant friction and mutual advancement, leading to enlightenment and ascension. It is rumored that among martial artists, some are even attempting to develop the concept of physical power, believing that physical strength constitutes a form of energy, an amalgamation of force, might, and chi, referred to as the energy of strength. Should this be mastered, When combined with their internal energy, martial artists, or true essence, cultivators, the resulting power would be unimaginable. However, such notions were swiftly quashed by cultivators before they could take root. Tragically perceived a striking resemblance between the concept of strength and chi in the Dragon Ball universe. In that realm, chi resides within the body, growing stronger as the body itself strengthens. The mere potential of celestial body tempering techniques to enhance physical strength ignited Tragicly's imagination. With a plan for cultivation in mind, preparations were in order. Tragicly exited his meditative state and began constructing his dwelling. Utilizing local materials, he resolved to build a wooden cabin. Harnessing his mental prowess, he swiftly gathered the necessary materials. The subtle control afforded by his mental abilities made the construction of the cabin a straightforward endeavor. Once completed, he fashioned tools for eating and sleeping from clay, finishing the task within half a day. Surveying his handiwork, Tragicly chuckled to himself, "I suppose I resemble a wild man now." Gatai's stomach emitted a low growl as he gently shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness within. In his previous life as a cultivator, fasting had been a simple endeavor, yet in this realm, it seemed only deities, angels, and supreme beings were exempt from the need for sustenance. Even scions who had attained divine status still experienced hunger. Casting his gaze towards the distant river, Gatai sighed once more, knowing that he would likely have to rely on fish as his staple food for the foreseeable future. After dinner, the evening descended upon Tragicly. With the sun setting and casting a deep crimson hue across the sky, glancing at a pile of fish bones nearby, Tragicly mused to himself, "Thank goodness I am not a scion. Otherwise, how much fish would I need to consume at each meal?" After a moment of rest, he quieted his mind and endeavored to recall the knowledge of cultivation he had mastered in his previous life. He had already devised a plan for his primary training methods, dedicating different segments of each day to various exercises. Now, as night fell, he intended to spend some time contemplating auxiliary cultivation techniques, immediately acting upon any thoughts that arose. Alchemy. It was uncertain whether this world possessed treasures akin to those in his past life, so he set that aside for the moment. Talismans and secret methods, like alchemy, remained unknown and were thus temporarily excluded. Celestial martial arts and secret techniques could be explored once he cultivated sufficient energy, so they were postponed as well. The realm of intent sparked a realization within him. Certain concepts could indeed be applied. The essence of swordplay was momentarily dismissed, while the profound truth of martial arts, akin to the dragon fist explosion of Sun Wukong, was deemed worthy of consideration for later. The principles of lifting light as if it were heavy and heavy as if it were light were also valuable, yet reserved for future contemplation. Techniques to amplify power through specialized exertion could yield multiplied offensive capabilities and might even be combined with energy. Thus, they were accepted for later exploration. The notion of formations invigorated him, nearly causing him to leap with excitement as he recalled how close he had been to forgetting them. There existed a plethora of formations, such as illusion formations, lethal formations, spirit-gathering formations, and gravitational formations, each abundant in variety. Tragicly decided to bypass the principles of these formations for now, as many often pertain to the manipulation of natural energies. Although the energies of this world did not resemble the spiritual essence of his previous life, they were nonetheless a form of energy and could prove useful. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he became. According to signs from the Dragon Ball universe, if he could successfully implement a gravitational formation, it would be immensely beneficial. A spirit-gathering formation, if feasible, would allow him to bathe in concentrated natural energy, greatly enhancing his physical condition and potentially facilitating healing, alleviating concerns regarding internal injuries. Moreover, there were formations specifically designed for healing, such as the rejuvenation formation and the heavenly spirit formation, which, when combined with various body-tempering techniques, could yield unimaginable results. With fervor, Tragicly resolved to experiment with gravitational formations and healing formations after his training the following day. He then resumed contemplating the myriad methods available to cultivators, including the utilization of spiritual stones for cultivation, although such stones might not exist in this world and were therefore set aside. Ultimately, he categorized the techniques of cultivators into three principal types: enhancing cultivation, elevating realms, and auxiliary secret arts. Several hours later, Tragicly completed his reflections, his eyes alight with boundless aspirations. Gazing through the cracks of his wooden abode, he beheld the stars twinkling in the sky and sighed, "It is night, time to rest." The next day, the newborn sun shone with extraordinary beauty as Tragicly's spiritual energy rejuvenated. Seated alone on the cliff's edge, he basked in the warmth of the rising sun. His eyes naturally closed, his entire being exuded tranquility and harmony with nature. Tragicly emptied his mind, allowing his spirit to attune to the world around him, feeling the sky, the earth, the warmth of the sun, the gentle caress of the wind, and the existence of sound. He endeavored to let his body seamlessly merge with the cosmos, as this was one of the simplest methods to enhance spiritual strength and fortify the soul. Though the Dragon Ball universe and his previous life were distinct realms, the existence of space, time, life, and power was universal. Cattle remained steadfast in his pursuit of enlightenment, recognizing that cultivating internal strength was merely one facet of a greater whole. The laws themselves were the most fundamental truths. While he could currently only practice martial arts, he could not abandon the path of cultivation without attempting to forge a methodology uniquely applicable to the Dragon Ball universe for enhancing spiritual strength and mental acuity. Furthermore, Cattle harbored a bold hypothesis. Should he persist in cultivating body-tempering techniques, he would gravitate entirely towards martial arts, ultimately transforming his spiritual power into martial intent, potentially rendering his mental strength obsolete. Such a shift would impede his comprehension of the laws of the universe. Therefore, he commenced his training with the internal martial arts of his previous Earth, as they were relatively elementary. If he could harness his current spiritual and mental strength to touch upon the essence of spatial laws, even if he could no longer wield mental power, he would still reap considerable rewards. In a state of profound tranquility, Gadai felt as though he had become a vessel, absorbing the energies of the universe. Unbeknownst to him, the essence of the heavens and earth gradually flowed into his being, enhancing his physical constitution. This remarkable transformation was also tied to Gadai's past life. Having spent over a century in cultivation, he could effortlessly attain a state of harmony with nature. The most exquisite moments of dawn are fleeting, and Gadai was unaware of how little time had passed before his meditation concluded. As he slowly opened his eyes, he perceived a subtle shift in his surroundings. It seemed that everything he had previously sensed was a product of his formidable mental prowess, enabling him to grasp even the most minute details. Yet now, it felt as though he had truly been born into this world, nourished by its essence, bearing an indelible mark of belonging, an authentic inhabitant of the earth. While his former existence faded into mere illusion, with a mere thought, he once again attuned himself to his physical form and discovered an invigorating vitality coursing through him. He felt as healthy as a newborn, devoid of any ailment. His spirit was revitalized, his gaze sparkled with life, and his entire being emanated a gentle aura of nature. Should anyone chance upon him, they might find themselves irresistibly drawn to his presence, compelled to engage in conversation. Gadai could not help but exclaim, "This sensation is delightful." With the completion of the first phase of his training, he seized the opportunity presented by his invigorated physical condition to embark on a regimen of strength-enhancing exercises. The training itself was quite straightforward, consisting of push-ups, frog leaps, squats, and the like. However, at this stage, Gadai recognized that he could not recklessly push his body to its limits. Firstly, his physique had yet to fully develop, and secondly, his lineage as an Earthling inherently limited his potential. Gadai envisioned a series of meticulously planned actions, each requiring a specific number of repetitions until fatigue began to manifest in his body. Following a brief respite, he would proceed to the next exercise. Even during moments of rest, he would twist and contort his form, engaging in physical movements to prevent his body from relaxing entirely, as such laxity would be detrimental to his training. Approaching midday, Gadai had cycled through this regimen 4 times. For several hours, he remained in motion, beads of sweat cascading down his skin. Gradually, he allowed his body to relax, permitting it to naturally expunge the fatigue. He then entered a meditative state, channeling his mental energy to gently manipulate the elemental forces around him, soothing his physique and restoring it to its optimal condition. Should Gadai exert the effort to control the energies of the universe, his body would swiftly recuperate. However, this exertion posed a risk of depleting his mental reserves. Though he had solidified his training methodology, unforeseen variables might arise in the future. The conservation of mental energy was paramount. After catching some fish to roast and savor, he took a moment to rest. It was approximately 2 in the afternoon, and Gadai began preparing for his afternoon training. Lifting his gaze to gauge the sun's position, he felt a tinge of frustration. Without a clock, he had to rely solely on the sun's trajectory to discern the passage of time. Given the circumstances, it was imperative to expedite the afternoon session. Soon, Gadai arrived at the tranquil waters of the deep lake region. Having employed his mental faculties to survey the surroundings, he confirmed the absence of any peculiar creatures within the lake's depths, making it an ideal setting for his current practice. He summoned his mental energy, allowing his body to glide toward the center of the lake, and once there, he retracted his mental focus, letting his form submerge naturally into the water. Under his conscious control, his body descended steadily. The lake, merely 10 meters deep, soon enveloped him in the sensation of pressure. Yet, this pressure was manageable. His still-developing physique could easily withstand it. Moreover, he had not yet reached the stage of utilizing aquatic pressure to enhance his body, and should he devise a gravity formation. The water's pressure could be harnessed for fortification. Submerged, breathless, Catalyze activated his mental energy, applying it to his body to regulate his state within the water. Striving to prolong his underwater sojourn, Catalyze chose to practice in the lake, seeking to harmonize the internal cycles of his body. In a previous life, a martial artist of the innate realm could submerge in water for an extended period without sustenance, surviving due to the physiological transformations inherent to the innate state. Attaining the innate realm signifies reaching the minimum threshold of a cultivator, granting access to the ethereal energies of the universe. The body becomes capable of absorbing this vital energy to sustain life. Having been a part of the modern world in his past existence, Catalyze understood the composition of water, particularly the presence of oxygen. His intention was to stimulate his body to absorb this element, thereby regulating his internal circulation and propelling his body towards a state akin to that of the innate realm. Ultimately, Catalyze aspired to explore the means of surviving within the cosmos through gradual cultivation, making this endeavor an indispensable element of his journey. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there are many perplexing aspects. Consider the Super Saiyan's formidable strength yet inability to survive in space. This seems incongruous. In the Saga of Gods, when Sun Wukong battled Beerus in the vastness of space beyond Earth, he was in the state of Super Saiyan God and could breathe freely, a phenomenon closely tied to divine realms. In essence, there exist methods to endure in the universe. The divine realm represents one approach, while Catalyze is experimenting with another. Or perhaps the underlying principles of both are remarkably similar. Gatai's physique remains frail and diminutive. To label him as strong would merely be to acknowledge the formidable power of his spirit and the assaults derived from his mental fortitude. Hence, should Gatai remain submerged in water naturally, it would only take 3 minutes before he succumbs to drowning. Indeed, this proved true at the outset. Gatai attempted to hold his breath underwater for merely over a minute, yet he could not endure any longer. Having had little exposure to aquatic environments from a young age, his swimming abilities were understandably poor, compounded by his tender age and insufficient physical strength. Holding his breath for over a minute was commendable, a duration comparable to that of an ordinary person in his previous life. Gatai discerned that without active training, the duration he could hold his breath would likely remain unchanged even upon reaching adulthood. Emerging to the surface for a breath, Gatai once again attempted to hold his breath. As his body began to suffer from oxygen deprivation, Gatai's mental energy was mobilized to scrutinize his physical condition, revealing that his body had an innate ability to absorb essential components. However, within the confines of the water, he was unable to obtain effective replenishment. The capabilities of mental energy are boundless. At this moment, it functioned akin to a super microscope, allowing him to observe the presence of oxygen in the water with remarkable clarity. Gatai harnessed his mental energy to manipulate the oxygen surrounding his body, consciously directing it inward, and was astonished to find his body responding, beginning to absorb it in a faint, yet perceptible manner. This state was precarious, placing Gatai at the edge of his limits, yet devoid of immediate danger. Subsequently, Gatai allocated a portion of his mental energy to examine his physique, delving into his pores and penetrating his cells. He stimulated the connection between his cells and the external environment, enhancing the absorption of oxygen from the water with the assistance of his mental energy. This intervention brought some relief, alleviating the discomfort he felt in his body. However, the moment he relaxed even slightly, his body would revert to a state perilously close to asphyxiation. In that instant, Gatai reminded himself that he had come to the lake for the purpose of cultivation, and such practice necessitated a commitment to the endeavor. Yes, he resolved to preserve his life, ensuring that his body remained in a state of extremity, for only then could he attain meaningful results. After a considerable duration, Gatai sensed a peculiar shift within his body, an extraordinary sensation indicating a subtle strengthening had indeed occurred. The connection between his body and the external world had become increasingly lucid. His mental energy allowed him to observe the state of his body's nutrient absorption, which resembled an intense craving, akin to insatiable thirst. Catalyze understood that this sensation was far from perfection. It represented a physical enhancement facilitated by mental fortitude. Yet it had not fully unlocked the latent potential within his body. Strictly speaking, his current physique lacked the capacity to absorb oxygen underwater. However, with prolonged practice, It was reasonable to assume that his body would eventually acclimate to this state. Recollecting his thoughts, Tragically diligently resumed his underwater training. Thus, he devoted nearly 3 hours to this method of cultivation, surfacing for breath approximately every 10 minutes to alleviate his body and minimize any potential injuries. After dinner, Tragically found himself gazing at a pile of fish bones, a sight that filled him with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, his primary focus remained on cultivation, rendering other distractions relatively insignificant. Otherwise, he mused that within a few days, merely the sight of fish might induce nausea. After a brief respite, Tragically began to manipulate the gravity array. In his previous life, the gravity array was activated by spiritual stones. However, without such stones now, a challenge emerged. Presently, he possessed neither the means to absorb nor to release the energies of the cosmos, leaving him without a substitute for the spiritual stones. He had yet to cultivate his chi, and even if he were to succeed in doing so, he would not be able to maintain the chi externally for any length of time, thus failing to generate a magnetic field capable of providing energy. Catalyst was undeterred. Ordinary formations require a certain arrangement of materials or substances imbued with various energies to alter the magnetic fields of heaven and earth. For instance, a killing formation not only necessitates spiritual stones but also elements associated with destruction, with the spiritual stones providing the requisite energy. Although there is currently no substitute for spiritual stones, it is still feasible to slightly modify the magnetic field of a specific area. Such formations, relying solely on the arrangement of external materials, are considered rudimentary. In the realm of cultivation, they are merely auxiliary formations. Advanced formations, however, necessitate insights into the Tao and the nuances of artistic conception. Only such formations can be deemed true formations, their power beyond imagination. For Catalyst at present, ordinary formations sufficed, as everything was still in its nascent stages, requiring a step-by-step approach. He located an open space and gathered several towering stones, each about a meter high, arranging them according to the gravitational formation's foundation. When the final stone was placed, the gravitational formation was finally complete. Suddenly, the magnetic field within the formation's range shifted, causing the grass on the ground to flatten considerably. This was a tenfold gravitational formation. Catalyst's mental energy sensed the absence of spiritual stones providing energy. The gravitational force generated by merely arranging ordinary materials altered the magnetic field, yielding a gravity only 1.2 times that of Earth, a mere increase of 0.2 times. Although the increment in gravity was minimal, it was perhaps just within the threshold that Catalyst's body could endure. The enhancement of gravity is not akin to mere weight. Once gravity is augmented, every aspect of the body, both internally and externally, faces constraints, including blood circulation and the pressure on the nervous system. An increase of 0.2 times was indeed significant. Gatai's understanding of the ordinary gravity formation extends far beyond the mere tenfold gravity arrays. He has mastered formations capable of exerting up to 80 times the gravitational force. At this stage on Earth, achieving a gravity formation exceeding 10 times, particularly during the Scion era, would be more than sufficient, especially considering that King Kai's planet only possesses a tenfold gravity. By that time, he believed he would have developed formidable combat strength, enabling him to venture into the cosmos, where gravity chambers abound. With the gravity formation taking shape, Gatai felt a surge of joy and relief within. As long as the gravity formation proved effective, the potential for implementing other formations would significantly increase. A gleam flickered in Gatai's eyes as he smacked his lips. The next step would be the Qing Feng formation. This formation, although deemed rudimentary, is in essence a healing array that gathers spiritual energy. Its primary function is to alleviate physical fatigue, serving as a means for practitioners to prevent hidden injuries after training their bodies, replacing the need for medicinal baths commonly used by martial artists. Currently, as a denizen of Earth, Jedi possesses a lineage of modest potential, making the healing formation all the more essential. As the adage goes, a sound body is the foundation of all endeavors. With determination radiating from his gaze, Jatai commenced his task. The Qi Feng formation serves dual purposes, gathering spiritual energy and facilitating healing, rendering it slightly more intricate than the gravity array. Despite its simplicity, the absence of spirit stones necessitates a considerable investment of time for its setup. Similar to the gravity formation, Jedi spent a while sourcing large stones, each roughly a meter in size. With his mental prowess at play, quarrying and transporting these stones proved effortless. As twilight descended, illuminated by the moonlight, Jedi meticulously arranged the stones required for the Qi Feng formation, taking over an hour to complete the task. He then fixed his gaze upon the formation, observing it intently. It must succeed. His inner voice echoed with fervor. Moments later, the Chi Feng formation began to exhibit a transformation, its energy-gathering effect activated, causing the air currents above to swirl as they absorbed the energies of the cosmos. The movement of these currents was indicative of the celestial energies being drawn in. Jatai immediately harnessed his mental energy, vigilantly monitoring the efficacy of the gathering process. His mental acuity allowed him to finely regulate numerous elements. And as he perceived the formation steadily assimilating the energies of the universe, a smile crept upon his face. To his astonishment, the effects of the gravity formation paled in comparison to those of the Chi Feng formation, while the gravity array merely amplified gravitational force by a factor of 0.2. The healing effects of the Chi Feng formation, despite lacking a foundation of spirit stones, surpassed those of the gravity array by several magnitudes. Of course, had spirit stones been employed, the efficacy of the Chi Feng formation would have increased exponentially. Such is the prowess of practitioners. Even a basic formation transcends the comprehension of ordinary individuals. As the Chi Feng formation absorbed a substantial amount of celestial energy, its healing properties began to manifest. Faintly, a weak light coalesced at the center of the formation, swiftly forming a beam that shot down towards the ground. Jatai understood that the modest material used for its configuration resulted in such a faint effect. Otherwise, the energies absorbed would have rapidly transformed into healing effects, expended entirely. This balance was the reason the absorption rate of celestial energies had diminished somewhat. After another careful inspection of the Chi Feng formation, he noticed it remained intact, showing no signs of collapse, and thus he felt a sense of relief. Rubbing his hands together, Jatai gradually stepped into the formation, positioning himself within the beam of light. Instantly, the healing effects enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort as his soul, mental energy, and body were rejuvenated. The strength of his soul could be fortified through celestial energy, which in turn nourished his body, allowing the body to cultivate the soul. The two elements complemented each other, growing in harmony. The revitalization of his soul accelerated the recovery of his mental energy. Although the Chi Feng formation was constructed using ordinary stones, its diminished effect still rendered it a stable and sustainable healing array for practitioners. This alone satisfied Jatai immensely. With this formation at his disposal, he could gradually enhance his training intensity, capable of mending all but the gravest of hidden injuries. Furthermore, it would allow him to ascertain whether his lineage resembled that of Klin, Yamucha, or Tenshinhan. As he departed from the Chi Feng formation, it continued to operate autonomously. Jatai then shifted his focus towards the gravity array. In his current state of vigor, he had no time for distractions and promptly dashed towards the gravity formation. At merely 10 years of age, Gatai's physique remains frail. Upon entering the realm, an overwhelming sense of gravitational force envelopes him, causing a noticeable deceleration in his blood circulation. Fatigue seeps into his being, diminishing both his agility and auditory perception. Sensing the weight of this burden, Gatai furrows his brow and murmurs to himself. It feels as though I am afflicted with some ailment. My body is rather uncomfortable. Clearly, I must first acclimatize to this gravity. Cattle was resigned to his fate, for he bore the bloodline of Earthlings and could not act recklessly at this stage. With this thought in mind, he began to move slowly within the gravity array. Originally, his training plan did not include practicing in the gravity array from the outset, and the reason was simple. Sun Wukong had suffered from a toxic heart condition. This ailment was widely discussed in his previous life, with some claiming that it was due to excessive training in the gravity chamber while others attributed it to drinking highly toxic super divine water during his childhood, which placed a considerable burden on his body. There were also theories suggesting that the overuse of the Kaioken technique compounded the issue, along with the consumption of super divine water. Regardless of the explanation, Cattle dared not take the risk. At this stage, his priority was to allow his body to acclimate to varying degrees of gravity, akin to how scions thrived under tenfold Earth's gravity from birth without suffering any harm. Cattle aimed to adapt his physique completely, just like a newborn on the Scion planet, before engaging in gravity-enhanced training. Rather than following in the footsteps of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who forced their potential through gravity training, he did not possess the same innate physical potential as scions. After an hour, Cattle noticed significant improvement in his movements within the gravity array. His body had begun to adjust to the current gravitational pressure. His physical state had also improved somewhat, alleviating much of his discomfort. Another hour passed, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. At that point, he decided to attempt some vigorous exercises to test his endurance. However, after 5 minutes, he ceased his efforts, as he had only performed a few dozen squats and push-ups, which left him feeling exceedingly fatigued. This state was not what he desired, prompting him to exit the gravity array. He cast a glance at the array before turning towards his wooden cabin. An idea struck him, and he hurried inside to move his wooden bed into the gravity array. Cattle intended to sleep within the gravity array long-term, hoping to acclimatize to the gravity and thereby enhance his physical constitution. Sleeping in the gravity array required only a warm environment, so he completed this task in no time. Thus, Cattle continued his simple training during the day, gradually increasing the intensity each day. With consistent practice, his physical strength naturally improved, and it was only logical to incrementally elevate the training intensity based on his prior foundation. By evening, he would enter the gentle breeze array to recover his body. Throughout the month, Cattle adhered to his training regimen diligently, never pushing his body to the brink of injury. Each session in the gentle breeze array allowed him to recover fully in about 3 hours, and he would conclude by using his mental energy to check for any residual injuries. As the night fell, he would retire to the gravity array for sleep, maximizing his time spent acclimatizing to the gravity. Over the course of the month, Cattle's body grew stronger, more robust, and his strength increased significantly. Fortunately, he had yet to encounter any issues that might impede his physical development, which was a source of relief. After a month of training, he gained a clearer understanding of the gentle breeze array's restorative effects, realizing that it could help him reach his physical limits. Ultimately, he concluded that his bloodline could not compare to that of Earthlings like Krillin. By the 3rd month, Cattle achieved a breakthrough in his training in the lake. With the assistance of his mental energy, he partially unlocked his physical potential, enabling him to remain underwater for extended periods. Under the influence of his mental energy, he could somewhat autonomously absorb oxygen from the water, drawing him closer to the desired innate physical condition. In the 4th month, his body experienced another breakthrough, seemingly reaching full development. Whenever he lacked oxygen, he would automatically draw oxygen from the water, significantly extending his underwater activity duration. On a small trial, he managed to stay underwater for an entire day without incident, though he understood there were limits due to his bloodline's inherent nature. Simultaneously, he felt the nourishing energy of the universe invigorating his body, resulting in a noticeable increase in height, now approximately 1.4 meters. His strength also grew, as he could easily lift over 100 pounds with one hand. The results were astonishing for a child not yet 11, comparable to an adult's strength. Additionally, his self-recovery improved. While still not on par with Krillin and others, the presence of the gentle breeze array alleviated many concerns. Cattle subsequently intensified his daytime training, exerting himself until utterly fatigued. By the 8th month, Cattle's physical strength rivaled that of peak practitioners of internal martial arts on Earth, with each punch resonating through the air. Throughout these 8 months, he refrained from engaging in high-intensity training within the gravity array, opting instead for stability and aiming to elevate his physical strength to a stable plateau before initiating gravity training. Finally, after a year away from the village, enduring the changing seasons and remaining steadfast in his training, Cattle found that his simple training had begun to plateau. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, he had adapted well to the gravity array. It was time to embark on high-intensity training within it. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, Cattle stood within the gravity array, his face glistening with sweat and his body reflecting unmistakable signs of fatigue, yet he persisted in his training, engaging in frog jumps, push-ups, squats, and various other movements in repetition. He found solace in the gravity array as he undertook high-intensity training for the first time. This training penetrated deeply, allowing him to truly appreciate the arduous nature of his practice, yet the results were significant. By the end of the day, he experienced a breakthrough, pushing through the fatigue and unlocking a noticeable increase in physical strength. If he continued at this pace, Cattle anticipated that after 6 months of training, he would at least reach the level of the top 8 contenders in the World Martial Arts Tournament, perhaps even mastering energy release by the year's end. His excitement grew with each passing moment. Since his groundbreaking achievements in underwater training, he had not returned to the lake. With the aid of his mental energy, he maintained a clear awareness of his body's condition, effortlessly exerting control over it. Now, he could effectively harness the gains acquired during his time in the water. Living on Earth, he was perpetually nourished by the energy of the universe. Under the observation of his mental energy, his body's absorption of this energy increased significantly. However, this energy absorption did not generate any energy release. Rather, it simply maintained his health, balanced his metabolism, and prevented ailments. As night fell and his strenuous training concluded, Cattle consciously controlled his muscles and pores, striving to absorb the energy of the universe, thereby enhancing his recovery efficiency significantly. Once, Gatai could only exert control through sheer mental force, but now he enhances absorption through his physical form. The former can be likened to immersing the body in the energies of heaven and earth, allowing for gradual assimilation, while the latter represents the body's autonomous respiration. Drawing in energies instinctively, these two approaches are not to be compared. A year has passed, spring has returned, and all things are revitalized. In the second year, after a month of cultivation, Gatai discovered that his initial hypothesis was flawless, yet reality proved to be unforgiving. Originally, it seemed feasible to cultivate qi in this second year, but now it appeared utterly fanciful. Throughout the month, Gatai had not sensed any significant enhancement in his abilities. After a year of accumulation, his physical condition was notably robust. Yet regardless of how intensively he pursued his training, he felt no increase in strength, let alone the prospect of transcending his physical limits once more. After all, his lineage could not rival that of Kellen and the others, and he dared not exploit his potential recklessly. Could it be that my physical potential is so feeble? And this is before even cultivating qi. After a moment of contemplation, Gatai found himself perplexed. Tragically clenched his fist with determination, feeling the explosive power coursing through them. His physical strength had reached approximately 500 pounds. Such power could be unleashed with a mere punch, and if granted the time to channel it fully, the force would be nothing short of terrifying. On Earth, in his previous life, this level of strength was unimaginable, capable of effortlessly shattering a wall. And he had yet to cultivate any form of energy. Perhaps this body was inherently incapable of harnessing such energy. Tragically found it hard to believe. The lineage of Earthlings seemed woefully inadequate, and he could not compare himself to Krillin and the others. It appeared increasingly challenging to fully tap into the potential of his Earthling heritage. He pondered deeply, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball series, after Mr. Satan's appearance, even someone of his caliber could fool the entire planet and be hailed as the strongest in the world. It was likely that Mr. Satan possessed a strength comparable to his own, if not inferior, revealing the undeniable inferiority of Earthling bloodlines. Thus, there seemed little point in developing such a meager lineage. As long as he possessed other means and methods to elevate his life force, bypassing the cultivation of Earthling bloodlines would not be a hindrance. Indeed, the original plan had been to seek a compromise. It seemed that the tri-body technique should be officially employed now. Catalyst, with a resolute heart, made a significant decision. Very well, let us commence. With those words, Catalyst adjusted his posture and assumed the stance of the three-body form of Shingi. This form embodies the realm of wholeness and unity. Soon, Catalyst began to sense a tumultuous energy surging within, a sensation that was both agonizing and exhilarating, indescribable in nature. The strength throughout his entire being began to converge into a singular force, coalescing at the very core of his body, becoming increasingly substantial. Under the strain of such intense concentration, it felt as if a telescopic wooden post were extending through him. This experience felt distinctly different from his initial attempt at the three-body form. When Gatai first endeavored to practice the three-body technique, his physical strength was considerably inferior to what it is now, and at the tender age of 10, the power within his body was limited, making it difficult to fully consolidate. Even then, Gatai had already managed to comprehend the three-body technique to a level of perfection. It was as if he were directly extracting and maximizing his body's potential, which led him to perceive an enhancement in his physical capabilities. Within Gatai's body, it feels as if a colossal weight of lead has been infused, rendering him incapable of movement. Should someone attempt to push Gatai, they would perceive his form as immovable, akin to a mountain of immense weight. The three-body stance is a form of standing meditation, representing the ultimate essence of this practice. After a considerable duration, this force solidifies. His entire being feels as if it has been drained, with this power coalescing to its utmost limit, as though it possesses an overwhelming rigidity, on the verge of shattering at any moment. With each breath, Catalan's body subtly responded, as if an immense force was striving to break free, suggesting that the potential of human lineage was being unleashed. Cataly's physique underwent a remarkable transformation, allowing his body to establish a deeper connection with the energies of the external world. It was as if his very being became a conduit, and in an instant, the pent-up energy within him sought an outlet, radiating from every part of his form. Subtly, the internal forces coalesced into faint vortices that emerged around him, swirling incessantly, while the fabric of Cataly's garments began to dance with an ethereal grace. As if deflated like a punctured ball, Gatai felt his strength gradually dissipating. Soon, a wave of fatigue washed over him, accompanied by an ache in his body. In this state, Gatai was well aware. It was a manifestation of the latent potential within his physique being awakened. His body was now robust, having reached a standard of health that was commendable. Through the rigorous training of the three-body technique, the potential of his Earthling lineage had been astonishingly unleashed. This was a cycle, as his physical potential was tapped. His strength naturally increased. However, the process of unlocking this potential was immensely taxing, causing the newly gained strength to wane. How could it be that such an abundance of potential remained untapped, revealing itself so conspicuously? Gatai found this utterly astonishing. Catalonia possesses remarkable mental fortitude, and his physique is adeptly controlled. In just a brief moment, he has managed to estimate that his strength has increased by at least over 100 pounds. And it continues to rise. This growth manifests in a remarkably balanced manner, while the degree of physical fatigue does not decline linearly, indicating that a substantial portion of his potential remains untapped. Gatai persevered in the realm of the three-body unity, bearing the weight of his increasingly fatigued form. Half an hour later, a peculiar sound resonated within his body. In that moment, Gatai sensed as if he had transcended his limits, experiencing a sudden surge of strength amounting to 300 pounds. Yet, this newfound power was swiftly released. Gatai felt an overwhelming surge of madness within. Breaking limits is of paramount importance in the realm of Dragon Ball. Once a certain threshold is surpassed, not only does one's power soar, but significant growth potential also unfolds. Take, for instance, the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Upon achieving this state, one's strength increases 50-fold. Through diligent training and combat, one can further amplify their prowess, thus meeting the prerequisites for the ascension to Super Saiyan 2. It is undeniable that Saiyan heritage plays a substantial role in this, yet even when isolated from that, the results remain formidable. In the original narrative, Son Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan yielded a battle power of less than 200 million, which, through training, escalated to several billion, marking an astonishing increase of nearly tenfold before reaching Super Saiyan 2. Gatai soon deduced that this was not the end. After shattering his corporeal limits, his physical strength began to grow at an even swifter pace than before, each increment weighing over 20 pounds. After more than an hour, the unusual state of his body began to wane, stabilizing at a certain level. At this juncture, the power emanating from his physique had diminished significantly, as if his current potential could no longer be fully tapped. Following extreme fatigue, his body commenced a self-recovery process, greedily absorbing the energy of the universe. Furthermore, with Gatai's body nearly attuned to the external world, his recovery rate exceeded his energy expenditure, rendering the effects of the three-body technique less pronounced. His form was constantly nourished by the energies of the cosmos, and this automatic assimilation of universal energy was immutable, at least for the present. Gatai found himself unable to alter this, only capable of suppressing it. Sensing this state, Gatai promptly exerted control over his muscles and pores, striving to diminish the pace of his recovery. He then began to feel a gradual onset of fatigue, allowing his body's strength to be released once more, albeit at a significantly reduced rate. Thus, Gatai persevered in his practice of the three-body technique for an additional 2 hours, noticing minimal changes in the release of his power. Stabilized to a certain extent, he finally ceased his training, concluding that he had nearly exhausted the current potential of his state. With continued long-term training, he anticipated the gradual unearthing of further potential. Gatai remarked that the practice of the three-body technique differed from prior training. It did not necessitate constant engagement. The technique concentrates power within the body while fervently releasing it, akin to forging a pathway. Once the route is established, guidance emerges, and one's latent potential is concomitantly liberated. Gatai's current state was the culmination of a year's worth of accumulation. Should he attempt to train again, he doubted it would yield such results, likely falling short of the effects experienced during his initial foray into the three-body technique. Internal martial arts inherently possess the ability to gauge the condition of the body effectively. Coupled with Gatai's mental fortitude and mastery over his own physique, he could ascertain precisely when to engage in training. Moreover, internal martial arts advocate a gradual approach, emphasizing the necessity of years of dedication to achieve substantial results. This latest session of the three-body technique was exhilarating. Gatai's spirit soared, far surpassing the emotional stagnation he had endured over the past year. Re-entering the refreshing ambience of the breeze formation, Gatai engaged in vigorous recovery, savoring the experience akin to plunging into a pool of honey, a genuine smile blooming on his face for the first time since his rebirth. Once fully restored, he felt his body had returned to its peak condition, accompanied by a notable increase in strength, igniting a fervor within him. His gaze fell upon the massive boulders he had previously prepared for strength testing. 3 stones, each larger than the largest weighing no less than 4,000 pounds. As he approached the stones, Gatai felt an increasing sense of their fragility, as if they were mere grains of sand. Is this an illusion? He mused, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Fixating on the boulder, Gatai utilized the 3-body technique to consolidate the majority of his strength. Then encircled the second boulder with his arms. To his astonishment, the stone, which weighed over 2,000 pounds, was effortlessly lifted, nearly causing him to strain his back. This is astonishing, he murmured, momentarily speechless. With the boulder cradled in his arms, Gatai moved swiftly, even jumping with ease. Marveling at the immense increase in his strength post-recovery. Setting the boulder down, he smiled, elated by his newfound capabilities. Gatai repositioned his body and approached the third colossal stone. Maintaining his peak condition, he slightly crouched and steadily embraced the giant rock before gradually rising. At that moment, his arms bore a palpable weight, yet it remained manageable. After a brief test, Gatai gained a general understanding of his physical strength, estimating it had surged to around 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. Comparable to that of a superhero on Earth in his previous life. To further validate his newfound abilities, Gatai delivered a powerful punch to the largest boulder. The result was astonishing. The stone's surface became riddled with cracks before it shattered into countless fragments. Observing his handiwork, Gatai felt no exhilaration despite his immense power. Instead, he was engulfed in confusion. After all, he had only been training his body for a year, and this was his first formal practice of the tri-body technique. How could such progress be possible? Moreover, he felt no pain in his fist upon striking the stone. In his former life, even the masters of internal martial arts would likely not have achieved the strength he currently possessed. Was he not of Earth? Yet that could not be the case. He had indeed experienced a slight injury from overtraining in the past, which he had managed to recover from after a few days of rest. Thus, it could not be attributed to lineage. What, then, could be the cause? The gravitational formation only enhanced gravity by a factor of 0.2, even in his previous life. Practitioners of cultivation utilizing such gravity for training did not achieve such terrifying results. Catalyze, resting his chin upon his hand, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a prolonged moment, his eyes widened suddenly as he gazed skyward, murmuring, could this be the manifestation of the celestial laws? In the original narrative, Raditz, upon arriving on Earth, encountered a human with merely 5 units of combat power, a figure that could be likened to the destructive capability of a handgun. Little Goku, born with a mere 2 units of combat power, was dispatched to Earth, and despite various reasons, there were infants of similar capabilities sent to other lesser planets on missions. Seemingly indifferent to their fates, this exemplifies a profound acknowledgement of combat power. Through his analysis, Catalyze concluded that the so-called lower-tier power planets were far inferior to his previous assumptions. The destructive capability of a handgun was only 2.5 times that of Goku's initial power. Conversely, from the perspective of Earth in his past life, one could imagine an infant possessing strength 2.5 times weaker than a handgun's destructive force. How terrifying that is. In his soliloquy, Catalyze elucidated the terrifying nature of the Scion lineage. Before the emergence of the Dragon Ball warriors, the Turtle Hermit boasted the highest combat power on Earth at 139. With a maximum explosive potential of 200, sufficient to dominate the entire planet. As the Dragon Ball warriors grew, their combat power escalated to an astonishing degree, enabling them to effortlessly obliterate entire planets, despite being mere mortals. As he reflected, Catalyze could not help but wear an incredulous expression. These latent circumstances seemed innocuous at first glance. Yet, upon deeper analysis, the disparity between a combat power of 1 or 200 and that of an ordinary individual became starkly apparent. Subsequently, Catalyze pondered his previous life in the realm of cultivation, where even the highest-tier scattered immortals, having withstood the most formidable tribulations, could not easily annihilate a planet. These individuals were on the brink of ascending to the golden immortal level, with only the celestial and divine realms possessing the capacity to obliterate a planet. Thus, there was but one conclusion. This was the result of the unique celestial laws manifesting in this world. With this realization, Catalyze increasingly felt convinced of its validity. The predominant method of cultivation in this world revolved around the mastery of Qi, a practice that permeated the entirety of the universe. The celestial laws of the universe amplified the effects of Qi cultivation manifold, suggesting that the cultivation of Qi was the only recognized practice in this realm. Consequently, traditional cultivation methods were rendered ineffective here. As he contemplated these thoughts, Catalyze's emotion stirred within him. he began to compare himself to little Goku. By this line of reasoning, his current combat power should be akin to Goku's upon his emergence from the mountains. Judging solely by the offensive capabilities of his body, he believed he would not fall short. However, he lacked the realm of martial arts and a comprehension of martial attacks, allowing little Goku to easily surpass him. In terms of defensive capabilities, he was significantly inferior due to his lineage. Reflecting on Goku's minimal growth after emerging from the mountains, having learned the Kamehameha technique without substantial advancement, Catalyze murmured to himself, then I should be able to attempt to gather the chi within my body. As Catalan's thoughts became increasingly fervent, he could almost envision the exhilarating surge of power that would accompany his mastery over chi, combined with his cultivation techniques. He anticipated a remarkable ascent within a brief period. Striving to calm the tempest of emotions within, Catalan settled into a cross-legged position, his hands forming a circle. He then exerted all his mental fortitude, concentrating intensely on his body. Suddenly, it felt as though he had attained an intimate understanding of his physical form. He could almost calculate the energy expended with each breath. Under this exquisite control, and through the lens of chi cultivation in the Dragon Ball realm, he could distinctly sense the latent power within him, an omnipresent force. Each cell in his body was under his command, pulsating with vitality. Gather chi, Catalan silently intoned. Subsequently, his mental energy and mastery over his physical being began to extract the power residing within him. While drawing forth this energy was one aspect, mastering it was another challenge altogether. Catalan's objective was to concentrate the extracted energy between his hands, allowing it to manifest externally as chi. Gradually, he felt the power within his body being swiftly siphoned away. Under his mental guidance, he observed the cells throughout his body trembling faintly, as though something intangible was striving to escape. Was this the sensation of chi beginning to form? Catalan pondered, buoyed by his mental sensitivity. Maintaining this state for an extended duration, he sensed an imperceptible essence seeping from the cellular walls, causing those cells to lose their former vitality. However, this particular group of cells only released chi once before falling silent. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Catalan felt a throbbing discomfort in certain areas of his body. Undeterred by the adverse sensations, he continued to actively channel the energy within. Once any cell exhibited the release of chi, a rapid chain reaction ensued, with cells throughout his body following suit, each releasing chi in unison. This amplified the sensation of swelling within him. The chi surged through his body, muscles taut and veins bulging as if on the brink of rupture. Though every part of him reacted, the distinct characteristics of chi remained elusive. What then? Was the essence of the abundant power coursing through him? Catalan's curiosity sparked a desire to analyze the situation further. Catal felt instinctively that his body was filled with energy. However, this sensation seemed somewhat different from his previous experiences with energy in the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, as he momentarily distracted himself with analysis, the power within him surged uncontrollably, showing signs of flowing back into his cells. Quickly, Catal refocused and attempted to extract the energy once more. Yet the amount he could draw was only equivalent to the initial release of energy from all his cells, without the slightest increase. Thus, Catal maintained this effort for an extended period, unable to extract any additional energy from his cells. He sensed that every cell in his body remained vibrant, clearly possessing more energy yet to be harnessed, leaving Catal feeling quite helpless. Catal did not linger in his thoughts any longer. He was eager to ascertain whether this energy was indeed what he perceived it to be. With determination, he guided the essence within him toward his palms. Soon, he felt an immense force coalescing between his hands, alleviating the pain coursing through his body. However, this discomfort shifted to his hands, which trembled slightly. Strangely, the sensation of pain in his hands was not as severe, contrasting sharply with the previous agony he had experienced. One felt as if it belonged to the heavens, the other to the earth. Given Catal's current physical strength, he was able to disregard it, which he deemed a positive sign. Gradually, Catal exerted considerable effort to gather and compress this energy in his palms. Now, controlling the energy felt less burdensome. It did not dissipate at the slightest provocation. At this moment, a sense of familiarity washed over him, akin to a form of internal power adhering to his hands. He mused that the nature of this energy was somewhat similar to that of internal force, although it did not manifest in the same way as the energy attack seen in the Dragon Ball Warriors. Thus, Catal concluded, this is indeed energy. He felt a twinge of confusion at the absence of the state he had envisioned. Was it perhaps due to an insufficient accumulation of energy? He reluctantly attributed the outcome to an inadequate gathering of energy, yet his previous attempts to amass more had proven futile, leaving him discontented. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it another try. With his arms extended, palms facing forward and slightly cupped, he intently focused, urging the energy forth. Release, release, he silently chanted, striving to project the power from his palms while summoning his mental fortitude to detach the force from his grasp. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed 1 meter ahead, as a powerful gust of energy surged forth, striking the ground. As the dust settled, the impacted area bore a slight indentation approximately 1 meter in diameter. Observing his creation, Cattle felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The attack he had just unleashed was merely a feeble manifestation of the energy he had gathered, resulting in a mere gust of wind. It was abundantly clear that his energy accumulation was insufficient, rendering the effectiveness of this attack pitifully weak, less potent than the strength of his own muscular exertions. Cattle grimaced, feeling a profound sense of shame. Through this endeavor, Cattle had confirmed that, given his current physical strength, there existed a possibility of cultivating energy. However, the fact that he struggled to gather energy and found it impossible to summon more was perplexing. While it could be argued that his physical strength was somewhat lacking and his energy reserves modest, the prolonged duration required for his initial gathering was understandable. Yet, the inability to mobilize additional energy was a mystery that left him puzzled. Catalan fell into deep contemplation, beginning to ponder the underlying reasons, as if he had grasped something elusive. Once he discerned the crux of the issue, mastering the energy would become effortless. Who goes there? Suddenly, Catalan's senses heightened. Realizing that someone was behind him, Cattle had lived in this territory for over a year. Throughout this time, he had not encountered another soul and relied solely on fish for sustenance, seldom coming across other creatures. Gradually, this place began to feel like his own private domain. Allowing him to lead a carefree existence, wholly devoted to his cultivation, his vigilance diminished. Upon sensing the presence of another, Cattle swiftly turned around. And upon seeing the visitor's attire, his eyes widened in astonishment, a chill coursing through his heart. As Kata gazed from a distance, he spotted a figure perched upon a branch. The moment he laid eyes upon this individual, they vanished in an instant, appearing roughly 3 meters away. This remarkable speed, akin to that of a specter, startled Kata. The newcomer wore an elegant crane hat, sported a goatee, donned sunglasses, and was clad in a green garb reminiscent of the crane hermit style. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, there exists a multitude of uniquely attired and strikingly distinctive Earthlings. It could be said that any true enthusiast of Dragon Ball would readily identify such a character based on their attributes. For instance, Sun Wukong is known for his wild mane, while Krillin is recognized for his bald head, devoid of hair and nose. Upon observing the newcomer's eye-catching attire and facial features, Kata quickly discerned their identity. It was the Crane Hermit. In the present day, the Crane Hermit stands as a formidable master on Earth, possessing skills that have reached the pinnacle of human potential. Gatai's reaction upon encountering Master Crane was rather intense, prompting a meaningful smile to grace the corners of Master Crane's lips. Upon witnessing this smile, Gatai felt a tremor within, a flicker of fear igniting in his heart. Master Crane was not a benevolent figure. Although his disposition differed from that of the merciless assassin Tao Bai Bai, he was undeniably a formidable expert, capable of taking lives without a soul to restrain him. Do not be deceived by his current smile. It may conceal a blade within. Should his mood take a turn for the worse, Gatai would find himself in dire straits. Gatai was not a pure martial artist. His lineage paled in comparison to that of Little Wukong, nor did he share Little Wukong's enthusiasm upon encountering a master. As a time traveler, his foremost concern was to preserve his own life, diligently honing his skills to grow stronger and alter his fate. As for how Master Crane came to be in this place, Gatai deemed it irrelevant. For now, his life was of paramount importance. Cattley fears not out of cowardice, but rather due to his current frailty, akin to that of an insignificant ant. Furthermore, his belief system as a cultivator prioritizes the philosophical aspects of cultivation. In his previous existence as a practitioner, he did not encounter much adversity, especially when compared to the indomitable will cultivated by martial artists. You, my young friend, seem to recognize me, the Crane Immortal remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he probed further. Yet, as he spoke, his brow furrowed slightly, and he added, "It appears you harbor a certain apprehension towards me." With that, the expression of the Crane Immortal shifted to one of unfriendliness. Upon witnessing the transformation of the Crane Immortal's countenance, Giatai's heart skipped a beat, as if he were suddenly under the gaze of death itself. A chill running down his spine. I must remain composed. The Crane Immortal may not intend to harm me. I must not frighten myself. Giatai endeavored to dispel his anxiety. quietly reassuring himself while simultaneously devising an escape plan. He then moved his lips, his throat slightly parched, forcing a sheepish smile as he spoke. Not at all. How could a mere child like me possibly know someone as esteemed as yourself? I was startled when you suddenly appeared before me. My name is Chen Jiang. I am an orphan and have been living here alone for some time. It is simply my first encounter with another person, which makes me a bit nervous. Jiatai hurriedly explained, awkwardly using his name from a past life, while elucidating the reason for his unease in the presence of another. In the eyes of the crane immortal, the explanation provided by Jiatai seemed reasonable. Subsequently, the crane immortal surveyed the surroundings and noticed a rudimentary wooden cabin nearby, accompanied by a multitude of fish bones piled up, indicating that someone had been living in this area for an extended period. It appears you have not spoken falsely, the crane immortal murmured. Yet he found the arrangement of the massive stones in the vicinity to be rather peculiar, prompting him to cast several glances at them. Although the crane immortal expressed this sentiment, Jiatai sensed a hint of disinterest in his words. Possessing a strong mental acuity, Jiatai could perceive that the crane immortal harbored lingering doubts within. Upon scrutinizing the crane immortal closely, he observed that the latter's gaze was directed behind him. In an instant, Jiatai thought, this is bad. Could it be that the clear wind formation has been discovered? With this apprehension, he feigned a scratch on his neck and subtly turned to glance behind him. He soon realized that the healing beams at the center of the clear wind formation were not manifesting in the daylight, which brought him a sense of relief. The crane immortal had already cultivated his chi, and its intensity was remarkably high. Could it be that the crane immortal sensed something amiss? With this thought, Jiatai's previously relaxed mind tightened once more. What are you doing? The crane immortal inquired as he approached Jiatai with measured steps, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiatai's rear. Though the crane immortal's movements were slow, to Jiatai, it felt as though the specter of death was drawing near. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation, catalyzing his thoughts with fervor. He suddenly recalled that the gaze of the crane sage was not entirely directed behind him. The secret of the formation must remain undiscovered. Thus, where was his attention focused? Yes, just moments ago, I was attempting to gather energy and directed an assault towards the ground, resulting in a significant degree of damage. The crane sage, observing my cultivation from a distance, likely harbored uncertainty regarding my mastery of energy, prompting him to approach for a closer examination. Swiftly, Tragically conjured the most plausible scenario. Senior, I believe you have discerned my endeavor. These colossal stones serve as my training apparatus. Tragically fabricated this narrative, seeking to divert the crane sage's attention. Ah, indeed. I have perceived it. Though you are still youthful, your physique suggests you possess considerable strength, the crane sage remarked with a chuckle. After surveying the impacted ground for a few moments, he turned back to face Tragically, his tone shifting to a more somber note. My vision is rather keen. Wouldn't you agree, little one? Upon hearing this, Tragically immediately sensed trouble, realizing that the crane immortal had seemingly resolved to make things difficult for him. However, Tragically could not discern where he had faltered. Indeed, I find myself quite curious about your cultivation methods. By my estimation, you appear to be no older than a mere 10 years, even if I were to err in my judgment and consider your height. You could only be 13 at most. It is rather astonishing that a mere child of 13 possesses physical strength comparable to that of King Gappa and his ilk. The crane immortal remained composed, his tone slightly tinged with malice yet not overly revealing, as if harboring certain doubts. The indomitable spirit of Jiatai allowed him to perceive certain subtleties. He sensed that the crane hermit was attempting to manipulate his words. Should he acquire the information he sought, it was likely that he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Upon hearing the crane hermit reach this juncture in conversation, Jiatai felt a significant sense of relief. His profound understanding of the Dragon Ball universe served as one of his key advantages. In a moment of inspiration, Jiatai exclaimed, Elder, have you ever heard of the turtle sage? Jiatai did not proclaim Master Roshi as the deity of martial arts. Rather, he recognized the intense rivalry between Master Roshi and Crane Hermit, who were irreconcilable foes. He feared that bestowing such a title upon Master Roshi might incite Crane Hermit's fury. Subsequently, Jiatai observed Crane Hermit's reaction. At that moment, upon hearing Master Roshi's name, Crane Hermit clenched his fists, and his body involuntarily trembled, though he quickly regained his composure. Fixating his gaze on Jiatai, Crane Hermit narrowed his eyes and replied in a nonchalant tone, What does this have to do with him? Despite his words, it became evident that the situation was indeed intertwined with Master Roshi. leading to a slight relaxation in Crane Hermit's demeanor. Cataly immediately perceived the improvement in the state of Master Crane and, taking advantage of the moment, remarked, "From a young age, I have harbored a passion for martial arts, yet I struggled to grasp its essence. Later, upon hearing of the existence of Master Turtle, I embarked on a quest across the world in search of him. Ultimately, after enduring countless hardships, I discovered Master Turtle on a remote island, yet he did not accept me as his disciple." As he spoke, Cataly intentionally allowed a look of regret to surface on his face, casting a furtive glance at Master Crane's reaction. Master Crane, arms crossed and seemingly unfazed, appeared to be listening as if to a sacred text, offering no response. Yet, this very demeanor intensified Cataly's discomfort. He harbored an unsettling suspicion that Master Crane was concocting some clandestine scheme. Gatai possessed no mind-reading abilities, and thus remained oblivious to the thoughts of the Crane Sage. Had he been privy to such knowledge, he would have ceased his incessant prattling and fled long ago. For the Crane Sage had long seen through Gatai's fabrications, albeit concealing his insights with utmost cunning, having lived for centuries and honed his intellect. Unbeknownst to Gatai, he had already betrayed himself. In a desperate attempt to deflect attention, Gatai spun tales of the Turtle Sage's guidance. Enough! The Crane Sage's sudden, thunderous exclamation silenced Gatai instantly. With a chilling gaze, the sage smirked and regarded Gatai with a malevolent glint in his eyes. "Young one, your narrative is quite plausible, yet I remain unconvinced." Upon hearing the Crane Sage's words and witnessing his demeanor, Gatai realized that the sage had never believed his claims from the outset. Every word exchanged was laden with ulterior motives, while Gatai harbored his secret deep within, his patience waning. Simultaneously, Gatai had been keenly observing the Crane Sage and discerned the shift in atmosphere, retreating several meters as a precaution. The Crane Sage did not pursue him aggressively, but approached with deliberate slowness, inquiring, "Child, enlighten me, how did you attain your skills, and who is your master?" To which Gatai thought, "If you wish to know, then reveal to me how I have exposed myself, and I shall divulge the details of my training." At that moment, Gatai exhibited no signs of panic. He appeared to have acclimated to the pressure exerted by the Crane Sage, all the while continuing his gradual retreat. Maintaining a semblance of formidable composure, Gatai has already faced death once. He fears it no longer. If fate were to claim him today, he would harbor no regrets. He has been cunningly stalling for time and deceiving Master Crane in his desperate bid for escape. His greatest asset lies in his mental prowess, which he wields with remarkable finesse, complemented by an array of offensive techniques that afford him a measure of self-preservation. In the original narrative, Master Crane appears to lack the ability to manipulate flight techniques, making Gatai's escape through mental energy a significant strategy. He is confident that Master Crane remains inferior to Master Turtle at present, unable to accurately sense the energy of others. Momentarily taken aback, Master Crane hesitated to respond. Puzzled by Gatai's sudden shift in demeanor, he no longer seemed intimidated. Gatai's flippant remarks ignited the ire of Master Crane, a formidable force on Earth, who found it infuriating to be referred to as an old man by a mere child. Moreover, Master Crane's mental cultivation is incomparably superior to that of Master Turtle. "You are quite the sly little rascal, attempting to deceive me once more. Nevertheless, I am willing to impart some knowledge," Master Crane scoffed. He continued, "I can reveal your flaws, but should you fail to disclose your training methods, I shall simply eliminate you." "Oh, really? Do you truly not wish to learn of my cultivation techniques? Do you not aspire to surpass Master Turtle, to transcend the so-called god of martial arts?" Gatai replied with an air of nonchalance, all the while subtly mobilizing his mental energy, ensuring a protective perimeter against any potential ambush. His words hinted at a precarious dilemma for Master Crane, buying him precious time to devise an escape plan. As anticipated, Master Crane hesitated, for Gatai had accurately discerned his inner turmoil. He harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Master Turtle, yearning to eclipse him. If Gatai indeed possessed an extraordinary method of cultivation, then Master Crane's aspirations could be realized. "So, you truly know me, and in great detail, it seems. It is hard to believe that a mere child from the mountains could possess such knowledge. My interest in you is rekindled. I might even hesitate to end your life," Master Crane remarked after a moment of contemplation. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Gatai remarked, "I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. Are you familiar with the cosmic monarch, Frisia? Do you know of the science?" "You are aware." Before Gatai could finish, Master Rashi waved his hand to interrupt. "Enough. My patience has been thoroughly exhausted. Speaking in such incomprehensible riddles, It appears you truly have no intention of revealing anything. I do care about your cultivation methods. But what does it matter? After all these years of waiting, I still have ample time to explore alternative paths to strength. Upon hearing the words of the Crane Immortal, Gatai realized that the Immortal had already set his mind on murder. Regardless of whether he could extract the information he sought, the Crane Immortal was not pressed for time. He possessed an extensive lifespan. With a faint sigh, Gatai understood that this encounter was indeed fraught with peril, and he immediately steeled himself for the impending confrontation. I have resolved to take your life, the Crane Immortal stated calmly. Before I do, allow me to reveal your flaw. A mocking expression graced his face as he continued. The moment you first perceived my presence was your greatest vulnerability. Now that my words have been spoken, I shall proceed with your demise, despite your youth. If you refuse to speak, then take your secrets with you to the grave. Upon hearing this, Gatai came to a stark realization. He was merely a child, lacking the cultivation of true energy, while the Crane Immortal was an unparalleled master, a disparity that was beyond description. The very fact that he could perceive such a formidable opponent was extraordinary in itself. Although the Crane Immortal's martial prowess may not rival that of the Turtle Immortal, it was certainly not far behind. As a being of the highest echelon on Earth, how could he be so easily detected? It was at that moment that the Crane Immortal became intrigued by Gatai. Initially, it was curiosity regarding how Gatai had discovered him. As their conversation unfolded, he recognized Gatai's solitary cultivation journey and marveled at the accomplishments of one so young, which piqued his interest in Gatai's methods of training. As for the tales Gatai spun regarding the Turtle Immortal, mentioning the latter was merely an attempt to make the Crane Immortal believe that all his achievements were solely due to the Turtle Immortal's influence. However, the Crane Immortal was far too familiar with the Turtle Immortal to be deceived. Unbeknownst to him, Gatai's ability to discern his presence stemmed entirely from his mental prowess. After the Crane Immortal concluded his words, he shifted with an almost imperceptible swiftness, appearing before Gatai in the blink of an eye. His right hand extended naturally, the 5 straight fingers resembling the blade of a razor-sharp knife. Gatai harbored no doubts regarding the potency of the impending attack. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be pierced through, experiencing a chilling sensation that would penetrate to the core. At the very moment when the Crane Immortal initiated his movement, Gatai became acutely aware of the presence of mental energy, which allowed him to perceive the Crane Immortal's actions in their entirety. In an instant, Gatai began to evade. Yet his weakness rendered him vulnerable to the Crane Immortal's swiftness. By the time the Crane Immortal stood before him, Gatai's body only exhibited a discernible attempt to dodge. Relying solely on physical reflexes, Gatai would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the Crane Immortal's assault. Thus, it was the mental energy that propelled his body to move. Considering his current physical strength, his evasive maneuvers were executed with remarkable speed. Ultimately, the Crane Immortal underestimated Gatai, narrowly grazing his chest with a swift motion, and despite this, the force was such that it tore through the fabric of Gatai's garment at the chest. At this moment, Gatai's heart was tumultuous. It was not fear he felt, but sheer astonishment. The martial prowess of Master Rashi was truly formidable, particularly from Gatai's perspective. After all, Gatai possessed little understanding of martial arts, relying solely on his mental acuity to perceive the unfolding events. He had just noticed that Master Rashi's movements were utterly soundless, devoid of any disturbance in the air, as if propelled by some unseen force, executed with an effortless grace. It was as if the motions were slow, yet inevitably unavoidable. Thankfully, Gatai's mental strength enabled him to discern the trajectory of Master Rashi's strikes. Without it, he would have been oblivious to the manner of his demise, potentially frozen in shock for several seconds upon realizing his fate. This was dire. It was far from what he had envisioned. The principles governing the Dragon Ball universe amplified martial prowess to an extraordinary degree compared to his previous life. For someone like Master Rashi, a casual strike was terrifying. To consider him serious was unfathomable. If Master Rashi unleashed any of his formidable techniques, such as the Kamehameha, the destruction rock could easily level a house or even a small mountain. In such a scenario, Gatai would be utterly defenseless. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Had Master Rashi been the slightest bit earnest, he would have undoubtedly been obliterated. In contrast to Gatai's shock, Master Rashi was equally taken aback. He could vividly sense how feeble Gatai's abilities were, comparable only to King Chappa at best. Even at such a level, he could handle numerous opponents. Yet, Gatai had somehow evaded his grasp. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent enveloped Master Rashi. This youth could not be allowed to live. With such capability at this stage, who knew what heights he might reach if he were to train earnestly? Moreover, A grudge had already been established, and Gatai was notably astute. He would not be easily deceived. Should he fail to eliminate Gatai now, it would be his own life at stake in the future. Having missed his initial strike, Master Rashi saw Gatai retreat to a safer distance. Before Gatai could catch his breath, Master Rashi launched another attack. This was a deviation from the original narrative. Gatai noted the swift resurgence of Master Rashi's aggression with a sense of confusion. In the original tale, though Master Rashi was powerful, he was not a malevolent figure. He typically refrained from lethal force. Furthermore, his attacks were not incessant. This was a demonstration of decisive lethality. Gatai could only conclude that Master Rashi was indeed a brother to the world's foremost assassin, Tien, while lamenting that the original story and reality were starkly different. As anticipated, the intensity of Master Rashi's second attack had indeed escalated. Fortunately, Gatai had foreseen this, enabling him to utilize his mental prowess to construct an air barrier to mitigate Master Rashi's assault. Additionally, Gatai began to prepare to unleash his own offensive abilities. Now that Master Rashi was earnest, he could not afford to be complacent. Catalan exerted air pressure upon every inch of Crane Immortal's body, significantly restricting his movements and forcing him to evade once more. However, having lived for centuries, Crane Immortal possessed immense combat experience, and when he became earnest, his power was truly formidable. Although Catalan's abilities were enigmatic and not immediately perceptible, Crane Immortal, a genuine martial arts master who had cultivated his chi, was not to be underestimated. With a slight shift of his body, it seemed as though every part of him emanated a force of attack, instantly breaking free from the constraints imposed upon him. Without affording Catalan a moment to regain his composure, he suddenly unleashed a whip-like kick, his right leg transforming into a fleeting shadow aimed at Catalan's head. With his hands raised high, Gatai seemed to slice through the air, compressing it with each movement. Suddenly, two enigmatic blades of wind materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the legs of the Crane Immortal. The wind blades were effortlessly shattered. Yet the heel of Gatai's right leg struck against his arms, which shielded his head. A dense barrier of air, fortified by his mental energy, coalesced around Gatai's arms. Unfortunately, this compressed barrier proved inadequate against the might of the kick, resulting in a thunderous crack as the air shield shattered. The ensuing force unleashed a tempest, akin to a wave of finely honed blades, severing nearby trees with ease. Ultimately, Gatai's arms absorbed the blow. Though they remained unbroken, they throbbed with excruciating pain, surely harboring fractures. Seizing the opportunity as his body was propelled backward, Gatai silently extended his mental control over a radius of more than 100 meters. With great effort, the atmosphere transformed dramatically as a wild gale surged forth. Instantly, hundreds of silver-hued wind blades emerged within the vicinity, their presence strikingly formidable. The Crane Immortal, witnessing two successive attacks thwarted by a mere child, through such peculiar means, was left utterly astonished. Moreover, he had exerted all his strength in the second assault, yet it had failed to vanquish his foe. Did this not imply that Gatai, at such a tender age and with his current cultivation, could now contend with seasoned warriors? Faced with the sudden appearance of these wind blades, the Crane Immortal momentarily withdrew from his assault on Gatai. The bizarre emergence of these blades left him unable to gauge their destructive potential. Composed of condensed air, the multitude of wind blades shimmered with a silvery hue, resembling true weapons. Bathed in sunlight, they exuded an aura of chilling sharpness, leaving no doubt as to their lethal nature, though such an assessment could only be made from the perspective of an ordinary observer. Although the intensity of Katya's mental power is considerable, it pales in comparison to that of true extraordinary beings from previous lives. The essence of such beings lies in their heightened mental acuity, which Katya possesses. However, what makes extraordinary beings formidable is their innate ability to grasp certain traces of the Tao upon awakening, allowing them to integrate the Tao into their supernatural abilities, thereby amplifying their power exponentially. In the past, 99% of cultivators focused solely on enhancing the strength of their souls, believing that a stronger soul would grant them access to greater powers, without ever comprehending even a trace of the Tao. Katya is no exception to this. The blades of wind he conjured were forcibly condensed through his mental strength, lacking any infusion of the Tao's essence. Blades of wind imbued with the Tao not only possess significantly greater power, but also exhibit a solidity that makes them resistant to destruction. This can be likened to the comparison between a common bronze sword and a finely crafted steel sword produced through modern high-level metallurgy. The bronze sword represents the wind blades forged by Katya's mental effort, while the steel sword symbolizes the outcome of integrating the Tao, sharp and resilient. Thus, Kadia understood that the wind blades could not inflict fatal harm on the crane immortal, and the secrets of the formation must remain concealed from others. Consequently, he condensed numerous wind blades with the intent to annihilate the foundation of the formation and to execute a relentless barrage against the crane immortal, thereby delaying his actions to facilitate his own escape. In contrast, the crane immortal, now in a frenzied state, found himself confronted with the impending assault of wind blades, compelling him to temporarily abandon his pursuit of Kadia. With a sudden surge of energy, the crane immortal's eyes widened, his body sank slightly, and his fist clenched tightly, his aura skyrocketing as he stood resolute like a mountain. Accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar, an unprecedented transformation occurred. The crane immortal's muscles bulged dramatically, his physique becoming more imposing, transforming from a gaunt figure into a robust and muscular warrior. Explosive state, Kadia exclaimed in astonishment. It was in this moment that the crane immortal truly unleashed his full potential, and Kadia could scarcely believe that he, once as insignificant as an ant, had forced the crane immortal into such a state. Although the crane immortal's current condition was terrifying, it demanded immense energy, and a slight delay might provide a significant opportunity for escape. Kadia quickly recalibrated his thoughts. This was indeed a chance he must seize. Go. Without further hesitation, Kadia commanded a portion of the wind blades to attack the crane immortal from all directions in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! The crane immortal's furious fist smashed down upon the incoming wind blades, shattering them with ease. However, their sheer quantity meant that, despite their relatively low power, the wind blades, being composed of air, were inherently swift. Each wind blade could be perceived as an attack from a formidable adversary on par with the crane immortal. Thus, many blades still managed to strike the crane immortal. In his current state, he experienced significant enhancements in all aspects, allowing him to deftly evade critical strikes, sustaining only minor wounds on his back and legs. These superficial cuts merely grazed the surface, resembling strokes of red watercolor on his skin. As anticipated by Kadia, this created a barrier against the crane immortal. Simultaneously, another batch of wind blades swiftly dismantled a substantial portion of the foundational elements of both the gravitational and gentle wind formations. Although complete destruction was unattainable, it rendered the original layout indecipherable, making any potential reconfiguration challenging unless the crane immortal possessed an extraordinary memory and had meticulously cataloged the formation's intricate details in his mind beforehand. The wind blades that had disrupted the formation did not shatter. Instead, they returned to assault the crane immortal. This time, the assault intensified, enveloping him in a veritable storm of wind blades. In desperation, the crane immortal could only curl up defensively, bracing himself against the onslaught. Upon witnessing the situation, Gatai's lips curled into a sardonic smile, revealing a mocking expression. His mental fortitude was presently abundant, allowing him to continuously conjure razor-sharp wind blades without faltering for at least another 2 hours. Even if he could not vanquish his opponent, he could certainly stall for time. He anticipated that once the crane immortal exited his explosive state, the subsequent repercussions would leave him weakened, thereby increasing the likelihood of escape to a certainty, or perhaps even the chance to eliminate the crane immortal entirely. The crane immortal, on his part, felt a tinge of anxiety. His mastery over this explosive state was not particularly refined. This state exacted a tremendous toll on his body, rendering it difficult to manage effectively. And the aftermath was invariably uncomfortable. He had long considered this state to be an imperfect means of enhancement, which was why he had never committed to training in it. Now, having resorted to it in a moment of anger, he found it too late for regrets. Though the crane immortal had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, his dignity had been trampled upon by Gatai. Who was he? One of the world's foremost experts, and yet today he found himself in such a disheveled predicament. Enraged, he roared like a frenzied lion, "You wretch, I shall tear you to shreds." In a sudden surge of fury, Gatai noticed a faint white aura emanating from the crane immortal's body. At that moment, he sensed that the crane immortal's momentum was reaching a critical point, as if he were on the verge of detonation. This is bad. It appeared that Gatai had discerned the intentions of the crane immortal and swiftly retreated. Yet, it was too late. The crane immortal's body suddenly trembled, and a surge of energy erupted from within. Instantly, a powerful shockwave burst forth, shattering all the razor winds around. The violent explosive force resonated across a vast area, sending weeds flying and soil swirling, obscuring visibility. Gatai was lifted off the ground, unable to maintain his composure. Upon hearing these 3 words, Gatai's heart sank. and an overwhelming sense of peril engulfed him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Shortly thereafter, a searing pain shot through his right shoulder. It had been pierced, the agony dimming the light in his eyes, as if his very life was ebbing away. This grievous injury was unprecedented since his rebirth, and the suddenness of the blow rendered him momentarily unconscious. After several breaths, calm returned to the area. The crane immortal knelt on the ground, gasping for air, now forced back into a normal state, utterly fatigued. Approximately a minute later, he regained a modicum of strength, his breathing stabilizing. During this fleeting moment, Gatai's consciousness began to return, aided by his formidable mental fortitude. However, the acute pain in his right shoulder elicited a muffled groan from him. The crane immortal, hearing the sound, glanced at the prostrate Gatai in astonishment, muttering, surprisingly, "You are not completely dead." Yet, what did it matter if he was still alive, reduced to merely half a life? With a casual remark, the crane immortal slowly rose and approached Gatai. At that moment, Gatai made no attempt to rise or take any action, however. His mental acuity allowed him to perceive that the crane immortal was not in optimal condition. Gatai was acutely aware that he was no longer in a condition to engage in battle. In such a state, escape was utterly impossible. Even if he possessed the ability to fly, he would still be vulnerable to the second long-range attack of the crane hermit S-dimensional wave. His sole reliance lay in his mental prowess. At this moment, Gatai fervently sought methods of soul-based assault within the recesses of his mind. In his previous life, he had delved into the orthodox techniques of soul attacks but had never truly practiced them, for mastering such arts was notoriously challenging, even when one possessed the requisite teachings. Now, in the realm of Dragon Ball, it remained uncertain whether the techniques from his former existence could be effectively employed. Given his current predicament, time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly uncover a definitively effective method of soul attack. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind, until finally, the technique of soul impact emerged in his consciousness. Soul impact was a method that involved igniting one's own soul to deliver a final strike against an adversary, a desperate gambit that risked total annihilation. Additionally, an evolved variant of this technique existed, known as mental shock, which bore similarities in its application. In his previous life within the realm of cultivation, techniques of soul attack were exceedingly rare and precious, prompting some to develop both soul impact and mental shock. These two methods eschew the conventional characteristics of skill cultivation, targeting the fundamental essence of soul and mental energy directly, launching attacks against opponents at the cost of sacrificing a portion of one's own soul or mental power. Both soul and mental energy were intrinsically one's own, making them inherently easier to control, much like one's own hands. If one could muster the resolve, it was entirely feasible to sever a part of oneself. Thus, soul impact and mental shock could be wielded effortlessly, devoid of any formal techniques. Although Gatai has been reborn in the world of Dragon Ball, he possesses the soul strength and mental power equivalent to that of an intermediate golden core, which perfectly aligns with his abilities. Thus, Gatai believes he is entirely capable of utilizing the mental shock technique to assault Master Roshi. Within the realm of mental perception, Master Roshi is drawing near. At this moment, Gatai opens his eyes, filled with fury, fixating intently on Master Roshi. With a menacing expression, Master Roshi places a foot upon Gatai's right shoulder, revealing that he has not perished because the blow was misdirected, failing to strike a vital point. The wound on Gatai's body was pressed upon, causing him to cry out in agony, yet he found himself utterly helpless. The sensation of having one's life controlled by another is truly unbearable. The crane immortal applied pressure, even twisting the tip of his foot into the wound, making Gatai tremble and breathe rapidly. His body instinctively sought to move, only to provoke a sharper pain from the injury. My apologies for causing you discomfort. This is your final opportunity. Reveal the method of your cultivation, and I may grant you a swift release, the crane immortal remarked, a smug expression replacing his previously menacing visage. His demeanor resembled that of the vilified traitors. Seeing you in such torment, I shall allow you a moment of respite. With that, the crane immortal lifted his foot, granting Gatai a brief reprieve. Look, I am so merciful. You should be grateful. Now, hasten to disclose your cultivation method. A faint smile graced the face of Gatai, albeit a strained one, his eyes brimming with disdain and a hint of mockery. Observing this, the crane immortal's expression darkened once more, and with a stern voice, he declared, "It seems you are merely a stubborn duck. Very well, then, go to your demise." With that, the crane immortal extended a finger, a yellow orb of light coalescing at its tip, growing larger by the moment. Gatai could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within that fingertip. "Is this what you refer to as chi?" he remarked, his smile growing ever more radiant. Previously, Jatai had endured a piercing wave from the crane immortal, a moment that had placed him on the precipice of life and death. In that instant, both his body and mind were intensely focused, leading to a peculiar sensation as if his body had undergone some form of awakening. The dormant energies within his cells stirred to life. Following his injury, the latent chi within him had finally begun to autonomously manifest, initiating a self-repair of his wounds. However, due to the severity of his injuries, Jatai found himself lacking in strength and chi, rendering the healing effects rather subtle. Yet simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the formidable nature of chi within the Dragon Ball realm. It emanated from the body, derived from the self, possessing a remarkable capacity for self-repair. This was starkly different from his previous existence, where various attribute-based techniques existed, particularly those aligned with healing, which exhibited potent restorative effects. In contrast, energies cultivated from more aggressive attributes like fire or ice lacked any self-repairing capabilities, merely providing a faint healing effect through the absorption of natural energies during practice. Initially puzzled by the gradual recovery of his body, Jatai's understanding crystallized upon witnessing the crane immortal's chi up close. He realized that his body had been stimulated and was now actively generating chi, which he could also command. With this newfound knowledge, Jatai concluded that mastering chi would free him from the fear of hidden injuries, propelling him to new heights. Gazing at the surging power concentrated at the crane immortal's fingertip, Jatai softly uttered, "Thank you." Without waiting for a response, he ignited a tenth of his mental energy. The act of burning his mental force rendered his complexion somewhat pale. Despite being merely a fraction, it felt akin to severing a finger, still painful. Once ignited, this fraction of strength unleashed a formidable force, an imperceptible wave infiltrating the crane immortal's consciousness. Though the crane immortal sensed something amiss, his previous encounters with the dumpling's extraordinary abilities left him bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of this mental anomaly. In an instant, a searing pain shot through his mind, akin to being pierced by needles, causing the energy at his fingertip to dissipate. The torment imprinted upon his very soul was indescribably profound. Clutching his head in agony, he collapsed to the ground. Utterly drained of strength, his eyes bloodshot as if his head were on the verge of bursting. Soon, the crane immortal lacked the will to struggle. Extending a trembling finger toward Jatai, uttering a few garbled words before losing consciousness, Jatai endeavored to adjust his state, harnessing his mental strength to rise to his feet. And only after confirming that Master Crane was not dead did he feel a sense of relief. Although Master Crane was merciless towards him, Jatai was grateful to be alive. And he fervently wished for minimal alterations to the original storyline, particularly because the Cell Saga was fraught with uncertainties. In his view, human intellect could even make the gods tremble, as exemplified by the transcendent cultivation civilization of his previous life, which had reached its zenith through human ingenuity, resulting in unimaginable power among cultivators. Thus, enduring the tumultuous Cell period was of utmost importance. Consequently, Jatai expended 1/10 of his mental energy in an attack. Otherwise, Master Crane would have undoubtedly succumbed to the mental strike. As for whether Master Crane would become a fool, Jatai could not concern himself with that. For now, Master Crane was not to be killed, and lingering in this place was ill-advised. He needed to depart swiftly. Casting one last glance at Master Crane on the ground, he also surveyed the two formations he had destroyed, wearing a helpless expression. He summoned his mental energy to propel himself into the air, and then quickly took flight. In his desperate bid for survival, Jatai flew with great fervor, seeking out perilous terrain, for only in such secluded places could he find safety from human presence. He maintained a considerable altitude, facilitating his search for suitable refuge. After several hours, as dusk descended, the after-effects of expending his mental energy became increasingly apparent. His body, already injured, was nearing its limits due to the continuous use of mental power for flight. Just then, he encountered a remarkable topography. There stood 5 towering mountains, reaching into the clouds, resembling 5 fingers. However, these mountains were not aligned side by side. Instead, they encircled a particular area. The sides of each mountain that faced one another bore several extensions akin to outstretched arms, forming ethereal bridges in the air. Although the terrain was not particularly treacherous, the heights of the mountains rendered them shrouded in dense mist, providing excellent concealment. Jatai assessed the scene before him, instinctively deeming this place a temporary haven. With this thought in mind, Jatai flew towards the 5 mountains. As evening approached, the environment within the forest began to shift, with mist gradually rising, effectively cloaking him from view. Upon nearing the mountains, Jatai discovered their unique characteristics. In the distance, he heard a cacophony from the sky. Peering through the mist, he beheld numerous pterosaurs, Subsequently, he observed several pterosaurs darting towards the base of the mountains with astonishing speed, akin to fighter jets. With a powerful flap of their wings, they retracted them, propelling their massive bodies forward like released missiles, creating a thunderous resonance in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Gatai marveled at the formidable physicality of the pterosaurs. Realizing that their lineage surpassed his own, he could not help but shake his head. After the pterosaurs flew past, they did not re-emerge. Gatai, moving cautiously closer, discerned that at each extended route there lay a cavern where the pterosaurs rested. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a pterosaur nest, which was fortuitous. For their combat prowess was indeed formidable, and Master Crane would never anticipate that he would seek refuge in such a perilous locale, Gatai mused. Currently, he was still weak and severely injured, rendering him no match for the pterosaurs. Caution was paramount. Thus, Gatai lowered his flight altitude, striving to avoid detection by the pterosaurs as he navigated towards a more concealed direction. Before long, he discovered a relatively lower area, where the mountain extended, and thankfully, the regions where the upper mountains met were shrouded in mist, likely preventing the pterosaurs from noticing his presence. Catalonia seemed to have exhausted its final breath, as if it had traversed a marathon, taking that last victorious step before collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Catalonia carefully examined its wounds, discovering a slender round hole in its right shoulder, evidently created by the piercing force of a projectile. Fortunately, the master of the Crane School had not mastered his explosive state well. Under such conditions, his control over energy was significantly diminished. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to ashes. After half a day, although the injuries had not healed, they were no longer as painful. The ridge extending from the mountain was vast, spanning several football fields. Here, if there were ample food, prolonged cultivation would also be a commendable choice. Catalonia surveyed the surroundings and entertained the idea of temporarily residing here. With mental energy nearly depleted, uncertain whether it could be replenished, the immediate priority was to recuperate properly. Resolutely setting aside distractions, Catalonia temporarily abandoned the use of mental energy, mustering the strength to rise and head towards the base of the ridge. With one hand pressed against the injured area, the steps were unsteady and sluggish. Yet, at the base, there appeared to be a cave, and its modest size was inconsequential. Upon closer inspection, Catalonia discovered that the cave was indeed present. As a human, not a massive pterosaur, it was ample enough to shield him from the elements, and he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Leaning against the rocky wall, Catalonia relaxed his body, attentively sensing the condition within. Exhausted, the body made every effort to absorb external energy to alleviate its fatigue, while the previously unutilized energy within rapidly mobilized to repair the wounds. However, this method of healing had its drawbacks. It was entirely spontaneous, and compared to the convenience of having a cultivation technique in the past life, which actively guided energy for healing, the results were not comparable. Nonetheless, having lived 2 lives, Catalonia possessed a profound reservoir of knowledge. And his own energy not only empowered him but also bestowed healing capabilities, a fact known to every cultivator in his former life. Although he had not developed a feasible technique in the Dragon Ball universe, Catalonia could enhance his control over his own energy. As he attentively sensed, he gained insights into the manipulation and application of energy. Subsequently, he consciously stimulated the generation of energy within his body, augmenting it with his spontaneous healing method, directing a substantial amount toward the wounds. Yet, he quickly realized the insufficiency of energy within his body. The healing process was far too slow. He discerned that although he could manipulate energy, he had not truly matured. He surmised that even if he could mobilize all the energy in his body, he would still be unable to unleash it in the form of shockwaves. It was akin to the original story, where Goku had initially mastered energy control before Krillin, who, refusing to back down, could only produce a small bubble of energy in his hands. Furthermore, in the Majin Buu saga, Videl, with sufficient physical strength, learned to control energy under Gohan's guidance, but could only use it to levitate herself, unable to release it as a shockwave. Indeed, it appeared that the training of energy in the Dragon Ball universe was divided into 3 stages. The first stage involved strengthening the body, allowing the energy within to grow to a perceivable level. The second stage consisted of sensing the energy within the body and mobilizing it. Energy was enigmatic at this stage. It could be employed for basic applications, such as flight. The third stage focused on deepening the understanding of energy and amplifying it, enabling the user to release it as energy attacks, at which point the energy within the body would become more robust, allowing for better spontaneous healing even when injured. Catalonia methodically analyzed each stage. As he continued his analysis, he grasped the core of the issue. However, at this moment, he was alone, with insufficient energy. lacking senza beans or medical instruments, and trapped in the depths of the mountains. In such an environment, he could only rely on his body's autonomous repair mechanisms. For this self-repair to be effective, sufficient energy was imperative, which must be obtained from external sources. Next, Catalonia scanned his surroundings for anything edible, as nourishing the body was the most fundamental means to ensure ample energy for self-repair. Soon, he realized that there was nothing to eat in this desolate place. This revelation filled him with anxiety. Given his current condition, surviving in such an environment was akin to digging his own grave. Resigned, he decided to rest here for the night and wait until the next day. If his injuries improved and his mental energy was restored, he would seek out another location or venture out in search of food. Catalonia spoke to himself in a somewhat despondent tone. Then, he relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and quietly rested. As for his injuries, his body had undergone some development, enhancing its capacity to absorb energy from the environment, relying entirely on its autonomous healing. In the depths of the mountains, the night was tranquil, with scarcely any other sounds. Drip, drip. Water? Hearing the sound of dripping water, Catalonia felt a pang of thirst. Upon hearing it, he awakened from his tranquil state, eyes snapping open. He then attentively focused on the source of the droplets. Minutes passed without any further indication. Nothing? A figment of my imagination? Drip. Just as Catalonia was lost in speculation, the sound of dripping water resonated again. It appeared once more. Catalonia was convinced this was genuine, certainly not a mere auditory hallucination. He held his breath, concentrating intently, and listened once more. After approximately another 10 minutes, he finally heard the sound of dripping water for the third time. That way, a glimmer of determination sparked in Catalonia's eyes, disregarding the pain in his body. He urgently turned over and made his way toward the source of the sound. Gata arrived at the other side of the cave, pressing his ear against the rocky wall, straining to listen. After a few more minutes, he heard the sound of dripping water once again. This time, Gata was finally able to ascertain the source of the sound. The droplets emanated from within the cave's rocky interior. He then extended his hand, striking the wall extensively, and soon discovered a section of rock, roughly the size of a palm, that was notably fragile. With a slight exertion, Gatai caused a fissure to appear in the rock face, accompanied by an intriguing fragrance that wafted through the air. What could be the source of such exquisite aroma? Gatai felt a flicker of curiosity, sensing that he might have stumbled upon a treasure. Disregarding his initial thoughts, he exerted more force, shattering the rock to create an opening the size of his palm. As soon as the hole was formed, a milky white liquid began to ooze forth, and with its gradual release, the enchanting scent intensified, invigorating Gatai to the core with a deep inhalation. The mere aroma was enough to uplift his spirits, indicating that it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. Suppressing his inner excitement, Gatai felt no apprehension regarding the essence of the white liquid. He eagerly positioned his mouth at the opening and began to partake. After savoring a few sips, he smacked his lips in delight, his eyes gleaming with realization. It was the elusive century-old stalactite essence. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Although in the realm of cultivation, stalactite essence might not hold significant value, its effects, after a century of maturation, were indeed a remarkable boon for martial artists honing their inner strength. Cattle is currently in the world of Dragon Ball, where cultivation is deeply intertwined with the physical body. At this stage, Cattle remains relatively weak and is in dire need of such precious resources. The abundance of stalactite liquid here is promising, sufficient to last for quite some time. Overjoyed, Cattle dances with excitement. Soon after, he begins to drink heartily, and before long, he feels pleasantly full. His body continuously absorbs the energy of the stalactite liquid, sending waves of warmth coursing through him. Subsequently, he seals the cave once more and begins to refine this energy. Since mastering his chi, Cattle has gained the ability to control his body without relying on mental power. His cells rapidly absorb the energy, leading to recovery and enhancement of his physical form, making him increasingly robust. The nurturing of his soul also becomes increasingly evident, and soon, Cattle's mental state improves significantly. The cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball world are genuinely unique, centering around the body and the chi. In his previous life, cultivation techniques allowed individuals to absorb the energies of the heavens and earth, as well as precious resources, to refine them for personal enhancement. The ultimate goal of such techniques is to strengthen the physical body. Although the Dragon Ball world may not possess formal cultivation techniques, practitioners can fundamentally harness their bodies to absorb needed energy, thereby strengthening every cell within, leading to physical enhancement. The two concepts share a common origin, yet the latter is far more thorough. Perhaps this explains why the Dragon Ball world seemingly lacks formal techniques. They require none, as everything hinges on the body itself. Before long, Cattle notices a marked improvement in his mental energy. Today is the third watch. Tomorrow, I shall take a break. Time gradually passes. And Cattle has spent a year at Wuzishan, the name he has given to the 5 peaks. Since discovering the stalactite liquid, Cattle has entered a rapid growth phase in his cultivation. After his previous injuries, the effects of the stalactite liquid, while not a substitute for food, have surprisingly expedited his recovery the following day. Although his overall mental energy has diminished by 10%, its intensity remains formidable. With sufficient mental energy, finding food anywhere in the world is no longer an issue. After a month, Cattle has re-established both the gravity formation and healing formation at Wuzishan. The current gravity formation still exerts 10 times the normal gravity, although its range has diminished. Nevertheless, the gravitational effect has improved, now reaching 1.6 times the gravity of Earth. This enhancement is a result of Cattle's continuous contemplation on how to optimize the gravity formation. With the stalactite liquid and mastery over Qi, he initially forced his body's strength to increase, aiming to augment his internal Qi reservoir. As days passed, he further refined his control over Qi, and by the second month, he was capable of unleashing energy waves. However, their power was still inferior to Goku's initial use of the Kamehameha, as Cattle's energy waves were merely a concentrated release of Qi, whereas the Kamehameha, crafted by Master Roshi, possesses remarkable propulsion and sustained power. Having mastered Qi, it began to develop within him, and Cattle no longer feared hidden injuries within his body. During the third month, each training session left him utterly exhausted, pushing himself to the brink of collapse in a relentless pursuit of surpassing his limits. In just 1 month, alongside the stalactite liquid and healing formation, Cattle broke through his limits 3 times. The growth from these breakthroughs was substantial, in terms of Qi alone. Cattle had reached the fighting strength comparable to Goku's first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. By the end of the 3rd month, he had fully adapted to the current gravity formation. In the 4th month, Cattle commenced high-intensity training within the gravity formation, quickly adapting and practicing the 3-body technique, rapidly unlocking his physical potential. By the 5th month, the effectiveness of the gravity formation had significantly diminished, necessitating another adjustment. After thorough contemplation, Cattle determined that the original gravity formation was no longer viable, and he subsequently established a 20-fold gravity formation. Due to material limitations, this new formation manifested only a 2-fold effect relative to Earth's gravity. In the 5th and 6th months, Cattle endured another 2-month adaptation to the 2-fold gravity. By the 7th month, he engaged in high-intensity training within the new gravity formation, further refining the 3-body technique. The 8th and 9th months continued this cycle uninterrupted until the 12th month, with Cattle perpetually breaking through his limits through rigorous training and adaptation to the gravity formation, culminating in high-intensity practice of the 3-body technique. 12 months mark a full year, and during this time, Cattle has adjusted the gravity formation to exert 3.6 times the gravity of Earth. Now, the 3-body technique within this 3.6 gravity formation has been fully mastered. Thus, Cattle concludes the 2nd year of his grueling training in this foreign world. At this juncture, his focus on honing his physical form also comes to an end. Given the low potential of Earthlings, relying solely on high-intensity training to unlock physical potential is a suboptimal strategy. The key lies in discovering the correct cultivation method. Only by identifying the right path can one make significant strides forward. In other words, the wise earn their keep through intellect, while the foolish expend their life force in pursuit of wealth. Therefore, at this stage, Cattle must undergo a profound transformation in his training approach. In the time ahead, his focus will shift towards enhancing the intensity of his Qi, with the gravity formation supporting long-term practice of the 3-body technique. Having mastered Qi, Cattle has gained significant insight into its cultivation. Not wishing to rush, he decides to test the current state of his abilities. Licking his lips, Cattle feels a surge of excitement. Gazing up at the densely woven clouds above, a confident smile graces his lips. After a year of vigilance against the pterosaurs, he has finally endured. Now, he longs to discover their true strength. With that thought, Cattle's body takes to the skies, flying not through mental power but by harnessing the Qi within, applying the air dance technique he has grasped. He swiftly navigates through layers of clouds until he reaches the gathering place of the pterosaurs. Caw, caw. The pterosaurs immediately detect Cattle's presence, screeching loudly. As the cries echo, more pterosaurs converge, totaling 13. Their eyes glow with a fierce red light, mouths agape, drool uncontrollably dripping as they regard Cattle as their prey. If you wish to hunt me, let us see what you are capable of. Cattle feels no fear in the face of the pterosaur's ferocity. Instead, to him, they appear as mere jesters. Unbeknownst to him, his heart has begun to change, becoming more resilient. As he grows and gains understanding of this era of Earth, he now stands among the pinnacle of its warriors. Even if faced with Master Rashi or Tao Pai Pai, he could effortlessly handle the situation, easily escaping if necessary. This is the transformed cattle, the moment he truly begins his metamorphosis from a mere insect into a mighty eagle. Boom! One pterosaur, driven by hunger, flaps its wings vigorously, launching itself into the air. With rapid wing beats, it propels itself towards cattle like a cannonball, mouth wide open, revealing razor-sharp teeth that send chills down the spine. Calmly, Gatai approached with a swift leap, closing the distance to zero between himself and the pterosaur. He could feel the oppressive rush of air as the creature dove towards him. However, Gatai had matured significantly, and such pressure no longer affected him. With a focused gaze, he extended one hand and pressed it firmly against the pterosaur's snout. The impact halted the massive creature's momentum, transitioning it from extreme motion to utter stillness, causing the air to swirl and waves to ripple. The pterosaur's snout, directly connected, delivered a tremendous shock. Instantly, tears streamed from its eyes in pain. Gatai smiled slightly, raised his other fist, and struck with lightning speed towards its head. The pterosaur felt an overwhelming force. Its entire body was uncontrollably propelled by Gatai's punch, sending it crashing into a mountain ridge. The impact left a web of cracks across the ridge, threatening to shatter it entirely. Other pterosaurs, seemingly unwilling to concede, sent another one charging at Gatai from behind. Although Gatai did not rely on psychic flight, his mental acuity allowed him to perceive his surroundings effortlessly, and he sensed the approaching threat without turning. With a subtle shift, Gatai evaded the attack, and, just as the pterosaur brushed past him, he seized its tail, channeling his strength into a mighty throw that sent it crashing into the one he had previously struck. The ridge endured another violent collision and finally fractured. At that moment, the remaining pterosaurs seemed deterred, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded Gatai. With a cacophony of cries, they scattered in all directions. Gatai exhaled, relieved that they had fled. This territory was now his. Yet, he lamented his inability to truly gauge his strength. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he glanced down at the two wounded pterosaurs beneath him, who were wailing in distress. He descended slowly before them. Instantly, their expressions morphed into sheer terror. And disregarding their injuries, they flapped their wings frantically to escape, colliding with the mountainside multiple times in their panic. The fauna of the Dragon Ball world is indeed peculiar. Exhibiting a remarkable degree of intelligence, their expressions strikingly human-like. Gatai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the pterosaurs. In a year's time, the World Martial Arts Tournament would commence. Technically, he had less than a year left to train. Gatai gazed up at the sky, his face alight with anticipation. Returning to his designated area, he adjusted his focus and began to cultivate his energy. Now capable of mastering his chi, he effortlessly gathered a formidable force between his palms. The energy amassed rapidly, coalescing into a brilliant blue sphere of light. Gatai gathered all his remaining energy, ceaselessly drawing it from within his body, quickly succumbing to exhaustion. The vitality within him had been nearly depleted, and the luminous sphere between his palms radiated with an intense brilliance, exuding a powerful sensation of expansion as if it were on the verge of bursting forth uncontrollably. Yet, he urged himself to persist, believing that only by enduring could his cells undergo a more profound transformation and generate greater energy. As he clung to this thought, he persevered for a while longer, his entire being immersed in a strenuous state of energy extraction. In this dire condition, his body craved nourishment, instinctively seeking to absorb energy from the surroundings. However, each time his strength began to replenish, Gatai would siphon it away once more, trapping himself in an unending cycle where his form remained in a state of disrepair. What Cattle is currently doing is exerting pressure on his cells, fundamentally squeezing his own potential. Soon, he is drenched in sweat, his entire body weighed down. And he must also divert his focus to prevent the gathered energy from being released. Balancing both tasks proves to be exceedingly challenging. It becomes unbearable. Cattle perseveres for a little longer, yet he can no longer endure. Otherwise, the situation will spiral out of control. As this predicament unfolds, Cattle pushes his palm towards the sky, the energy within transforming into a shockwave that surges upwards amidst a thunderous roar. The shockwave lasts for several seconds before Cattle, utterly spent, causes it to dissipate. Ha, ha. Gatai gasped for breath, his hands hanging limply by his sides, his face etched with profound fatigue, embodying utter despondency. Once more, he murmured, gathering his energy again. This time, however, his body was scarcely imbued with vitality. The energy he summoned appeared as scattered specks of light, coalescing in his palms. It was evident that the luminous dots gradually merged into a newly created orb, expanding slowly. Yet, After a brief struggle, Gatai soon found himself devoid of strength, his body collapsing. However, at the moment he fell, the scant energy he had managed to gather inadvertently flowed back into his body, guided by instinct. This revelation invigorated Gatai. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the healing array, seeking to restore his body through the array's restorative effects. Gatai had not yet restored his energy to its optimal state, and after merely an hour, he withdrew. Although the energy within him was limited, it was not entirely depleted, perhaps rendering the situation more manageable. Gatai assessed his body and arrived at a rough conclusion. Subsequently, he attempted to gather energy once more. This time, however, he sat cross-legged on the ground, contemplating the realm of martial artists where all meridians are interconnected. He recalled the form of a super scion enveloped in golden flames, as well as the explosive energy state exhibited by Krillin and his companions during the cosmic arc in the original Dragon Ball narrative, which was marked by a distinct white aura surrounding them. In Gatai's perspective, the states of Super Saiyan transformation and Krillin's later explosive energy were fundamentally similar to the concept of interconnected meridians. These three conditions bore a striking resemblance to one another. It seemed that the individuals in the Dragon Ball universe had perfected the art of interconnected meridians. Their cultivation of energy was intrinsically linked to the cultivation of their bodies, and this interconnectedness appeared to manifest naturally. Once a certain threshold of energy was achieved, it became attainable. Perhaps this was a reflection of the cosmic principles at play within the Dragon Ball realm. Gatai mused inwardly, marveling at the wonders of this extraordinary world. Long ago, he had trained his body underwater, significantly enhancing his connection to the external environment and greatly improving his bodily control. It is conceivable that the innate state of his body was akin to the interconnected meridians. At this stage, in terms of bodily control, he believed that no one could rival him, save for Son Goku. Should he succeed in this endeavor and subsequently master it, he would no longer need to concentrate his energy outwardly. Instead, he could effortlessly retract it within himself. This approach would not only facilitate his energy cultivation, but also expedite the recovery of his physical form. As Cattle pondered further, an exhilarating realization dawned upon him. He believed he had conceived a remarkably effective method of cultivation, one that could potentially endure through time. With each deduction, his conviction grew stronger. As he focused his energy, Cattle soon felt a sensation akin to being drawn upon, and he harnessed this energy to channel his mental strength. His body and mental prowess worked in unison, directing the energy to emanate from various points throughout his form. Initially, he refrained from extracting the majority of his energy, opting instead to experiment with the feasibility of this method. Consequently, under the combined influence of his body and mental force, a modest amount of energy was successfully controlled, and he sensed a shimmering aura, reminiscent of starlight, radiating from his back. It is indeed feasible. Cattle's heart raced at the thought. The next step was to contain this dissipating energy, preventing its loss, which necessitated the inward consolidation of the energy. For Cattle, this task was relatively straightforward, given his formidable control over both his body and mental faculties. However, to his disappointment, when he attempted to retract the energy, the aura that had spread beyond his body remained uncontrollable, while the energy still residing within was effectively managed. With great effort, the energy within began to condense and compress. The energy that once filled each cell was mysteriously compacted into the corners of their original spaces, thus freeing up substantial room for the storage of additional energy. Moreover, during this intense consolidation, his body fervently absorbed the energies of the universe to replenish the cellular demands, only to have these newly acquired energies once again compressed, leading to a harmonious coexistence that increased the total volume of energy. This state had been a concept Cattle had contemplated long ago, albeit without mastery over energy at that time. Yet, it was not the aspiration he pursued now. As a descendant of Earth, his potential was inherently limited. According to the original narrative, the maximum potential of an Earth lineage should cap at a combat power of 1,000 points. Thus, Cattle aimed to strive towards this goal, seeking to excavate his latent abilities to exhaust his innate potential and achieve that coveted combat power of 1,000 points, which would subsequently pave the way for greater and swifter growth beyond his limits. Should he disregard all else in a relentless pursuit of power, he risked entombing his earthly potential, making it increasingly difficult to breach the barriers of his limits as he grew stronger. Despite the setbacks, Cattle remained undeterred. At the very least, he had discovered a stable method for unearthing his potential. Refocusing his thoughts, he resumed his practice, this time aspiring to extract a significantly greater volume of energy from his body. With prior experience as his guide, the process unfolded seamlessly. The energy he released into the external realm was more abundant. Cattle did not rush this release. Instead, he adopted a gradual approach, even allowing himself the mental space to attempt to retract this energy back within. Thus, an ethereal starlight-like energy continuously emanated from Cattle's exterior. When the luminous particles became excessive, it resembled the moment in Dragon Ball Super when Goku and Vegeta achieved their divine forms, surrounded by a swirling aura of energy. Shortly thereafter, Cattle slightly accelerated his pace. At this juncture, the granular energy was supplanted by a more filamentous flow, rendering the movement of his external energy identical to that of Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, exuding an aura of utmost sanctity. In Catalonia, a state of tranquility prevails as he gradually extracts the energy within him and subsequently exerts his body to yield greater vitality. This approach does not incite the significant upheaval witnessed previously. While Catalonia diligently cultivates his skills, his every action has already captured the attention of the celestial realm. Previously, when he gathered energy, the prolonged duration provided the celestial realm ample time to sense his presence. This awareness does not stem from the deities themselves, but rather from specialized instruments within the divine temple designed to monitor earthly activities. The instruments react, prompting the deities to become aware, primarily due to Catalonia's unfamiliar energy signature. He is a newly emerged master whose sudden prowess poses a potential threat of great calamity to Earth. Naturally, the celestial realm remains vigilant in anticipation of unforeseen developments. Whether it be the immortal Karen on Karen Tower or the deities of the celestial realm, all are astonished by Catalonia's sudden advancement. On Karen Tower, the immortal Karen slumbers soundly when suddenly, the water in a nearby tank stirs inexplicably. At that moment, Karen seems to sense something amiss, springing up like a carp, swiftly approaching the tank. Within the tank, the image of Catalonia practicing amidst the five-finger mountain is reflected. Meow. Karen yawns, stretches, and rubs his sleepy eyes before finally gazing at the image in the water. Oh, how surprising to see him, Karen remarks with astonishment. Karen's surprise stems from a year prior when the Crane Hermit sought to eliminate Catalonia. The Crane Hermit, Turtle Hermit, and Tao Bai Bai were the earliest subjects of scrutiny in the original Dragon Ball narrative. The Turtle Hermit is a just martial artist, while the Crane Hermit and Tao Bai Bai are not so benign. The Crane Hermit, when provoked, might resort to violence, yet such acts remain rare. Tao Bai Bai, a killer by nature, fluctuates between mercy and malice with a mere thought. Thus, whenever these three engage in misdeeds, the water tank on Karen Tower reacts. A year ago, when the Crane Hermit clashed with Catalonia, Karen had observed, lamenting yet another life about to be extinguished on Earth, only to be astounded by Catalonia's miraculous survival. Through the tank, Karen gleaned some understanding of Catalonia's techniques, realizing they were merely manifestations of supernatural ability. Nonetheless, Karen remained skeptical of Catalonia's prospects. He discerned a stark contrast in combat prowess between Catalonia and the Crane Hermit, the latter being exceptionally formidable. In his eyes, Catalonia's demise seemed inevitable. Yet, through some unknown means, Catalonia managed to escape, incapacitating the Crane Hermit without taking his life. Karen felt a sense of relief regarding Catalonia's actions, recognizing him as a virtuous individual. Despite the Crane Hermit initiating the conflict, the fact that both emerged alive was perhaps the best outcome. Moreover, the Crane Hermit's contributions to martial arts on Earth alleviated Karen's concerns about the need for retribution, allowing the matter to fade away. Subsequently, Karen attempted to use the tank to predict Catalonia's future endeavors, yet inexplicably, the tank remained unresponsive. Such occurrences were unbeknownst to Catalonia, who perhaps found solace in the secrecy of his progress. Unexpectedly, a year later, due to his rapid advancement, Catalonia's abilities reached a level warranting oversight. I never anticipated such growth within a year, truly a rare talent. I hope you exercise caution and refrain from unnecessary violence, Karen mused, pleased with Catalonia's development, having already deemed him a benevolent martial artist. Just as Karen intended to resume his slumber, the voice of a deity echoed in his ears. Startled, he straightened himself and respectfully addressed the air, celestial deity. You are aware of this sudden surge of energy, which has never been encountered before. What are your thoughts? The deity inquired. With a smile that seemed innate, Karen replied, "Rest assured, this individual has come to my attention. A year ago, he clashed with the crane hermit, managing to incapacitate him without inflicting harm on his life, thereby revealing his virtuous nature." A year ago, the deity exclaimed in surprise, accompanied by confusion. If he could defeat the crane hermit a year prior, why was he only now under celestial scrutiny? Oh, celestial deity, it is not as you assume. He was quite weak then, albeit exceptionally gifted in cultivation, practicing alone in the mountains. His only distinguishing factor was his ability to execute mental attacks, allowing him to unexpectedly subdue the crane hermit, whom he ultimately spared, Karen explained, aware of the deity's misconceptions. "Very well, I hope your assessment holds true. Your response has pleased me, indicating that you have fulfilled your duties effectively," the deity remarked, his tone turning grave. "Lately, I have sensed that significant events are on the horizon. Therefore, I entrust you with the responsibility of monitoring earthly affairs." As the days turned into weeks, Catalonia immersed himself in his training, diligently harnessing his energy and exploring his potential, while practicing the three-body technique within a gravity formation. 2 months elapsed, and Catalonia's cultivation progressed steadily. By the 5th month, his growth continued, albeit the pace began to slow. In the 6th and 7th months, he made slight adjustments to his training regimen, enhancing the original 3.6 times gravity formation to 4.2 times. Additionally, he established another gravity formation, achieving 5 times Earth's gravity. During his practice of the three-body technique, he would engage in the familiar gravity formation, while at night, he would transition to the newly constructed 5 times gravity formation. This strategy expedited his training process, allowing him to alternate between lower and higher gravity formations as necessary, thereby fostering gradual improvement. Thus, by the 9th month of his 3rd year, Catalonia found himself capable of enduring high-intensity training within the 5 times gravity formation. However, upon reaching this level, he paused. After 9 months of rigorous practice, the results were substantial. He had engaged in 4.2 times gravity training and had adapted to 5 times gravity, though in-depth training at this level had yet to commence. Throughout these 9 months, he had diligently refined his energy control, even if he had not yet mastered the effective recapture of energy released externally. Nevertheless, with the extensive exertion, combined with his current gravity adaptation, his combat power was estimated to be around 300 points, with energy cultivation still requiring formal attention. Thus, accounting for these factors, his overall combat prowess might be approximated at around 150 points. Quite commendable indeed. In his heart, Gatai quietly assessed his combat prowess, and the resulting calculation brought him great satisfaction. As long as he could adapt to the tenfold gravity in his training of Qi, it would herald the moment when his bloodline potential would erupt. At that juncture, with the tri-body technique, he might transcend the inherent limits of terrestrial bloodlines and achieve a monumental leap. With little time remaining before the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament, it was an opportune moment to commence his martial arts training and explore other avenues of cultivation. Gatai was acutely aware of the essence of martial arts training, recognizing that comprehension of the martial path was indispensable. The Dragon Ball universe is particularly profound in its approach to breaking through limits, sensing Qi, and mastering martial arts. Breaking through limits is a gradual process. While the inward refinement of Qi can be mastered through intensive practice, he now possessed a vague understanding of Qi sensing. Yet the mastery of martial arts remained the most critical element. A glint of determination sparkled in Gatai's eyes. He firmly believed that the presence of spiritual power would greatly enhance his understanding of martial arts. The concept of sensing Qi in the Dragon Ball world is fascinating and almost otherworldly. One can not only perceive the location of individuals from great distances and gauge their strength, but also discern their moral alignment and familiarity. As one progresses further, even the Qi emanating from beyond Earth can be sensed spontaneously, without the need for constant active effort. This innate ability far surpasses that of cultivators. Gatai had to concede that the spiritual power and perception of cultivators are immensely formidable, possessing an intricately profound significance. When combined, the investigative capabilities of cultivators exceed those found in the Dragon Ball universe. However, they must actively engage in this exploration, requiring their soul's influence to meet certain standards. In contrast, the ability to sense Qi in the Dragon Ball realm is entirely effortless, a fact that Gatai deeply admired. In the ensuing days, Gatai endeavored to comprehend this ability to sense qi, ultimately failing. Reluctantly, he chose to temporarily abandon this pursuit, not out of true resignation, but rather as a decision to explore alternative methods. Meanwhile, little Goku engaged in battle with his puppet in the celestial realm, thereby acquiring the ability to sense qi. Others, too, could perceive qi, albeit without a clear understanding of their methods. The reasons for this could be manifold. For instance, the lower bloodline potential of Earthlings makes it difficult for them to enhance their combat strength. To grow stronger, they must invest effort in other aspects. Thus, elevating one's martial arts realm could serve as a viable solution, given the challenges Earthlings face in augmenting their combat power. The intensity of qi at their disposal would not be particularly robust. However, by advancing their martial arts realm, they could cultivate a better mastery over qi. And through the crucible of battle, perhaps even touch upon the ability to sense qi. In the original narrative, Dragon Ball warriors had all trained in the celestial realm. Perhaps they underwent similar training to little Goku, which enabled them to learn qi sensing. I find it straightforward to enhance my cultivation. Yet my knowledge of martial arts remains limited. It seems the time has come to embark on this journey, to refine my martial arts through the World Martial Arts Tournament. After careful consideration, Gatai arrived at a resolution. He meticulously preserved the stalactite fluid and prepared all that was necessary, casting a lingering glance at Five Finger Mountain before departing. Cataly did not persist in flying. The World Martial Arts Tournament would commence in May, leaving several months ahead. He opted for a journey on foot, seeking a profound connection with nature, which might, in turn, enhance his martial prowess. Traversing the mountains step by step, he encountered a certain hardship that fortified his spirit. Passing through forests, he absorbed the enigmatic vitality of nature. Reveling in the nourishing embrace of the earth, his heart lifted in joy. Scaling towering peaks was also a test of his physical endurance. Occasionally, as he crossed a gentle stream, Cataly would sit cross-legged to contemplate, and at times, he would gaze skyward, entrusting his thoughts to the heavens. Gradually, his demeanor became subtly enigmatic, an ordinary man who might be a master in disguise, embodying an elusive quality that defied easy understanding. When confronted by ferocious beasts in pursuit, Cataly embraced the thrill of the chase, immersing himself in the peril, which, to a degree, unleashed his latent potential. Ultimately, the predators found themselves exhausted and deprived of their anticipated feast, while Cataly turned the tables, relishing the exhilarating experience. This was a profound realization of the mind, yielding multifaceted benefits. For Cataly, the pursuit of martial arts was a continuous endeavor. Moments of relaxation were advantageous for future growth, presenting alternative avenues for the enhancement of his skills. Frolicking with monkeys and racing alongside cheetahs, every encounter for Cataly became a form of cultivation. The approach taken by Gatai is indeed well-founded when it comes to the practice of internal martial arts. Within Xingyi Quan, there exist the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist, both of which embody the principles of the 5 elements. The universe is governed by these elements, present in nature. Thus, Gatai aspires to better comprehend the path of the 5 elements. Admittedly, the concept of the 5 elements may not universally apply, yet there are numerous similarities to be found. Standing beneath a waterfall, Gatai remains steadfast amidst the torrent, unyielding to the force of the rushing water. He continuously strikes with his fists within the cascade, acutely aware of the resistance offered by the opposing flow. To adapt to such impediments and transform them, allowing for a deeper understanding of power while achieving a sense of unity with the water itself, is his ultimate pursuit. Gatai swung his fist with great force, splashing a considerable amount of water, his hand encountering resistance as it moved through the liquid, causing it to waver slightly. With each successive strike, his body began to tire, the power behind his blows diminishing, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his balance amidst the turbulent currents, occasionally being forced to step back. Day after day passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Gatai had lingered in this area for 3 days, marking the first time since leaving Wuzishin that he had remained in one place for more than half a day. He engaged in a consistent regimen of training, and over these 3 days, he grasped certain insights. His control over the force of his strikes became increasingly precise. Mastery of force is crucial. A punch that misses by a hair's breadth may fail to land, while too much force could prove lethal. The waist plays a pivotal role in generating power. It is the source of strength. On the 4th and 5th days, Gatai gradually unraveled the profound mysteries of generating force with lightning-like speed. By the 6th day, he stood in the water, adopting the Santee posture, a stance that, once established, allowed his body to coalesce into a singular force, functioning as a main axis, where the slightest movement could reverberate through his entire being. It is no wonder that internal martial arts emphasize standing meditation. It not only fortifies one's foundation but also enhances waist strength, allowing one to comprehend the essence of force, thus eliminating the need for a build-up during combat. A single thread of motion can mobilize the whole body, enabling instantaneous power to subdue an opponent. This was the insight Gatai had gleaned over the past few days. In the Dragon Ball series, young Goku often advised Gohan about the pitfalls of excessive movements during attacks. Understanding this fundamental principle allowed them to better harness their latent physical potential for significant effect. With this newfound understanding, Gatai stood quietly beneath a tree. A leaf drifted down slowly, and as he attuned himself to it, he made no preparations, refraining from unnecessary build-up, and with his waist as the anchor, he unleashed a punch. As he struck, the air was disturbed. Ordinarily, the leaf would have evaded the oncoming wind. However, the air displaced by Gatai's punch was so minimal that his fist made solid contact with the leaf, striking with perfect precision. The leaf remained intact, adhering to his fist. He mused, "This is not quite right. While the force of my punch is undoubtedly solid and concentrated, according to my understanding of power, this leaf should have been pulverized. Yet, it remained unharmed, still sticking to his fist. Could it be that the air displaced by my punch hadn't dissipated entirely?" Recalling the first time Master Crane had attacked him, he pondered this realm of understanding. Recognizing the issue, Gatai continued his exploration. Thus, 10 days elapsed in this area. Finally, on the 10th day, Gatai achieved mastery not only over the ability to launch a fierce attack in an instant without sound, but also to conceal and concentrate his power, unleashing it explosively upon contact with the target. He again struck at a leaf, this time delivering a punch devoid of sound, executed with effortless grace, as if merely brushing against the leaf. Yet, in that fleeting moment, at the farthest reach of his fist, the air erupted, and the leaf was reduced to mere powder. Gatai felt a surge of satisfaction from his newfound understanding. After 10 days of contemplation, he conducted an experiment. He compared normal attacks with those employing instantaneous bursts of power, discovering that the latter was 5 times more potent than the former. Was this an elevation of his martial arts realm? It felt peculiar, akin to a technique of force application. This was Gatai's first genuine foray into the study and experimentation of martial arts. The direct expression of power through his physical form struck him as entirely distinct from the energy-based attacks of cultivators from his past life, a sensation both extraordinary and exhilarating. With this enhancement of his offensive capabilities, Gatai decided to relinquish any lingering doubts and not to delve further into the matter. It seemed there was still room for improvement in this explosive form of attack. A strong sense of conviction stirred within him. With this in mind, Gatai resumed his meditative practice, this time submerging half his body in the water, attuning himself to the undulations of the waves. A month later, Gatai succeeded in discovering the method of power accumulation. This technique resembled a waterfall, harnessing a continuous cascading force, enabling him to unleash a threefold strength. He dubbed this method the tenfold power. Although named thus, it was merely for the sake of an appealing title, and he speculated that it might even evolve into a 100-fold power in the future. Throughout this period of introspection, Gatai's greatest achievement lay in mastering his own strength, while also attaining a more refined control over his chi. The journey of martial arts cultivation cannot be accomplished in isolation. It demands the experience of battle to yield greater rewards. Regaining his focus and calculating the passing time, Gatai quickened his pace. After all, he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of Papaya Island. He needed to head to the city to inquire about it. Moreover, his clothing was tattered and worn. Following his battle with Master Crane, he had not had the opportunity to change, and it was high time for a new outfit. At present, Gatai's physique is remarkably robust by contemporary earthly standards. He endeavors to traverse the land on foot, akin to the young Sun Wukong, and to navigate the seas using his own hands. He remains incessantly on the move, save for the moments dedicated to nourishment and rest. As time gracefully elapses, Gatai encounters a succession of quaint villages, each inhabited by kind-hearted souls who, upon witnessing his tattered appearance, generously offer him sustenance and even provide him with fresh garments, for which Gatai expresses profound gratitude. Thus, he concludes his sojourn in the wilderness, relishing the exquisite flavors of earthly delights and the warmth of human kindness. During his journey, Gadai confronts a band of robbers plundering a village, bravely stepping forth to rescue the community. In the aftermath, the villagers, filled with gratitude, present him with various gifts. However, Gadai modestly accepts only a watch, some food, and a portion of the money pilfered by the bandits. With these funds, he finds it considerably easier to navigate his path. Upon arriving in a bustling metropolis, he learns that he is still quite distant from Papaya Island. Subsequently, Gadai utilizes the stolen money to avail himself of transportation, ultimately arriving at Papaya Island a month ahead of schedule. As the island prepares for an impending martial arts tournament, the influx of visitors becomes pronounced, with many individuals actively engaged in organizing the event. Some martial artists have, like Gadai, already arrived early. With a month remaining, life in the city starkly contrasts with the wilderness. Sustenance and shelter necessitate financial means. Thus, Gadai resolves to seek employment that ensures both food and lodging. He embarks on a quest for a job, determined to secure his provisions before the tournament commences. True to his expectations, Gadai, opting for a position that offers room and board without a salary, swiftly secures a job delivering milk, much to the delight of his employer, who privately considers Gadai a fool. Catalan, indifferent to the world, found himself alone and self-sufficient, driven solely by his aspirations in martial arts. Milk deliveries typically occurred in the morning. On the first day, after completing his rounds, Catalan found himself with nothing to occupy his time. In his aimless wanderings, he stumbled upon several martial arts schools on Papaya Island, and a notion to challenge them began to take root in his mind. Gadai arrived at a place known as the Elite Martial Arts Hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully kicked the door open, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Inside the hall, there were over 50 individuals, each adorned in white training attire, with the word elite elegantly embroidered on their chests. Upon witnessing Gadai's entrance, the assembled martial artists sensed that his intentions were far from benign. However, their astonishment grew upon realizing his youthful appearance, feeling as though they had been wronged. The practitioners disregarded any decorum and rushed to confront Gadai, intent on teaching him a lesson. A flurry of attacks ensued. Yet despite lacking the ability to sense the energy of others, Gadai discerned that these individuals were remarkably weak, a stark contrast to his own prowess. He refrained from employing his mental energy, choosing instead to seal it off entirely. This decision allowed him to rely solely on his agility. He quickly realized that his opponents were far beneath his level, their strikes lacking the finesse and strength of even the most basic practitioners he had encountered in his previous life. Nevertheless, Gadai found this engagement enlightening. He had never before fought in such close quarters. In the chaos, he inevitably endured some attacks that he failed to perceive, confirming his initial assessment that their combat abilities were significantly inferior, with a power level below 10, rendering him more than capable of evading their blows. However, reality proved more nuanced. Gadai discovered that, in close combat, both conscious and subconscious awareness played a crucial role. Amidst the tumult, one of the strikes caught him completely off guard. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the assailant, though he emerged unscathed due to his robust physique. This incident heightened his awareness. Fortuitously, his strong body allowed him to adapt swiftly. Soon, he could sense the presence of those around him to a certain degree, even vaguely perceiving when someone was about to strike. Thus, he focused on evasion rather than offense, using this experience to hone his perceptual acuity. As Cattle gradually adapted and contemplated the situation, he realized that those who had been attacking him appeared to be growing weary, leading to a notable decrease in their effectiveness. Thus, Cattle closed his eyes, dismissing the martial arts practitioners, and engaged them in combat. With his eyes shut, the practitioners were indeed incensed. Perceiving this as an affront to their dignity, their earlier fatigue seemed to vanish, as if they had consumed a stimulant, and they became invigorated once more. For Cattle, the absence of visual advantage meant relying solely on his heightened sense of perception. Consequently, his ability to evade attacks diminished, and he soon found himself struck numerous times. Witnessing Cattle being hit invigorated the others, who fervently attacked him with renewed vigor. However, this fervor did not last long, as Cattle swiftly acclimated to their onslaught. His rapid adaptation was facilitated by the inferior skill of his opponents, coupled with his own superior physicality. Once fully accustomed to the situation, Cattle's patience waned, and he began to launch counterattacks, skillfully moderating his strength. Within a minute, he had vanquished all of them, leaving them sprawled on the ground, emitting various sounds of agony. Just as cattle, disheartened and eager to depart, contemplated leaving, the master of the dojo intervened. "Young man, are you planning to leave?" spoke the dojo master, a slender middle-aged man clad in a black martial arts uniform. Upon his appearance, the disciples rallied behind him, bolstered by his presence. "You are the master of this dojo?" Cattle inquired, bemused. "I am Nie Cheng, the master of this dojo," Nie Cheng replied, his expression dark as he regarded Cattle. Jatai cast a subtle smile at Nie Cheng and remarked, "If you wish to keep me, it all depends on your prowess." Having spoken, Jatai closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending assault. "How dare you underestimate me?" Nie Cheng thought, taken aback by Jatai's audacity, which he perceived as a grave insult. Having operated a martial arts school on Papaya Island for many years, he had cultivated a formidable reputation. To be derided by a mere boy was an affront that darkened his countenance. In that moment, all semblance of a martial artist vanished from Nie Cheng. Though one could hardly blame him. After all, it was Jatai who instigated this challenge and provoked him at every turn. No one would maintain a benign demeanor after receiving such a slap in the face. Regardless, Nie Cheng unleashed the fury that had been building within him, launching an attack at Jatai. Despite his slender frame, he exhibited remarkable agility and speed, proving himself quite formidable, even without having cultivated his energy to a higher level. In a flash, he appeared before Jatai, a maneuver that garnered admiration from the many disciples of the martial arts school. With a powerful left hook, he struck Jatai squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward to collide with a nearby stone pillar. Bang! Cattle's physique was remarkably robust, causing the stone pedestal to nearly shatter upon impact. To my surprise, I found myself unable to sense it, although Cattle was struck and sent flying by a powerful punch. A sense of elation welled up within him. He had not harnessed any mental prowess and had never formally engaged in martial arts. Thus, being struck indicated that his training was insufficient and he must persevere. Rising to his feet as if nothing had transpired, Cattle kept his eyes open and positioned himself once more before Nie Cheng. You certainly can take a hit," Nie Cheng remarked, astonished to see Cattle standing unscathed. "I have already stated that to keep me here, such an attack is far from adequate." Cattle's words dripped with disdain. "You scoundrel, perish!" Fueled by anger and humiliation, Nie Cheng launched another assault, swift and fierce. As he squinted his eyes, Gatti realized that he could not fully discern the trajectory of Nie Cheng's strikes with the naked eye. Nevertheless, with his eyes open, he was still capable of predicting Nie Cheng's attacks and evading them effortlessly. During his battle with the Crane Hermit, his mental acuity was able to perceive even the swiftest of movements clearly. However, his frail body was unable to react in time, necessitating reliance on his mental prowess alone. In the original narrative, during the prestigious martial arts tournament on Papaya Island, Tian Xinhan made his entrance in the preliminary rounds, delivering a blow that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, striking down his rotund opponent. At that moment, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha articulated precisely how Tian Xinhan had bested his foe. This suggests that formidable martial artists like Goku, Master Roshi, and Tian Xinhan could similarly capture their adversaries' movements with the precision of mental focus during combat. At present, Gatti likened his experience to watching a bullet hurtling towards him at great speed, aware of its impending impact and instinctively preparing to block. Yet, the bullet spun rapidly in flight, its trajectory eluding his perception. It was then that Gatti recalled how Goku and Krillin trained under Master Roshi, performing tasks such as delivering milk and digging with their hands. These exercises not only fortified their physical strength, but also honed their mental acuity, visual perception, and inner resolve. Thus, in the heat of battle, if the eyes can see, the heart can perceive, and the body can feel, does this not imply a harmonious integration of sight, spirit, and physicality? Is this not the essence of true martial arts? As Gatti evaded Nie Cheng's relentless attacks, he recited to himself, "The eyes must observe, the heart must perceive, and the body must feel." Gradually acclimating to the tempestuous onslaught of Nie Cheng, Gatti achieved a harmonious unity of mind, sight, and body. Suddenly, he seemed to enter a heightened state of concentration, clearly discerning Nie Cheng's every strike. Each blow was vividly apparent. How swift his fists were, how formidable they appeared. No longer mere shadows, no longer relying on mere anticipation to evade Nie Cheng's assault. Yet, something felt amiss. Although he could perceive Nie Cheng's attacks distinctly, the speed at which Nie Cheng struck remained astonishingly rapid. If he were employing mental acuity to track Nie Cheng's movements, they ought to appear as slow as a tortoise. It seemed that the integration of heart, sight, and body was still insufficient, or perhaps the enhancement of such abilities was limited by the lack of an equally matched opponent. In a fleeting moment of realization, Gaddy noted his shortcomings. Unbeknownst to him, as he deftly dodged Nie Cheng's strikes for approximately 5 or 6 minutes. He had only been struck once at the outset, after which Nie Cheng had failed to land another blow. Meanwhile, the disciples who had initially cheered for their master now felt a growing anxiety, their palms clammy with apprehension. Observing Nie Cheng, one could see him becoming increasingly fatigued. His breath labored, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment under the watchful eyes of his numerous disciples, which only intensified his resentment towards Gaddy. His teeth clenched in frustration. With a furious roar, Nie Cheng seemed to push himself to his limits, launching a powerful kick aimed at Gaddy's waist. As Gaddy remained immersed in his reflections, he soon realized that he could no longer elevate his abilities. Instantly, he closed his eyes and began to train his capacity to sense his own body and perceive the energy of others. Fortune smiled upon Nie Cheng, for at that precise moment, Gaddy was momentarily blinded to his surroundings, and thus he failed to detect the kick that struck him. Although Nie Cheng could not rival Gaddy, he possessed considerable strength as the master of the dojo, allowing him to redeem a measure of dignity through sheer luck. Instantaneously, the multitude of Nie Cheng's disciples erupted in cheers, applauding his unexpected feat. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly silenced, as Gaddy rose unscathed, just as he had before. "Come on, continue. I can endure more," he stated with an expressionless face, as if it were he who had suffered an injustice, unabashedly challenging his opponent. "Why you?" Nie Cheng found himself utterly exasperated by Gaddy's demeanor, so much so that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. With a resounding thud, his frustration overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. Observing this, Gaddy felt a sense of disappointment. He believed that had Nie Cheng persevered a little longer, allowing him to adapt with his eyes closed, his sensitivity to energy would have increased. With no rival left to contend with, he had no choice but to depart. The apprentices of the dojo, having witnessed Gaddy's prowess, dared not impede his exit. Excited and invigorated, Jatai promptly made his way to another martial arts dojo. The master of the second dojo possessed skills comparable to those of Nie Cheng. Within the confines of this establishment, Jatai found his desires fulfilled. He could effortlessly evade the master's attacks with his eyes closed, ultimately exhausting the master to the point of unconsciousness. In a single day, Jatai traversed all 7 dojos on Papaya Island, significantly enhancing his ability to sense chi. However, he had yet to fully comprehend the intricate methods of chi perception. Had it not been for the absence of any other dojos or formidable opponents on Papaya Island, Jatai would have continued his endeavors. Although he had not completely mastered the art of chi sensing, he had made considerable progress. He was confident that during the upcoming martial arts tournament, should he encounter opponents of equal strength, he would reap substantial rewards. Jatai felt a profound sense of joy, reflecting on a day well spent. Before meandering about and eventually returning to his abode, unbeknownst to Jatai, his solitary challenge against all the martial arts schools on Papaya Island began to circulate among practitioners of the martial arts. In the wake of this provocation, many disciples from the schools had deserted their respective establishments. The day following his audacious feat, nearly a tenth of the island's inhabitants were aware of Gatai's exploits. 2 days later, it was reported that approximately half of the island's populace had come to know of his remarkable confrontation with the 7 major martial arts schools. By the 5th day, tales of Gatai's prowess had taken on an almost mythical quality. He was lauded as a martial arts master of extraordinary agility, capable of exhausting the heads of the 7 schools without laying a finger upon them. On the 6th day, while delivering milk, Gatai overheard discussions among the townsfolk regarding the audacious challenge to the 7 martial arts schools. However, he paid little heed and continued with his deliveries. As he completed his last delivery, he found himself hesitating, contemplating whether to return home or engage in some other activity. In that moment of indecision, he caught snippets of conversation. "Have you heard? There's a young martial arts master who can defeat the heads of the 7 schools without lifting a finger." "What nonsense! Defeating an opponent without striking? That is absurd. To be frank, a friend of mine is a disciple at one of those schools, and he told me that this young master possesses a mysterious ability to evade all attacks, ultimately exhausting the 7 masters to the point of unconsciousness. Moreover, this master is remarkably resilient. He was struck and thrown against a wall, which crumbled, yet he emerged unscathed." "Come on, your tales are growing more outlandish. If he can evade all attacks, how was he knocked against the wall in the first place?" "Huh, you dare to doubt me? I know exactly who this martial master is, and you would never guess. Before they could finish their exchange, Gade lost interest and departed, rubbing his nose in contemplation. A flicker of peculiarity crossing his eyes. How have I become so renowned? He mused. On his way back, Gatai engaged in training his sensitivity to the energies of those he passed by, albeit with minimal effect. He could only discern their weakness. Upon returning to the milk shop, he found it besieged by a throng of people, embroiled in lively chatter. Curiosity piqued, Gadai moved closer. As he approached, he recognized the familiar voice of the milk shop owner, who was exclaiming, "I tell you, the master will be back soon. Each of you must purchase a bottle of milk, and I shall reveal what the master likes and dislikes, thereby increasing your chances of being accepted as a disciple." The owner's voice boomed, nearly drowning out the clamor of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Gadai was rather taken aback by the owner of the milk shop. When he sought employment, the owner had presented a frosty demeanor, as if the entire world owed him a debt. Their conversations were terse, comprising merely a few words at a time, quite simplistic in nature. It was unexpected to discover that he possessed such intellect and vocal prowess. Indeed, I just overheard the phrase taking on apprentices. Could it be that these individuals have come to seek mentorship? Gadai furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. As the milk shop owner's words resonated through the crowd, a palpable stir emerged among the onlookers, seemingly inspired by his remarks, prompting them to eagerly rush to purchase milk. Cattle's physique is nothing short of superhuman. The individuals surrounding him are merely ordinary. With effortless grace, Cattle navigated through the throng, seamlessly entering the inner circle. Those who had been pushed aside by him found themselves momentarily stunned, only to realize that they were subsequently encircled by others outside. Once they regained their composure, their shouts became increasingly frantic. In this manner, their vague outcry incited widespread ire, prompting the majority to turn and glare at them with indignation. Sensing the unfavorable shift in atmosphere, the once boisterous individual could only stifle his anger and retreat in a dejected manner. As Gadai peeled away layer after layer, he began to uncover certain clues. The outermost layer consisted of ordinary citizens, while deeper within, he discovered numerous individuals clad in martial arts attire. However, these garments bore no insignia indicating their affiliated dojo. They appeared to be common practice uniforms, likely self-provided. Suddenly, the master returned, and a commotion ensued as the crowd parted to make way for him. In that moment, someone in the throng, with keen eyes, spotted Gadai and erupted with excitement. They began to clear a path, energetically pushing aside those around them while shouting fervently. Upon hearing that the master had returned, the crowd quieted slightly, turning their attention towards Gadai, who noticed their efforts to create a passage for him. With the way now clear, he advanced with greater ease. Yet no one attempted to obstruct his path or continued to crowd around him. Feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, tinged with respect, Gadai grew increasingly assured that these people had come with the intention of seeking him as their master. However, a question lingered in his mind. How had they come to know of him? It seemed he had only recently arrived on Papaya Island. So how could so many recognize him? Gadai was perplexed, yet the situation had reached a point of no return, leaving him with no recourse. At long last, "You have returned," he mused. In that moment, the proprietor of the milk shop approached him with obsequiousness, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially. "Who would have thought that someone so young would be a martial artist? It is quite astonishing. You must have noticed the current circumstances. They are all here for you. I may have spoken too rashly earlier and inadvertently exploited you. Should you refuse, it is likely they will cease purchasing milk from me. Papaya Island is not vast, and this news will swiftly circulate throughout the entire island, leading to the inevitable closure of my shop. I have a family to support. Please, I implore you, assist me." The milk shop owner, breathless from his lengthy entreaty, gazed at Gadai with hopeful eyes, pleading for his aid. Upon hearing this, Gadai felt a dark line form on his forehead. The owner of the milk shop truly had a way with words, transforming black into white. How could he possibly distance himself from the trouble he had caused? However, upon further reflection, Gadai realized that there was indeed a connection to himself. Had he not taken the initiative to confront the establishment, this predicament would not have arisen. Upon reflection, Catalan felt a twinge of compassion within. Moreover, he found himself compelled to intervene and resolve such a predicament. Otherwise, he would be unable to participate in the prestigious martial arts tournament with peace of mind. As Gadai ascended the steps to the storefront, he raised his arms and waved gently. To his surprise, the crowd fell into an unexpected silence. Gadai, who had always preferred solitude, found himself in an unfamiliar situation, feeling somewhat awkward. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he prepared to utter a few words. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, inexplicably cheering. "Master, you are so imposing. Master, you are so powerful." As this proclamation echoed, the crowd's fervor seemed to surge. Their bright eyes fixated on Gaddy. "Please accept me as your disciple. I do not seek to attain your strength, but merely to learn your techniques." The speaker, clad in martial arts attire, bore a somewhat sharp and simian visage, exuding the aura of a sycophant. He had witnessed Gaddy's remarkable techniques firsthand, which had even caused the dojo's master to faint from exhaustion. "And I too." Suddenly, Gaddy's face flushed with embarrassment. He could hardly believe that among these individuals, there existed such brazen flatterers. He had truly underestimated their fervor for martial arts. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled how even a charlatan like Satan had managed to deceive everyone in the later chapters, revealing the extreme nature of humanity in this world. Gatai waved his hand once more, urging the crowd to quiet down. He then spoke, "I am well aware of your talents, even with your eyes closed. You would struggle to strike a target. Thus, I shall not take you on as my disciples." As Gaddy spoke, those clad in martial arts attire could not help but flush with embarrassment. "While I may not take you all as my disciples, it is evident that some among you recognize my robust physique. Since my youth, I have indulged in milk, particularly from this very establishment." Observing the captivated expressions on the faces of the crowd, Gaddy noted their rapt attention, seemingly oblivious to the triviality of his words. Surely, everyone is familiar with milk, which is replete with nutrients beneficial to the human body, capable of enhancing physical strength. If you consistently procure 2 bottles of milk from this shop daily, over time, your bodies will undoubtedly grow stronger. Even Gaddy found himself repulsed by such utterances. Yet, he soon felt a sense of relief as he noticed the crowd nodding in agreement, fully supportive of his statements. The intellectual capacity of these individuals truly left much to be desired. Gaddy felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, realizing why. In the latter part of the original narrative, Satan managed to ensnare the populace so effortlessly. He could not help but admire the creator of the original work, who seamlessly infused the originally fervent and combative world of Dragon Ball with whimsical humor, rendering it all the more entertaining. Now, finding himself reborn into such a world, he was astonished to witness the existence of such peculiar humans. The owner of the milk shop, though wearing a somewhat perplexed expression, could not help but offer Gaddy a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Moreover, Gaddy began, hesitating momentarily. At that moment, the crowd leaned in with bated breath, regarding the master's words as precious wisdom, akin to a divine decree. Some might even entertain the notion that Gaddy would divulge the secrets of his martial prowess, enabling them to comprehend and perhaps even earn the right to formally become his disciples. Soon, the grand martial arts tournament would unfold, where you will encounter an array of extraordinary talents hailing from across the globe, far surpassing your abilities. You will have the opportunity to discern and select whom you wish to apprentice under, provided they consent, thus presenting you with a fortuitous chance. Gaddy found himself unable to utter any further insipid remarks. This statement, rooted in truth, was a testament to his own conscience. After Cattle finished speaking, he entered the milk shop, dismissing everything else. The day's events had left him with a throbbing headache, and he longed for a moment of tranquility. At that moment, the crowd began to disperse, yet many individuals left with 2 bottles of milk, delight gleaming in their eyes. Cattle had become quite renowned, and his frequent appearances in public had solidified his fame. Despite having declared his unwillingness to take on disciples, a multitude of hopefuls continued to approach him. Undeterred by his refusals, in exasperation, Cattle donned a simple disguise, applying light makeup and wearing a baseball cap, before venturing out to deliver milk. Each time he finished a delivery, he quickened his pace, making it increasingly difficult for aspiring disciples to catch up, ultimately leading many to abandon their pursuit. Nonetheless, a considerable number remained stubbornly waiting at the milk shop's entrance. However, Cattle was far more adept, effortlessly carving a path through the throngs and evading their gaze. Days later, the fervor for discipleship gradually subsided. This incident had indeed improved the milk shop's business. The owner wore a constant smile and engaged more with customers, reflecting a noticeable transformation. Meanwhile, small advertisements began appearing throughout the streets, proclaiming that for those wishing to grow stronger, the first step was milk, accompanied by Cattle's likeness. Thus, 10 days later, as Cattle set out to deliver milk once more, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following him. Could it be that yet another individual sought to become his disciple? It seemed they were resolute in their determination. Cattle shook his head in resignation. Cattle was swift in delivering milk, and this speed allowed him to momentarily evade his pursuer. However, he soon found himself astonished, as the sensation of being followed lingered persistently. Thus, Cattle employed his mental prowess to investigate further, soon discovering a youth of 17 or 18 years, sporting a head of natural curls. With a somewhat large head that rendered him rather foolish in appearance. Cattle swore he had never encountered anyone so conspicuously odd. The youth maintained a certain distance from him at all times. Yet, something felt amiss. This individual's physical condition appeared significantly superior to that of others he had encountered. As he was able to keep pace effortlessly, a sudden idea sparked in Cattle's mind, prompting a subtle smile. He then made his way towards an uninhabited area, slightly quickening his pace, while attentively sensing the young man behind him, who, predictably, kept up the chase. Cattle accelerated once more, calculating that he had nearly reached the limits of an average person's endurance, yet to his surprise, the youth still managed to follow suit. This time, however, the distance between them widened slightly, and after 20 minutes, their separation increased, not by Cattle's design, but due to the pursuer's fatigue. 20 minutes was indeed impressive. He could toy with him a little. Cattle was taken aback by the young man's ability to sustain such a pace for this duration, and he resolved to offer guidance, imparting some cultivation techniques that might lead to the youth's eventual achievement. Gatai arrived at a desolate location and came to a halt, observing Gatai's stillness. The individual rested for a moment before suddenly dashing forward, his large head almost colliding with Gatai's nose. The person scrutinized Gatai, glancing left and right, then abruptly retreated a meter, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a master. Please take me as your disciple." This fellow seemed somewhat oblivious to the situation, prompting Gatai to shrug helplessly. "What is your name?" Gatai inquired casually. "I am called Satan," came the reply. "Ah." Gatai was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the Satan from the original text. Gatai had initially considered that Satan might be able to keep pace with him to some extent, and thus resolved to impart some sound cultivation theories, allowing him to practice independently and ultimately ascend the Corinta. If successful, Earth would gain another true martial artist, and he might even contemplate accepting him as a disciple. However, upon hearing his name, his thoughts began to shift. Gatai narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Satan thoroughly. To his surprise, Satan possessed remarkable physical prowess, even with intentional efforts. Gatai could not shake him off. It appeared he was not a pure-blooded Earthling, perhaps sharing a lineage akin to Cleanse and the others. Contemplating Satan's future as the strongest Earthling besides Cleanse and his companions, Gatai's thoughts took a new direction. In the presence of Satan, Gatai performed feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals, showcasing his formidable strength in an attempt to intimidate Satan and earn his recognition as a master. Initially, Satan was exhilarated by Gatai's prowess, envisioning himself as a potential master as well. However, in the end, Gatai declined to accept Satan as his disciple, leading to an expected outcome. Satan dismissed it as mere trickery. Gatai did not engage in a debate with Satan. He was acutely aware that the display of strength he exhibited was not mere trickery, a truth that Satan understood all too well. Moreover, Gatai surmised that even if it were an illusion, it would still resonate with Satan's aspirations. In the end, Gatai imparted some words of encouragement, urging him to devote himself to his training. He further conveyed that if one day Satan could emerge as the champion of the world's foremost martial arts competition, it would signify the arrival of their destined bond as master and disciple. Subsequently, Gatai chose to disregard Satan altogether. At that time, Satan was still youthful and harbored a sense of pride. Gatai's refusal to accept him as a disciple felt like an affront, leading Satan to abandon the thought of apprenticeship, after which he never reappeared. Cattle did not concern himself with this. His decision not to recruit Satan stemmed from a desire to preserve the original narrative. Although Satan was a minor character, his presence in the Dragon Ball universe was undeniably significant, and the time for alteration was not yet ripe. Regardless of your current sentiments, they are of no consequence. I have taken a liking to you. Should our paths cross again in the future, your reluctance will be rendered moot. As Cattle mused with a smile, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had already conceived a plan for training Satan. He imagined that, in time, Dilly would take great pride in having a truly formidable father. The days that followed were tranquil and at long last. Cattle awaited the day when registration for the martial arts tournament would commence. Given that participants hailed from all corners of the globe, the registration period spanned 2 days. allowing ample time for competitors to arrive and not miss the opportunity to sign up. As the tournament loomed just 2 days away, Cattle could hardly contain his excitement. He felt an urgent need to register immediately, driven by some lingering concerns that he wished to address promptly. Subsequently, Cattle resigned from his current position. Despite his initial claim of not needing payment, his employer, displaying a semblance of integrity, rewarded him with a sum of money due to the flourishing business during his tenure. Cattle accepted it with gratitude. Today, Papaya Island was the center of global attention, all due to the impending World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe had become increasingly oblivious to martial arts as time progressed, they still harbored an unimaginable passion for it. This fervor remained one of the few redeeming qualities of Earthlings, who had become increasingly ignorant in the Dragon Ball realm. Perhaps, in the future, the situation could be transformed. Cattle contemplated the potential of Satan, this seemingly insignificant character, who possessed unparalleled charisma and commendable lineage. He felt no despair regarding the future of humanity on Earth. Eagerly, Cattle registered and then leaned against a nearby wall, observing the competitors arriving from around the world. Initially, all the participants appeared human, or more precisely, they possessed human physiques. However, some bore appearances that were less than admirable, with a variety of hairstyles and skin colors resembling certain extraterrestrial beings. Nonetheless, their most significant distinction lay in their combat prowess. In the original narrative, Frisia had many subordinates who bore a striking resemblance to humans. Yet each of them exhibited battle powers exceeding 1,000. Gradually, Cattle noticed larger individuals and those with animalistic features among the half-humans, and even contestants who were entirely beast-like in form. Most astonishingly, there was a crocodile competitor, entirely devoid of human traits, who could astonishingly articulate speech. Intrigued, Cattle found himself gazing at this creature for an extended moment. Unexpectedly, the crocodile contestant seemed to sense his scrutiny, perhaps a hunter's innate instinct. Cattle noticed the crocodile's eyes narrow with suspicion as it became aware of his gaze. At that moment, the crocodile competitor directed a hostile look towards Cattle and approached him, brandishing its fists before him. In a low voice, it growled, "Kid, are you curious about me?" With that, it delivered a powerful punch to the wall Cattle was leaning against, creating a gaping hole. "Curiosity can be your downfall," it added with a menacing glare before departing. Gata displayed no expression in response to this. To others, he appeared as if he had been rendered speechless by fear, eliciting sympathy from those around him. Catalyst could only shake his head in resignation. That silhouette. Having witnessed the unique anthropomorphic beings of the Dragon Ball universe, he found them to be rather unremarkable after a while. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted a figure that seemed strikingly familiar. As Catalan observed the long line of contestants registering, his gaze fell upon a young woman. She possessed a serene beauty, clad in a pristine white martial arts uniform. Yet, this attire did little to conceal the graceful contours of her figure. Her expression bore a hint of coldness, intermingled with a trace of anticipation, creating an air of slight awkwardness. Eventually, Catalan's attention settled upon her eyes. Those large, expressive orbs struck him as remarkably familiar. Provoked by the taunts of a crocodile competitor, Catalan unwittingly drew the attention of the crowd, prompting the young woman to glance in his direction. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, she seemed momentarily entranced, standing motionless. "Excuse me, contestant, may I inquire your name?" the registrar urged, prompting her to proceed with the registration. "Oh, she stammered, as if startled from a reverie. "My name is Chiao. Could you kindly assist me with the registration?" Chiao. Could it truly be her? Catalan felt a tremor coursing through him, his mind racing with unending questions. As he stood there, momentarily dazed, the young woman approached him slowly. Even before she arrived, a natural fragrance wafted into Catalan's senses, grounding him back to reality as he straightened his posture. When Gatti left the village, he was merely 10 years old. Through diligent training, his growth was remarkably balanced. It neither hindered his development nor stunted his physical growth. By the age of 14, he had reached a height of 1.6 meters. The two stood facing each other, nearly of the same stature, though the young woman was slightly taller by half a head. They appeared almost like a couple, both hesitant to speak. "Sister Chiao, is that you?" At last, it was Gatti who shattered the silence. As soon as Gatti spoke, the woman visibly trembled. Those few simple words held a profound significance known only to her. In this world, there was but one person who addressed her in such a manner, and that was Gatti. Upon noticing her reaction, Gatti was certain that the woman before him was indeed Sister Chiao from 3 years past. Little Chiao, for years his senior, was now approaching 18, and the adage that a girl transforms significantly by this age rang undeniably true. Gaddy was astonished by the considerable change she had undergone in merely 3 years. "Gaddy, it truly is you," little Chow exclaimed, her voice ringing clear, and as she spoke, tears began to cascade from her eyes. In an instant, she leaped into Gaddy's embrace, revealing her vulnerable side as a young woman. Observers around them interpreted their closeness in various ways. Some regarded them as a couple, nodding in approval and silently bestowing blessings, while others made a ruckus, whistling and creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Amidst the intrusive gazes, the two of them became acutely aware of their public display. After all, they were not a couple in the romantic sense. Their bond was more akin to that of siblings. "Gaddy, it's truly wonderful to see you again," little Chow murmured, her tone laced with a hint of grievance, though it was overshadowed by her excitement. Witnessing the tears streaming down her face left Gaddy feeling powerless, uncertain of how to console her. A swift glance around revealed many eyes fixed upon them, prompting Gaddy to grasp little Chow's hand and hastily lead her away. Since gaining fame on Papaya Island, Gaddy has found that many things have become remarkably convenient for him, and fortune seems to smile upon him unexpectedly. Upon learning that Gaddy would participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, someone approached him and kindly offered free accommodation near the venue. The place is not only spacious and comfortable but also elegantly designed, complete with a specialized training area, resembling a luxurious villa. Now, Gaddy is heading towards his abode, accompanied by Xiao Qiao. Shortly thereafter, they arrive at their destination. In the absence of interruptions or prying eyes, they engage in conversation. During their exchange, Gaddy learns that Xiao Qiao has fully grasped the essence of the San Ti style and has also seamlessly integrated the techniques of the 12 forms of the 5-element fist. However, the latter encompasses profound principles of the Tao, which Xiao Qiao has yet to comprehend, given that only 3 years have passed. Strictly speaking, Xiao Qiao's mastery of the true essence of the San Ti style is already beyond expectations. In Gaddy's previous life, he had learned that an ordinary person would take at least 10 years to perfect the San Ti style, while Xiao Qiao achieved this in just 3. Regardless of Xiao Qiao's innate talent in martial arts or the manifestation effects of the laws of the Dragon Ball world, it matters little to Gaddy. His initial intent in imparting the internal martial arts was also to test Xiao Qiao's abilities. If within 3 years, Xiao Qiao could attain some level of insight, Gaddy would have a method to accelerate her growth, regardless of the reasons behind it. Xiao Qiao's mastery of the San Ti style's essence has exceeded Gaddy's expectations, heralding a future of even smoother progress. "By the way, Sister Qiao, how's everyone in the village?" Gaddy inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao nodded gently and replied, "Everyone is doing well, and they all miss you dearly, eagerly hoping for your return. They consider you family. Is that so?" Gaddy's eyes moistened upon hearing this, and he reflected on the kindness of the villagers, fearing he might disappoint their expectations as he still had much to accomplish. "Sister Qiao, what about those 2 rascals, Jin Zhao and Yin Xiao?" Gaddy suddenly recalled his earlier admonitions, his tone shifting to one of urgency. "Ah, I almost forgot until you mentioned it." Xiao Qiao's expression changed, and her tone became slightly incredulous. "What?" Gaddy asked, slightly startled and bewildered. "A year and a half ago. One night, I had a peculiar dream," Xiao Qiao recounted, her expression somewhat perplexed, as if she were about to unveil an extraordinary tale. "Since your departure, the village chief entrusted me with the management of the gourd. I remember it was the day I suddenly comprehended the essence of the San Ti style. I was practicing as usual. However, after mastering its essence, I experienced an astonishing surge in physical strength. I continued training late into the night until fatigue overwhelmed me." Upon hearing this, Gaddy's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared that Sister Qiao indeed possessed some talent for martial arts. "Then, I took a rest. And that night I dreamed of a figure known as King Yinluo, a portly man with large ears, who terrified me in my dream. He claimed that the gourd was his, accidentally left behind, and demanded its return, to express gratitude for my safekeeping of the gourd. He offered to guide me in my martial arts as compensation, leading to a month-long practical training session in the dream. Surprisingly, the next day, I discovered that the gourd had vanished. I searched everywhere but found nothing. Initially, I thought that without the gourd, I would be unable to subdue Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao. However, unexpectedly, they provoked me, and in that moment, I forgot my fear and confronted them. Ultimately, I realized that my practical experience had significantly improved, and I could feel that my physical strength was greatly enhanced compared to the previous day, enabling me to effortlessly defeat Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao." As Xiao Qiao narrated, her large eyes widened once more, as if encountering something unfathomable, her expressions animated. seemingly playfully attempting to startle Gatti. After listening to this, Gatti found it astonishing, yet he believed it could very well be true. Firstly, the figure of Yama in Xiao Qiao's dream aligns with the original description. Secondly, that gourd would swallow a person if they failed to answer its name. This ability, which relies solely on a name to exert precise influence over an individual, bears a striking resemblance to Yama's ledger of life and death, suggesting a certain mastery over the cosmic order. Thus, it can be inferred that Sister Qiao must have received divine guidance. And in addition to her regular practice of the three-body technique to strengthen her physique, she has been further enhanced by divine forces. Contemplating this, Gatti felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his fist in explosive determination. The Dragon Ball universe is a wondrous realm, particularly when it involves the divine. If this is the case, Sister Qiao's body must have been transformed through special means by the gods, potentially granting her a lineage and potential that surpasses even that of Krillin and the others. The more Gatti pondered, the more exhilarated and convinced he became. Quickly, Sister Qiao, allow me to witness your mastery of the three-body technique. Gatti felt a mixture of anticipation and urgency. As Catalan spoke, Xiao Qiao became intrigued and smiled. Nodding in agreement, the two then proceeded to the training grounds, a place that Catalan was visiting for the first time. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the array of fitness equipment available. It was a veritable treasure trove for those seeking to hone their bodies, featuring an extensive range of apparatuses and even intelligent machinery designed to quantify training data scientifically for optimal results. For ordinary individuals, this venue could be deemed a sanctuary for physical cultivation. However, for Catalan and Xiao Qiao, it was merely a fleeting glance, as they felt it offered little to enhance their prowess. At that moment, Xiao Qiao positioned herself in the center of the arena, taking a moment to gather her focus before executing the three-body technique. Catalan soon realized that Xiao Qiao had indeed reached a profound state of mastery, embodying the essence of the technique. Witnessing her prowess dispelled his lingering doubts. He then encouraged Xiao Qiao to engage further, aiming to gauge her combat skills and determine her growth potential. While Xiao Qiao's combat capabilities were noteworthy, he soon grew disheartened by her clumsy execution and excessive exertion. Although her strength surpassed that of many martial arts masters, her skills were still rudimentary, offering no substantial challenge to Catalan and failing to refine his sensitivity to energy. Conversely, Xiao Qiao grew increasingly alarmed. Her attempts to strike Catalan resulted in no tangible damage, as he effortlessly deflected or evaded her attacks. Occasionally, his counterattacks would leave her flustered. Was Yin Luowang not a divine being? How could he have guided Sister Qiao without imparting any discernible martial arts skills? Was his instruction merely aimed at helping her overcome her fear of combat and gain experience? Catalan pondered, estimating that her abilities were nearing 100 points. As the session progressed, Catalan could no longer bear to watch and halted Xiao Qiao, offering her guidance. With the martial arts competition approaching, this impromptu training felt like a last-minute effort, yet Xiao Qiao's capacity for comprehension was commendable. 3 hours later, she demonstrated notable improvement. When they resumed their sparring, Xiao Qiao began to master her strength, executing her moves with the swiftness of lightning. As she advanced, Catalan increased his intensity, applying pressure to foster her growth amidst adversity. Lacking spiritual energy, Xiao Qiao relied solely on the physical cultivation methods manifested by the world's natural order, making complete mastery unattainable in the short term. Their exchanges were friendly rather than competitive, lacking the intensity of a true arena clash. Achieving such a level of unity between body and spirit brought Catalan a sense of satisfaction. Given Xiao Qiao's current level of skill, she should have no trouble reaching the top 8 in the tournament, where she would face formidable opponents. In that challenging environment, she would undoubtedly hone her abilities to strike with lightning-like speed, Catalan mused. The following day, the two returned to the venue for the martial arts competition. Why haven't they arrived yet? We've been waiting for ages, Xiao Qiao pouted, displaying her displeasure. The previous day, Catalan had informed her that the legendary Master Rashi, along with his disciple and the esteemed Goku, would be attending. Xiao Qiao was eager to meet Goku, who had once helped her, and was curious about the other renowned martial artists whom Catalan held in high regard. Though the original tale depicted Master Rashi's arrival just before the registration deadline, Catalan opted to arrive early for peace of mind. He managed an awkward smile and offered a reassuring glance. As fate would have it, just like in the original story, Master Rashi and his entourage arrived quite late. Upon spotting them, Catalan finally exhaled in relief. He had been unsure how to explain their absence had they not shown up. "Look, they're here," he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement as he pointed toward the approaching group. "Isn't that girl with blue hair stunning?" he teased. Xiao Xiao shot him a glare and followed his gaze, raising her eyebrows in surprise. She beheld Bulma, adorned in casual attire, with shoulder-length blue hair, violet blue eyes, and a radiant complexion, a quintessential young woman. Unconsciously, a hint of envy flickered in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Coming from humble beginnings, she had grown healthily and had engaged in martial arts, yet she was still in her prime and possessed a striking appearance. Although her skin was decent, it paled in comparison to the modern girls from the city, particularly in terms of its radiance, as rural life left little access to skincare products. Catalan noticed Xiao Xiao's reaction and explained, Bulma comes from an incredibly wealthy family, one of the richest. In fact, she is a brilliant scientist, far exceeding the capabilities of other renowned scientists on Earth. Initially, Xiao Xiao dismissed Bulma's achievements as merely a product of her upbringing, but soon her skepticism transformed into astonishment. Despite her sheltered upbringing, she had some understanding of the capabilities of influential figures. The notion that someone so young could surpass so-called authoritative scientists left her in awe. Yet, being a beautiful girl herself, she tilted her head slightly and whispered, with how well you know her, do you have a crush on her? What? No way, Catalan stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At this moment, Gatai was at a loss for words. He quickly shifted his gaze and declared, that bald fellow is Krillin, a prized disciple of Master Roshi. Soon, Gatai began to point out each person to Xiao Xiao, elaborating on their strengths. Oh, where's Goku? Didn't you say he would come? Xiao Xiao glanced around, unable to spot Sun Wukong. Rest assured, he will definitely arrive. Let us wait here, Gatai replied with unwavering confidence. Before long, Master Roshi and his companions approached, all of whom were martial artists and naturally noticed that Gatai and Xiao Xiao's attention was fixed upon them. With a brief observation, Master Roshi discerned that both Gatai and Xiao Xiao were extraordinary individuals, exuding an air of strength. However, this time, Master Roshi displayed unusual restraint, refraining from any inappropriate behavior upon seeing a beautiful girl, perhaps due to Xiao Xiao's traditional attire, which was a stark contrast to the flamboyant young women of the bustling city. Meanwhile, although Krillin recognized Gatai and Xiao Xiao's exceptional qualities, his focus quickly shifted to Xiao Xiao. He perceived her as a naturally beautiful girl, her gentle and kind smile setting her apart from Bulma and Launch. Throughout his life, Krillin had seldom been the object of such attention from girls, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to her. They must be participants in the martial arts tournament. Master Roshi murmured, Hey, Krillin, where are you looking? Launch suddenly tapped Krillin on his bald head. Honestly, Krillin, you've truly inherited the lecherous old man's teachings. Fixating on pretty girls, Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at both Master Roshi and Krillin. Krillin, wincing in pain, cradled his head and let out a few pitiful cries. Quit dawdling. Sign up already. I don't have time to waste on you too. Launch suddenly seemed to lose her patience, shouting vehemently while producing two guns from seemingly nowhere, pressing them against the heads of Master Roshi and Krillin to urge them onward. The situation in Catalonia was of little concern. I had long been aware of Launchi's temperament. Moreover, the current iteration of Launchi, with his golden locks, naturally exhibited a rather irritable disposition. Upon encountering this scene, Xiao Xiao covered her mouth with her hand and erupted into a fit of suppressed laughter. Klin, upon hearing her stifled chuckles, could not help but blush, breaking into an awkward grin. At that moment, Xiao Xiao found the Turtle Hermit and his companions to be truly amusing. The Turtle Hermit, revered as the god of martial arts, was humorously dubbed an old lecher by Bulma, while his proud disciple was equally endearing. The two of them were a delightful pair. Furthermore, the two young women present exhibited contrasting personalities, one being hot-tempered and the other audacious, showing no regard for the dignity of the formidable Turtle Hermit or Klin. Remarkably, their interactions were harmonious, devoid of any irritation. After the Turtle Hermit and his group completed their registration, they confirmed that Sun Wukong had yet to sign up and began to await his arrival. As Gatai calculated the passage of time, he surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted the distant figure of Master Roshi approaching with his disciple. Relieved to see that Master Roshi was neither deceased nor incapacitated, Gatai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. At this moment, he was no match for Master Roshi, nor could he contend with Tien Shinhan. And he wondered if Master Roshi would even recognize him now. Should he be recognized, given his temperament, it was conceivable that he might erupt in fury. With that thought, Gatai took hold of Xiao Xiao and made his way towards Master Roshi. Greetings, Master Roshi, Gatai said, offering a respectful salutation. Do you know me? Master Roshi inquired, pointing to himself with a puzzled expression as he regarded Gatai. Of course, I do not know you personally, for you are the elusive deity of martial arts. Gatai replied with a slight shake of his head. However, I am acquainted with Sun Wukong, who once assisted me in saving my village and spoke of you with great reverence. Ah, I see, Master Rashi responded, understanding dawning upon him. This is my sister, Xiao Qiao. She has long wished to witness the legendary deity of martial arts, which is why we have come to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Gatai introduced them to Master Rashi. As Gatu spoke, the turtle sage's face beamed with pride, seizing the opportunity to boast to launch and Bulma, seemingly indicating that he, the divine master of martial arts, was held in high esteem. He cautioned them against resorting to violence, lest they desecrate the revered mythos surrounding him. However, Bulma and Launch showed no deference, retorting simply with lecherous old man, leaving the turtle sage quite embarrassed. As the conversation unfolded, Master Rashi made his entrance, and Gadya promptly took Xiao Qiao's hand, positioning themselves alongside the turtle sage, hoping to give the impression to Master Crane that he was allied with the turtle sage. Predictably, a heated argument ensued between the two sages. Amidst the uproar, Master Crane's gaze fell upon Gatya, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Gatya had grown taller, and his appearance had slightly altered. Initially, Master Crane failed to recognize him, though he felt a nagging sense of recognition that made him uneasy, compelling him to dredge up memories. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a spark of hatred ignited in his eyes. The shame of the past flooded back to him in its entirety, although he had previously doubted Gatya's methods of training. Seeing him alongside the turtle sage now piqued his curiosity. Could it be that the lad's claims were true? Did this mean that even the disciples of this lecherous old man could best him? No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Tremors coursed through Master Crane's body as he clenched his fists tightly. Are you planning to strike? Gatya asked, his senses heightened. The others assumed Master Crane's agitation was directed solely at the turtle sage. Master, Tien Shinon whispered, sensing that Master Crane's emotions were running high. Master Crane, hearing his disciple's words, made an effort to compose himself. He refrained from lashing out or voicing his thoughts, aware that doing so would bring him shame before the turtle sage. If the turtle sage were to learn of his past, it would be disastrous. Moreover, since the turtle sage had not broached the subject as a means of humiliation, it seemed he might still be unaware of the incident. Humph. This time the championship of the martial arts tournament will belong to my disciples. They will throw yours off the stage one by one. Perhaps it would be wise to concede early. If you persist, I cannot guarantee they will not suffer grievous injuries or even face mortal danger. Master Crane glared at the turtle sage, casting a menacing glance at Gatya before leaving with his disciples. At last, we have encountered worthy opponents, the turtle sage remarked, adjusting his sunglasses with a grave tone. Are they truly that formidable? Krillin expressed his concern. I hardly think so. I shall personally defeat him, Yamcha proclaimed confidently after his training. You must also have faith in yourselves, but be wary. Master Crane's disciples may resort to underhanded tactics. Exercise caution during the bouts, the turtle sage advised. Understood. Everyone nodded solemnly, including Gatya and Xiao Qiao. Quick, Pu'er, transform into Goku and help him register, Yamcha suddenly exclaimed. Wait, Goku is here. Launch crossed her arms, her expression frosty as she gazed ahead. Upon Goku's arrival, the turtle sage discreetly slipped away to register him and quietly revealed his identity as Dragon. Goku, you rascal, you never make things easy. Bulma's face flushed with irritation. Subsequently, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction with Goku's tardiness. However, Goku, oblivious to their sentiments, focused solely on his own intentions, astonishing everyone with his tales of global training on foot. Goku, Xiao Qiao called out excitedly, stepping forward to greet him. Goku stared blankly at Xiao Qiao, her unfamiliar face leaving him puzzled. This fool, not only is he taller than me, but even girls are approaching him. Could she possibly have some connection to Goku? How infuriating. Krillin shot a sidelong glance at Goku, his dissatisfaction palpable. Could this girl be Goku's girlfriend? Yamcha speculated, observing Xiao Qiao's eager demeanor. Who are you? Goku's blunt question stunned everyone present, except for Gatya. Given Xiao Qiao's excitement, it was shocking that he failed to recognize her. Xiao Qiao, unfazed, replied, I am Qiao, the one you helped defeat the golden and silver horns, saving the entire village. Oh, I remember now, but you've changed. You're much more beautiful and taller, Goku remarked naively, his words leaving others speechless. You fool, have you lost your mind during training? Of course. People grow over 3 years. Bulma exclaimed, her forehead creased with frustration as she tried to clarify. But I don't feel any different. Goku muttered, glancing at himself. Seemingly unchanged in height or appearance, his words causing discomfort among the group, who anxiously worried about his intellect. As Catalan observed the awkward atmosphere, he spoke up. Everyone must be quite fatigued. Having just arrived for the martial arts tournament, I presume you have yet to secure accommodations. Why not stay at my place? It's complimentary. A figure, seemingly unfamiliar, caught Sun Wukong's attention, prompting him to inquire, could this be a new disciple of Master Wu Tian? I'm actually Catalan's sister. You simply haven't met me before since he was not around, Xiao Qiao replied with a gentle smile. Oh, I see, Sun Wukong responded, nodding as if he understood, though still appearing somewhat daft. He then extended his hand to Catalan in a gesture of goodwill. It is settled then. We shall reside together during the tournament. Xiao Qiao decided. I'm quite hungry. I could devour a feast. Sun Wukong, having traveled a considerable distance, felt exhaustion wash over him. With a place to stay secured, thoughts of food occupied his mind. Everything else paled in comparison. I too feel a bit peckish, Krillin chimed in, along with Yamcha. Their intentions clearly to partake in the feast. Why is it that everyone is fixated on food? Bulma remarked to Launch. Free accommodations are splendid. It saves quite a bit of money, Master Rashi mused at that moment. Soon after, the group arrived at Catalan's residence and indulged in a hearty meal, which Catalan had ensured was plentiful, well aware of Sun Wukong's remarkable appetite. However, Xiao Qiao was taken aback, having never witnessed anyone consume such an extraordinary amount. As night fell, the group dispersed to engage in their own activities, conversing and unwinding, yet Catalan had mysteriously vanished. In another part of the villa, he conversed with a middle-aged stranger named Du, the very individual who had provided the lodging. A prosperous businessman. Du had his sights set on profiting from the upcoming martial arts tournament, despite lacking a deep understanding of martial arts. To him, Catalan, renowned on Papaya Island, stood on a different pedestal compared to the martial artists he typically encountered. Thus, he approached Catalan, offering incentives to gain insights into the tournament's competitors, seeking to establish betting schemes for profit. As the tournament approached, their final discussions unfolded. Catalan, possessing a grasp of the participants' strengths and aware of certain plot lines from the original tale, divulged this information to aid Du in setting up his bets. Catalan felt no moral conflict in doing so. Having spent considerable time on Papaya Island, he had heard whispers of others establishing betting pools, and he merely followed suit. With the valuable information obtained, Du took his leave. Just as Catalan intended to return to his companions, he caught sight of a concealed figure lurking in the shadows. Is that Master Crane? It seems he couldn't restrain himself, but alongside Master Rashi and the others, he won't find an opportunity to strike. Catalan mused with a slight smile, dismissing the notion. Master Crane, having learned of Sun Wukong's slaying of his brother, Tao Bai Bai, had set his sights on Catalan instead, even before the hour grew late. Compared to the disgrace he had suffered, the incident with Tao Bai Bai seemed trivial. Catalan strode calmly, his mental acuity attuned to any movements around him. In the dim corner, the figure clad in black was indeed Master Crane, who, upon spotting Catalan alone, felt a surge of excitement, an opportune moment to strike. He shifted subtly, preparing for an attack. At that instant, Catalan halted, casting a casual glance toward Master Crane's hiding spot. This seemingly innocuous glance thwarted Master Crane's ambush, restoring tranquility to the concealed area, while Catalan proceeded as if nothing had transpired. Once Catalan had departed, Master Crane felt emboldened to reveal a fraction of himself. That brat. I never expected him to grow so formidable in such a short span, capable of detecting my presence. In merely 2 years, he has not only become significantly stronger but has also sharpened his perception of energy. How has he trained? Master Crane marveled at Catalan's rapid advancement. Earlier that day, upon recognizing Catalan, Master Crane had sensed his enhanced prowess. Nevertheless, he remained confident that such growth was insufficient to pose a threat to a master like himself. Although Catalan possessed supernatural abilities, they would be rendered ineffective if undetected. However, Catalan's recent actions indicated a transformation beyond mere physical strength. True masters comprehend the intricacies of high-intensity combat, where the capacity for visual discernment is limited. Thus, in such high-stakes encounters, an understanding of the opponent's energy is paramount to avoid being swiftly vanquished. It is important to note that this perception of energy does not equate to the Saiyan Saga's level of awareness in Dragon Ball. Rather, it suggests an ability to sense the opponent's presence within the confines of the martial arts tournament. It does not imply the capacity for rapid, instinctive combat reliant solely on energy sensing. In the original tale, during the inaugural martial arts tournament, The likes of Master Rashi and Sun Wukong were able to engage in high-speed combat due to Master Rashi's adept training of Sun Wukong, who underwent 8 months of rigorous preparation, honing his body, mind, eyesight, and intellect. In the narrative of the second martial arts tournament, elite fighters like Master Rashi and Sun Wukong had developed a high level of energy perception, unaware of the significant advancements yet to come. This progression was gradual, compounded by the limitations of Earthling lineage, which inherently possessed lower potential and slower combat power increases. Only through time and perseverance could they master the art of energy perception, leading to the true combat capabilities that relied solely on this skill during the third martial arts tournament. Catalan is a time traveler, well aware of the extraordinary ability of aura perception. Thus, through conscious and proactive training, he has developed at an astonishing pace. It seems prudent to wait a little longer. It is best to act when the night is quiet and calm. As the hour is still early, he refrains from taking action, and the crane sage departs with a sense of reluctance. Tragically understood that Master Rashi would not relent, so he chose to forego sleep that night, opting to meditate and cultivate his mental energy, immersing himself in the natural energies of the universe. In this manner, he could remain awake while still maintaining optimal condition for the following day. Unfortunately, Tragically could not confide in others about his predicament and had to endure it silently. To his surprise, the night passed peacefully, with Master Rashi making no further attempts against him. Could it be that Master Rashi had given up? Impossible. This thought was immediately dismissed by Tragically. After a moment of contemplation, he could not ascertain the reason and decided to shift his focus as he joined the others for the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament. At the tournament venue, all participants were prepared. Outside, the audience was in high spirits, eagerly shouting for the competition to commence, unable to contain their anticipation. Soon, the preliminary rounds began, with numerous competitors participating, meaning it would take some time before Tragicly's turn arrived, as the current match featured lesser opponents. Suddenly, Tragicly sensed 2 menacing auras directed at him, causing him to furrow his brow and glance aside. Tenshinhan, Master Rashi. At that moment, Tragicly realized both Tenshinhan and Master Rashi were glaring at him with murderous intent. It became clear to Tragicly why Master Rashi had refrained from acting the previous night. It seemed Tenshinhan had noticed Master Rashi's abnormal behavior and intervened. Though Tenshinhan had not fully embraced the righteous path, he still held great respect for his master, Master Rashi. It was only natural for a disciple to stand up for his master, but Tragicly wondered if Master Rashi had shared the full story with him. If Master Rashi discovered that his brother had been killed by Sun Wukong, it was uncertain how he would react under such dual pressures. Tragicly felt a tightening in his chest. If Master Rashi were pushed to his limits, he might disregard all rules, which could certainly lead to trouble. Tell me your name. Tenshinhan approached. My true name is Tragically, he replied, casting a glance at Tenshinhan, whom he still regarded with admiration. As long as Earth faced peril, Tenshinhan would not shrink away. Were it not for the contributions he had made to the planet, Tragically would have ignored him entirely. I am Tenshinhan, a disciple of Master Rashi. Remember that, he stated casually before shooting Tragically a fierce glare and walking away. Tragically, what did you do to provoke that guy? Krillin inquired. Approaching. Haha, I'm not sure. Perhaps he views me as a disciple of Master Rashi and wishes to assert dominance over him. Tragically fabricated a plausible excuse. Krillin gritted his teeth in response. That guy is too much. All right, Krillin, don't let him affect you. We still have matches to compete in. Don't take it lightly and risk elimination. Tragically redirected the conversation. I want tea, Krillin retorted dismissively. The preliminary rounds proceeded smoothly, and after half a day, everyone easily secured victory in the first round. They then enjoyed lunch and took a brief respite before commencing the afternoon's elimination rounds. By the afternoon, the number of competitors had diminished, and the remaining participants gathered in a single martial arts arena, no longer separated. It was then that Tragically noticed Tenshinhan taking the stage. Tenshinhan's opponent, resembling a caricature with a rotund figure and large ears, was yet another minor adversary. While this match wouldn't showcase his true capabilities, it would be prudent to observe closely. Tragically pondered. The rotund opponent lunged fiercely at Tenshinhan, causing the arena to tremble under his weight. Tenshinhan assumed a crane stance, and Tragically knew he was about to strike. He focused his mental energy, striving to perceive the unfolding events. In an instant, Tenshinhan defeated the sumo wrestler, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Too fast. I barely caught a glimpse, thought Tragically, noting that Tenshinhan had not yet unleashed his full potential. A sheen of sweat began to form on Tragicly's forehead. This is unacceptable. I must find a worthy opponent before the top 8 matches. Yet, He realized that he could not simply choose such an adversary at will. As he grappled with his dilemma, he marveled at his fortuitous luck. He heard the announcement of the selected numbers, and one of them belonged to King Kai, who was now stepping onto the stage, while the other number was Cataly's own. Excellent! A chance to gain experience has arrived, Cataly exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Excited, Jiating sprinted onto the stage, flashing a grin at King Gappa. He was acutely aware of King Gappa's extraordinary technique, the eight-hand fist. This martial art is renowned for its swiftness, creating illusions that make it appear as though 8 hands are executing the moves. King Gappa was on an entirely different level compared to the previous masters of martial arts. And given that this was the preliminary round, a casual approach was not an option. Any lapse in concentration could result in being knocked off the stage. However, he had not cultivated his chi, and his strength was significantly inferior to mine. Therefore, he could rely on his robust physique to withstand the onslaught. Anchoring himself in a stance inspired by the sand t-shirt for added stability, Jiating would not underestimate King Gappa. He quickly resolved to use this opportunity to enhance his awareness of chi while securing his place among the top 8 competitors. King Gappa gazed upon his youthful opponent with disdain. You are unfortunate to encounter me. Soon, I shall eliminate you, he proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Your words are abundant. Yet my patience is limited. Do not dawdle, strike swiftly, replied Gatai, his tone laced with mockery. Gatai's words provoked King Gappa, who immediately assumed an offensive posture, plunging into a state of combat. His fighting spirit swiftly locked onto Gatai. Truly, as a seasoned martial artist, he could instantaneously adjust his combat readiness. Although King Gappa had not cultivated his chi, this level of combat awareness was commendable in Gatai's eyes. With a fierce cry, King Gappa closed the distance, his hands outstretched, slicing through the air to minimize resistance and strike his opponent with maximum velocity. Gatai's gaze sharpened as he acknowledged that King Gappa, a seasoned martial artist of the older generation, truly excelled in the art of speed. From the perspective of an ordinary martial artist, Gatai perceived that King Gappa had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Should he advance further, a profound mental transformation would ensue, enabling him to instinctively sense the flow of energy. Upon careful observation, Gatai discerned that King Gappa's striking velocity had precisely reached the critical threshold suitable for the current phase of adaptation. Subsequently, Gatai closed his eyes, seeking to delve deeper into his own capacity for adjustment. King Gappa launched dozens of attacks, all of which were skillfully countered by Gatai, leaving him astonished. What a remarkable young talent! His previous underestimation of Gatai began to fade. However, witnessing Gatai fighting with his eyes closed was intolerable. How infuriating! You shall regret underestimating me. With a furious roar, King Gappa accelerated his assault, and in an instant, Gatai found himself at a disadvantage. The sound of blows echoed. Gatai had yet to fully acclimate to the blindfolded combat, quickly sustaining several blows, with a relentless barrage of attacks raining down upon him. What was Gatai thinking? Engaging the formidable King Gappa with his eyes closed? The latter was a champion of the renowned martial arts tournament. Observing Gatai's closed eyes, Yamcha and Krillin found it astonishing. Only Son Goku remained silent, keenly observing the unfolding scene. TCH, if he can't handle this guy, he has no right to bear the title of a Turtle School disciple, Tianjin Fan remarked disdainfully. In his eyes, a master like King Gappa was hardly noteworthy. The Turtle Hermit and his companions bore no fondness for Tianjin Fan and naturally ignored his comments. However, it appeared that Gatai had ulterior motives. The Turtle Hermit, wise and experienced, quickly discerned the unusual nature of the situation. The relentless onslaught, once struck, seemed nearly impossible to evade. King Gappa's martial prowess was indeed formidable. Gatai experienced firsthand the terrifying nature of Gappa's techniques. Despite the blows landing upon him, their force was not overly severe, as Gatai had perfected the three-body technique, achieving an unparalleled level of stability and strength, allowing him to withstand the assault with ease. Isn't that the young master from Papaya Island? His greatest strength lies in his agility. Reputed to exhaust his opponents, a competitor suddenly exclaimed from the crowd. What young master? Aren't we all martial arts masters here? Truly ignorant. Can't you see that lad is being battered? Soon, the praise for Gatai was drowned out by a voice of criticism, rendering the previous speaker silent. How peculiar. Gatai is clearly capable of defeating his opponent effortlessly, so why does he persist in this manner? Son Goku pondered, scratching his head in confusion as he continued to observe intently. As the tension escalated, Japa King increasingly instilled a sense of trepidation within himself. Throughout the contest, Gatai had not once initiated an attack. Despite his relentless strikes landing upon Japa King, they failed to unseat him from the ring. Suddenly, The flurry of Joppa King's rapid assault culminated in a final, forceful punch, landing squarely against Gatai's chest, causing Joppa King to recoil and establish a measure of distance between them. This invigorating exchange heightened Gatai's senses, instilling within him a profound sense of urgency and invigorating his energy. He felt his awareness of the flow of energy steadily improving, a realization that filled him with elation. The deliberate training and the enforced development of his energy perception yielded results far surpassing those of battles against opponents of comparable skill. It appeared that Joppa King was poised to unleash his ultimate technique, the eight-handed fist. Observing the fatigue in Joppa King's eyes, Gatai surmised that the time for his signature move had arrived. "Youngster, I retract my earlier underestimation of you. Prepare yourself, for I shall unleash my ultimate technique to claim victory," Joppa King declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he took a moment to center himself before initiating the eight-handed fist. "Bring it on," Gatai responded, his eyes brimming with unbounded anticipation, reveling in the thrill of battle. He felt exhilarated, sensing that if he could withstand the eight-handed fist, his perception of energy would ascend to the level of the current prowess exhibited by Sun Wukong and Transhin Fan. Joppa Wong gradually adjusted his physical state, for the eight-hand fist was a tremendous drain on stamina. Not only was its speed of attack remarkable, but its strength was also formidable. The successive strikes carried an essence of accumulation. Once struck, an opponent's body would resemble a sandbag, ultimately being hurled from the arena, with no room for a comeback. He was convinced that no matter how resilient Gatai's physique might be, it could not withstand the relentless barrage of the eight-hand fist. Joppa Wong let out a peculiar cry, his muscles swelling slightly, and then his hands appeared to morph into eight, unleashing a torrential onslaught. Gatai, now ablaze with fervor, inadvertently shouted out loud and charged forward. In an instant, the distance between them diminished to nearly zero. He sensed it, there was no evasion possible if dodging was futile. Then he would brace himself to withstand the blows. Gatai swiftly made this discernment. At that moment, driven by a surge of emotion, he harmonized his heart, eyes, and body, engaging with Joppa Wong through the potency of his zeal. In doing so, he somewhat relinquished the initiative, surrendering the battle to his physical instincts. It was akin to two fighters in a frenzied brawl, fixated solely on victory, disregarding their injuries and the chaos of their techniques. This direct confrontation found Gatai with his eyes wide open. He had been tirelessly endeavoring to deepen his sense of energy during this period. He felt he had nearly reached a critical point, unable to progress in a conventional manner any further. A significant explosion of both body and spirit was now imperative. As Gatai and King Gappa exchanged blows, their fists moved with unparalleled speed, colliding with each strike. Never before had anyone dared to confront the eight-handed fist head-on. Yet, the legend of King Gappa's invincible eight-handed fist was shattered by Gatai. Observing intently, Gatai pondered whether this was a transcendence of spiritual limits. He silently shouted within, in a manner only he could perceive. This experience was unlike any he had encountered before. He could distinctly sense the presence of his opponent, noting the subtle fluctuations in the effectiveness of Gappa's attacks. Those fleeting moments of fluctuation represented the opportunity to seize victory. "It's about time," Gatai murmured softly. "Now is the moment." With a sharp focus, he detected the minuscule opening during King Gappa's assault, the precise instant when the eight-handed fist power waned. In an instant, Gatai struck with the swiftness of lightning, grasping Gappa's hands firmly. With a forceful twist and the might of his own strength, he hurled Gappa out of the ring, thus securing his victory in this round. Simultaneously, on the other side, Xiao Qiao triumphed over her opponent, having gleaned the essence of striking with lightning speed through this battle. As the number of contestants dwindled, the final 8 emerged. These formidable warriors included Master Rashi, Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Gatai, Xiao Qiao, and Jiaozi. "Oh, I have been defeated. How infuriating," lamented a wolf-like contestant, his voice filled with a poignant sense of despair. Catalan also noticed that the competitor was none other than the werewolf from the original work. With the addition of Catalan and Xiao Qiao, the original narrative experienced a certain impact. He was eliminated by Klin. The werewolf glared fiercely at Master Rashi, with flames of fury erupting from his eyes. Master Rashi felt perplexed. After all, he was defeated by Klin. Why would such animosity be directed at him? The werewolf was acutely aware that he had lost his chance to be among the top 8, thus disqualifying him from this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. All his efforts over the past 3 years had been in vain, consumed by a whirlwind of hatred. The werewolf did not even consider that he had failed to reach the top 8, once a contender against the former champion of the martial arts tournament. With his elimination, he no longer had to worry about disqualification, and in his rage, the werewolf lost his sanity. "Ah!" he shouted as he lunged towards Master Rashi. At that moment, Master Rashi appeared somewhat helpless, concerned that excessive retaliation might lead to his own disqualification. After deftly dodging, he frowned and remarked, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Werewolf contestant, please adhere to the tournament rules. You have been eliminated, so do not disrupt the venue." The host hurriedly arrived, microphone in hand, reminding the werewolf. "No way. I must kill this guy." The werewolf snarled, his face contorted with rage, his fangs bared. Master Rashi sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control and immediately addressed the werewolf. "What grievance do you hold against me that compels you to kill me? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? You have ruined my entire life as happiness," the werewolf accused, feeling that Master Rashi was feigning ignorance and continued to hurl insults. As the confrontation escalated, the werewolf made a move to charge again. "Wait, Mr. Werewolf," Catalan interjected, stepping between him and Master Rashi. "Step aside, this has nothing to do with you," the werewolf retorted. Upon hearing this, Gadai felt that Mr. Werewolf was quite measured in his actions. He did not act recklessly, killing indiscriminately. "Mr. Werewolf, perhaps you could elaborate on the details of the situation? After all, you know that Master Jackie Chan is of considerable age and may have genuinely forgotten," Gatai remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing Gatai's comment, Master Rashi's expression soured. He felt disrespected by Gatai's words. Nevertheless, Master Rashi chose not to dwell on this issue, as it was essential to clarify matters at hand. Subsequently, Mr. Werewolf considered Gatai's words to have merit and calmed down, recounting how Master Rashi had destroyed the moon during the last World Martial Arts Tournament, rendering him unable to revert to human form. With the facts laid bare, Master Rashi summoned Krillin and used hypnosis to transform Mr. Werewolf back into a wolf, thus resolving the matter perfectly. Though the issue was settled, Gadai felt an unrest within. He noticed that Master Rashi's method of hypnosis was peculiar, unlike the hypnosis Gatai understood, which relied solely on mental prowess and other techniques. Master Rashi's approach directly harnessed his internal energy to create waves reminiscent of mental energy for the purpose of hypnosis. This method intrigued Gatai. He contemplated that, through reverse reasoning, this technique could potentially evolve into a divine method for directly cultivating mental energy. As the preliminary rounds concluded, the remaining 8 contestants began preparing for the first match of the quarterfinals and the subsequent match order. Gatai had to temporarily set aside his desire to inquire about the hypnosis technique and focus on the preparations for the quarterfinals. During the drawing of lots, Gatai remained vigilant, knowing that Dumpling possessed superpowers. His current situation was quite awkward, having successfully shifted the initial target of Tian Shinhan onto himself. It was likely that the first match would pit him against Tian Shinhan. "No, the primary purpose of my visit is to learn martial arts. Battling others is one thing, but facing Tian Shinhan would undoubtedly lead to a severe beating," Gatai thought to himself. First, Master Rashi drew lots. While Gatai utilized his mental energy to scan the box Master Rashi was drawing from, also keeping an eye on Dumpling's actions. When the first contestant drew, Dumpling made no unusual movements. The second contestant was Yamcha, and Dumpling still remained passive. Through Gatai's mental energy perception, he detected no abnormalities. And Yamcha was not grouped with Master Rashi. "It seems Tian Shinhan indeed placed his first target on me," Gatai sighed softly to himself. When it was Gatai's turn to draw, he concentrated his mental energy, wary of any mistakes. Soon, he sensed an elusive force attempting to interfere. However, this mental force was not particularly strong. Gatai smiled slightly, filled with confidence. He retaliated with his mental energy, successfully repelling Dumpling's influence. Thus, Gatai drew lots in a manner seemingly destined by fate, resulting in his placement in Master Rashi's group. How convenient. I need not disrupt Tian Shinhan's draw any longer, Gatai thought with satisfaction, glancing at the number in his hand. "Hey." Dumpling suddenly felt something was amiss and couldn't help but voice his concern. "What's wrong, Dumpling?" Tian Shinhan inquired. Dumpling looked at Tian Shinhan with an innocent expression, filled with grievance, as he stated that he had stumbled and appeared to have been interfered with by someone, pointing towards Gatai. Tian Shinhan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Gatai's silhouette. What abilities does Gatai possess that could incite such animosity in Master Rashi and disrupt Dumpling's superpowers? After drawing his number, Gatai turned to Tian Shinhan, waving his number as if to signal something, before discarding it casually, akin to tossing away refuse. Tian Shinhan understood that Dumpling's interference had been uncovered. At that moment, the host announced Gatai's name alongside Master Rashi's group. Master Jackie Chan was the champion of the previous tournament and possesses formidable strength. It seems Gatai has little chance of winning. If he cannot make it to the championship, I will lose the opportunity to face him, Tian Xinhan thought. Feeling a sense of foreboding as he began contemplating alternative strategies, he resolved to find a way to keep Gatai in the tournament until its conclusion, so he could personally confront him. Master Rashi found it peculiar that Gatai had drawn a number in his group, yet had not once regarded him seriously. Instead, he had indicated his number towards Tian Xinhan and Dumpling. What was truly going on? Master Rashi crossed his arms in contemplation. Soon, the match order for the quarterfinals was announced. The first match would feature Tian Xinhan against Yamcha, originally intended to face Gatai. Thus, Tian Xinhan reluctantly shifted his focus to Yamcha, with whom he had a long-standing rivalry. The second match would see Krillin face Dumpling, followed by Master Rashi against Gatai. And the fourth match would be between Kaiatsu and Sun Wukong. Yamcha had long harbored resentment towards Tian Xinhan, and as they were matched in the first round, he eagerly unleashed his taunting skills, ultimately provoking Tian Xinhan, who intended to teach him a lesson once he stepped into the arena. The quarterfinals, featuring the 8 most skilled martial artists, drew considerable attention, as only the quarterfinal matches dared to openly showcase their prowess before the general populace. As the first match approached, throngs of spectators took their positions to watch the contest unfold. The first match, Tian Xinhan vs. Yamcha, featured 2 fiercely confident competitors, each with immense faith in their abilities. However, Yamcha was utterly unaware of the true terror that was Tian Xinhan. He did not realize that from the start, Tian Xinhan had dismissed him, not employing his full strength against him. Before long, Yamcha recognized Tian Xinhan's formidable prowess, realizing he could inflict no substantial harm. In desperation, Yamcha unleashed his self-improved version of the Wolf Fang Fist, a technique derived from the instinctive speed and movement of wolves, which required significant energy expenditure. However, despite Yamcha's efforts to incorporate this technique into his fighting style, it lacked true substance. Tian Xinhan, channeling his internal energy, effortlessly countered Yamcha's attack. In the end, Tian Xinhan emerged victorious, while Yamcha lost consciousness and suffered a broken leg. Indeed, the World Martial Arts Tournament provided an unparalleled opportunity for martial artists to refine their skills. As Gatai observed this one-sided match, he absorbed valuable insights. Tian Xinhan skillfully manipulated his internal energy, balancing between drawing and releasing it, thus enhancing his defensive capabilities to withstand Yamcha's aerial assault. Gatai's eyes widened. He had yet to experiment with such an application of energy. It was akin to an iron shirt technique, representing a state of explosive energy. Yet Gatai sensed he had uncovered a novel combat approach, one that allowed him to utilize energy as freely as inner strength or spiritual power during battle. Moreover, he reflected on the essence of Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist and Master Rashi's hypnosis. The Wolf Fang Fist illustrated the existence of genuine martial arts principles, suggesting that many martial arts concepts he had witnessed in his previous life could be realized in this world. If Master Rashi's hypnosis could be developed into a technique for cultivating mental energy, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for Gatai. After winning the match, Tian Xinhan paid no heed to the criticisms of others. Instead, his gaze fixed upon Gatai, an intense aura of hostility emanating from him. Oh dear. Does Tian Xinhan harbor a grudge against Gatai? Master Rashi couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Gatai. Gatai. After witnessing the match between Tianjin Fan and Yamcha, Xiao Qiao realized the extent of human potential, far surpassing her imagination. However, Tianjin Fan cast a rather unfriendly gaze towards Gatai, which even Xiao Qiao could sense as a pressure akin to impending doom. Although Xiao Qiao believed that Gatai might be eliminated by other formidable opponents before even having a chance to face Tianjin Fan, considering Gatai had only trained for 3 years, she was nonetheless apprehensive about the malice emanating from such a powerful figure. Despite Gatai never mentioning any grievances with Tianjin Fan, Xiao Qiao refrained from imposing any pressure on him, firmly believing that Gatai had his own plans. Sister Qiao, rest assured, I will be fine, Gatai reassured her. During the tournament, all participants who made it to the top 8 were entitled to complimentary meals, though any additional dishes would require payment. Sun Wukong and the others watched the match with taut nerves. Indulging in food served as a delightful respite, a splendid way to unwind. The next match was scheduled for the following morning, and after their meal, the group had little else to occupy their time, so they returned to their lodgings. In a clandestine meeting, Gatai sought the guidance of Master Rashi, desiring to learn the art of hypnosis. It was at this moment that Master Rashi realized that his true identity had been uncovered by Gattai. However, he declined the request, despite Gattai not being his disciple. Their recent interactions had fostered a sense of camaraderie, leading Master Rashi to regard him as akin to family. Furthermore, Master Rashi consistently embodied the demeanor of a venerable elder, imparting wisdom to Gattai about the futility of fixating on the martial prowess of others, emphasizing that true progress lies in transcending oneself. Thus, Master Rashi steadfastly refused to teach Gattai the techniques of hypnosis. In a moment of desperation, Gattai pleaded with Master Rashi to hypnotize him, seeking to experience the method firsthand in order to unravel its intricacies. Reluctantly, Master Rashi acquiesced. Gattai then summoned his mental energy, meticulously observing the manner in which Master Rashi executed the hypnosis. To his astonishment, he effortlessly mastered the technique without falling under its spell, leaving Master Rashi utterly astonished. Having acquired the knowledge of hypnosis, Gattai did not rush to apply it. He understood that the cultivation of mental energy required patience. He recognized that transforming hypnosis into a discipline of mental prowess necessitated extensive contemplation and practice. His current intrigue lay in the methodology of transporting the energy of the Tianjin rice, prompting him to retreat into solitary meditation. The spirit of Gattai is intricately attuned, exhibiting remarkable control over his body, and he has already mastered the manipulation of the qi within him. His current endeavor is to concentrate this qi throughout his form, enhancing his combat prowess through its aid. Qi serves as a manifestation of inner strength and spiritual energy. Thus, circulating qi is akin to harnessing inner strength and spiritual power. Gattai reflected deeply, stirring the qi within his body. It was effortless to gather a small amount of qi. The next step was to put theory into practice. Rising to his feet, Gattai assumed a combat stance. He then subtly mobilized the qi within him and struck with his fist. A unique sensation enveloped him as he suddenly perceived the qi clinging to his arm and fist, endowing him with an extraordinary capability. This power, akin to inner strength and spiritual energy, autonomously augmented the speed and force of his strikes. In his previous life, as a practitioner of the celestial laws, he understood that the existence of all things is a manifestation of these principles, and the energy within himself reflects this truth as well. In other words, it is well known that enhancing one's inner strength or spiritual energy amplifies various abilities. For instance, employing inner strength to execute lightness skills or utilizing spiritual energy to unleash formidable techniques. The resultant effects of these skills are a testament to the trajectory of the celestial laws inherent in the energy itself. Hence, both inner strength and spiritual energy are profound entities, widely recognized as significant sources of power, yet seldom subjected to deeper analysis. Catalyst discovered that the method of harnessing energy was not particularly challenging. However, during his time on Earth, no one seemed to have employed such techniques. Catalyst did not believe that the original texts failed to reveal such methods. Otherwise, how could the cosmic saga exhibit such formidable destructive power? Was the energy consumption of this approach excessively high? No, he realized he could entirely control the amount of energy utilized, rendering the consumption minimal while significantly augmenting his physical strength and attack potency. Catalyst pondered this conundrum, ultimately attributing it to two primary factors. Firstly, the unique training methods within the Dragon Ball universe allowed for a simultaneous enhancement of body and energy, where, in their view, pure energy attacks surpassed conventional physical strikes in potency. The energy of Earthlings was not particularly robust, insufficient for extensive consumption. Energy was deemed a last resort, to be wielded sparingly. Secondly, there existed a fundamental lack of understanding of such concepts, which accounted for the absence of their application until the cosmic saga, when everyone experienced tremendous growth, gradually uncovering these techniques. The increase in energy levels permitted prolonged utilization, culminating in extraordinary destructive capabilities. Subsequently, Catalyst engaged in various trials, relentlessly throwing punches and executing kicks, each strike yielding a formidable explosive effect. His speed surged as he sprinted, and his leaps reached new heights. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he enveloped his body in energy to enhance his overall capabilities? To his astonishment, he found himself shrouded in a framework of energy. It was as if Catalyst leaned against a wall while someone meticulously sketched the outline of his form upon it. As a result, his physical abilities nearly doubled. However, the energy expenditure was substantial, and he had yet to devise a method to recycle the energy enveloping his form back into his body. Despite this, it could serve as a potent trump card. Such a technique could facilitate an escape should Tien and Master Rashi persist in their lethal intentions. The following day, During the second match of the tournament, mirroring the original narrative, Krillin emerged victorious. Simultaneously, Goku's revelation of his role in the demise of Tao Pai Pai surfaced, delivering a crushing blow to Master Roshi, who suffered both humiliation at the hands of Catalyst and the devastating news of his brother's death. Catalyst, feeling helpless, did not wish to alter the storyline too drastically and could only watch the events unfold. Next came the confrontation between Catalyst and Master Roshi. The ultimate test loomed before him. Catalyst readied himself. This was his inaugural opportunity to engage in battle as a true martial artist, confronting a seasoned opponent with the poise befitting his newfound identity. In truth, Gatai had not mastered any martial arts or combat techniques. He had always relied on his own strength. Thus, when confronted by the legendary martial arts master, the Turtle Hermit, Gatai felt an immense pressure. As the host called them to the arena, both competitors took to the stage. Gatai gazed at the Turtle Hermit, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. However, he quickly recognized his own state of mind and adjusted himself, allowing a sense of exhilaration to wash over him. To achieve greater heights in battle, one must embrace the joy of combat. Drawing inspiration from the growth of Sun Wukong, Gatai imposed upon himself a mission to revel in the pleasures that fighting could bring. Combat not only enhances one's fighting skills and awareness, but, more importantly, serves as a means to seek breakthroughs. The Turtle Hermit, indeed a master of martial arts, stood with an effortless poise that left Gatai feeling there were no flaws to exploit. Gatai's fighting prowess was on par with the Turtle Hermit, and given the latter's elevated level of martial arts mastery, Gatai found it impossible to perceive any weaknesses. No flaws? I refuse to believe it. Mastery arises from the realm of the spirit, with my formidable soul strength and mental fortitude as my foundation. I cannot accept that a rival of equal caliber remains so composed in battle, Gatai mused inwardly. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Gatai suddenly unleashed his physical power, executing his moves with an economy of motion, swift as lightning. His figure seemed to vanish abruptly, and in the next instant, he stood before the Turtle Hermit. As soon as Gatai made his move, it immediately captured the attention of Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Sun Wukong. Only these few could perceive the profound intricacies contained within Gatai's instantaneous eruption of power, which was executed without any prior build-up or preparation. However, understanding the phenomenon and being capable of achieving it are two entirely different matters. They remained perplexed about the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, at their current level, they were fully capable of discerning Gatai's actions, and thus, apart from Sun Wukong, none delved deeper into the matter. Master Roshi felt a sudden astonishment. He had always regarded Gatai as amiable and easy to get along with, displaying an effortless demeanor that hardly suggested overwhelming strength, certainly not to a significant degree. Unbeknownst to him, this was due to Gatai's exceptionally high spiritual attainment. Roshi had initially intended to engage in a friendly spar with Gatai to offer him guidance, but was taken aback by Gatai's unexpected display of extraordinary martial understanding. Master Roshi recognized that Gatai's movements did not rely on excessive force, rather, they exemplified the application of martial principles. It seems I have underestimated you, he thought, focusing intently and preparing himself. With his hands positioned in a defensive posture, Roshi initiated his offensive and defensive techniques. With a resounding impact, Gatai and Master Roshi clashed directly. Although it appeared as a forceful strike, Gatai adeptly restrained the power behind his punch, avoiding any excessive movement. His control over strength was remarkable to Roshi. It felt as if a mere tap had been delivered upon his fist, yet that tap concealed an unimaginable force. In the next moment, Gatai vanished and reappeared beside Master Roshi, unleashing a tempest of strikes in rapid succession. Roshi immediately adopted a defensive stance. Renowned as the god of martial arts, his combat skills were profoundly intricate, and he possessed exceptional control over his strength. However, he had not yet attained the ability to strike with lightning speed. Having lived for several centuries, his physical power and martial techniques were highly refined, allowing him to precisely control the force of his strikes to avoid leaving openings or inflicting fatal blows. His extensive experience had brought his abilities to their zenith. The distinction between them lay in Gatai's limitless capacity to modulate the intensity of his strikes. Even when exerting his full strength, he could effortlessly control it. In contrast, Master Roshi could only manage to manipulate about 60% of his total power with such ease. While this difference seemed substantial, suggesting that Gatai could easily best Roshi, the reality was far more complex, encompassing numerous techniques, including the art of neutralizing force. Despite being at a disadvantage in sheer strength, as long as one could dissipate excess force and endure the opponent's pressure, Swift counterattacks remained feasible. Master Rashi grew increasingly alarmed after a series of exchanges. Gadai exhibited no signs of fatigue, his complexion unchanged and breath steady. It seems Gadai understands me well. Perhaps he is urging me to unleash my full potential. Rashi mused with a faint sigh. Finally, Master Rashi shifted his defensive stance, his movements becoming remarkably intricate. He evaded Gadai's strikes, countering with a deft grip to manipulate Gadai's hand, employing softness to overcome strength. Kicks, knee strikes, and shoulder charges erupted simultaneously, showcasing the terrifying versatility of his techniques. Initially, Master Rashi believed he would have to rely on his years of accumulated expertise to triumph over Gadai. However, he was even more astonished to discover that Gadai, like him, could sense every nuance of his techniques without any openings. Gadai exhibited precise control over his body, with each part functioning as a weapon against his adversary. What formidable combat awareness, what profound martial prowess. Is this truly a mere 13-year-old? Master Rashi marveled in awe. Wow, Gadai is astonishingly powerful. It's completely unexpected. Krillin and Sun Wukong exclaimed, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Tien Shin'an watched intently, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated Gadai's depth. Is this your full strength? He pondered, growing increasingly intrigued by Gadai and eager for a chance to compete against him. Gadai, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement upon witnessing his prowess. Gadai, you are remarkable. Achieving such heights at your young age is extraordinary. Master Rashi raised his thumb in admiration towards Gadai. Gadai smiled broadly, his face radiating with brilliance as he acknowledged the Turtle Hermit's admiration. However, at that moment, the Turtle Hermit vanished, only to reappear behind Gadai. Gadai, well acquainted with the Turtle Hermit, understood that despite his age, the hermit harbored a steadfast devotion to the welfare of his disciples. In Gadai's perception, the Turtle Hermit would go to great lengths to defeat his own disciples, ensuring they remained humble and did not stray down a dark path. He also believed that the Turtle Hermit held a certain esteem for him, regarding Gadai as a righteous martial artist, and viewing himself as a mentor to the young warrior. From the moment the battle commenced, or rather, since the quarterfinals began, Gadai has been relentlessly honing his sensitivity to energy. Regardless of whether he himself was an active participant in the matches, he has maintained a keen awareness of Master Rashi's movements, and even in moments of carelessness, he has mastered the art of striking with lightning speed while simultaneously executing effective defenses. Be careful, came the worried voice of little Qiao from outside the arena. Right here. Gadai swiftly sensed Master Rashi's position, and his form vanished from sight. Almost immediately, the air was filled with the sound of their fierce clash. Master Rashi, realizing that Gadai was not being careless, felt a surge of joy within. This indicated that Gadai possessed a formidable inner strength. Accurately assessing his own position and remaining composed in the midst of competition, free from arrogance or anxiety. Master Rashi was struck in the back by Gadai's punch. His body propelled through the air towards the edge of the arena. How is this possible? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that the esteemed Jackie Chan was on the verge of defeat? At that moment, Sun Wukong leaped onto the wall in front of him. In his eyes, Gadai's previous movement was astonishingly swift, as if he had effortlessly vanished, moving without any hindrance. His speed surpassing that of the legendary Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Gadai was indeed a formidable opponent. Cataly did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, he granted Master Rashi a moment of respite. Master Rashi remained in a state of shock, feeling as though he had entirely lost control over Cataly's form, reaching a point of complete invisibility. Subsequently, he felt a tremendous impact. Unable to fathom how Cataly had accomplished such a feat at that moment, a satisfied smile graced Cataly's face. In his recent movement, he had exerted nearly all his strength, employing his energy to enhance his speed significantly, yielding impressive results. Bravo, Cataly, cheered little Qiao from the sidelines, seemingly convinced that victory was imminent for him. However, it was not so simple. Master Rashi still possessed the afterimage technique and the world-shaking palm. Two formidable skills whose efficacy against them remained uncertain to Cataly, who pondered silently. After a few breaths, Master Rashi regained his footing, only to realize he was perilously close to the edge of the ring, startlingly leaping back. Oh dear, that was close. I'm glad I didn't fall, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Regaining his composure, he scrutinized Cataly closely, wondering just how much strength this young man still concealed. I must ensure this young man experiences some adversity, Master Rashi murmured softly, then began to dart swiftly across the platform. His movements became unpredictable, making it difficult for anyone to pinpoint his location. Suddenly, Master Rashi's form multiplied. A single figure became 2, then 4, and finally 8, surrounding Tragically in a swift encirclement. After image technique, Tragically soon realized that Master Rashi's aura had become indistinct, no longer as clear as before, leaving him utterly astonished. Perhaps this time I can further enhance my perception of energy, he thought, aligning his body, eyes, and mind into a singular focus. Master Rashi abruptly perceived the enigmatic state Tragically was in, as if he had merged with the very essence of nature itself, serene and devoid of flaws. Tragically appeared motionless yet seemed to be observable at any moment. Let us see how you fare against this. At that moment, the 8 forms of Master Rashi began to whirl rapidly, executing identical movements that rendered them nearly indistinguishable. I can't feel anything at all, Tragically sensed impending danger. Simultaneously, the 8 circling figures of Master Rashi suddenly converged, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Tragically. Gatai felt a sharp pain coursing through his body as he was struck repeatedly in a fleeting moment, leaving him bruised and battered. Despite enduring numerous blows, he remained resilient. Enduring Master Rashi's onslaught, his sensitivity to energy heightened even further. Bang, bang, bang. As Gatai struggled to recover, he was struck multiple times by Master Rashi, each blow compounding his injuries, causing him to stumble precariously. Master Rashi was resolute in his intent to ensure Gatai experienced considerable hardship. Without granting Gatai a moment to recuperate, he launched a third assault. However, this time, Gatai managed to deflect a few of the punches. This individual astonished me. He adapted to the afterimage technique with remarkable swiftness. No, it was to near sight, he sensed it. Master Rashi quickly recognized this, and his evaluation of Gatai elevated once more. Simultaneously, he was profoundly astonished. He had once believed that Sun Wukong's talent was unparalleled, yet Gatai seemed even more formidable. Master Rashi's astonished demeanor was well-founded, having lived for several centuries. His control over Qi had become exceptionally refined. After training Sun Wukong and Krillin, he had disguised himself as Jackie Chan to defeat them as a means of teaching. However, he never anticipated that both students would progress so rapidly, nearly surpassing him. For many years, Master Rashi had not engaged in intense combat to defeat Sun Wukong. He had expended immense effort and relied on luck. Yet, through years of experience in his battle with the young Wukong, his mastery of Qi had seen significant improvement. He sensed that there was still considerable potential for further enhancement in his Qi perception, although it was a realm he had never previously encountered, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Could it be that he was beginning to touch upon that level? If so, his martial arts talent would surpass even Wukong's by a factor of 10. Master Rashi was profoundly shaken. What a world this has become. Ever since encountering Wukong, prodigious talents have emerged one after another. Was the martial arts deity destined for obsolescence? Master Rashi could scarcely believe it. Let me try again, he thought, uncertain whether Gatai had genuinely accessed a deeper level of mastery. He felt compelled to test this theory. Subsequently, Master Rashi seemed to abandon his previous demeanor, shedding the attributes befitting a martial arts master, and attacked Gatai with a fervor akin to madness. In response, Gatai's sensitivity to Qi deepened, allowing him to fend off several of Master Rashi's strikes. However, his physical condition rapidly deteriorated due to his injuries. Gradually, Gatai realized that his body was trembling, as if his very soul were ablaze, as though something within him was striving to break free. At last, as Master Rashi unleashed his 10th barrage using the afterimage technique, Gatai experienced an epiphany. He finally pierced through the final veil of Qi perception. In that moment, it felt as if the world had been illuminated, drowning out the cacophony of the tournament arena, leaving Gatai untouched by distraction. The sky itself seemed to fall into serene silence. Instantly, his mind registered countless luminous points, most of which paled in comparison to starlight, faint and flickering, as if they could extinguish at any moment, while a select few shone just slightly brighter than stars. Through this newfound perception, Gatai not only discerned varying intensities of starlight but also understood the gradations of strength within Qi. At long last, he had attained this understanding. A smile graced Gatai's lips. Yet, after enduring Master Rashi's relentless 10 strikes, Gatai, utterly fatigued, finally collapsed. At that moment, the host, Yi, began to count down. The countdown was significant in such competitions. Fallen contestants were afforded an opportunity to rise again. Although a count of 10 would result in a loss, the total time allowed could extend to a full minute. Cattle had deliberately chosen to grant himself a moment of respite, preparing for a pivotal attempt. After countless days and nights, He had finally mastered the art of sensing energy. And naturally, he intended to apply this newfound skill. There was no way he could allow himself to be eliminated so easily. In secret, he swiftly gathered the energy within his body to initiate healing. With his current grasp over energy, he could effortlessly summon it to actively mend his physique. However, restoring his body to its peak condition proved impossible. As the host counted to 10, and before the final number had fully echoed, Cattle rose to his feet. Applause erupted from both the audience and participants alike. "I have seen through your tricks. Bring it on," were the first words that escaped Cattle's lips upon standing. Master Rashi narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, replying, "As you wish." With that, Master Rashi unleashed his afterimage technique once more, yet this time, there was a notable difference. As he attacked, he left behind afterimages surrounding Cattle, each strike generating a unique apparition. Cattle, occupied with defending against Master Rashi's onslaught, could not afford the luxury of destroying the surplus afterimages, which would not vanish immediately. Ultimately, Master Rashi utilized his incredible speed to position himself amidst these excess apparitions, mirroring their movements. Then, breaking away from the images, he launched a surprise attack on Cattle. Gattai now perceives the situation with remarkable clarity, standing firm in place as he awaits the assault from Master Rashi. He merely deflects the attacks with ease, not even shifting his body, effortlessly discerning the opponent's location. His movements during the blocks flow like water, stirring not a speck of dust. Moreover, he is acutely aware of every subtle maneuver of Master Rashi, realizing the sheer terror of mastering the sensation of energy. It feels as though he has eyes on the back of his head, fully cognizant of the actions of those behind him, reminiscent of the scene in the original work where Bobo, facing away from Sun Wukong, sensed him touching his own face. This, it seems, epitomizes the state of serene silence akin to the sky and the swiftness of lightning. Previously, employing the three-body technique for rapid strikes was merely a clever tactic, a skill in exerting force rather than an understanding of the realm itself. Gattai recognizes that grasping the sensation of energy represents a profound enhancement on a spiritual level, and there remains much to explore before he can perfectly apply this in combat. As Gattai contemplates deeply, he uncovers numerous issues. Mastering the sensation of energy is far more intricate than merely sensing it. "Congratulations on your realization," Master Rashi smiles at Gattai, his eyes brimming with joy. This is largely thanks to the guidance of my predecessors," Gattai humbly replies. "Well then, it's time for me to unleash my ultimate technique," Master Rashi warns. Universal, Gattai realizes the gravity of the situation. He fears he may not be able to withstand this move. His only chance lies in prevention. As Master Rashi utters the incantation for the universal shock palm, Gattai understands that this is a high-level martial art that transforms energy into high-voltage currents, seemingly devoid of any foolproof countermeasures. As seen in the original narrative where such techniques were only countered by overwhelming power, Gattai watches as arcs of electricity suddenly flicker around Master Rashi's palm, rapidly intensifying as he spreads his hand apart. In an instant, Gattai launched an assault on Master Rashi, aiming to disrupt him preemptively. However, at that moment, Gattai merely employed the strength he had previously demonstrated in combat against Master Rashi, knowing well that victory was beyond his grasp. Master Rashi, having anticipated this, leaped high into the air, deftly evading Gattai's surprise attack. Suddenly, Gattai's body propelled upward without the slightest hint of preparation, his fist raised to strike with force. Heaven-shattering palm, Master Rashi uttered swiftly, without a moment's pause. "What? This old man is playing me." Gattai realized that Master Rashi was deliberately toying with him. He understood that Gattai's movements could be astonishingly swift. Thus, as he unleashed this ultimate technique, he prepared to evade Gattai's ambush even before the first syllable had fully escaped his lips, allowing him the necessary time to execute his move completely. In truth, Gattai, too, was intentional in his actions. Master Rashi could not afford to lose. Should he falter, who would guide Ten Shin Han back to the righteous path? Among those present, only Sun Wukong possessed the unyielding spirit of righteousness that might influence Ten Shin Han during their duel, making Master Rashi the only one qualified to counsel him. Yet, Gattai could not guarantee that without Master Rashi's guidance, Ten Shin Han would inevitably return to righteousness. Therefore, Gattai chose to concede deliberately, ensuring that his defeat was evident. To do otherwise would be a disgrace to Master Rashi, and more importantly, Gattai yearned to experience the heaven-shattering palm, as this air-based technique might offer him unforeseen advantages. As Master Rashi uttered the final syllable, his technique descended upon Gattai with the force of a thunderclap. A fierce current coursed through every inch of Gattai's body, causing it to spasm uncontrollably. His consciousness remained intact, fiercely resisting, as Gatai sought to ascertain whether there truly existed a means to counter the heaven-shattering palm. Soon, he realized that, given his current level of cultivation, he was utterly incapable of unraveling this attack. Thus, Gatai was wounded by the heaven-shattering palm, rendered momentarily incapacitated, leading to his defeat at the hands of Master Rashi as the host counted down the seconds. Although Gatai was defeated by Master Rashi, he harbored no regrets. His participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament was primarily to enhance his understanding of martial arts, focusing on combat techniques, the application of ki, and various forms of martial arts. Having fully grasped the sensitivity to ki, he found himself capable of easily assimilating the martial knowledge possessed by the Dragon Ball warriors. At present, Gatai had learned several combat techniques from Tien Shinhan, Goku, Master Rashi, and Krillin through his mastery of ki sensitivity. He had also acquired the authentic Turtle School Kamehameha, as well as the afterimage technique and the Dodon Ray. However, he had yet to master the ki blast cannon, merely gaining a foundational understanding, and he had no repertoire for the universal shock palm. After all, the manifestation of ki differs from mere special techniques, and is not easily mastered. Though learning and application are two distinct matters, the ability to learn remains the essential prerequisite. Regardless of how his own cultivation may advance in the future, as long as he maintains precise control over his ki, he could effortlessly apply this martial knowledge in combat. Moreover, Gatai was not a belligerent individual. He consistently set his sights on spiritual cultivation, acquiring the martial knowledge of others merely to possess a degree of self-defense and to ensure a solid foundation should he ever find himself on the path of martial arts alone. With Gatai's defeat, Little Chiao also fell short against Goku and was eliminated. Prior to the commencement of the tournament, Gatai had conferred with Goku, requesting him to offer guidance to Little Chiao during their bout. Consequently, Little Chiao made significant progress, gradually pushing her body to the limits and beginning to sense ki. Although the match was decidedly one-sided, both participants relished the experience. Following the first round of eliminations in the quarterfinals, only Goku, Master Rashi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin remained. The four then competed, ultimately leading Tien Shinhan and Goku to the finals of the tournament. In this interval, Master Rashi, akin to the original narrative, voluntarily conceded to Tien Shinhan, urging him to adhere to the righteous path. In the decisive match, Crane Hermit resorted to cheating but was swiftly dispatched by Master Rashi's ki blast. Tien Shinhan, disillusioned by Crane Hermit's actions, resolved to expel him from the Crane School. The clash between Tien Shinhan and Goku was unprecedented, as spectators had never witnessed such a superhuman confrontation, igniting an explosion of enthusiasm among the crowd. Ultimately, Goku faced defeat, and Tien Shinhan emerged victorious. The audience celebrated Tien Shinhan's triumph with fervent cheers, expressing their gratitude for the unforgettable spectacle presented by both him and Goku. Moved by the enthusiastic crowd, Tien Shinhan emerged from his shadows, stepping into a world illuminated by hope. A conversation with Master Rashi and the others before parting provided him with profound insights into the essence of the martial path. Thus, Tien Shinhan and Chaozu embarked on the righteous path, forging friendships with Master Rashi's group, as well as with Gatai and Little Chiao. To everyone's astonishment, the blonde-haired launch unexpectedly confessed her feelings to Tien Shinhan, leaving the onlookers in disbelief, unaware of this facet of her character. After the tournament concluded, Gatai departed with Little Chiao. However, they did not truly leave. Instead, they temporarily resided in a villa. Gatai anticipated the arrival of Dambalin. Knowing that if Dambalin were to kill Krillin, Goku would pursue vengeance without hesitation, leading him to encounter Yajirobe and ultimately guiding Goku to Korin Tower. At Korin Tower, it was highly likely that Yajirobe would mishandle the Senzu beans, which were crucial for the Dragon Ball warriors and essential for Gatai's survival. Thus, Gatai was determined to prevent this calamity from occurring. With his ability to sense ki, he could track the events as they unfolded. Previously, Gatai had inquired about the location of Korin Tower from Master Rashi, yet the sage was unable to provide a definitive answer. Gatai had also sought the whereabouts of Korin Tower from Sun Wukong, but the latter, being rather straightforward, struggled to articulate a description. In a moment of desperation, Gatai resorted to a clever plan. Before the appearance of Dambalin, Gatai had guided Xiao Qiao to sense the energy within her body, instructing her in the art of flight. Additionally, Gatai engaged in a mutual exploitation with a middle-aged man of the Du surname, with his sole demand being a sum of money to procure some fish, as well as universal adhesive for packaging. Gatai intended to exchange these fish with Master Karen for some magical beans, while also requiring some adhesive for his own purposes. Catalan was executing his plans while Master Rashi and his companions gathered, intending to enjoy a hearty meal before embarking on their individual training. During the meal, Sun Wukong exhibited an unusual demeanor, as if sensing an impending calamity, leaving everyone bewildered. Soon after, he anxiously dashed out, returning to the martial arts tournament venue, where they discovered the lifeless body of Krillin. Master Rashi stared in disbelief at Krillin's cold, motionless form. Gradually, he could no longer detect Krillin's breath, nor the powerful aura that had emanated from him in life. It became evident to Master Rashi that Krillin was indeed deceased. The ability of Sun Wukong to perceive Krillin's misfortune was astonishing. Master Rashi's thoughts began to align. This ability bore a resemblance to something else. He reflected on the stark contrast between Krillin's lifelessness and the vitality he once possessed, recalling his battle with Catalan, where he had realized that deciphering the afterimage fist was not solely reliant on sight, but rather transcended it entirely. A martial artist's skills, upon reaching a certain level, endow them with heightened awareness of their surroundings. Initially, this awareness manifests through enhanced physical capabilities, including strength, reflexes, sight, and hearing. Even ordinary fighters, like the masters of martial arts schools, possess this sensitivity to varying degrees, while more formidable opponents, such as King Kai, exhibit even greater perceptive abilities. This heightened awareness enables them to confront multiple adversaries with relative ease. Moreover, martial artists who cultivate their energy become even more attuned to their surroundings. The more adept they become at controlling their own energy, the stronger their sensitivity grows, allowing them to sense the subtle energies within their opponents. When faced with an opponent who strikes with extraordinary speed, this refined sensitivity compensates for the limitations of the naked eye, facilitating high-intensity combat. Master Rashi himself had not possessed significant sensitivity to energy until he encountered Sun Wukong and engaged in battle with him. Through this experience, he surpassed his former self, enhancing both his physical prowess and energy control, which in turn amplified his sensitivity to energy. As Sun Wukong and Krillin continued to grow, Master Rashi gradually perceived that both had surpassed him, which allowed him to faintly sense the increase in their energies. Thus, he comprehended the essence of the powerful aura, recognizing the duality of presence and absence. This led him to conclude that Catalan's ability to counter the afterimage fist stemmed from an unfathomable level of energy perception, enabling him to intuitively discern Master Rashi's position and effortlessly counter his technique. Similarly, Sun Wukong's awareness of Krillin's demise suggested that he, like Catalan, had attained an extraordinary level of energy sensitivity. Master Rashi speculated that only such a profound understanding could elucidate these phenomena. Indeed, Sun Wukong's mastery over energy had reached an impressive level, yet he had not fully grasped the nuances of energy perception, being only a hair's breadth away from complete comprehension. This slight gap, however, represented a chasm compared to true enlightenment. Otherwise, he would not have faced setbacks in the celestial realm. It appeared that both Sun Wukong and Catalan had surpassed him in martial arts, achieving remarkable heights. Master Rashi's thoughts momentarily drifted, but he quickly refocused. This was not the time for such reflections. Krillin's untimely death was suspicious, possibly heralding unusual events. Consequently, Master Rashi commenced an inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the incident. Upon learning that the culprit sought the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong immediately resolved to avenge Krillin and pursued the perpetrator. Gatai sensed the arrival of Dambalin, yet he refrained from taking action, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Soon after, he noticed the disappearance of Krillin's presence in the shift in Sun Wukong's energy. Without delay, Gatai commenced his own plan. However, while tracking Sun Wukong, he encountered the returning Master Rashi. The old master had suffered 2 blows, sent flying by Master Rashi's Kamehameha, compounded by the judgment rendered by Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. A series of unfortunate events had befallen him in a short span, and he could no longer endure it. Yet, with Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Master Rashi together, he had no opportunity to strike. Consequently, he set his sights on Gatai, who was fortuitously apart from Master Rashi. Old Crane, I have no time for idle chatter. It would be best for you to step aside. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you to meet the King of Hell. Gatai coldly declared, his expression stern. I will kill you, Gatai, Master Rashi retorted fiercely, unleashing his full strength in an assault against Gatai. Gatai found this display rather mundane. Even when his combat power was merely 150, he had never regarded Master Rashi as a formidable opponent, let alone now. Previously, Gatai had refrained from confronting Master Rashi due to his inability to surpass Tianjin Fan and his desire to adhere to the original storyline. However, Gatai had since developed a keen sensitivity to energy, acquired numerous techniques, and experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities through rigorous battles. His current combat power approached 170, surpassing his former self, and this was without relying on luck or employing techniques to amplify his attacks. Gatai was intent on pursuing Sun Wukong to execute his plan for rescuing the magical beings. Any delays could lead him to a state of fury. Moreover, Master Rashi's relevance had diminished to nearly zero, and his presence would no longer impact the original narrative. Therefore, if Master Rashi overstepped, Gatai would not hesitate to take lethal action. Perhaps it is best not to kill him, Gatai mused, reflecting on the matter. After all, Master Rashi had shown kindness to Tianjin Fan. Without his guidance or mentorship, the existence of Tianjin Fan in the Dragon Ball universe might never have come to pass. As he observed the swiftly approaching figure of Master Rashi, Gatai's mind and body moved in harmony. In an instant, he manipulated his energy, circulating it within his body, causing his muscles to swell. He stood resolutely, bracing himself against Master Rashi's punch. Unsurprisingly, Master Rashi's fist struck Gatai as if hitting steel, inflicting no harm whatsoever. And Gatai did not even budge an inch. Master Rashi's eyes were wide with astonishment. Gatai's growth was astonishingly rapid. For Tianjin Fan's sake, I shall spare your life, Gatai said nonchalantly. Then, to Master Rashi's utter disbelief, Gatai gently blew on his fist before delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen. In an instant, Master Rashi collapsed, his face frozen in a look of incredulity. After neutralizing Master Rashi, Gatai noticed that Sun Wukong's position was changing rapidly. It seems Wukong has taken to his Nimbus cloud, Gatai conjectured. Xiao, have you mastered the sky dance technique? Gatai turned to inquire of Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao bit her lip, a hint of shyness evident. She sensed the energy but lacked sufficient control to perform the technique. She glanced at Master Rashi and asked, what shall we do about him? Leave him. He won't perish. Gatai replied, casting a glance at Xiao Qiao, his cheeks slightly flushed. Sister Qiao, allow me to carry you as we fly. Ah, Xiao Qiao gasped, akin to a startled rabbit, her face reddening. Yet, she did not refuse. Instead, she quietly placed her hands on Gatai's shoulders. Throughout, Xiao Qiao refrained from asking Gatai about their destination, sensing his increasing mystique. Yet, this enigmatic figure instilled in her a profound sense of security, prompting her to acquiesce. As Xiao Qiao's hands rested upon him, Gatai felt a jolt of electricity course through his body, his thoughts becoming a whirlwind. He found himself blushing with embarrassment. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Gatai carefully embraced Xiao Qiao and executed the sky dance technique, ascending into the sky. The speed of the flying creature was indeed remarkable, yet it still paled in comparison to the swiftness of the Nimbus. Instantly, Gatai harnessed his mental prowess to enhance his flight, significantly increasing their velocity. Sister Qiao, have you ever heard of Kalinta? Gatai inquired, turning his head to ask. Little Qiao reveled in the sensation of soaring through the sky, a feat she had never envisioned possible without external aid. When she first witnessed Gatai ascending into the heavens, a flicker of aspiration ignited within her. Today, as she experienced this enchanting feeling firsthand, she seemed to forget all other sensations. Wholly immersed in the joy of gliding through the air, the blush on her cheeks, previously intensified by their intimate proximity, began to fade in this moment of exhilaration. Little Qiao seemed still entranced, and after a few breaths, she finally noticed Gatai gazing at her. With a bewildered expression, she asked, what is it? As Catalan's eyes glimmered with mischief, he sought to tease her, remarking, Sister Qiao, you are truly beautiful. You. Little Qiao initially intended to chastise him for his frivolity, but the words faltered on her lips. Instead, she inquired, really? Hiki. Catalina did not respond directly. Instead, she offered a smile. Consequently, Little Qiao immediately furrowed her brow, her expression turning cold as she averted her gaze from Catalina. Sister Qiao, are you familiar with Kalinta? Catalina swiftly shifted the topic and inquired once more. Kalinta, what an odd name. Little Qiao's words revealed her complete ignorance of Kalinta, prompting Catalina to elaborate. Kalinta is a legendary sanctuary of martial arts, towering beyond imagination, and one can only ascend through personal effort. At its pinnacle resides a sage known as Sage Karen. Anyone who reaches the summit will receive guidance from Sage Karen, leading to remarkable advancements in their abilities. A sage. What do they look like? Catalina, have you seen them? At that moment, Little Qiao found Catalina's words somewhat captivating and eagerly began to question her. Hehe, I have not seen him either. However, I believe Sister Qiao would be quite astonished if she were to meet him, Catalina replied with a smile. Is that so? Why do you say that? Little Qiao seemed somewhat perplexed. Are we headed to Kalinta? Little Qiao then realized. Yes, indeed, Sister Chiao. Are you pleased? Quite pleased, little Chiao replied casually. Oh. Upon hearing this, Catalina understood that little Chiao was not genuinely passionate about martial arts at that moment. Her achievements were profoundly connected to her desire to protect her village and her dreams. Gatai did not elaborate further. It was imperative to subtly guide Xiao Qiao to find a reason to persist in her martial training. This was the era of the formidable demon King Piccolo. And with Sun Wukong by his side, he would soon encounter this notorious adversary. At this moment, Gatai made a pivotal decision. After some time, he sensed that Sun Wukong had come to a halt, his energy rapidly dwindling. Nearby, there lingered another presence, one imbued with malevolence. Upon closer inspection, Gatai discerned that this sinister aura possessed a fighting capacity slightly inferior to that of Sun Wukong at his peak. This ominous energy could only belong to Tambourine, which meant that tomorrow, Sun Wukong would confront Ye Khan. Gatai pondered this within himself. He then hastened his pace, feeling the energy within him depleting at an accelerated rate. In response, Gatai made adjustments, his speed remained adequate, and he consciously allocated a portion of his mental focus to facilitate his body's absorption of the energy from the world around him. Thus, the expenditure and replenishment of his energy approached a state of equilibrium. As time passed, Sun Wukong's energy diminished to a barely perceptible level, prompting Gatai to reluctantly mark Sun Wukong's current position and estimate the distance in his mind. Approximately half an hour later, Gatai descended into a forest. Xiao Qiao, believing they had reached Korin Tower, fell silent and continued to follow Gatai. Gatai meticulously searched the marked location and, after an hour, discovered the barely alive Sun Wukong. Ah! Xiao Qiao exclaimed upon seeing Sun Wukong, battered and lying motionless on the ground, her eyes filled with concern. She quickly rushed over. Sister Qiao, do not worry. Sun Wukong is not yet dead, Gatai said slowly from the side. He had sensed a faint trace of life in Sun Wukong and marveled at the scion's astonishing vitality. Gatai, hurry and save him. Why are you just standing there? Xiao Qiao expressed her dissatisfaction with Gatai. Sister Qiao, do you know why I followed Sun Wukong all this way? Gatai replied without attending to Sun Wukong's wounds. What are you hesitating for? He is on the brink of death. Wukong is my benefactor. He saved the entire village. If you do not help him soon, he will perish. Xiao Qiao was unable to heed Gatai's words, shouting at him, tears streaming down her face. Upon witnessing Xiao Qiao in such distress, Gatai felt a profound sense of sorrow. Nevertheless, he refrained from administering aid to Sun Wukong, for he was acutely aware that Sun Wukong was not destined to perish. With determination, Gatai gently supported Xiao Qiao, urging her to remain composed. Sister Qiao, you must be calm. Sun Wukong will not die. His constitution is extraordinary, and he needs to recover at his own pace, which will ultimately enhance his strength. However, Jiatai's reassurances fell on deaf ears as Xiao Qiao continued to weep. Overwhelmed with anxiety, desperately attempting to break free from his grasp, yet unable to escape his hold. Do you know how Sun Wukong sustained his injuries? Jiatai's tone sharpened slightly, prompting Xiao Qiao to momentarily regain her composure. Sun Wukong was wounded by a formidable demon who, just hours ago, took the life of his dearest friend, Krin. Fueled by rage, Sun Wukong sought vengeance, which led him to chase after the demon. Jiatai softened his tone as he elaborated. Yet, Xiao Qiao found it hard to believe his words, having been by Jiatai's side. How could he possibly know of Krin's demise? And now, with Sun Wukong gravely wounded and on the brink of death, how could he possess such knowledge? Catalonia continued. Sister Qiao, this world is truly wondrous, so astonishing that one cannot fathom it. When a martial artist reaches a certain level of mastery, they are able to. Cattle did not continue his discourse. Instead, he shifted the subject. Sister Qiao, the reasons behind this are complex and cannot be elucidated in a moment. All of this is intricately linked to martial arts, and you will comprehend it fully when your cultivation reaches a certain level. What you must grasp now is that a formidable demon has emerged in this world, one who is exceptionally cruel and will ruthlessly annihilate all of humanity on Earth. At this point, Xiao Qiao had calmed down, ceasing her cries and listening intently to what Cattle had to say. At that moment, she felt an intense emotion within her, though she was yet to fully understand its nature. Catalyst then spoke slowly. That demon is immensely powerful at this moment. There exists no individual nor weapon on Earth capable of vanquishing him. What shall we do then? Xiao Qiao inquired weakly, tears welling in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Qiao began to believe in what Catalyst had conveyed, which was precisely the reaction Catalyst had yearned to evoke. At this moment, Gatai's gaze sharpened as he declared, the only way is to grow stronger, to elevate my cultivation beyond that of the demon, thus enabling me to vanquish him and protect the people of Earth, to safeguard my loved ones, for the sake of the planet, for the protection of my family, to grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao's eyes widened, and she murmured to herself. It was then that she finally grasped the intense feeling within her heart that was the desire to become stronger. Subsequently, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, looked at Gatti, and earnestly stated, "You are right, Gatti. I must grow stronger. We all must grow stronger." Seeing the determination in Xiao Qiao's expression, Gatti felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now, Xiao Qiao genuinely wished to become stronger. "What you said earlier, is it true? Sun Wukong will not die. He will recover gradually?" Xiao Qiao inquired once more. "Indeed. Sister Qiao, trust me, and do not doubt me. In due time, I will explain everything," Gatti replied, his tone tinged with fatigue, as his heart was laden with numerous secrets. If he were alone, these secrets would remain buried within him, devoid of any unsettling feelings. However, with Xiao Qiao by his side, he found it challenging to disclose these secrets, and he realized the torment of keeping a secret. "I believe in you, Gatti." Xiao Qiao nodded affirmatively. Catalina nodded in agreement, then took little Qiao's hand, gradually leading her away to a nearby spot where they could observe Sun Wukong while resting. As night descended, the forest enveloped itself in an eerie silence and desolation. In the grip of worry, the night seemed interminably long and arduous, although little Qiao chose to place her trust in Catalina. The sight of Sun Wukong seemingly unperturbed caused her heart to ache. Throughout the night, she was compelled several times to rush towards him, only to be gently restrained by Catalina each time. Yet, she resisted the urge to protest, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. As dawn broke, the sun's radiant beams filtered through the sparse foliage, casting a warm glow that dispelled the negativity of the previous night. Consequently, little Qiao's restless heart experienced a measure of relief. Jatai and Xiao Qiao vigilantly stood guard throughout the night, without a moment's rest. Jatai managed to maintain his composure, yet Xiao Qiao appeared increasingly weary. Upon noticing a stirring in Sun Wukong's form, Xiao Qiao's tension abruptly dissipated, and she could no longer sustain her resolve. Overcome by exhaustion, her body softened and she fell into Jatai's embrace, surrendering to slumber. At this moment, Get harnessed his mental prowess to exert a modicum of control over the surrounding air, thereby creating a barrier that partially muffled the sounds of movement, ensuring that Sun Wukong remained oblivious to their presence. Upon awakening, Sun Wukong felt a ravenous hunger and began to search diligently for sustenance. Catalan had long sensed the presence of another force within the forest, one that undoubtedly belonged to Akalobe. In Catalan's perception, the distance between Akalobe and Sun Wukong was steadily diminishing, and he believed that they would soon encounter one another. Glancing at the petite Qiao in his arms, Catalan offered a gentle smile. After a span of approximately half a day, Qiao awoke, her first instinct being to check if Sun Wukong was still present. Upon discovering that he was no longer in his original position, nor could she find any trace of him elsewhere, Qiao refrained from speaking, instead gazing intently at Catalan with her water-like eyes. Catalyst chuckled, "Are you hungry? Have something to eat, and after you're done, I shall take you to find Sun Wukong." With that, Catalyst retrieved some food from the all-purpose adhesive. "There's no rush. Take your time," he reassured. Throughout this half-day, Catalyst sensed 3 distinct energies descending upon the forest, indicating that Sun Wukong had already clashed with the Demon King Piccolo, and he had sustained severe injuries. Following the meal, they would set off for Karen Tower, Catalyst mused. After their meal, Catalyst and Xiao Qiao departed, soon spotting the wounded and listless Sun Wukong along with the Rotunda Chirolobe in the distance. Despite Sun Wukong's current state of injury and fatigue, he was still able to converse, which put Xiao Qiao at ease. Little did she know, this was merely the consequence of Sun Wukong's repeated injuries. Similarly, Catalyst and Xiao Qiao maintained their distance, ensuring that Sun Wukong and the Chirolobe remained oblivious to their presence. At that moment, Sun Wukong requested a Chirolobe to take him to Karen Tower. Upon overhearing their conversation, Xiao Qiao immediately grasped why Catalyst was following Sun Wukong. He was unaware of the location of Karen Tower. Yet, Catalyst seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding the unfolding events, leaving Xiao Qiao filled with an unusual sense of bewilderment. Catalan no longer needs to sense the aura of Sun Wukong. He only requires the essence of Akalobe to pursue and ultimately locate Kalenta. Akalobe possesses a means of transportation, never pausing, leaving Catalan trailing behind. This predicament leaves Catalan feeling rather helpless. His energy is currently insufficient, and his flight speed is curtailed. If he exerts himself to fly, his energy dissipates rapidly. Having been outpaced by Sun Wukong's Nimbus cloud, he now finds himself again outdistanced by a vehicle. Catalan feels that his aerial techniques are somewhat embarrassing at this juncture. Even Xiao Qiao mocks him for this, yet fortunately, his ability to sense energy is remarkably powerful, allowing him to discern positions even when significantly separated. As dusk approached, Catalan caught sight of Kalinta's towering form, eliciting immense joy within him. "Do you see it, Sister Qiao? That is Kalinta," he exclaimed, gesturing towards the magnificent structure, akin to a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Xiao Qiao gazed upward. Kalinta was deeply rooted in the forest, its pinnacle obscured from view. The sight of Kalinta stirred excitement within Xiao Qiao as well. They were finally to meet the immortal. As they drew closer to Kalinta, its majestic and sacred presence became increasingly palpable. Just as the twilight deepened, the two finally arrived at the base of Kalinta. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Akalob were nowhere to be seen. Their speed far surpassed Catalan's, and they had likely ascended 2/3 of the tower's height by now. Standing beneath Kalinta, Xiao Qiao looked up in awe. The tower was not only vast, but its height was unfathomable. It dawned on her that reaching the summit of Kalinta would not be an easy endeavor. Yet, she firmly believed that the more arduous the task, the greater the strength she would gain from the immortal's guidance. Unconsciously, she felt that the opportunity to vanquish the demon that Catalan had spoken of was within reach. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Just as Catalan and Xiao Qiao were lost in their thoughts about Kalinta, a voice interrupted them. Bra and Upa, the guardians of the Kaling sacred land, stood watchfully before them. Bra was a towering figure, robust and imposing, while a cherubic child, Upa, perched on his shoulder. "Do not worry, sir, we mean no harm. We seek to challenge Kalinta, to drink the super-sacred water, and to grow stronger in order to defeat that demon," Catalan explained, turning to address them. "A demon? Ah, are you warriors of justice like Sun Wukong?" Upa's youthful voice, delicate and reminiscent of a girl's, chimed in. Upon hearing Upa's voice, Gatai's expression became somewhat peculiar. Upa's voice was undeniably melodious, possessing a quality that could be described as distinctly feminine. Gatai found it perplexing that Upa, being a boy, could possess such a delightful vocal timbre. As Upa's words came to a close, Bra shot him a glare, causing Upa to immediately fall silent, intimidated. Gatai understood that Bra was lamenting his son's naivety. They were the guardians of Kalinta, entrusted with the sacred duty of preventing malevolent individuals from desecrating it. For many years, apart from Sun Wukong, they had not encountered anyone else daring to challenge Kalinta. Moreover, Bra remained vigilant towards anyone associated with Sun Wukong, casting a wary eye upon Gatai and Xiao Qiao's origins, prompting him to intervene. Realizing that his son had inadvertently revealed too much, Bra felt somewhat helpless, as there was no longer a way to ascertain whether the two were deceitful. Fortunately, Gatai and his companions mentioned demons, similar to Sun Wukong, who sought strength to vanquish evil. It appeared they were not malevolent individuals, and thus Bra ceased his interference, turning to leave. "Please wait." Gatai suddenly called out to Bra and Upa. Bra halted his steps and turned back, regarding Gatai and Xiao Qiao with a hint of impatience. "I am the guardian here, and I possess the authority to determine who may challenge Kalinta. Do not overstep your bounds. If you wish to challenge Kalinta, do so swiftly, while I am still amenable," Bra stated with a somewhat frosty tone. "Of course, I am aware of that, Mr. Bra," Gatai replied with a charming smile. "Oh, you know me?" Bra responded, his curiosity piqued. Cattle stepped forward and elucidated. "We are friends of Sun Wukong, having met during the prestigious martial arts tournament. Sun Wukong is exceptionally powerful, and I sought his guidance. It was through him that I learned of the sacred martial arts sanctuary, Kalinta, as well as your esteemed self. Sun Wukong was injured by that malevolent being, and we aspire to grow stronger in order to join him in vanquishing that fiend." "Ah, I see. It appears you speak the truth." With this explanation, Bra's heart finally accepted their words. "Since you are friends of Sun Wukong and share the noble pursuit of world peace, I beg your pardon for my earlier assumptions." Bra bowed slightly, expressing her contrition. "You called out to me. What assistance do you require?" Bra inquired. Gatai nodded, then approached Xiao Qiao. "Sister Qiao, since you have yet to master the art of aerial movement and are unfamiliar with Kalinta, it may not be prudent for you to ascend to the tower's summit all at once. For your safety, might I request that you remain here until you have learned the technique?" "All right," Xiao Qiao replied after a moment's hesitation. Having said that, Gatai turned to Beulah and said, "I would like to ask Mr. Beulah to take care of my sister in my absence, if you would be so kind." Beulah nodded in agreement. A a smile breaking through his previously frosty demeanor. With that, Gatai took to the skies, soaring towards the pinnacle of Kalinta. "Wow, that big brother can fly," UPA exclaimed. His eyes filled with admiration, adding another figure of reverence to his young mind. Beulah was equally taken aback. In his eyes, Sun Wukong was already a paragon of strength. And now with Gatai's ability to fly, they both appeared to be formidable opponents he felt he could never surpass. He couldn't help but wonder just how powerful the demon they spoke of could be, a cold sweat forming on his brow. The sky had only just darkened. He hoped it wasn't too late. If a Chiral breached the summit first, it would squander some precious sins of beans, which were of great value to Gatai as a time traveler. Even though Master Karen still had some stock left, Gatai would feel a pang of regret at the loss of even one bean. A Chiral was a benefactor to Sun Wukong, having saved his life on multiple occasions. Without him, Wukong would not have become who he was. He was extraordinarily fortunate during this period, and perhaps Wukong's acquisition of the ultra-divine water was due to their association. Gatai mused that he might also have the opportunity to experience the effects of this miraculous water. They paused for a moment. After a while, Gatai sensed that a Chiral's position had not changed, indicating that he was taking a brief respite. "Ah, they're moving again," Gatai thought, sensing that they were not far from the tower's apex. In the original narrative, he had managed to reach the top in less than a day with Beulah's assistance. By attuning to a Chiral's energy, Gatai could accurately gauge the location of the Kalinta summit. Realizing he too was nearing the top, he resolved to exert himself further. Gatai pushed aside his concerns about depleting his energy, channeling his mental fortitude to its maximum. He was determined to reach the apex of Kalinta first. With this newfound resolve, his flying speed surged dramatically. Indeed, on Kalinta, Master Karen observed Gatai's sudden acceleration, genuinely astonished by his rapid progress. This lad is advancing at an extraordinary pace, even faster than Sun Wukong. Perhaps they are the optimal candidates to defeat the great demon King Piccolo, Master Karen mused, squinting thoughtfully. "They're coming," he whispered to himself, then turned his gaze outward, soon spotting Gatai's silhouette approaching. At this moment, Gatai felt utterly exhausted, with his internal energy nearly depleted. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he raised his gaze towards the plump figure of Karen, the sage. Gatai found her rotund appearance quite amusing. Yet he restrained himself from bursting into laughter. "Young man, please eat," Karen urged, offering him another bean. Gatai caught the celestial bean, examining it closely, his heart swelling with excitement. Is this truly the legendary celestial bean? This marks his first acquisition of such a treasure. He decided to keep it for the time being, uncertain whether Master Karen would be willing to trade with him. After all, with the emergence of the formidable mage in view, it is likely that Master Karen has also begun to recognize the bean's immense value. Gatai felt a sense of trepidation within. Upon noticing that Gatai had not yet consumed the celestial bean, Master Karen's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed this individual possessed some understanding of the bean's powers. Thus, what could be the purpose of his visit? Master Karen pondered this while simultaneously employing his telepathic abilities to discern Gatai's thoughts. Upon witnessing the situation, Gatai immediately sensed an unease within himself and promptly cleared his mind, preventing the sage Karen from prying into his innermost secrets. Indeed, he was a figure shrouded in mystery. This left Karen quite astonished. He had not anticipated that Gatai's martial prowess was so profound. Consequently, he relinquished his attempts to delve into Gatai's thoughts, having already recognized him as a noble martial artist, rendering such actions unnecessary. "Greetings, Sage Karen." Gatai finally broke the silence, offering a courteous salutation. "Meow," Karen responded. "So it is you, Gatai. What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Gatai was not surprised that Master Karen recognized him. Without hesitation, he took out a versatile glue container filled with a plethora of fish, opening it to reveal several tons of various kinds of fish before Master Karen. Instantly, Master Karen's gaze was captivated, causing even his ever-present cane to tumble to the ground. The rotund figure of Master Karen was poised to leap forward when Gatai swiftly stepped in front of him. This action jolted Master Karen back to reality, and he awkwardly wiped away his drool. "Master Karen, I wish to exchange some celestial beans for these fish," Gatai said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Master Karen wasted no time and immediately produced a handful of celestial beans, tossing them to Gatai. After catching them, Gatai's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed the cunning old man, yet he shamelessly pocketed the beans while also stowing away the container of fish. Seeing Gatai put away the fish, Master Karen grew anxious. Master Karen. Trading so many fish for just a handful of celestial beans seems a rather unfavorable deal for me," Gatai teased. showing no signs of embarrassment for having forcibly taken the beans and reclaimed the fish. Master Karen's expression darkened as he turned away, retrieving a small jar brimming with celestial beans, several thousand in total. With a pained expression, he turned his head and extended the jar of beans toward Jatai. Catalina felt a sense of satisfaction and handed the universal glue, intended for fish, to Master Karen. Without hesitation, Master Karen snatched it, fearing that Catalina might take it back. He was elated, having not tasted fish in ages, and the exquisite flavor was nearly forgotten. Observing Master Karen's blissful expression, Catalina kindly cautioned, Master Karen, Sun Wukong and Akalob are about to ascend. Akalob is quite the glutton, with an astonishing appetite. Especially after climbing for so long, you ought to be cautious. Indeed. You are right. Subsequently, Master Karen carefully concealed the precious glue. Shortly after, approximately 20 minutes after Catalina's ascent, Akalob finally reached the pinnacle of the tower, carrying Sun Wukong on his back. Upon arrival, Akalob's temper flared upon seeing Catalina. You, having also come to Karen Tower and possessing the ability to fly. Why did you not lend a hand? Exhausted and irate, Akalob scolded Catalina, though they were strangers. Akalob was inherently kind-hearted and would have extended his assistance had their roles been reversed. At that moment, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Catalina. It was only when Catalina surpassed them that Sun Wukong realized someone had actually flown to Karen Tower. In his understanding, only Tenshinhan and Dumpling possessed such ability. Yet, it was neither of them, and the capability to fly to the tower suggested that Catalina's martial prowess must be formidable, coupled with keen insight. Sun Wukong did not believe that Catalina was unaware of his and Akalob's predicament. Now recognizing Catalina, Sun Wukong recalled their friendship forged during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where friends ought to assist one another. However, Catalina had not done so. You have wronged me. Karen Tower is a sacred ground for martial arts. Ascending requires personal effort, and I relied solely on my flight abilities to arrive here. Moreover, carrying Sun Wukong up provided you with excellent training. Reaching the top of Karen Tower is the sole standard for its status as a martial arts sanctuary, which is why it holds such high esteem. Catalina had valid reasons. He could not trade with Master Karen in front of Akalob, for it would cause Master Karen great embarrassment. You, stop spouting nonsense. Wait, do you know Sun Wukong? Akalob suddenly realized, veins bulging on his forehead. Was it not your intention to bring Sun Wukong up first? That would have made my journey much easier. Have I not mentioned? This is a sacred ground for martial arts, where everything is measured by the ascent to the peak. By carrying Sun Wukong, you tacitly accepted this method. Ascending in this manner fosters greater growth, Catalina replied calmly. If you do not believe me, you may consult Master Karen. At this juncture, Catalina directed the question to Master Karen, whose words carried considerable weight. Upon hearing Catalina's remarks, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief, understanding Karen's sacred land better than Akalob. Indeed, Catalina speaks the truth. You have now ascended, have you not? Master Karen chuckled. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Hey, Wukong, did you not mention some delicious food? Where is it? Akalob scrutinized the surroundings, his tone laced with skepticism. With a slight smile, Master Karen assessed Sun Wukong's condition, retrieved a jar filled with senza beans, and tossed one to Sun Wukong, then another to Akalob. Upon seeing the beans in hand, Akalob felt insulted, believing that this was the so-called divine food that Sun Wukong had mentioned. He immediately attempted to snatch the jar of senza beans from Master Karen. At that moment, Catalina's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly moved to grasp Akalob's hand. What are you doing, you heartless fiend? Akalob glared at Catalina, struggling to free himself. He pressed a hand against the sword at his waist, unable to contain his frustration. In the blink of an eye, the sword was drawn, unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed at Catalina's chest. Catalina was aware of Akalob's formidable nature and had prepared himself, evading the attack just in time. Sword aura. Though he had dodged, Catalina discovered something remarkable. Akalob's sword carried a potent essence, characteristic of a true swordsman during an assault. While Akalob lacked the ability to concentrate his internal energy into a shockwave, his entire prowess manifested through his swordsmanship. Although Akalob's previous strike did not release external energy, he had naturally channeled his internal essence into the blade, transforming it into the unique sword aura that only true swordsmen possess. Such an ordinary sword became extraordinary, its power rivaling that of an energy-based shockwave, if not surpassing it. Akalob, feeling fatigued and famished, had not yet reached his peak state with that strike. At this moment, Catalina's heart raced as he unearthed another application of the energy from the Dragon Ball universe. Stop. Sun Wukong, having consumed a senza bean and regained his strength, immediately intervened. Akalob, do not be angry. Eat the bean, and you will understand, he urged. Humph. Akalob shot a skeptical glare at Catalina once more, still scrutinizing the bean in his hand. His eyelids twitched, unable to accept that this bean could possess any extraordinary qualities, as he could not fathom how his culinary fantasies could be encapsulated in this singular bean. Sun Wukong smiled at Akalob. Look at me. Am I not well? Following this, Akalob reluctantly consumed the Sinza bean. Moments later, his eyes widened, and he began to stretch and flex his muscles, overwhelmed by an exhilarating sensation. This feeling is absolutely fantastic. Truly, this is food meant for the divine. I have decided. I shall remain here, never again worrying about sustenance. Akalob exclaimed joyously. Subsequently, Sun Wukong sought Master Karen's guidance to become stronger and defeat King Piccolo. Master Karen revealed the sole method to defeat King Piccolo, the Ultra-Divine Water. Sun Wukong resolved to acquire the Ultra-Divine Water, and Catalina joined him. However, Akalob, gripped by fear, declined to participate, driven by curiosity. Akalob ventured to observe the entrance to the Ultra-Divine Water, only to discover it was a large vat. Seizing the opportunity, Catalina kicked him into it. Thus, Sun Wukong and Catalina entered the icy maze. Upon entering the icy maze, Catalina initially believed they would rely on Akalob's luck to reach the location of the Ultra-Divine Water. However, he discovered that the mental fortitude required to comprehend its mysteries was easily accessible. Nevertheless, Catalina did not take any action and merely followed Sun Wukong and Akalob as they meandered about. Ultimately, Sun Wukong, with his indomitable martial spirit, passed the trial and obtained the Ultra-Divine Water. Observing the water jug containing the Ultra-Divine Water on the stone table, Catalina picked it up and shook it. Noting its ample contents, Sun Wukong, undeterred by life and death, was singularly focused on growing stronger to defeat King Piccolo. In the presence of Akalob's worried gaze, he gulped down the Ultra-Divine Water in one go. In an instant, the dual effects of the Ultra-Divine Water, awakening his potential and its toxic properties, activated simultaneously. Sun Wukong found himself unable to withstand the agony, collapsing to the ground. The pain persisted, and his vitality swiftly waned. However, soon a surge of vitality coursed through his body to replenish it. Meanwhile, Gadai sensed a force spontaneously emanating from within Sun Wukong, as the latent potential of his scion lineage was forcibly unleashed. In an instant, Wukong's energy increased by nearly one-third, with his combat power approximately reaching 270 points. One should not underestimate this modest increase in power. Had Sun Wukong relied solely on his own efforts to attain such a level, it would have taken him no less than a year of rigorous training. Nevertheless, Gadai perceived that the release of Wukong's potential was still rather feeble, as Wukong was merely a low-class warrior, possessing an initial combat power of only 2 at birth. Were it Vegeta in his stead, the increase would have been at least doubled. Sun Wukong's innate talent could not be deemed inferior to Vegeta's, nor could the training and battles he had endured be considered lesser. Yet, among their peers, his growth in combat power remained insufficient to surpass Vegeta, a consequence of the limited potential development inherent to low-class warriors. Eventually, as Sun Wukong matured and grew taller, coupled with the effects of the Super Divine Water and his indomitable martial spirit, these factors combined to slightly unlock the potential of his scion heritage, allowing him to reap the benefits of his lineage and ultimately surpass Vegeta. Thus, Gadai concluded that if Sun Wukong were to rely solely on natural cultivation without external assistance, he would never surpass Vegeta in his lifetime. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exquisite. The effects of the Super Divine Water were swift yet fleeting. Its toxicity would only deplete Wukong's vitality once, without recurrence. It was the strength of Wukong's scion bloodline and life force that enabled him to endure. Feeling the newfound power within his body, Wukong was filled with confidence, certain that he could defeat King Piccolo. Wukong, you all go ahead. I wish to stay behind, Gatai said at that moment. Why? Sun Wukong asked, looking at Gatai with confusion. Meanwhile, Yakalob appeared utterly indifferent, too apathetic to inquire further, as he longed to escape this wretched place. Gatai explained, Sun Wukong, my physique is not as formidable as yours. Therefore, I can only consume the Super Divine Water gradually, which will inevitably consume a great deal of time. It's all right. I can wait for you, Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile. No, Sun Wukong, you cannot afford to wait. I know how much you long to personally defeat King Piccolo, do you not? There are many outside who are suffering from calamities. You must go and save them. Krillin and Master Roshi are no longer with us. You cannot lose anyone else, do you understand? Gatai earnestly explained. Thus, Sun Wukong reluctantly acquiesced. What can I do for you? He inquired just as he was about to depart, then paused momentarily. Just let Master Karen wait for me. Gatai bestowed a reassuring smile upon him. Subsequently, Sun Wukong departed using his Rui Jingu Bang. In that moment, within the icy labyrinth, Gatai found himself alone. He poured another cup of super divine water from the flask and bent down to take a gentle sip. Almost immediately, Gatai felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. It's manifesting so quickly. He promptly sat cross-legged, exerting all his mental and physical control to the utmost. The super divine water was not mere water. It indeed possessed the ability to unlock human potential, but it also bore a lethal toxicity. Thus, Gatai sought to isolate these two effects, preserving the beneficial while expelling the toxins. The toxicity of the super divine water and its potential enhancing properties acted simultaneously in every corner of his being, intricately intertwined. It was utterly impossible to separate them. Consequently, Gatai abandoned that notion and focused on fully absorbing the super divine water. A tremendous agony surged from within him, as if something within his body sought to break free. Gatai could not suppress the convulsions and tremors that beset him. Fortunately, the quantity of super divine water he had consumed was limited. Being of Earthling descent, he expended nearly half of his life force to endure the ordeal. At that moment, Gatai realized that his potential had indeed been forcibly unlocked. His combat power had increased by 1/10. In numerical terms, that amounted to approximately 20 points. How could this be? Such a terrifying enhancement from just a minuscule sip. Sun Wukong only gained less than 100 points. Gatai marveled in astonishment. Could it be that while Earthlings possess lower potential, they are more readily unlocked? My potential cannot be compared to Krillin's. Every bit of development matters, Gatai mused, contemplating this hypothesis. If this were indeed the case, perhaps the super divine water could entirely unlock the potential inherent in his Earthling lineage. Gatai's body quivered with excitement at the thought. If this speculation held true, once he fully unlocked his potential and combined it with his mastery of energy cultivation, his power would surge dramatically, enabling him to vanquish Raditz effortlessly. Moreover, once his potential was fully realized, he could commence more advanced physical training ahead of schedule. Alright, next, I must carefully examine my body for any residual side effects, Gatai murmured to himself, then summoned his mental energy to its peak, directing it within. Through this mental exertion, Gatai discovered, as he had anticipated, that some toxins lingered in his body. With diligent effort, he realized these toxins could indeed be expelled. Thus, Gatai dedicated considerable time to cleansing his body of these impurities. As he purified himself, he expelled a great deal of foulness from within. After hastily tidying up, Gatai began the process of restoring his physical state. His recovery was a natural one, as only in this manner could his potential be fully realized. Once his body returned to its peak condition, relishing the surge in strength, Gatai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He took another sip of super divine water, this time allowing his body to strengthen a bit more, enabling him to consume a greater amount. This time, he ingested 1/3 of the total volume, and once again, pain coursed through his being in the labyrinth. Gatai remained trapped, while Master Karen grew increasingly anxious. It had been 2 full days, and still, this fellow had not emerged. Master Karen paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the water tank for any sign of movement. Over these 2 days, Sun Wukong had defeated the Demon King Piccolo, and the dragon had been resurrected, bringing back those slain by Piccolo. Furthermore, Xiao Qiao had finally mastered Qi and learned the art of aerial dance. However, when Xiao Qiao flew up, she was promptly sent back down by Master Karen, instructed to climb back up using her hands and feet. Inherently kind-hearted, Xiao Qiao did not protest. Out of respect for Master Karen and her desire to grow stronger, she complied. The task proved exhausting, taking her 2 days to finally reach the top. Fortunately, having learned the aerial dance, she could rest intermittently to avoid falling. Master Karen had his reasons for treating Xiao Qiao this way. He had seen both Gatai and Xiao Qiao arrive at Karen Tower and recognized Xiao Qiao's aspiration to become stronger, which motivated his rigorous training. Upon reaching the top of Karen Tower, Xiao Qiao inquired about Gatai's whereabouts. Master Karen informed her that Gatai was undergoing special training, a revelation that stirred unease within him, fearing that something might have befallen Gatai. Subsequently, Xiao Qiao accepted Master Karen's guidance, although she had yet to grasp the essence of Qi, and thus had not attained the profound tranquility akin to the sky or the swiftness of lightning. Her mastery of the 3-body technique provided her with significant control over her power, allowing her to execute movements with remarkable speed. This ability, however, was a result of the evolution of the 3-body technique rather than an elevation of her realm. Even Gatai had started from this point. But after comprehending the sensation of Qi, he He fully understood the realms of tranquility and swiftness, as well as the terrifying enhancements they brought to one's cultivation. Xiao Qiao had honed the three-body technique to perfection, her strikes precise, and she integrated the 12-form fist and 5-elements fist, which embodied profound principles into her movements, rendering her body as agile and elusive as a creature of the wild. Initially, Master Karen found himself nearly outmatched by Xiao Qiao's attempts to seize the water from his staff. Reluctantly, Master Karen set aside his underestimation and gradually exerted his full strength to facilitate Xiao Qiao's growth, providing guidance along the way. Thus, Xiao Qiao's realm was slowly elevated under Master Karen's tutelage. However, Xiao Qiao's superior control over power, amplified by the 12-form fist and 5-elements fist, made it increasingly difficult for Master Karen to keep pace. As Xiao Qiao's physical strength surpassed that of Master Karen, reaching the 7th level of power, the disparity became evident. Meanwhile, Yakalob, inspired by the atmosphere, joined the training. Yakalob, possessing formidable strength, adapted quickly, overcoming the challenges in just 2 hours. In the icy labyrinth, Gatai had finally consumed all the divine water after 4 days, diligently employing it to unlock his bodily potential. To his astonishment, his combat power had surged to approximately 700 points. By the 4th consumption of the divine water, Gatai noted a significant decrease in its potency, not merely due to his enhanced physicality, but also as a result of his body developing resistance to the substance. To eliminate any residual toxins, Gatai dedicated most of his time to detoxification. With such high combat power, he risked attracting celestial attention upon his exit. Thus, he resolved to suppress his qi. Calculating the time, Gatai surmised that Sun Wukong should be cultivating in the heavenly realm by now, a thought that brought a smile of contentment to his face. Subsequently, he expanded his mental prowess and effortlessly located the exit. The versatility of his mental force proved invaluable, something Gatai had not anticipated during his time in the icy maze. He refrained from bringing the divine water with him, considering the possibility of a formidable presence in the labyrinth that might prohibit its removal and the likelihood of losing its efficacy outside. Recognizing that lingering here served no purpose and aware that Xiao Qiao awaited his return, Gatai soared toward the exit. At that moment, Xiao Qiao, feeling fatigued from her trainings, was also being assisted by Master Karen in securing water. Just then, Master Karen sensed something amiss and hurried to the large tank leading to the icy labyrinth. Peering in, he spotted Gatai waiting at the exit. Relieved to see Gatai alive, Master Karen sighed in relief and quickly assisted him out. Gatai returned to Kalinta, inhaling deeply. The sensation of being back in reality was truly delightful. He couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, a graceful figure darted towards him. "It's Sister Qiao," Gatai exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Despite his rather soiled appearance, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Qiao, murmuring, "Sister Qiao, I apologize for causing you worry." "You rascal, why did you take so long?" Xiao Qiao sniffed the air, detecting an unpleasant odor. After scrutinizing Gatai further, she exclaimed, "Ah, how foul." Immediately, she retreated to a safe distance. Catalan was in an exceedingly awkward situation, chuckling nervously a couple of times before retreating to the shower. Akil noticed Catalan but felt little interest, turning his gaze towards the scenery outside the window of Kalinta. "How are you feeling, Catalan?" After finishing his shower, Catalan emerged. And Kalinta, with a hint of anticipation, inquired. Upon Kalinta's question, Little Joe's eyes lit up, prompting him to approach. Akil, too, was somewhat intrigued. Redirecting his attention back to Catalan, Kalinta found himself utterly perplexed by Catalan, despite the latter's demeanor appearing subdued and consistent with his previous state. It was precisely this lack of change that felt amiss. The super divine water was unequivocally capable of enhancing one's combat prowess. Yet Catalan exuded an aura that suggested no transformation at all. Kata revealed his pearly white teeth and smiled at Master Karen, saying, "I feel exceptional. I surmise that I now possess the capability to vanquish the mighty Piccolo in an instant," Kata declared with unwavering confidence. "You boast rather grandly, eh?" Sun Wukong secured the 2nd place in the martial arts tournament, and despite consuming the super divine water, he nearly lost his life in battle against Piccolo. Moreover, did you not admit that your physique pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong? A Kairobe interjected with a taunting tone. "But do you have any idea how much super divine water I have consumed?" Kata replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Master Karen shivered involuntarily. Stuttering as he pointed at Kata, "Why, you couldn't possibly. I drank an entire pot of super divine water, compared to Sun Wukong's mere cup. What do you think?" Kata nodded in affirmation towards Master Karen. "Ah, clatter." Akairobe's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. He was all too familiar with the taste of the super divine water. Though he had only experienced a mere taste, the flavor was enough to render Master Karen incapable of holding on to his staff, which clattered to the ground. Sweat beaded on Master Karen's forehead as he grappled with the astonishing realization that Kata had indeed consumed an entire pot of super divine water and lived to tell the tale. This was perplexing. It defied logic that Kata's physique could surpass that of Sun Wukong, or even that of Akairobe. Master Karen was left utterly baffled. Ultimately, he gazed deeply at Kata, sensing the need to consult the celestial deity. Jie Xiao, are you homesick? Kata softly inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao trembled slightly, realizing that she had not returned home in quite some time. Subsequently, she nodded in response to Kata. Gatai approached Master Carlin and led him aside, saying, Master Carlin, you must be aware that the Demon King Piccolo is not dead, correct? What? You know this too? Gatai's words elicited an extraordinary reaction from Master Carlin, causing his fur to bristle. Xiao Qiao and Yachirobe were both intrigued, wondering what Gatai had said to provoke such a significant response from Master Carlin. Gatai cast a glance at Akairobe before turning away. You are undoubtedly aware of the origins of the Demon King Piccolo, so there is no need for me to elaborate on how I came by this knowledge. Therefore, in order to prevent the Earth from experiencing even more dreadful calamities in the future, please safeguard the magical beans and ensure that Akairobe does not squander them recklessly. Rest assured, with Sun Wukong around, who is cultivating in the celestial realm, he will surely triumph over the Demon King Piccolo once more. Master Karen spoke with unwavering confidence, then turned his gaze back to Gatai, feeling that the fate of the Earth rested upon the shoulders of these two individuals. Karen shook his head, realizing that Kaido had yet to grasp the full meaning of his words. What I meant to convey was that the Demon King Piccolo is not of this earth. He hails from the cosmos. Upon finishing his statement, Kaido departed with little Qiao. Karen was taken aback by Kaido's insight. How could he possess such profound understanding? If the Demon King Piccolo originates from the universe, then Kaido's implication is. Karen gazed upward at the sky, his eyes narrowing as he finally comprehended why Kaido had urged him to safeguard the sacred beans. So that is the case. I hope what you spoke of does not come to pass, for otherwise, Earth may face great calamity. Very well, from this day forth, I shall continue cultivating the sacred beans, even if their yield is meager. Perhaps in the future, these beans will be our salvation. With determination, Karen resolved to heed Kaido's counsel. Meanwhile, Yachirobe remained oblivious to the fact that his desire to remain at Korin Tower for leisure had been thwarted. Were he aware that all of this was a consequence of Kaido's actions, he would surely be clamoring to eliminate Kaido. As Gatai and Xiao Qiao strolled leisurely, they savored the joys of their journey, with Gatai imparting insights on the deeper application of Qi to Xiao Qiao. Furthermore, he enlightened her about the Dragon Balls, revealing that the deity and Demon King Piccolo were intertwined, that Piccolo was not dead, and shared various tidbits regarding martial arts. Xiao Qiao had developed a genuine fondness for martial arts, growing increasingly exhilarated by this newfound knowledge, realizing that through diligent practice, humans could attain unimaginable strength. She understood that Sun Wukong and his companions were perpetually training, ceaselessly advancing, and she eagerly anticipated the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years hence. Given their current prowess, she could only wonder how much stronger they would become after another 3 years. 2 months later, the duo returned to their village, with Gatai bringing back every last drop of the century-old stalactite he had discovered. Upon their return, they settled into the village for a considerable time, dedicating most of their hours to training. The villagers observed Gatai and Xiao Qiao's inseparable companionship, believing their bond to be strong, and privately deemed them a perfect match. Some even began to encourage Xiao Qiao's parents to arrange their marriage once Gatai reached adulthood. Xiao Qiao felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing such whispers. Yet she was conflicted. She had indeed grown close to Gatai and felt a deep reliance on him. However, the thought of marrying Gatai had never crossed her mind. Firstly, Gatai was still young, albeit rapidly maturing, and secondly, both of them were primarily focused on martial arts, enjoying their shared training, which naturally downplayed any romantic notions. In contrast, Gatai remained largely indifferent to the gossip, continuing his training as usual. Thus, neither of them broached the subject of their feelings. A year had elapsed since leaving Korin Tower, and they had spent the same duration in the village. Throughout this year, Gatai refrained from directly utilizing the high-gravity training array despite the potential of his lineage. He instead adhered to a gradual approach, adapting to 5x, 6, 6x, 8x, 8, 5x, and finally 10x gravity. Spending at least 2 months acclimatizing to each increment before engaging in intensive training within the gravity array, along with his tri-body technique. He consistently believed that the 10x gravity was closely linked to the potential of Earthlings, and as he trained, this notion became increasingly evident. Upon completing his training under 10x gravity, the limitations imposed by his Earthling heritage became apparent, and Gatai's combat power reached approximately 1230 points, surpassing his initial expectation of 1,000 points. At that moment, he undertook the most grueling month of training he had ever experienced under 10x gravity. However, his combat power only marginally increased, leaving him with the sense that his physical strength was being mysteriously constrained. It seemed he had reached a threshold, signaling the time for profound refinement of his chi. Gatai felt a surge of excitement upon mastering this stage. He would no longer need to adaptively train under gravity, but could directly withstand greater levels of gravitational force or employ more advanced body forging techniques. After 4 years of foundational training, he was finally poised to soar. While Gatai could effortlessly condense his chi, the intricacies of this practice were profound. Condensing chi was akin to treating each cell as a microcosmic space. When deeply concentrated, this space would become profound like a black hole, theoretically capable of absorbing boundless energy from the universe. This process also involved compressing his chi to enhance its purity and potency. With such internal refinement, the potential for explosive power became immeasurable, though achieving this required perfect mastery over one's strength. Moreover, theoretically, the practice of chi condensation could be utilized until one reached the divine realm. It could even be said that it was an indispensable step toward achieving divinity. As time passed, another year slipped by. Gatai devoted each day to deeply condensing his chi while preparing for its subsequent release. To prevent his chi from leaking and being sensed by others, he established a protective array. Consequently, Gatai's chi experienced rapid growth, becoming increasingly dense, with its total volume multiplying exponentially. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao trained under the gravity array. Gatai had tested her potential, noting that her lineage was slightly superior to Krillin's, allowing her to adapt to the training more swiftly. Thus, she acclimatized to 10x gravity in just 1 year, akin to Krillin and his peers in the original story. Recognizing her superior potential, Gatai set up a 20x gravity array for her, hoping to unlock her latent abilities. As anticipated, under the 20x gravity environment, her strength limitations became evident. Once Xiao Qiao reached this level, Gatai imparted some advanced internal cultivation techniques from his past life. Lacking spiritual power, Xiao Qiao could not easily control her chi's release like Gatai. Hence, this method was employed. In the early stages of internal cultivation, the focus was on refining chi by consuming one's strength to condense internal energy, equating chi with internal power. While she could not genuinely cultivate internal power, this approach proved highly practical for the Dragon Ball training system, aiding her in the tri-body technique and allowing her chi to grow rapidly. Through continuous practice, Xiao Qiao's awareness of her chi intensified, and her control over it deepened. Concurrently, Gatai encouraged her to condense her chi, introducing her to the techniques of cultivators, which directly absorbed energy from the universe, inherently fostering a degree of condensation. As a result, Xiao Qiao quickly mastered this aspect. After 2 years of training, Gatai's combat power surged to a staggering 28,000 points. Although Xiao Qiao possessed higher potential, her lack of spiritual power hindered her from achieving the same level of effectiveness as Gatai. Nevertheless, her experience under 20x gravity honed her abilities, resulting in her combat power reaching approximately 13,000 points. Xiao Qiao's formidable 13,000 points not only showcased her strength, but also reflected her profound understanding of chi through the interplay of compression and condensation. With Gatai's guidance, her sensitivity to chi heightened, bringing her closer to perceiving it fully. During these 2 years, Gatai's growth in power was astonishing. He had managed to compress his chi down to around 10 points. However, he became increasingly aware of an unfortunate consequence. His prolonged focus on enhancing his chi had diminished his spiritual power significantly, an irreversible loss amounting to at least half. In contrast, his soul had grown more resilient, though its strength remained unchanged. Gatai perceived his original soul as a once luminous red giant. With his spiritual power akin to a nebula, the relationship between his soul and spiritual power resembled a solar system, where the nebula-like spiritual energy protected the soul. However, with the halving of his spiritual power, the density of this nebula had considerably thinned. The diminished spiritual energy had been absorbed by his soul, adhering to its outermost layer, now faintly glowing. Martial arts will. Gatai is acutely aware that the essence of martial will exists akin to a resplendent sun, impervious to all evils, and extraordinarily sacred. The soul is currently evolving towards this martial will, when the mental energy is fully absorbed and assimilated by the soul. The radiance emanating from the soul's periphery will shine even more brilliantly. Gatai understands that this is a result of his chi increasing at an unprecedented rate. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the cultivation of chi equates to martial arts. Fortunately, half of his mental energy remains unassimilated. Gatai exhales deeply, easing his tense demeanor. Presently, his battle power hovers around 28,000, allowing him to decelerate his training pace for the time being. He contemplates the methods of enhancing mental energy within the Dragon Ball universe, particularly focusing on the techniques for cultivating mental power. The Turtle Hermit's hypnosis technique springs to mind. However, Gatai finds himself at a loss, lacking the clarity to transmute hypnosis into a technique for mental energy. Are there alternative methods? Gatai scratches his head in contemplation. Babidi, being a sorcerer, undoubtedly practices the cultivation of mental energy. Yet, Babidi resides in the cosmos and is exceedingly malevolent. He would never impart his knowledge to me. As for venturing into the cosmos, it poses significant challenges at this stage, relying solely on the Shinran. Seeking Shinran? This approach is feasible, but it should be reserved as a last resort. Catalyst contemplated several methods, none of which seemed to be his most ideal solution at present. In his previous life, as a practitioner of the mystical arts, he adhered to the principles of cause and effect, and generally, he was reluctant to employ the Dragon Balls. The Demon Realm. He mused. The Demon Realm might indeed hold potential, yet the realm that Sun Wukong entered as a child diverged significantly from the one ruled by the Demon King. Depura. The realm that Wukong traversed was likely the true demon realm of Earth, a shadowy counterpart to the world of light, inhabited by a native demonic race unaccustomed to sunlight. Conversely, Depura's domain was the dark abyss of the Seventh Universe, in relation to the Seventh Universe's demon realm. Depura's combat prowess had already ascended to the pinnacle of mortal strength, merely a step away from attaining divinity. Upon achieving such a state, he would transcend his role as the Demon King and ascend to the status of a deity. Catalyst pondered deeply. Though the two demon realms appeared similar, they possessed substantial differences. With Sun Wukong currently engaged in training within the heavenly realm, it would be unwise to intrude recklessly. Thus, he contemplated the location of the demon realm. Perhaps I should consult the fortune-telling matron. As he thought of her, he recalled that she was no ordinary seer. She possessed the unique ability to traverse the boundaries of the yin and yang realms, a capability likely tied to her mental prowess. Indeed, seeking her guidance seemed prudent. Catalyst focused intently, striving to summon the details of the fortune-telling matron's background in his mind. It was peculiar that she and Master Rashi were siblings, particularly as she was 2 centuries older than him. What implications did this hold? If true, it suggested that Master Rashi's parents must have enjoyed an exceptionally long lifespan, as they would have given birth to him 200 years later. Could it be that they had also partaken in the elixir of immortality? The answer remains a mystery. Yet the precious nature of such an elixir is undoubtedly affirmed. If Master Rashi and the fortune-telling matron were not blood siblings, then this would elucidate the enigma. Of course, there remains the final possibility regarding the matron's identity. Why has she secluded herself within the desert castle, and how did she acquire the ability to communicate between the realms? Given her extraordinary powers, when combined with the wondrous characteristics of the Dragon Ball universe, the likelihood of her being a true sibling of Master Rashi becomes increasingly probable. Most notably, the fortune-telling matron is a witch. What defines a witch? In Catalyst's view, a witch epitomizes the essence of mental prowess. After delving into the art of hypnosis taught by the Turtle Sage, Gatai endeavored to transform it into a method for cultivating mental strength. However, after 18 days of no progress, he decided to abandon his efforts. Bidding farewell to Xiao Qiao and the villagers, he set forth into the desert in search of the divination matriarch. Although Gatai was unaware of the matriarch's exact whereabouts, acquiring a map in the bustling city proved to be a simple task. From the map, he identified 8 desert locations, 3 of which boasted oases. Sensing the presence of formidable beings in those 3 directions, Gatai resolved to consult the Turtle Sage for more precise guidance. In this world, Earth is home to numerous humanoid races, inherently stronger than pure-blooded Earthlings. Having never encountered the divination matriarch before, Gatai found it challenging to discern her aura. Moreover, searching for her individually would be inefficient, His current suppressed combat prowess rendered his flight speed rather sluggish, and half of his mental power had already been assimilated, making it difficult to achieve optimal assistance. Thus, it would consume considerable time. Gatai could suppress his combat strength to around 10 points. Yet he maintained an aura of approximately 280 points while traversing Earth. After spending a day on the journey, Gatai visited the Turtle Sage, who revealed the location of the divination matriarch. Following this, he took nearly 2 additional days to reach the desert where the matriarch resided. According to the map, Gatai quickly located the Oasis Castle where the matriarch lived. Just as he stood at the castle's entrance, the divination matriarch emerged. Upon her appearance, Gatai surmised she had foreseen his visit. The matriarch gazed at Gatai, and before he could utter a word, she began to circle him with her crystal ball. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon treasure, leaving Gatai feeling quite uneasy. This young man is indeed extraordinary, suitable to be my heir. The divination matriarch mused to herself. An heir? What does that entail? Gatai, now possessing profound cultivation, easily overheard her words, but was intrigued by the notion of being an heir. Gatai, you are shrouded in mystery. Although I anticipated your arrival today, my divination reveals little about your past and renders your future nebulous. Most significantly, you possess formidable soul power, the matriarch remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gatai was astonished that even his formidable soul power could be discerned. It seemed that this journey was indeed worthwhile, and Gatai felt a quiet sense of joy within. Gatai, how would you like to be my successor? There are numerous advantages to being my heir. The fortune-telling elder leaned in, her aged visage drawing uncomfortably close, resembling a demon poised to devour Gatai. Dear fortune-teller, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you today. Can we postpone our conversation about me becoming your successor for a later time? Gatai retreated a couple of steps, his discomfort palpable. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression instantly soured, and she turned her back to Gatai, impatiently stating, I know that everyone who visits me comes with their own agenda. Speak. I wish to learn methods to enhance my spiritual power, Gatai confessed, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he was uncertain whether the elder truly possessed such knowledge. Oh, ho ho. The elder chuckled. You are quite forthright. No wonder I regard you as my valued successor. She inched closer to Gatai, her fearsome old face pressing toward his, causing him to retreat once more. Then, her tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. Once you become my successor, the methods to augment your spiritual power will be imparted to you. Ah, truly? Gatai exclaimed with exhilaration. Do not rejoice too soon. There are conditions to becoming my successor. The elder interjected, cutting him off. Oh, what are the conditions? Gatai asked, momentarily taken aback. The condition is that you must take my place and dedicate your life to safeguarding the bridge of life and death on earth. The elder articulated the stipulation. Upon hearing this, Gatai furrowed his brow, meticulously analyzing the words of the fortune-telling matron. He soon recalled that in the original text, there existed a 5-elements mountain on earth, where an 8 trigrams furnace emitted mist capable of guiding the souls of the deceased. Additionally, there was the supreme Lousy, who presided over the eternal flames of the 8 trigrams furnace. Thus, it seemed plausible that the fortune-telling matron might govern the passage of souls between the realms of yin and yang, or possess the ability to facilitate their journey to the mortal world through the mist of the furnace, as well as ensure their safe return to the underworld. The celestial protectors of Earth preside over life, while King Yin Luo governs the underworld, overseeing death. Supreme Lousy manages the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace, constructing the bridge between life and death. The fortune-telling matron, too, could communicate between the 2 realms, maintaining the vital connection between existence and oblivion. In a short span, Gatai formulated a flawless cycle of life and death within his mind. He pondered why such a meticulous cycle existed on Earth, while remaining absent on other celestial bodies. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. No, other planets must also possess similar systems, distributed among the 4 cardinal realms governed by their respective kings. Soon, Gatai dismissed his earlier thoughts. The establishment of this life and death cycle on Earth might be attributed to its status as a lower-tier, remote planet, one where high-level beings seldom appeared. This circumstance made it less susceptible to destruction by formidable forces. Gatai compelled himself to find a convincing rationale. If so, could it be that the fortune-telling matron was, in fact, a deity? The revelation struck Gatai like a bolt from the blue, causing him to shake his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel such absurd thoughts. Though this possibility seemed eerily plausible, it was still difficult to accept. Yet, curiosity overwhelmed him, prompting him to voice his inquiry. Fortune-telling matron, are you a deity? The matron's gaze darkened, akin to a demon's true visage being unveiled. If you become my successor, I shall reveal the truth to you. A hint of pride graced her features, as if her identity had captured Gadai's attention, serving as leverage to persuade him to become her heir. In truth, she was astounded, never anticipating that Gadai possessed such insight and was aware of divine beings. This revelation only intensified her desire for him to inherit her mantle. Thus, it seemed that the fortune-telling matron indeed wielded divine attributes, a notion that held the greatest weight. Observing her expression, Gadai grew increasingly confident in his conjecture. However, to assert that the fortune-telling matron was a deity was utterly impossible. The only feasible explanation was that she was a mortal endowed with certain divine functions, which could account for her longevity. Nevertheless, Gadai's knowledge far surpassed the matron's expectations. She could not ensnare him in her schemes. He understood well that such functions, while sounding admirable and noble, inherently impose significant limitations on one's existence. Should he accept her offer and become her successor, he would forfeit the opportunity to pursue the path of enlightenment, destined to remain forever in the desolate oasis of this castle on earth. Forgive me, but I cannot acquiesce. Gadai pondered for a moment before delivering his response. The fortune-telling matron's expression soured at this moment. Yet, she was not malevolent. Recognizing that such matters could not be forced, she promptly stated, "You may leave. I cannot impart the methods for cultivating spiritual power to you." With that, she directed the crystal ball to soar back into the depths of the castle. "Fortune-telling matron," Gadai exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice. The matron halted but did not turn around. Instead, she spoke over her shoulder, "Though you have rejected me, and I am displeased, I do not wish to misguide your life. I advise you to seek your own path through hard work, for it may be the most suitable for you." With that, she disregarded Gadai, entering the castle. Cattle was deep in thought, carefully contemplating the words of the fortune-telling elder. He had considered the most improbable possibility, that the elder knew some of his secrets and was trying to guide him. However, he firmly dismissed such notions. "Enough of this overthinking," he murmured. "There are only two outcomes from coming here, to gain or to lose. Since the method for cultivating spiritual energy eludes me, I shall seek alternative paths." With this resolve, Cattle turned his thoughts to the only other possibility on Earth, the demon realm that Sun Wukong had once visited. He retrieved the map once more, diligently searching for any information related to the demon realm. After a while, he folded the map away. Having failed to locate the obscure castle kingdom that Sun Wukong had once traversed, it seemed that Earth was not only vast but also held many undiscovered places. Thus, Cattle began to ponder the details concerning the demon realm. During his global travels, Sun Wukong had passed through Sister Chao's village before delving deeper into the demon realm. This indicated that the demon realm must lie somewhere in the east. With a growing understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, Cattle speculated on the approximate location of the demon realm. Currently, the entrance to the realm was sealed. He recalled that Sun Wukong had drawn the sword from the entrance, which had subsequently sealed it. The exact number of demons residing within that so-called demon realm remained unknown. If the entrance were to be completely destroyed and the seal lost, the number of demons escaping could be overwhelming. Such chaos would disrupt the order of humanity on Earth, making resolution exceedingly troublesome. To enter the demon realm, one must locate that sword. After reflecting on the situation, Cattle concluded that the key lay in that sword. No matter what, I must first find that obscure castle kingdom and inquire about the whereabouts of the sword, as well as the precise location of the demon realm. If all else fails, I may have to venture into the cosmos and beseech the dragon. The significance of reaching the demon realm was immense, yet Cattle was determined to attempt it. With his direction clear, Cattle set off immediately, suppressing his battle power to around 280 to maximize his flying speed. Xiao Qiao, as usual, was practicing her sensing abilities. Suddenly, she detected a familiar aura. Cattle had returned. Filled with joy, Xiao Qiao was able to perceive the energy not because she had mastered sensing but due to her growing familiarity with it, particularly with Cattle's energy, which allowed her to recognize him accurately. However, within a few breaths, her joy turned to confusion as she sensed that Cattle's aura brushed past the village without any intention of stopping. A pang of sadness welled up in her heart. But she knew that Cattle would not leave without reason. He must have pressing matters to attend to, and thus she refrained from following him. Days passed, and Cattle still could not locate the obscure castle kingdom. After all, it was merely a general direction, and no one could guarantee that Sun Wukong had not altered his route during his global travels. "I shall keep searching," Cattle sighed, his tone heavy with disappointment. Before long, He arrived above a vast valley shrouded in shadows, devoid of any wildlife, exuding an inexplicable gloom. The valley seemed bottomless when suddenly, Cattle sensed a powerful mental fluctuation. As he flew towards the source of this energy, he gradually confirmed that it emanated from the depths of the valley. What an intense mental wave! The deeper he descended, the stronger the pressure became. What could it be? Cattle wondered aloud. Now possessing around 28,000 battle power, he believed he could venture anywhere on Earth without hesitation. So he pressed onward. As he delved deeper into the valley, the light dimmed, the space constricted, and the mental pressure intensified. Soon, Cattle felt his very soul tremble under the overwhelming force of the mental wave. Am I reaching my limit? He pondered, sensing the immense pressure threatening to shatter his spirit. As if something sought to invade his very essence. What could possess such power? He paused, considering the risk of perishing without understanding the source. Just as he contemplated retreating, he felt his soul absorb some of the mental fluctuation, fortifying his spiritual strength and naturally extending a new mental prowess. Although the increase was minuscule, he could distinctly sense the newfound control over his spiritual energy. Overjoyed, Cattle began to adapt and absorb the mental wave, strengthening his divinity. After a day and two, he had only ventured a little over 100 meters, yet his soul's strength had improved by 1%, and his mental energy had significantly replenished. 40 days later, having penetrated nearly 1,000 meters deeper, Cattle's soul strength reached the late stage of the golden core, with his mental energy considerably enhanced. At the very bottom of the valley, he spotted something emitting a faint glow about a meter away, a translucent crystal-like object, roughly the size of a fist. Spirit essence. A term flashed in his mind. How could such a thing exist here? No, rather, how could it exist in the Dragon Ball world? Greed glimmered in Cattle's eyes. Spirit essence was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of being artificially created, at least according to the references from his past life in the cultivation realm. Natural spirit essence was unknown in its origins. Absorbing it could rapidly enhance one's soul strength. However, natural spirit essences emitted mental waves and were easily detectable, leading them to become mere legends over time. Conversely, those forged posthumously were often remnants left by powerful predecessors upon their demise. Such individuals would seldom resort to this unless in dire straits, making these forms of spirit essence challenging to acquire, as cultivators could conceal their fluctuations through intricate formations. Was this piece of spirit essence naturally formed or artificially created? Cattle licked his lips and reached out, but despite being only a meter away, he found it impossible to grasp. The closer he approached, the greater the mental pressure he faced. A moment's inattention could shatter his soul. Never mind, he thought. Just a little further, and I will surely obtain it. He continued to harness the spirit essence to amplify his divinity. A day later, Cattle finally secured the spirit essence. Acutely aware of the immense power it contained, a lethal weapon. Perfect, he resolved, pressing the spirit essence to his forehead. As it made contact, Cattle felt the energy within it being absorbed by his soul. This speed has increased hundreds of times compared to before, with the intensity of the soul rapidly growing. The formation of soul essence can be categorized into natural and artificial, yet the energy contained within bears almost no difference, being remarkably pure. After 8 months, Gatai had absorbed the majority of the energy from this soul essence, and his soul intensity had reached the early stage of the void realm. His burgeoning mental strength was exceptionally formidable, now capable of encompassing 1/3 of the earth. The remaining energy emitted spiritual fluctuations that would no longer have a significant impact on the external world. Even ordinary individuals could withstand it and would immediately recognize it as a precious treasure upon sight. After absorbing most of the energy from the soul essence, Gatai sensed a residual soul consciousness within. In this lingering consciousness, he beheld a vision, a figure with a white punk hairstyle, purple skin, adorned with earrings, and of short stature. As Gatai absorbed this soul essence, it felt as though he was confronting this individual directly. The attire of this person was quite distinctive, and Gatai instantly deduced his identity. He was the East Kaishin, Shin. In the vision, a vast and ancient land spread before him, with the East Kaishin, Shin. Across from him, radiating an intense fury, the atmosphere palpably tense. Gatai understood well that Shin was a Kaishin of justice, which naturally positioned him as the embodiment of evil. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding this designation in the vision. Catalan quickly recalled the original narrative of East Kaishin, who sought to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, and the dialogue with Babidi. The words revealed that he had once personally slain Babidi's father, Bibidi, and that Bibidi's next target for destruction was none other than Earth. This implies a high likelihood that Bibidi met his demise on Earth at the hands of East Kaioshin Shin, thus sealing the egg of Majin Buu on this very planet. Helpless and without recourse, he faced the overwhelming pressure of East Kaioshin Shin's ferocity through this lingering soul consciousness, which was quite unbearable. The battle prowess of East Kaioshin Shin was indeed terrifying for Catalan at this moment. Subsequently, the final image of this residual soul consciousness emerged, revealing East Kaioshin Shin condensing an enormous energy sphere to obliterate himself. It was as if Catalan had undergone a baptism of death, beads of sweat forming on his brow. From the vision, Catalan learned that this land was the final resting place of the original owner of the soul essence, and he had acquired this essence on Earth. Thus, it became evident that Bibidi was indeed killed on Earth. This soul essence was a remnant left behind after the death of Bibidi's father, Bibidi. Catalan felt a tinge of surprise at this revelation. Perhaps he had anticipated that his son would inevitably come to Earth to resurrect Majin Buu, intending to bequeath his soul essence to his progeny. In doing so, Bibidi would grow immensely powerful, yet inadvertently, it had facilitated his own legacy. Catalan found solace in this notion. Had he not possessed mental fortitude, he might have failed to perceive it, and consequently, the achievements of today would have remained unattainable. He became increasingly devoted to discovering methods for enhancing his mental prowess. At this juncture, Catalan paused, ceasing to absorb the energy of the soul essence. He took a moment to assess his state. Under the veil of mental power, he distinctly felt as though he resided within a spatial bubble, experiencing layers of separation from the surrounding dimensions. His sensitivity to the textures of space became remarkably acute. However, sensing did not equate to comprehending the way embodied within the trajectories of space, as such understanding required personal introspection. Cattle believes that comprehending the subtle traces of the lower Tao of spatial dimensions is remarkably effortless with such formidable spiritual power. Once this understanding is attained, one can seamlessly integrate oneself with the fabric of space. This bears immense implications for the manifestation of martial prowess, akin to the notion that a single unit of strength could yield an output tenfold in potency. However, Cattle refrains from hastily seeking this enlightenment, as he harbors concerns that his spiritual essence may once again be assimilated by the soul, rendering the endeavor ultimately counterproductive. Cattle stopped, his mind suddenly recalling a powerful and commonly practiced secret technique from his past life in the realm of cultivation, the art of soul splitting. This technique is crucial for creating avatars, which differ significantly from mere puppets. An avatar possesses independent thought and action, capable of cultivating and growing stronger on its own, whereas a puppet merely links its consciousness with the creator, serving as a tool for combat assistance. The remaining fragments of the soul can be utilized to heal any damage incurred during the use of the art of soul splitting. As Cattle contemplated this, he stored away the soul fragments. His earthly body, with its lamentably low bloodline potential, necessitated caution in his cultivation until he discovered a method for enhancing his mental prowess. The prospect of possessing a powerful avatar with superior bloodline potential would greatly facilitate his comprehension of the Tao. The avatar could freely practice according to the cultivation system of this world, allowing for mutual understanding and insight. Furthermore, the avatar could harness the energies and power of the world to enhance the understanding of the Tao. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile crept upon Cattle's lips. A being with immense bloodline potential is an extraterrestrial, and at this moment, the most suitable candidate is none other than Piccolo, a Namekian renowned for his extraordinary vitality. This remarkable life force is the defining characteristic of the Namekians. Piccolo has demonstrated the ability to create subordinates and recover swiftly from injuries, claiming that as long as he does not suffer fatal harm, he can regain his strength rapidly. In terms of vitality, Namekians surpass Scions due to their regenerative abilities. Cattle surmised that the potential of the Namekians is not inferior to that of the Scions. If one were to exploit their potential through extreme measures, they might experience a temporary depletion of vitality. Yet, owing to their robust life force, their potential would regenerate just as swiftly, theoretically leading to an inexhaustible source of potential. However, this remains a conjecture on Cattle's part, as he has yet to confirm whether Piccolo's cultivation method is indeed optimal. Conversely, Cattle possess considerable knowledge regarding the Scions. Goku, for instance, was born with a mere combat power of 2, an exceedingly low figure for a warrior of his kind. His growth, aside from the influences of martial arts mentors like Master Roshi and King Kai, was fundamentally linked to his Scion heritage. Thus, the nature of one's bloodline potential is paramount. From a certain perspective, every Scion harbors the possibility of becoming a super Scion, endowed with limitless potential, contingent upon their willingness and capability to develop it. Raditz, I await your arrival on Earth, Cattle mused with a sly grin, setting his sights on Raditz as the target for his avatar. Time had passed, and it was time to return. Cattle felt a flicker of concern for little Xiao. He was unsure how she might behave in his absence, and the thought troubled him. Upon returning to the village, Cattle was reunited with little Xiao, their separation lasting nearly 9 months. Although Cattle had grown considerably stronger, the villagers remained simple and sincere in their worries for him. Little Xiao, whose bond with Cattle was profound, missed him dearly after such a long absence. With the World Martial Arts Tournament on the horizon, neither Cattle nor little Xiao chose to participate. Previously, little Xiao had been motivated to grow stronger following the incident with the Demon King Piccolo. However, with Piccolo's defeat at the hands of Goku, she felt a sense of loss, as if her purpose for improvement had diminished. Fortunately, as her cultivation progressed, she discovered the profound depths of martial arts, which only intensified her passion for it. Yet, her growth in combat power had stagnated. To preserve her enthusiasm for martial arts, Cattle had shared many insights about the universe with her, including the existence of the tyrant Frisia. He refrained from detailing the extent of Frisia's power, instead emphasizing that there are many evil beings even stronger than her, seeking to inspire her resolve. Little Xiao, in her innocence, wholeheartedly believed in Cattle since she chose to trust him, dismissing any doubts others might have regarding his words. Cattle had expressed to her that as one delves deeper into martial arts, the vastness of the discipline becomes ever more apparent. When one feels powerful, it is essential to recognize that within the boundless cosmos, there exist entities far stronger than oneself. We inhabit this universe, which does not exist for our sake. Thus, we must continually strive to transcend our limits. Cattle's decision to abstain from the World Martial Arts Tournament was a precaution against the anomaly known as Cell. Although they would not compete, this did not hinder their ability to watch the event, as little Xiao had yet to fully master the ability to sense energy, and her martial arts realm still required further experience. Catalan allowed little Xiao to attend the world's foremost martial arts tournament alone, advising her sternly to refrain from intervening, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, Catalan himself ventured to Corinta, harboring a certain intrigue towards Jackalope. This interest stemmed from another reason as well. Jackalope's prolonged presence on Corinta imposed a significant strain on the supply of the mystical beings. Even if the Corinta sage intended to conserve resources, he could not deny Jackalope's sustenance. It would be unthinkable to let him starve. Moreover, Jackalope's appetite knew no bounds, and his intentions were far from pure. He indulged whenever he desired, even manipulating the beings, a stark contrast to Sun Wukong, who only ate when his hunger became unbearable. In truth, the consumption had exceeded one bean every 10 days. Since 3 years ago, Catalan had taken some beans, yet a considerable supply remained. The upcoming tournament marked 3 years since then, and with Son Gohan being 4 years old during the Raditz era, nearly 5 years had passed. And another year had elapsed since Vegeta and his companion's arrival. Altogether, nearly a decade had passed. If Jackalope were to consume a bean daily, the consequences would be dire. The low yield of the beans could not withstand such depletion, and the Corinta sage required sustenance as well. Although the notion of Jackalope consuming a bean each day seemed exaggerated, one could not dismiss the possibility of his unique constitution. He was a veritable scourge to the beings, capable of resorting to any means to satiate his hunger. His energy was formidable, slightly surpassing that of Sun Wukong, and it felt oddly familiar. Yet he could not recall from where. The Corinta sage detected an aura that felt somewhat recognizable, rapidly approaching. He scratched his face with a paw, licked his claws, and remarked, "It is certain that this presence is not malevolent." With that, the sage felt considerably more at ease. Although his combat prowess was limited, he could still sense energy. However, he lacked a thorough understanding of this ability and was unsure how to instruct others on it. "Hey, old man, are you serious?" Sun Wukong was guided by the celestial beings in the heavens. Could anyone truly surpass him? Jackalope was skeptical. The sage, referred to as old man, felt a flicker of anger but quickly quelled it. Glancing at Jackalope, he swiftly averted his gaze, for Jackalope's disheveled appearance was quite off-putting. His beard had grown wild, and he wore the same ragged clothes year-round, resembling a beggar. Thankfully, the Corinta sage was kind-hearted and possessed a serene disposition, which allowed him to endure such sights. It appears he has arrived flying. Suddenly, the Corinta sage recalled the source of that familiar aura. "He's here," the sage murmured, his gaze sharpening. Jackalope rushed forward, peering outside. Soon, a figure became increasingly distinct within his line of sight. It was Catalan. What purpose did he have in coming here? Jackalope pondered with curiosity. At that moment, Gatai caught sight of Jackalope, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he intended to tease him. Without losing momentum, he propelled himself towards Jackalope. In response, Jackalope, noticing Gatai approaching with unwavering speed, also surged forward, their distance rapidly diminishing until, in the blink of an eye, Gatai stood before him. With a swift motion, Gatai zipped past him, creating a gust of wind that startled Jackalope, causing him to tumble to the ground. "You scoundrel, that was intentional," he exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Gatai. Gatai did not express any apologies. Instead, he smiled and said, "Akairobe, it has been a long time." Upon seeing Gadai's amiable demeanor, Akairobe ceased his grievances and embraced a more indifferent posture. "Greetings, Master Carlin," he said. Gatai also acknowledged Master Carlin with a nod. At that moment, Master Carlin gradually approached, scrutinizing Gatai with a sense of admiration, exclaiming, "Goodness, I never imagined Gatai would become so formidable, with you alongside Sun Wukong. It seems that Piccolo will no longer be able to commit any malevolent deeds." Upon hearing this, Gatai recognized that Master Karen's understanding was rather limited. He had never ventured beyond Earth and was oblivious to the formidable entities that exist within the cosmos. In his perception, a being of Sun Wukong's caliber was already beyond imagination. "Master Karen, do you still have any senza beans?" Gatai inquired with a smile. Master Karen, taken aback by the question, momentarily opened his squinted eyes wider and responded with a somewhat somber tone. "Why do you ask that?" He had begun to grasp the significance of the senza beans and held them in high regard. Noticing Master Karen's displeased expression, Gatai turned his attention to Yachirobe and probed, "Yachirobe, you haven't consumed all the senza beans, have you? Stop talking nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person?" Yachirobe retorted, glaring at Gatai. "Just ask him. He's miserly to the core. Look at me. I've lost weight." With a resounding thud, Yachirobe was struck on the head by Master Karen. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is miserly? Look at you, claiming to be thin." Master Karen glared at him, expressing his displeasure. "You show me no respect. After all, I am a master." At this moment, Gaotai finally comprehended that the celestial beings were still available, indicating that Master Karen had indeed taken his earlier words to heart. However, he presumed that Gaotai had come today solely to request celestial beings, which explained his reticence. At this juncture, Gaotai produced a versatile capsule from his bosom and remarked, "You have been consuming celestial beings for an extended period, so I have brought you an array of other delicacies." Upon witnessing the abundance of food, Akairobe and Master Karen's eyes bulged with excitement and saliva pooled in their mouths. It had been quite some time since they had indulged in anything other than celestial beings. Akairobe was relatively unfazed, as he could depart at any moment to satiate his appetite elsewhere. In contrast, Master Karen found himself in a different predicament. He could not leave at will. It had been centuries since he had experienced delight, the last occasion being when Gaotai had brought fish, which had brought him joy for a while. The two swiftly devoured the feast before them, akin to a whirlwind, and then, with satisfaction, they reclined on the ground, caressing their round bellies with their hands. Gaotai discarded the all-purpose capsule onto the ground, and in an instant, a grand circular table materialized, laden with an array of delectable dishes, chicken, duck, fish, and an assortment of desserts that tantalized the senses. Gaotai could not suppress a salivating gulp. "Oh, don't you find it appealing?" he inquired, noticing the two companions' silence. His curiosity piqued. Although they remained motionless, their eyes were fixated on the sumptuous feast, reluctant to divert their gaze. We just consumed some magic beans. So we're not hungry," the sage Carlin admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "However, we could store the food for later," he added. Akairobe approached the table and began to gather the food into the all-purpose capsule, his face radiating delight. This seemed to be the first time he displayed a smile in Gatai's presence. Yet, before he could secure it, Carlin swiftly seized the capsule, declaring, "It's safer with me. You're always hoarding food for yourself, and every time we feast, you never bring me a share." Akairobe offered no resistance, merely chuckling incessantly, his rotund figure adding an endearing quality to his demeanor. "By the way, Gatai, what brings you here?" Carlin reclined on the ground, still relishing the bliss of a hearty meal, inquiring languidly. "What for?" Gatai replied with a mischievous grin, thinking to himself, "In the blink of an eye." Before either of them could react, he seized Akairobe and soared downwards towards the tower. "Whoa. What are you doing? Let me go," Akairobe exclaimed, panic-stricken as he was whisked into the sky, feeling utterly unmoored. Yet, Cattle did not waver. On the contrary, he deliberately released him into the open air, allowing him to plummet before swiftly catching him. At that moment, the sage Carol rose slowly, perplexed, gazing in the direction they had departed. What was Cattle truly up to? The timid Acalope, having been toyed with by Cattle just once, turned pale, though fortunately, he managed to keep his meal down, clinging tightly to Cattle. He refused to let go, too frightened to even look. Before long, the two descended in a forested area. Acalope, trembling in fear, found his legs giving way and collapsed to the ground after only a few steps. He knelt, shivering, fist clenched, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Although Acalope faced away from Cattle, the latter could still sense the rising anger. "Let me witness your swordsmanship," Cattle mused internally. As expected, after a moment, Acalope composed himself, slowly rising to stand tall, his silhouette serene, devoid of any previous discomfort, fully entering a state of readiness. "You rascal!" Acalope bellowed, swiftly turning to face Cattle. His body slightly bent forward as he leaned in, his right hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, he surged forth, channeling all his strength toward Cattle, resembling a ferocious beast. The fury fueling his momentum was utterly overwhelming. Cattle shook his head in disappointment. Acalope's every move fell well within his control, even with his combat abilities suppressed. After all, his spiritual and martial realms far surpassed those of Acalope. Gatai nonchalantly extended a finger, his motion as natural as it was deliberate, neither slow nor fast. In the very moment Acalope drew his sword, that single finger pressed against his right hand. The force of that one finger was terrifyingly potent, not only halting Acalope's entire body, but rendering him incapable of unsheathing his weapon. Acalope was instantly awakened to Gatai's astounding strength. He was not only astonished by Gatai's formidable prowess, but also perplexed by his own actions. Although he had never harbored any fondness for Gatai, it had never escalated to the point of drawing swords against one another. "How can you fight me when you can't even draw your sword?" Gatai taunted Acalope, and then, with astonishing speed, so swift that Acalope could not discern any movement, he flicked his finger. With a resounding thud, Acalope was propelled backward, crashing against a tree. The impact was so forceful that the massive tree splintered, yet Gatai had not exerted excessive strength, sparing Acalope from injury. "You wretched man." Acalope's previously calm demeanor was ignited by Gatai's mocking words, his anger rekindled. On the Corinta, the sage Corinta watched the spectacle unfold before the water basin. Could it be that Gatai intended to instruct Acalope? How intriguing. He observed intently, aware that Acalope possessed immense potential. With diligent practice, he might rival the current Sun Wukong. However, due to his inherently lazy nature, Acalope had only progressed to a level comparable to his own, never advancing further. Gatai's cultivation had progressed at an astonishing pace, and he had not received guidance from the deities. Corinta mused to himself, feeling a sense of anticipation. He was eager to witness Gatai's method of instruction. Even if Acalope's cultivation did not improve, it would suffice if he could focus on his training. In the forest, Gatai and Acalope faced each other, with a swift motion. Acalope was the first to draw his sword, its blade gleaming menacingly. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a thought flickered in Acalope's mind. His swordsmanship was fundamentally a technique of drawing the sword. The hidden blade was the most fearsome. Now that the sword was drawn, its brilliance could not be concealed, diminishing the intimidation of his technique. Acalope did not wish to draw his sword, but he recognized that Gatai's cultivation far surpassed his own. If he closed the distance, he would have no chance to unsheath his weapon. Although he knew he was outmatched, his anger compelled him to vent his frustrations. Having long harbored a distaste for Gatai, he could no longer restrain himself. "Yeah." Acalope charged once more, this time refraining from an immediate assault, instead circling Gatai at lightning speed. He sought an opportunity, a chance to deliver a decisive blow. However, Acalope soon found himself astonished. No matter how he moved, Gatai's gaze remained fixed on his direction. Sweat began to beat on Acalope's forehead. There were no flaws, none at all. He had not moved an inch. Acalope realized this. Is he deliberately leaving his back exposed to me? I won't fall for that. I refuse to strike from behind. With that thought, Acalope quickly maneuvered in front of Gatai, then suddenly leapt high into the air, his sword charged with power, ready to unleash a ferocious attack at any moment. With a raised brow, Gatai marveled at the fact that this fellow had chosen not to launch a surprise attack from behind. It is a fundamental principle of combat that no opponent would willingly expose their back to the enemy unless they were fully prepared for it. Was it a matter of perception, or perhaps an unwillingness to relinquish the dignity of his swordsmanship? Gatti pondered. Suddenly, the sword in Akalobe's hand seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear as a flash of light above his head, akin to a bolt of lightning. Elusive and fleeting. Despite this apparition, Gatti remained motionless, for the light above was but an illusion. At that very moment, Gatti discerned that Akalobe was cutting horizontally towards his chest, prompting Gatti to lean back. This move is quite formidable, reminiscent of a phantom fist. Gatti had not anticipated that Akalobe would employ such a technique within the realm of swordsmanship. You are indeed skilled, but you shall not evade me. Observing Gatti's backward lean as he narrowly avoided the horizontal strike, Akalobe swiftly altered his maneuver, angling his sword downward toward Gatti's abdomen. He was aware that should his blade make contact, victory would be his, allowing him ample opportunity to berate Gatti thereafter. However, just as Akalobe believed triumph was within his grasp, he was suddenly struck by the realization that his sword could not descend any further. To his astonishment, Gatti's retreat had somehow positioned itself against Akalobe's elbow, accompanied by a force that threatened to propel him backward. With his attack thwarted, Akalobe instinctively withdrew his sword. And in that instant, the air around the blade thickened with palpable energy. The atmosphere became heavy, as if the world itself had come to a standstill. Flashes of sword light erupted forth, enveloping Gatti in a torrent of gleaming blades, threatening to slice him into fragments. As this barrage of sword light intensified, the stagnant air was set into motion, forming a miniature whirlwind, within which the sword energies concealed themselves, making it nearly impossible to predict from whence the next strike would come. In this assault, Akalobe had drawn his sword. The display appeared ferocious. Yet Gatti remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Channeling energy through his single hand, he braced himself against the onslaught of the blade. Each collision between sword and flesh produced slicing winds that grazed Gatti's arm without inflicting any real harm. You lack understanding of the sword, and you are no true swordsman. A swordsman's blade rends all asunder. Even if wielding divine weaponry, it remains futile, Gatti admonished, his tone growing stern. With a light exhalation, Gatti pinched the sword's blade between two fingers and executed a slight twist, skillfully redirecting the force. Akalobe, feeling an extraordinary surge of power from this subtle motion, found himself unable to maintain his grip on the sword, his body spiraling as a consequence. With a gentle press, Gatti pinned Akalobe to the ground, effortlessly disarming him and casting his sword aside. Is this your swordsmanship? Your way of the sword? Gatti scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Akalobe. You cannot even hold your sword properly. It appears you possess a sword in hand, yet none in spirit. You are unworthy to wield it. These words struck deep within Akalobe, causing his body to tremble. Though inherently lazy and timid, he had always held a profound love for the sword. He consumed abundantly but was not discerning, for eating was merely a human necessity. Throughout his life, regardless of circumstance, he had never parted with his sword. Thus, he would not tolerate any insult to his swordsmanship, nor would he permit any affront to the sanctity of his inner path of the sword. So this is your approach. It seems Gatti desires Akalobe to rekindle his martial spirit, observed the sage Carlin, narrowing his eyes at the unfolding scene. Though a flicker of concern lingered, would this truly prove effective? With his fingers digging into the earth, Akalobe suddenly erupted. Silence. With a slight curl of his lips, Gatti remarked, "What, have I spoken incorrectly? Look at you now, timid and apprehensive, clinging to Calinta, solely focused on satiating your hunger. Where is your sword's essence? Where is your dignity in the way of the sword?" Shaking his head, Gatti continued, "Undeniably, your time at Calinta has significantly enhanced your cultivation. Yet, deep down, you are acutely aware that your swordsmanship and your understanding of the sword remain stagnant." Upon hearing Gatti's admonishing words, the immortal Kalin on Calinta felt a stir within. "Throughout the years, I have guided others solely through the lens of martial arts and boxing, relying on the physical body and one's realm, all measured by personal standards. However, the way of the sword is distinct. It necessitates not only the fortification of one's body and realm, but also a profound comprehension of the sword itself." Thus, the immortal Kalin finally discerned the reason behind Akalobe's lack of progress in his cultivation. While boxing serves as the foundation of martial arts, the way of the sword, although encompassed within martial arts, is a uniquely distinct path, a singular journey of martial refinement. Akalobe has reached a level of physical prowess and realm comparable to mine. And with his own understanding of the sword, I might not necessarily be his equal. However, I refrained from allowing him to ascend to the heavenly realm for cultivation, having overlooked the dimension of the sword, which obscured my vision of his potential path for continued growth. This was the conclusion drawn by the immortal Kalin, who, Upon realizing the cause, felt a sense of helplessness, for he too lacked understanding of the way of the sword. Ah, Gadai is so invested. Could it be that he possesses a profound understanding of the way of the sword? Kalen conjectured boldly. Gadai spoke at length, wishing for Akalob to confront his present circumstances. Should he remain obstinately ignorant, then there would be nothing more to be done. With that, Gadai turned to leave. Please, wait a moment, Akalob suddenly interjected. Gadai paused, turning back to face him. At that moment, Akalob had risen to his feet, his expression no longer marred by anger or despair, but instead illuminated with hope. He did not glance at the sword embedded in the ground. Rather, he bowed deeply to Gadai, expressing gratitude for rekindling his spirit for the way of the sword. With that, he approached the sword, crouching down to caress it gently before unfastening the scabbard from his waist, placing both items together. After a lingering gaze filled with reluctance, he prepared to depart. Are you not keeping your sword? Gadai inquired, observing the scene. This sword has accompanied me for many years. Yet only today have I realized I am unworthy to wield it. I intend to traverse the world anew, to relearn the art of the sword. And it is only on the day I deem myself worthy that I shall have the courage to reclaim it, Akalob replied. Gadai nodded, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Such enlightenment was indeed rare. Just as Akalob had taken a few steps, Gadai spoke. Do you know what a sword is? Upon hearing this, Akalob shuddered, instantly pondering the question, what indeed is a sword? This was a contemplation he had never entertained, nor had he ever posed such a query to himself. In that moment, Akalob recalled Gadai's earlier words during their battle. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed back toward Gadai. Upon reaching within a meter of him, he knelt down, bowing his head and imploring, please, enlighten me on the way of the sword. A smile graced Gadai's face. This was precisely the effect he had desired, and he could not help but marvel at the teachability of youth. Subsequently, Gadai assisted Akil to his feet and, as they made their way toward the sword embedded in the ground, he remarked, as a swordsman, how can one carelessly abandon one's own blade? It has accompanied you for so long, to cast it aside in such a manner would surely grieve it. Gadai approached, sheathing the sword before gently placing it into Akalob's hands. He then remarked, it too possesses a soul. Upon hearing this, Akalob was profoundly shaken. He felt that every word uttered by Gadai carried extraordinary significance. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the sword, as if it had truly become an integral part of his very existence. At that moment, Gadai picked up a branch from the ground and walked toward a grand tree. The sword is you, and you are the sword. All of nature can embody the sword, Gadai proclaimed, capturing Akalob's attention as they arrived at a tree so large that it could only be embraced by two. Gadai stood a mere meter away from the great tree, slightly bending his body, positioning the branch like a sword at his left waist, poised to draw it. Akalob, witnessing Gadai's actions, was uncertain of his intentions but remained attentively observant. The Gadai spirit has been awakened. Now, his mental prowess has reached the initial stage of the void, exponentially more powerful than before. With the augmented strength of his mental faculties, his control and insight over all things have become increasingly adept. Silence, silence, silence. As Cathay closed his eyes, he seemed to be immersed in contemplation. In that moment, the sounds of the world around him appeared to fade into oblivion, leaving only his solitary existence in the vast expanse. Suddenly, he moved. With a gentle motion, he drew his sword, and in the arc traced by the branch, a brilliant silver light emerged, forming a crescent shape as it cut through the air. In the instant the branch came to a halt, that crescent of light sliced through the space like a bolt of lightning. This was Cathay exerting his mental prowess to command the air, forcefully manipulating the delicate threads of spatial texture, thereby coalescing into a blade of wind. This wind blade was not merely a manifestation of air. It was imbued with the essence of Tao. With astonishing speed, it severed the massive tree in half, its influence extending further to affect the trees within 100 meters behind. Gadai gazed at his masterpiece, secretly astonished by his own work, realizing his previous effort had exceeded his own expectations. Akirob's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how Gadai had achieved such an effect without utilizing the energy within him, and with such deliberate slowness and lightness. Meanwhile, on Corinta, Master Karen was equally incredulous, unable to comprehend how such a feat was accomplished. Yet, he recognized Gadai's extraordinary abilities, pondering whether Gadai had simply deceived Akirob with his powers. Do you understand? Gadai inquired. Akirob inhaled deeply, responding in a stiff tone, I do not understand. Excellent. Ignorance is merely a stepping stone to progress. Gadai thought with a slight smile. From this moment forth, you shall draw your sword at least 10,000 times daily, without employing your sword energy, until you can sever a tree in this manner. Gadai commanded. Furthermore, until you attain understanding, you are forbidden from returning to Corinta or consuming the sins of beings. You may choose your training location, but all other matters are for you to resolve. With that, he ceased to engage further, his body soaring into the air, swiftly vanishing into the forest. Akairobe furrowed his brow, feeling an inkling of doubt. Nevertheless, he adhered to Gadai's instructions and approached a large tree, standing approximately a meter away. He resecured his sword at his waist and assumed a stance to draw it. You can achieve this, just as I can, he thought, his gaze becoming intense and focused on the point of the tree level with his eyes. Draw the sword. With this inner command, Akairobe drew his sword in an instant, relying solely on speed. I had thought Gadai possessed a profound method to enhance swordsmanship. What nonsense. I wonder how long Akairobe can endure this. Master Karen shook his head, yawning, and moved aside to take a nap. During his initial attempt, the sword swiftly sliced through the air, creating a pressure wave. Akairobe, possessing nearly 180 points of combat power, generated considerable force even without utilizing his energy. The sword energy, formed through speed and power, struck the tree, embedding itself half an inch into the bark. No use of internal energy? Let us try again. Akairobe, seeing the minimal effect of his strike, murmured and drew his sword once more. His technique resembled a horse stance, where not only his hands exerted force, but his entire body tensed in preparation, releasing the accumulated power at the moment of drawing. This was why, during solitary training, coupled with his unique lineage, he had developed enhanced physical strength, allowing him to display remarkable combat prowess during his initial encounter with Sun Wukong. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, with each vigorous draw of the sword. Akairobe felt his stamina depleting, his body growing increasingly fatigued, yet he persevered. In that moment, he felt transported back to his earlier days of sword practice, rekindling a relentless passion and unyielding belief in his craft. Upon completing his 10,000 draws, a wave of indescribable exhaustion swept over him as he collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the tree and gasping for breath. Gurgle, his stomach grumbled, signaling hunger. Master Karen, periodically observing Akairobe's progress, was astonished to find that he had persisted for an entire month. To his surprise, Akairobe's physical strength had increased, albeit subtly, with periodic enhancements occurring roughly every 10 days. The growth trend remaining steady. He marveled that such a simple exercise could yield such results, reflecting on the previous 3 years of training, during which Akairobe's growth had plateaued under his guidance. Master Karen felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his martial arts wisdom had not surpassed that of a mere novice. Yet, he pondered why the requirement was set at 10,000 draws, reasoning that Akairobe could easily endure drawing his sword tens of thousands of times. Initially, Akairobe's solitary endeavor had yielded 160 points of combat power due to his inherent potential. When Gatai witnessed his natural ability to convert energy into sword energy through his strikes, he understood that Akairobe's entire cultivation lay within the act of drawing a sword. Thus, his swordsmanship training was not merely about technique but also encompassed significant physical enhancement, compelling him to focus on this aspect of his training. The mandate of 10,000 draws was perhaps Gatai's way of expressing his skepticism towards Akairobe's innate talent. Gatai believed Akairobe's comprehension was not particularly strong, necessitating a gradual approach to training, allowing time to accumulate experience while simultaneously testing his dedication to the sword. Akairobe could never surpass the prowess demonstrated by Gatai. Thus, his attempts to replicate that effect would require all his strength, leading to significant physical depletion. Over time, this would inevitably yield results, and the numerical goal of 10,000 served as a psychological catalyst, sharpening his focus and spirit, ensuring that both body and mind were honed through this rigorous practice. Of course, had Akairobe recognized that his limits extended beyond merely 10,000 draws, his growth would undoubtedly have accelerated further. After a month of training, Akairobe gradually sensed the enhancement of his abilities, each strike invoking a unique sensation, as if his sword were merging with the very winds around him. This feeling was elusive, and given his limited comprehension, he resolved to persist in his practice, wholeheartedly committing to drawing his sword with the aim of severing the tree before him without the use of internal energy. Simultaneously, he increasingly felt that the sword in his hand was as familiar as his own arm, transcending the notion of a mere weapon to become an extension of his being. Thus, Akairobe examined his sword with care after each training session, contemplating its significance within his heart, questioning what the sword truly represented. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's third participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament had long passed. During the climactic finale, Xiao Qiao heeded Gatai's counsel, refraining from intervening regardless of the circumstances. However, upon witnessing Sun Wukong facing imminent peril, her heart ached with concern. Observing him gravely injured and unable to retaliate against Piccolo, she could not bear to watch any longer. Covering her eyes with her hands as tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. After guiding Akalob, Gatai hurried to the venue of the martial arts tournament. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. After Sun Wukong won the match, he promptly administered a magical beam to him, thereby saving his life. Similarly, Sun Wukong requested another magical beam from Gatai for Piccolo. To the others, Sun Wukong's actions appeared quite foolish, as they believed that only he and Piccolo were the strongest beings in existence, with Piccolo embodying evil. They feared that should Piccolo resort to treachery and eliminate Sun Wukong, the Earth would be doomed. However, Gatai understood that Sun Wukong's intentions were rooted in self-preservation. He had yet to venture into the cosmos and comprehend its vastness. Thus, he sought to secure a formidable rival for himself. With that, the prestigious martial arts tournament concluded. Sun Wukong entered into matrimony, and everyone resumed their cultivation endeavors. Cattle and Xiao Qiao returned to the village, having discussed the prospect of relocating the villagers to the city, but their proposal was met with resistance. Only Xiao Qiao's parents resolved to move to the city to live with Cattle and Xiao Qiao, as it would allow them to witness their daughter's joyful growth, providing them with peace of mind. Perhaps this was the most favorable outcome, and Cattle did not press further. Consequently, Xiao Qiao's parents settled in a town not far from the West City, where they could enjoy a pastoral lifestyle while also having the leisure to visit the city. As Cattle and Xiao Qiao shared a deep affection for one another, her parents were eager to facilitate their relationship, encouraging them to live together to strengthen their bond. And thus they insisted on their relocation to the city. Living in the city was markedly different from rural life. Financial resources were essential. Therefore, leveraging his robust physique, Cattle ventured into the sea, retrieving numerous rare treasures to sell at a modest price. Although the origins of these treasures were questionable, their abundance allowed him to accrue a substantial sum. Katali naturally did not wish to rely solely on salvaging objects from the sea for his livelihood. Besides acquiring a spacious residence suitable for his cultivation, he invested a portion of his wealth in a thriving commercial establishment, hiring someone to manage it with a generous salary, allowing him to earn minimally, as long as his basic needs were met. Consequently, he devoted the majority of his time to his spiritual pursuits. At present, Katali has ceased his martial arts training and has turned his attention to the study of spiritual impact techniques. He aims to refine these techniques to avoid the permanent depletion of mental energy, a preparation for his division plan. Soul attacks, though there exist cultivation methods, are notoriously difficult to master. In his previous life, practitioners of the arcane arts could only employ orthodox soul attack methods and spiritual impact techniques, resorting to mental pressure to subdue opponents, but unable to deliver fatal blows. It was not until he discovered the essence of the soul that Katali experienced the exhilarating sensation of spiritual waves resonating with the soul, leading him to believe that this method could be utilized to annihilate souls. He is confident that his current soul strength, coupled with his mental energy, vastly surpasses that of Raditz God. This disparity in power offers him hope. Simultaneously, he dedicates time to exploring the feasibility of soul-cutting techniques in this realm, as well as guiding Xiao Qiao in grasping the profound truths of the 5 elements fist and the 12 shapes fist to elevate her martial arts prowess. Xiao Qiao has been diligently focused on her mastery of Qi. During the recent World Martial Arts Championship, figures such as Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin experienced remarkable growth in their cultivation, each surpassing Master Roshi and shattering the perceptions of ordinary Earthlings, entering an extraordinary realm. This level of mastery, incomprehensible to regular humans, reflects their proficient utilization of Qi. Although Xiao Qiao lacks high-level combat experience, her advanced cultivation allows her to easily perceive the movements of these adept fighters. Thus, she thoroughly comprehended the dynamics of high-level combat through this martial arts tournament, especially inspired by the climactic showdown between Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Moreover, the final match between Sun Wukong and Piccolo enabled her to finally learn the ability to sense Qi. After a year of accumulation, Xiao Qiao's Qi has significantly increased, now surpassing a combat power of 20,000. However, due to her relatively low martial arts realm, her rate of growth has slowed. At this juncture, Katali encourages her to wholeheartedly comprehend the essence of the 5 elements fist and the 12 shapes fist. Previously, Xiao Qiao practiced the martial techniques based on the information left by Katali without fully grasping the concepts of the 5 elements, perhaps due to the absence of the term 5 elements in this world. Therefore, her understanding was limited to the integration of the techniques. It is only after Katali's guidance that she comprehends the significance of the five elements. In this moment, Xiao Qiao practices the five elements fist. Her mind recalling Katali's words, the five elements consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With their interrelations of generation and restriction, metal is aggressive and unyielding. Earth is substantial and steadfast, like a mountain or the ground, exuding a calm and formidable presence. Water is fluid and adaptable, embodying both rigidity and softness. These insights reflect the characteristics of the five elements fist. Although Xiao Qiao did not initially understand the five elements, Katali's explanation enlightened her. She then adjusts her technique according to the attributes of each element, embodying speed, weight, intensity, rigidity, and softness. Gradually, Xiao Qiao masters the secrets of the five elements fist. Upon completing a set of the five elements fist, she begins to grasp its profundity. This marks her initial understanding of the five elements fist, significantly enhancing her offensive and defensive capabilities in combat, akin to unearthing a new path in martial arts. Xiao Qiao believes that with continued practice, even greater rewards await her. Taking a moment to relax her body, she turns to Katali and declares, "I understand now. The five elements fist interprets the natural world through principles." Striking with the fist to express true meaning. What are the five elements? They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, manifestations of the rules of heaven and earth, omnipresent. The ultimate essence lies in fusing the five elements, thereby transcending into the realm of space, integrating oneself into that space, allowing every movement to resonate with the trajectory of Tao. Only then can one unleash immense power. Catalina nodded in agreement with Xiao Qiao's statement, yet chose not to elaborate further. Xiao Qiao's perspective was not entirely comprehensive. She had spoken excessively, fearing that it might confuse her. Perhaps a gradual approach would lead to a clearer understanding in due course. Cattle stood up, extending his arms to rest gently upon Xiao Qiao's shoulders, and with a smile, remarked, "Sister Qiao, I have encountered some challenges on my path of cultivation and wish to venture forth in search of breakthroughs, thus I must depart for a while." "Oh," Xiao Qiao replied casually, though her tone bore a hint of despondency. "Sister Qiao, do you not wish to inquire where I am headed?" Cattle was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Qiao's reaction, yet he sensed her underlying sadness. Waving her hand dismissively, Xiao Qiao responded, "Cattle, you need not concern yourself about me. Ever since I embraced the martial way, I have come to understand its vastness and the aspirations that drive a martial artist. If I were to confine you, you would never find true happiness." Xiao Qiao's words deeply moved Cattle, prompting him to gently grasp her hands and plant a soft kiss upon them. "Sister Qiao, thank you. You are truly wonderful." With that, Cattle took his leave. Xiao Qiao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, as thoughts swirled in her mind. He kissed me. He kissed me. I must tell my parents. No, how embarrassing. Lost in a whirlwind of fanciful thoughts, she found herself enveloped in daydreams. In a realm far removed from the city, Cattle soared through the skies, spotting a colossal wyvern. Without hesitation, he accelerated in pursuit. The wyvern swiftly detected Cattle, perceiving him as its prey, and lunged forward. Fortunately, this wyvern cannot speak. It can thus be classified merely as a beast. Cattle assessed upon witnessing the fierce glint in the creature's eyes. Catalyst emerged with the intent to experiment with his soul attack. After a year of contemplation, he had devised a method for delivering a psychic shock, yet practical application was still required. Catalyst did not regard himself as virtuous, nor did he see himself as malevolent. However, he could not bring himself to kill innocents. In this world, numerous sentient races could articulate speech. Thus, Catalyst refrained from harming those who could communicate, but the same did not apply to beasts. As the two entities stood a mere dozen meters apart, Catalyst's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You wish to consume me? I fear you shall be sorely disappointed." His psychic energy surged forth, emanating in a tremulous wave, silently infiltrating the mind of the pterosaur. Simultaneously, Catalyst sensed the presence of the creature's soul. A chill flickered in his gaze as he uttered a single word, "Strangle." In an instant, he perceived the pterosaur's soul shatter like a soap bubble. The clarity of the sensation was profound. The creature's soul was of exceedingly low strength, easily extinguished without inflicting harm to its brain. A smile graced Catalyst's face. With its consciousness extinguished, the pterosaur's body plummeted, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, leaving behind a deep crater. This was a non-sentient being, utterly oblivious to the value of life. Catalyst found himself in a quandary. Was he to randomly select a person on Earth to kill for the sake of his experiment? Just as he pondered this dilemma, something on the ground captured his attention. He observed several police hovercraft in pursuit of a blue vehicle, exchanging gunfire in a frantic chase. The blue car sped away recklessly, unmistakably piloted by a fugitive. Atop the vehicle stood a burly man, one wielding a submachine gun while the other brandished a rocket launcher. However, their marksmanship was atrocious. The submachine gun sprayed bullets wildly, failing to strike the police cars despite the dense barrage. Similarly, the rocket launcher, upon firing, sent its missile soaring off target, detonating harmlessly to the side. Nonetheless, the explosive force of the rocket could not be underestimated, as its blast impeded the police's pursuit, creating a widening gap between the two parties. The state of law enforcement in this world is rather chaotic, Catalyst chuckled, before setting off in pursuit. Catalyst maintained a high-altitude flight, trailing them for quite some distance before finally witnessing their halt. 3 individuals disembarked from the vehicle. One was a lanky, diminutive man with a rather lecherous demeanor, donning a pair of sunglasses, while flanking him were 2 robust giants, nearly 2 meters tall. At that moment, the 2 towering figures addressed the lecherous man, saying, "Brother, your plans are indeed meticulous. Not only have you charted an escape route, but you have also equipped us with such formidable weaponry." However, another man interjected, "What do you know? Our successful escape is not solely reliant on a well-laid escape route and the acquisition of weaponry. There are far greater intricacies at play." Heh. The lecherous man chuckled slyly. "Indeed, I have been lurking in the city for 3 months, discerning precisely when the bank's defenses are at their weakest. I have been vigilant regarding police reinforcements, waiting for the opportune moment to have my associates create a distraction elsewhere, thereby drawing the police away, allowing us to evade a potentially overwhelming pursuit. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be 2 police cars on our tail, we might even have to contend with helicopters." "Boss, you are truly wise," both robust men exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "What are we doing here, boss?" inquired the man armed with a rocket launcher. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, the lecherous man delivered a resounding slap. "Fool, did I not make it clear? I have another associate. How can you think of fleeing with the money right now?" The lecherous man adjusted his glasses and continued. No, the man protested, shaking his head vigorously. "Humph. At least you were perceptive." The lecherous man shot him a disdainful glance before retrieving an orange-yellow orb, examining it closely. Dragon Ball. Catalyst, still soaring in the sky, noticed the orb with keen interest. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, the lecherous man's 2 subordinates expressed their curiosity, asking, "Boss, what is this?" "How should I know? I seized it from a person I killed a few days ago. That individual clutched this crystal ball tightly until death. It piqued my curiosity, so I decided to keep it." The lecherous man replied nonchalantly. "Hey, there's something the boss doesn't know," the subordinate wielding a machine gun chimed in, prompting the other to chuckle. Do you seek death?" the lecherous man admonished, causing his subordinates to fall silent immediately. Unexpectedly encountering a Dragon Ball here was quite remarkable. I have yet to experience it firsthand. It will be intriguing to seize it and discover what makes the Dragon Ball so extraordinary. Catalyst, too, felt a burgeoning curiosity about the Dragon Ball and its capacity to grant extraordinary wishes. Subsequently, he descended swiftly to the ground. The sudden appearance of Jatai left the 3 robbers utterly astonished, bewildered by how he had materialized. They swiftly aimed their weapons at him, demanding to know his identity and how he had arrived. At that moment, the lewd man cast nervous glances to either side, displaying a demeanor of fright. Meanwhile, his 2 subordinates, clearly lacking in intelligence, merely pointed their weapons at Jatai, their dullness inadvertently serving to maintain a semblance of composure in this tense situation. Cattle did not utter a word. He merely gazed at them, exhibiting not the slightest hint of fear despite the weapons pointed in his direction. At that moment, the lecherous man ceased his furtive glances and scrutinized Cattle, noting his youthfulness, defined musculature, and remarkable strength. "You have been summoned to apprehend us, haven't you?" The lecherous man pondered, reassured by his subordinates and armaments, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Catalan remained silent, and under such stillness, the lecherous man felt increasingly uneasy under Catalan's gaze, which ignited a flicker of anger within him. He found Catalan's unyielding stare quite displeasing. "Boss, is this fellow a fool?" murmured one of his subordinates, armed with a machine gun. Upon hearing this, the lecherous man nodded in agreement. Indeed, someone who remained unperturbed while being threatened with heavy weaponry must be a simpleton. Soon, a sinister smirk crept across the lecherous man's face. "Regardless of whether you were summoned to apprehend us, encountering us now spells your misfortune. He gestured toward Catalan with his fingers and whispered, "Eliminate him." After uttering this command, the lecherous man took 2 steps back, turned, and retrieved a cigarette, lighting it with a flick of his lighter. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Fresh from a bank heist, he had not taken a moment to relax. Now, as he savored the cigarette, a wave of calm washed over him. After several breaths, when he heard no response, he placed his hands on his hips, his tone laced with impatience. Without turning around, he inquired, "Is it done?" Silence enveloped the scene. In oppressive stillness, no one answered him. Then, the sound of a body collapsing reached his ears, prompting the lecherous man to sense something amiss. Abruptly, he spun around, his eyes wide with shock. In that instant, he was met with a face. "Ah." Catalan pressed his face close, startling the man. The lecherous man then surveyed his surroundings. Realizing that his 2 subordinates lay motionless on the ground, fear etched onto their faces, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Only he and Catalan remained. And in that moment, he comprehended the true peculiarity of the man before him. "It is your turn now," Catalan remarked, a smile playing on his lips, as he advanced slowly toward the retreating lecherous man. "Help? Save me. A ghost." The lecherous man, sensing Catalan's slow approach, was instantly drenched in cold sweat and, filled with dread, turned to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Catalan murmured, observing the vanishing figure with a look of disdain. In an instant, he summoned his mental prowess, erecting an air barrier that ensnared the lecherous man. Without warning, the man crashed into the invisible barrier, blood gushing forth, his vision spinning. Before he could even begin to alleviate his pain and terror, he felt the hand of death pressing upon his shoulder. Catalan no longer wished to squander time with him. With a swift strike, he rendered the man unconscious, then took a deep breath to compose himself. Subsequently, his mental energy infiltrated the man's mind, swiftly extinguishing his soul. At that moment, Catalan observed that the unconscious lecher only had blood seeping from his nose, with no other visible changes to his face. Previously, the man's soul had been in a relatively tranquil state. Could it be that the success rate only increased when one was deprived of consciousness? Catalan pondered. Earlier, he had utilized a soul attack to eradicate the souls of the lecher's 2 subordinates in succession, but found their souls to be exceedingly active, imbued with a semblance of self-resistance. Naturally, this resistance crumbled before the immense force of Catalan's mental energy. However, this resulted in instability within the cerebral domain of those 2 individuals. At the moment of soul annihilation, their cerebral regions sustained consequent damage, leading to blood oozing from their orifices. In contrast, after Catalan subdued the lecher and subsequently extinguished his soul, he noted that the lecher's soul state was comparatively more stable than that of the previous 2. Yet, upon his demise, his cerebral region still suffered damage, resulting in a flow of blood from his nose. The extent of the cerebral damage was simply less severe. To fully possess a perfect clone, it seemed that only a state of natural death might suffice, Catalan surmised. However, he understood that Raditz could never die a natural death. Even if there were others of formidable lineage capable of natural demise, their vitality would likely be completely depleted. It appeared that his soul attack technique was not yet perfected, as it could easily compromise the target's cerebral domain, thereby preventing the acquisition of a flawless clone. Catalan felt a tinge of disappointment. He needed to continue striving, for time was not on his side. With a resigned shake of his head, he bent down and retrieved the Dragon Ball from the pocket of the deceased lecher's clothing, then swiftly departed. Soaring through the skies, Catalan scrutinized the Dragon Ball with great attention. This was a 3-star Dragon Ball, regardless of how he turned it. He could see the 3 red stars within, detached from one another. Curiosity piqued, Catalan enveloped the Dragon Ball with his mental energy, yet sensed no anomalies. Strange. The Dragon Ball requires a year to restore. What is the underlying principle? Does it not need to absorb external energy? Or does it cease to absorb excess energy once restored? Catalan mused. Next, he directed a surge of mental energy into the interior of the Dragon Ball. In an instant, he felt an expansive space contained within it. Within this realm, Catalan sensed the essence of wind, the ferocity of fire, alongside other elemental truths. Even encountering various attributes he had never before experienced and could not identify. It was as if this space contained traces of all the laws of the universe. These traces, imbued with doubt, seemed ensnared, akin to water swirling chaotically within a shaken bottle. However, the profundity of these truths was rather shallow, and the information contained within was scant. This revelation exhilarated Catalan. He felt as if the Dragon Ball held within it the very traces of all the laws of this world. If he were to directly engage with these to comprehend the grand principles, the space within the Dragon Ball was vast. Just moments ago, he had only sensed these from the periphery. Now, controlling his mental energy, he ventured a bit further. Perhaps delving deeper would unveil more traces of Tao. Suddenly, an extraordinarily peculiar force instantaneously rendered Cataly's mental energy into nothingness. Upon realizing this situation, Gatai felt a jolt within and immediately withdrew all his mental energy. In that fleeting moment, he was struck with a cold sweat by the peculiar and destructive essence that enveloped him. Gatai steadied himself, gazing in astonishment at the Dragon Ball in his hand. What a terrifying object it was. Fortunately, the loss of mental energy had been minimal. In that fleeting moment, Gatai experienced an overwhelming sense of annihilation, as if all existence had dissolved into nothingness. That sensation of destruction resembled the cataclysmic energy wielded by the god of destruction, Beerus, capable of utterly obliterating a being's existence, leaving no trace behind. Of course, this was merely Gatai's conjecture, for he had never witnessed Beerus's destructive power. Nevertheless, it seemed reasonable to perceive that earlier sensation as akin to Beerus's ability to destroy. Consequently, Gatai dismissed the notion of probing the mysteries of the Dragon Ball. It was far too enigmatic, and for the sake of his own survival, it was wiser to quell his curiosity. Having acquired a Dragon Ball, he pondered whether he should embark on a quest to collect more. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. After some contemplation, Gatai resolved to utilize the Dragon Ball and make a wish to the Eternal Dragon, as he found himself devoid of alternative solutions, although time remained to explore other possibilities. Should he fail to achieve anything, Earth would soon be plunged into an era fraught with calamities, at which point the Dragon Balls would not be so freely employed. Relying solely on a spacecraft to traverse the cosmos, the time consumed to reach each life-bearing planet would be measured in years, and success was not guaranteed, rendering such a course of action impractical. Thus, he decided to seek out Bulma and borrow the Dragon Radar. With this determination, Gatai altered his trajectory and soared towards Bulma's residence. Gatai and Xiao Qiao resided in the bustling city of West City, while Xiao Qiao's parents lived in a quaint town just outside this grand metropolis. This arrangement, as Gatai intended, facilitated the search for Bulma. Bulma is an extraordinarily pivotal figure in the Dragon Ball universe, renowned for her exceptional talents. She developed the Dragon Ball Radar, which aids in the collection of Dragon Balls, constructed a dedicated gravity training chamber for Vegeta to ensure his training kept pace with Goku's, and even created a time machine. Her capabilities are nothing short of prodigious. It can be asserted that Bulma is the linchpin of the Dragon Ball narrative. Cultivating a favorable relationship with such a person undoubtedly brings manifold benefits. A few hours later, Gatai found himself standing at the entrance of Bulma's residence. Her home was vast, rivaling the size of a small town, and it exuded beauty and elegance. Gatai had anticipated the grandeur of her abode, yet nothing could prepare him for the reality he beheld, prompting a silent exclamation of awe. A true magnate, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, Gatai's thoughts drifted to Vegeta, who would eventually be with Bulma, living a life devoid of work or household chores, save for the necessities of life and training. In stark contrast to Goku, Vegeta's existence appeared enviably unburdened. Approaching the door, Gatai pressed the visitor's bell, and soon an intelligent robot appeared to inquire, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The robot's voice was electronically synthesized. Though its speech was mechanical, it was crisp and melodious, providing an enjoyable auditory experience. Observing the 1-meter-tall robot, Gatai noted its oval head and glowing red eyes, reminiscent of a demon's gaze. Its body was somewhat rotund, lacking arms, with rectangular legs that moved via magnetic levitation. "Please inform that Bulma's friend has come to visit," Gatai requested. The robot's eyes emitted red light as it scanned Gatai's form, followed by a flurry of garbled data. Moments later, the information was relayed elsewhere, and the robot departed. Before long, the door automatically swung open, revealing another robot similar to the first, albeit with a right arm. "Please, allow the guest to enter," it gestured invitingly. Truly remarkable technology, Gatai marveled as he stepped into Bulma's home. Inside, he encountered a multitude of intelligent robots. Some tidied the premises, others exchanged various tools and devices, while a few accompanied Gatai to the living room, serving tea along the way, embodying the art of hospitality. Gatai had not lingered long in the living room when Bulma arrived, accompanied by her mother. As her mother entered, she rambled incessantly, remarking on how youthful and handsome Bulma's friend was, inquiring if he was her boyfriend, what his name was, and what he enjoyed doing. It seemed that my arrival had already been communicated to them through the intelligent robot. Upon hearing Mrs. Brief's words, Gatai gleaned some information. Bulma, listening to her mother's chatter, felt a wave of impatience wash over her. She was internally fraught and at a loss for how to express her agitation, her body trembling with suppressed frustration. Oh, seeing the real thing is quite a surprise. He is even more handsome than the images conveyed by the intelligent machine, Mrs. Brief remarked with a beaming smile upon encountering Gatai. Meanwhile, Bulma could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "All right, Mom, enough with the chatter. I need to discuss matters with my friend. Please, go attend to your own affairs." "Oh, Bulma, why are you losing your temper? You might leave a poor impression on others. Remember, you are a lady." Mrs. Brief continued her gentle admonitions. "I know, Mom," Bulma responded helplessly, her demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon, her tense body finally relaxing. She truly felt powerless against her mother's relentless cheerfulness, who, despite her daughter's evident irritation, feigned ignorance to the discomfort she was causing. Nonetheless, Bulma held deep affection for her mother. Her mother's incessant prattle and exuberant warmth, even in the face of adversity, were testaments to her unwavering concern. Each time Bulma felt anger towards her mother, she would eventually calm down and remember her mother's kind smile, which was always so nurturing. Mrs. Brief, undeterred by her daughter's lack of respect, simply offered Gatai further compliments before taking her leave. Subsequently, Gatai conveyed his purpose for visiting, which left Bulma somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, she decided to gift Gatai a Dragon Ball radar, rather than lend it. This radar was not originally in existence. She had crafted it on the spot, having previously developed a small machine for the automatic production of Dragon Ball radars, thus requiring little time to complete. Furthermore, she explained to Gatai that this was a special favor, given in gratitude for saving son Wukong's life with a Senza beam during the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon acquiring the Dragon Ball radar, Gatai did not linger and swiftly departed. At that moment, Bulma, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "These martial artists are truly selfish. They only come for their own gain, disregarding the meaning of friendship." However, she could not help but notice that Gatai was rather handsome, even slightly more so than Yamcha. After venting her frustrations, she found herself smitten. Having obtained the Dragon Ball radar, Gatai immediately set off on a relentless quest for the Dragon Balls. Within 5 days, he successfully gathered them all, with the final one being the 4-star ball. It had been a year, and Goku had yet to retrieve this particular Dragon Ball. This was uncharacteristic of him. The 4-star ball was a cherished relic from his grandfather, a precious memento. Could it be that his duties under Chi-Chi's watchful eye had left him with little time to search for it? Indeed, Chi-Chi would soon give birth to Goten, which might prompt Goku to seek out the 4-star ball as a gift for his newborn son. Gatai contemplated, after I utilize the Dragon Balls, it may very well take another year for Goku to reclaim the 4-star ball. Therefore, I shall perform a favor. I will intercept the 4-star ball shortly. Gatai mused to himself. On a desolate mountaintop, Gatai placed the 7 Dragon Balls together, their mutual resonance causing them to emit a flickering orange-yellow glow, an enchanting sight indeed. At this moment, Gatai felt a surge of excitement. It was his inaugural encounter with the Dragon Balls. He envisioned the divine dragon emerging, obscuring the sky with its colossal form, casting a shadow over the earth, resembling the legendary dragon of ancient Chinese lore. His heart remained in turmoil, unable to find tranquility. Then, Gatai, addressing the radiant Dragon Balls, proclaimed with fervor, "Arise, divine dragon." As his words resounded, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with brilliant light and an orange-yellow beam, as thick as an arm, surged skyward, while the night sky became shrouded in a heavy gloom. This ascending beam connected the heavens and the earth, swiftly splitting into countless bolts of orange-yellow lightning, with the thickest beam beginning to twist and contort. In mere moments, the orange-yellow beam transformed into a dragon silhouette. Gradually, the radiant light dissipated, revealing the form of the divine dragon. The dragon was immense, larger than a city, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability, as if it were gazing down upon the mortal realm with an overwhelming presence. Its tail remained tethered to the 7 Dragon Balls, while its serpentine body stretched endlessly. Strangely, its size did not increase further, maintaining its colossal stature. Once the dragon fully manifested, its gargantuan head lowered closer to Gatai, its eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing red light, and its formidable maw gaped wide before him. In that instant, Gatai felt akin to a mere mortal standing before a primordial beast, his heart racing with trepidation. He mused, Were it not for the knowledge of the dragon's purpose, I imagine that every first-time witness would fear being devoured. As Gadai gazed upon the divine dragon soaring through the heavens, he could not help but swallow hard, his heart ablaze with anticipation. "Speak," the dragon intoned, "articulate your desire. Any wish you harbor shall be granted, though only one." The colossal jaws of the dragon parted slightly as it uttered its words. At that moment, Gadai regained his composure. Yet he refrained from making an immediate wish. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "Oh, great dragon, are you aware of my origins?" This query weighed heavily on Gadai's mind. He yearned to uncover the reasons behind his arrival in this realm and whether there lay a hidden truth therein. In his previous life, he had perused modern web literature, where protagonists often possessed extraordinary fortunes, with many traversing worlds due to some rare artifact. However, Gadai was acutely aware that apart from studying the art of cultivation with his master, he possessed nothing of significance and had barely made a mark in the realm of cultivation before meeting his demise. He found it difficult to fathom the rationale behind his transference to this world, and thus he gazed at the dragon with eager hope. "Ah." The dragon paused momentarily before continuing, "I am aware of your origins. Do you wish to return?" "Ah." Gadai's heart raced uncontrollably. The dragon knew he did not belong to this world. "Might you possess the means to send me back? Please, enlighten me. And then I shall determine what wish to make." Gadai's inquiry was tentative. Should the dragon be capable of returning him? It would imply an extraordinary power that could transcend the boundaries of this world. He began to grasp the magnitude of the dragon's abilities. His last statement was also a precaution, if the dragon could indeed facilitate his return. He wanted to ensure that merely posing the question did not unwittingly grant him that wish. At present, Gadai was not inclined to go back. He believed there must be a purpose for his arrival in this world. Perhaps it was here that he would truly comprehend the path to enlightenment. Even in failure, he could always implore the dragon to return him to his former existence. "Regrettably, that exceeds my capabilities," the dragon replied without hesitation. "Oh, I see," Gadai mused, now possessing a clearer understanding of the dragon's powers. Gadai pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Dragon, do you know why I've come here?" At this juncture, he directly voiced the question that had been plaguing his mind. However, after Gadai's inquiry, the dragon did not respond immediately. Instead, he contemplated for a while and replied, "You certainly have many questions. Please articulate your wish. The more questions you pose, the more my energy depletes. The longer I exist, the more my strength diminishes, thereby reducing my capability to fulfill wishes." "Ah, is that so?" Gadai was utterly taken aback by the dragon's response. He quickly reflected on the implications of such a statement, pondering why the dragon would reply in this manner. Perhaps the dragon's omniscience relies on divine power for information retrieval, he mused. Gadai sensed that the dragon's demeanor towards him was markedly different from that towards others, as if he were deliberately evading something, which struck Gadai as peculiar. Moreover, the dragon's words served as a reminder to Gadai of a past event in Dragon Ball Super, when the dragon was summoned and granted two wishes, one to heal Gohan's daughter, Pan, and the other ultimately failed to manifest due to the dragon's inability to exist for an extended period before fading away. With this in mind, Gadai resolved to embrace the situation. As long as he could grow stronger and comprehend the profound truths, it would be the same in any realm. Abandoning all other thoughts, Gadai addressed the dragon, "Please grant me the ability to teleport across the entire universe. Is that truly your wish?" The dragon replied, his tone now softened. "Regrettably, I am unable to fulfill that desire." Gadai also perceived the peculiar behavior of the divine dragon, finding it somewhat amusing. It seemed that the divine dragon was indeed a unique life form, displaying a hint of emotion akin to that of humans when it sought to fulfill its wishes. "Why?" Gadai inquired. "Because such instantaneous movement involves profound mysteries that cannot be directly grasped," the divine dragon replied. Upon hearing this, Gadai contemplated and realized that his wish bore a deeper significance. His insistence on instantaneous movement on a cosmic scale inherently encompassed profound spatial loss. Should this desire be fulfilled, Gadai would effectively command an intricate mastery of spatial principles, a truly formidable power. "Please, choose another wish. My time is limited," the dragon urged. "Allow me to learn the most potent methods for enhancing my mental prowess in the universe. Alternatively, transport me to a place where I can acquire the most effective techniques for such growth." Gadai hastily proposed a new wish. Upon hearing this, the dragon responded without hesitation. However, rather than granting Gadai's wish, it remarked, "Gadai, the methods you attain through your own efforts may indeed be the most suitable for you. Quickly, choose another wish." Gatai was taken aback by the dragon's response, increasingly convinced that his arrival in this world was a deliberate orchestration. Moreover, judging by the dragon's tone, this wish seemed feasible. Yet, it appeared unwilling to assist him, echoing the sentiments of the fortune-teller. Only the dragon god Salama could possibly exert control over the dragon. Was it Salama who had brought him here? Gatai pondered, though this remained mere speculation, as he dared not be certain. This world was indeed wondrous. Despite his extensive knowledge of it, numerous secrets eluded him. However, since the dragon urged him to propose another wish, it implied that fulfilling his desires was still within the realm of possibility. If his conjecture held true, then a formidable force behind the dragon sought to challenge him, preventing him from making a wish that would yield effortless results. Gatai furrowed his brow and silently mused. After much contemplation, he ultimately inquired, "Dragon, could you grant me the ability to master the art of instantaneously traveling to any planet at will?" Cattle decided to take a bold gamble. At present, his combat prowess was not particularly high, rendering him incapable of sensing the presence of formidable beings beyond Earth. Even if he were to master the instantaneous movement of the Earthlings, he would still find it challenging to successfully navigate the cosmos. Thus, he refrained from wishing to learn their teleportation skills. However, should he manage to significantly enhance his combat strength, the scenario would differ. Yet, he feared that the terrifying mental energy he currently possessed might merge with him, leading him irrevocably down the path of martial arts. In desperation, he entrusted this dilemma to the dragon, seeking its guidance. If he could acquire a form of instantaneous movement akin to that of the East Kaioshin, it would be ideal. Otherwise, he would have to settle for the Ardatlan method. Furthermore, Cattle sensed that the dragon was quite aware of his current predicament. It understood his deepest needs and anticipated his wish, excluding any desires for a permanent solution. He resolved to let the dragon take the lead in this matter. As he was determined to master some form of instantaneous movement, he then fixed his gaze intently on the dragon, his breath becoming somewhat hurried, his chest rising and falling erratically. This would be his final statement. If this too proved futile, his hopes of relying on the dragon's wishes would be dashed, rendering his cultivation journey exceedingly arduous. The dragon, after a moment of contemplation, spoke, "I understand, but I still cannot enable you to master it directly." "What is this, dragon? A deity that cannot fulfill any wish is of little use," Cattle thought bitterly. At that instant, his expression soured, and he felt as if he might suffocate. His emotions spiraling into instability, a sense of madness creeping in, as he wrestled with overwhelming frustration, yearning to unleash destruction. "However, I can transmit the method into your mind." The dragon seemed to sense Cattle's distress and hastily continued. "Oh." Cattle immediately regained his composure and looked once more at the dragon. Upon finishing, the dragon's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, emitting an unusual sound, and soon, Cattle felt a flood of inexplicable information pouring into his mind. Fortunately, his soul was robust enough to withstand the influx, allowing him to digest the knowledge almost instantaneously and retain it firmly. This comprised two pieces of information, one detailing the method of Ardatlan instantaneous movement, and the other providing a modification technique. If he could comprehend these thoroughly, he would be able to perform instantaneous movement without the need to sense energy. The dragon remarked, "Indeed, while you may not master it directly, possessing the method suffices." Cattle ultimately resigned himself to this outcome. By the way, I neglected to mention, under normal circumstances, this form of instantaneous movement would only be effective within the confines of a single star system. At that moment, the dragon's form transformed into green motes of light, vanishing instantaneously. Simultaneously, the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the air, emitting a final burst of brilliant light. Upon hearing the last words of the Shenlong, Gatai felt a vain throb on his forehead. "This cursed Shenlong, is it toying with me?" Gatai gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. At that moment, as the Dragon Balls began to separate, Gatai soared into the air, his body swiftly darting to the side of the 4-star ball. Just as the 7 Dragon Balls were on the verge of parting, he grasped the 4-star ball firmly in his hand. With Gatai's current prowess, he could effortlessly repel all 7 Dragon Balls using merely his mental energy. However, he paid no heed to the other Dragon Balls, allowing them to drift away. Through this wish-granting experience, he realized that the Shenlong would not permit him to make a wish of significant advantage, thus he held no expectations for a wish. "This Dragon Ball shall be delivered to Sun Wukong at an opportune time," Gatai sighed. Subsequently, Gatai began to contemplate the instant transmission technique he had acquired. Cattle has a formidable spirit and mental strength, and has now thoroughly grasped the intricacies of instantaneous movement, understanding the most critical aspects of mastering it. To achieve instantaneous movement, one must first sense the existence of space. The divine dragon attempted to deceive me. unaware that my mental prowess now allows me to perceive the very textures of space with clarity. At this juncture, Cattle wore a self-satisfied smile. Subsequently, he mentally simulated the process and pressed the index and middle fingers of his right hand against his forehead. In an instant, his body vanished from sight. Although Cattle has comprehended the drawbacks of relying on sensing energy for instantaneous movement, he is not yet able to master it fully. Thus, he can currently only perform the instantaneous movement of the Adelatrian race. In the celestial realm, the deity Bik sensed Cattle's situation the moment the divine dragon appeared and darkness enveloped the land. In truth, each time someone makes a wish with the Dragon Balls, the deity observes with keen interest, scrutinizing the wishmaker for any malevolent intentions. Upon discovering that the wish was made by Cattle, Bik became curious about what wish he might articulate. He found Cattle to be enigmatic, with formidable skills and a high martial arts level, perhaps even surpassing his own. The deity struggled to fathom the true nature of Cattle. Fortunately, Cattle had never committed any wrongdoing, and thus Bik chose not to interfere with his wish. Consequently, the deity learned of Cattle's desire, even gaining insight into the questions he posed to the divine dragon. This revelation also made him aware of the dragon's peculiar behavior towards Cattle, as well as the strange and secretive nature of Cattle's inquiries, further deepening the aura of mystery surrounding him. After Cattle's departure, Xiao Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. To alleviate her boredom, she compelled herself to find tasks to occupy her time. At times, she reminisced about the moments spent with Cattle, which brought her joy and alleviated her gloom. Occasionally, she practiced the 5 Elements Fist and 12 Forms Fist, delving into their profound meanings, which also significantly diverted her thoughts. In addition to these pursuits, she visited her parents during her leisure, but after one visit, she refrained from returning. Upon seeing Xiao Qiao return alone without Cattle, her parents inevitably bombarded her with questions, speculating whether she and Cattle had quarreled, which prompted her solitary return. They also pressured her to quickly define her relationship with Cattle, expressing concern over their situation. Overwhelmed by such inquiries, Xiao Qiao could only endure a day with her parents before returning to the city. As Cattle summoned the dragon and made his wish, Xiao Qiao noticed a peculiar shift in the daylight, as the bright sun was suddenly veiled by an encroaching night. Memories of Cattle's earlier revelations regarding the Dragon Balls flooded her mind. Rushing to the balcony, she scrutinized the celestial phenomena and soon concluded that someone was indeed invoking the Dragon Balls. Having witnessed the resurrection of the dragon by Sun Wukong, who wished for the revival of those slain by the Demon King Piccolo, Xiao Qiao was familiar with the summoning of the dragon and thus quickly deduced the situation without much concern. Standing on the balcony, she awaited the return of the clear skies. True to her expectations, the heavens soon restored their usual brightness. As she gazed at the scenery outside, her thoughts meandered endlessly. Out of sheer boredom, she sensed Cattle's presence and discovered that he was not too far away, which brought her a sense of joy, anticipating his swift return. However, in an unexpected turn, Cattle's aura abruptly vanished, leaving Xiao Qiao perplexed. Understanding that Cattle possessed a strength surpassing her own, she pondered how he could simply disappear. Even considering the potential limitations of high-speed movement or flight. Just as her mind raced with questions, she sensed a familiar energy behind her, its presence seemingly materializing out of thin air. Although she recognized it, her instincts as a martial artist kept her on high alert. Without a moment's hesitation, she executed a swift kick. In an instant, her combat power surged above 350. She recalled Cattle mentioning that in their world, only Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the Supreme Kai boasted power levels exceeding 300. Yet, Xiao Qiao was not one to relish in violence. She held deep trust in Cattle, believing that her 350 combat power was sufficient to face any peril on Earth. The figure that had manifested was, of course, Cattle. The moment he appeared, he barely took a step before being met with Xiao Qiao's attack. Effortlessly, he blocked her kick and swiftly moved beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist. "Sister Qiao, it's me," he exclaimed. Gatai whispered into Xiao Qiao's ear, simultaneously exerting force to spin her around, placing her in a prone position to restrict her movements and thwart any possibility of her retaliating in surprise. In the next moment, their postures became rather awkward. Xiao Qiao lay in a fallen state, and Gatai held her firmly to prevent her from toppling over, their faces drawing perilously close, almost about to brush against each other's lips. "Ah, Gatai!" Xiao Qiao exclaimed in a flurry of panic. As he helped her up, Gatai feigned reproach, saying, "Sister Qiao, how could you strike at me?" "Humph," Xiao Qiao huffed. breaking free from Gatai's embrace and retorting, "You're utterly wicked. Who told you to scare me, causing me to?" She trailed off, recognizing that her actions towards Gatai were indeed unjust. Although there was a reason behind her reaction, the incident had transpired, leaving her with a tinge of self-reproach. Upon witnessing this, Gatai wore a smile and playfully pinched Xiao Qiao's nose, exclaiming, "Silly girl, I was merely teasing you." "Oh, you only know how to tease me. No need to ignore me," Xiao Qiao pouted, her voice laced with affection. Soon after, she regained her composure and inquired, "Gatai, I sensed your aura from quite a distance earlier. How could you return so swiftly? Flying would take some time, and I did not detect any indication of you exerting your full strength." A triumphant smile graced the face of Gatai, for he had just mastered a new skill, instantaneous teleportation. "Instantaneous teleportation," he exclaimed. "It's a newfound ability." Xiao Qiao, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Gatai in disbelief. Soon, a realization dawned upon her. When the sky darkened moments ago, I sensed that someone was making a wish with the Dragon Balls. Then, as the clouds dispersed, my conviction deepened. Indeed, someone had made a wish. I inadvertently sensed your location, and then you suddenly appeared at my home. The time elapsed between these events was remarkably brief, which implies that Sister Qiao is truly perceptive. It was I who made the wish. Gatai chuckled. "Instantaneous teleportation? That sounds incredibly exhilarating," Xiao Qiao exclaimed, leaning in closer and grasping Gatai's arm, shaking it eagerly. Seeing the joyful expression on Xiao Qiao's face filled Gatai with delight. He then embraced her warmly, suggesting that if Sister Qiao found it amusing, she should give it a try. "You are so annoying," Xiao Qiao exclaimed, feeling both familiar and shy, as this was not their first embrace. Yet the unspoken barrier between them remained intact. With his index and middle fingers pressed against his brow, Gatai sensed the presence of formidable beings on Earth. However, he was not yet able to distinctly identify the sources of these energies. Of course, he was quite familiar with the auras of figures such as Piccolo, Son Goku, and Master Roshi, allowing him to discern them clearly. Both Son Goku and Piccolo seemed to have grasped the essence of energy convergence. Intuitively, Gatai could detect their energies because they were engaged in training, causing their auras to manifest more prominently. He could also sense the energies of Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. Yet he could not distinguish between them. Suddenly, Gatai perceived a particularly unique and sharp energy, entirely different from the others, embodying a sense of invincibility akin to a razor-sharp sword. However, this potent essence was still relatively faint. Soon, Gatai recalled that there indeed existed a person on Earth who emanated such an aura. Could it be Yatoro? If so, he must be nearing the realm of unification of heart and sword. Gatai smiled gently to himself. At that moment, while contemplating whom to target for his next move, he felt a sudden shift within himself and heightened his sensitivity to energy. He aimed to sense the auras of the divine beings, Piccolo and Bobo. However, under normal circumstances, their energies were suppressed, and since Gatai had never interacted with them before, locating them was challenging. Thus, he intensified his perception. Fortunately, the geographical nature of the heavenly realm facilitated his search, and he soon detected two faint auras. "This must be correct," he thought. "Let us go," Gatai playfully declared, giving a gentle squeeze to Xiao Qiao's waist. In an instant, they vanished from their location. The next moment, Gatai and Xiao Qiao materialized in the heavenly realm. He had skillfully managed the distance, ensuring they did not teleport directly next to the divine beings. Thus, even if they were sensed upon arrival, no immediate attention would be drawn to them. "Where are we?" Xiao Qiao inquired, feeling the thinner air and quickly scanning her surroundings, which appeared both unfamiliar and breathtaking. Imbued with a sacred ambience, resembling a celestial paradise, her curiosity only deepened. "Dear Sister Qiao, this is the heavenly realm, the abode of the divine beings," Gatai replied with a smile. Xiao Qiao exclaimed, immediately covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh no, someone is coming. Sister Qiao, we must hurry." Just as Gatai was about to explain further to Xiao Qiao, he realized that their auras had been detected, for they had not sufficiently suppressed their energies, which remained at over 200. Gatai felt that the time to meet the deities had not yet arrived. Sensing an approaching energy, he swiftly embraced Xiao Qiao and teleported away. Inside the turtle hermit's abode, the old master was engrossed in a fitness program featuring beautiful women on television. Clad in a white t-shirt and red shorts, he appeared somewhat trendy. As he watched, he mimicked the exercises while uttering some rather distasteful remarks, completely oblivious to the presence of two outsiders standing behind him. Truly, he was a lecherous old man. Gata shuddered involuntarily while Xiao Qiao covered her mouth, striving to stifle any sounds. At that moment, Gata noticed the remote control nearby, quietly picked it up, and changed the channel on the television. Hey, where did it go? The turtle hermit, caught up in the moment, was bewildered by the sudden change in the screen. With the sultry images vanished, his enthusiasm plummeted, and he sensed an unusual shift in the room. Suddenly, he turned around and found Gatai and Xiao Qiao gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Ah, it's you too. The turtle hermit's face flushed, and he awkwardly chuckled while rubbing his bald head. What are you doing here? It was at this moment that the turtle hermit finally registered their presence, astonished by the unexpected encounter. With a playful smile, Gatai remarked, Teacher Wu Tian, how could you possibly notice our arrival when you were so serious? By the way, your hobbies are quite intriguing. Well, I was merely engaging in aerobic exercise, which is beneficial for one's health, Master Rashi quickly offered as an excuse. He then deftly shifted the conversation, asking, what brings you here, Gatai? Surely, you did not come solely to see me? Hiki, I specifically brought Sister Qiao along. After all, you are the legendary martial arts master, Master Rashi. And we have yet to pay you a proper visit, Gatai replied with a playful tone. Catalan exchanged a glance with Little Qiao, who then stepped forward to greet Master Turtle with a formal bow. Little Qiao pays her respects to Master Wu Tian. Oh, there's no need for such formalities, Master Turtle replied, though a look of pride flickered across his features. After all, Sun Wukong and Krillin were his disciples, and now, with Sun Wukong's achievements far surpassing his own and having saved this world, it was evident that his teachings in martial arts were of the highest caliber. Without his initial guidance, Sun Wukong would not have reached such heights, and thus, the respect he garnered only added to his luster. At that moment, Catalan noticed a news report on television detailing a robbery occurring in another city. The assailants were described as exceptionally ruthless, wielding formidable firepower and causing significant harm. Suddenly, Catalan felt a stirring within him and pulled out a map to examine. It's a distance of 3,200 kilometers, he murmured to himself. What is the matter? Little Qiao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Gatai smiled gently and said, Sister Qiao, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. He then turned to Master Rashi and stated, Teacher Wu Tian, I must take my leave for a moment. With that, Gatai executed a technique of instant transmission, vanishing into thin air within the room. What manner of sorcery is this? Master Rashi exclaimed, taken aback. He scanned the surroundings, straining to sense any other presence, only to find none. Ever since Krillin's demise had been uncovered by Sun Wukong, Master Rashi had found the situation perplexing, and after careful contemplation, he began to understand the nuances of ki sensing. Although he had yet to fully master this ability, he had already embarked on a clear path of training, allowing him to somewhat perceive the aura of formidable opponents in close proximity. His earlier distraction by the television had prevented him from noticing the presence behind him until the screen changed. Master Rashi stared blankly at Qiao, hoping to glean answers from her. Qiao replied with a smile, this is instant transmission. What? Such martial arts exist in this world? Master Rashi's mind was tumultuous, as he regarded instant transmission as a form of martial prowess. Renowned as the god of martial arts, his extraordinary cultivation and realm, coupled with his battle techniques, appeared almost divine to the average person. Thus, from his perspective, such a skill would render one nearly invincible in combat. With an acute sensitivity to the energies around him, Gatti detected the faint essence of ordinary individuals and calculated the distance before teleporting. However, he could only materialize in the major city where the incident occurred, unable to pinpoint the exact location of the crime scene. Nonetheless, arriving in the city was a significant step from his elevated vantage point. He could harness his perception and mental prowess, which had grown to encompass much of the globe. Thus, it did not take long for him to locate the site of the incident. Upon teleporting to the crime scene, he found a concealed spot from which to meticulously observe the situation. 8 individuals, each a muscular figure, possessed considerable combat prowess. The higher their cultivation, the better, Gatti thought with a sly grin, for it will refine my soul attack. Subsequently, Gatti moved with astonishing speed, beyond the grasp of ordinary perception, incapacitating all 8 men. He then concealed himself and methodically targeted each perpetrator, unleashing his soul attack. With great caution, he meticulously sensed the stability of each target's soul before striking. In the end, 7 of the assailants suffered catastrophic damage to their cerebral domains, resulting in their demise from blood flowing from their orifices. The remaining individuals, though unscathed in terms of brain injury, succumbed to the obliteration of his soul. What Catalan desires is precisely this effect, as long as the corporeal form remains intact. All is well. This time, Catalan has seized upon a method to enhance the soul attack. However, he requires more subjects for experimentation to ensure absolute certainty. Consequently, this robbery incident has been quelled, yet the perpetrators met with inexplicable demise, which is indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, there were a few civilians concealed at the crime scene, who witnessed the bizarre deaths of the assailants and speculated that it must be divine retribution. Nevertheless, the ordinary individuals present at the scene were few, as most had fled far away to preserve their lives. Thus, in the short term, this rumor did not become widely known among the populace. Such matters are of no concern to Catalan. He swiftly teleported back to the Turtle Hermit's abode, where he spent some time with Xiao Qiao before taking her elsewhere. Catalyst discovered an ingenious method to balance his spiritual cultivation with accompanying Xiao Qiao on her excursions. Utilizing his ability to teleport, he whisked her away on countless travels, all the while carrying a portable radio transmitter. Whenever a crime occurred, he would reference his map and instantaneously appear at the scene, employing his soul attack to vanquish the perpetrators, thereby refining his technique. He would then teleport back to continue reveling in nature with Xiao Qiao. As time passed, such incidents became increasingly frequent, and whispers began to circulate. Many regions speculated that the Earth was under the protection of divine beings, or that a formidable hero was relentlessly combating crime. Not a single criminal escaped unscathed, which painted Catalyst as a demon in the eyes of those with malicious intent. Consequently, crime rates plummeted across the globe for a period. However, this situation posed significant challenges for law enforcement, who, lacking any clues, could only scratch their heads in bewilderment. In contrast, the public rejoiced at the mysterious figure of Catalyst, as the common people's desires were simple: to live in peace and happiness. Cattle did not realize that he had quietly acquired the dual titles of hero and demon among mortals. From that moment on, he spent his days in the company of Xiao Qiao, engaging in both cultivation and leisurely excursions. They often visited Xiao Qiao's parents, bringing joy to the entire family. Unbeknownst to them, a year had slipped by, and Cattle's 4-star ball had regained its vitality. Without delay, he sent it to Sun Wukong, accompanied by Xiao Qiao. Though they appeared some distance from him, Cattle was well aware of Sun Wukong's obsession with martial arts, and he feared that knowledge of his instantaneous movement ability might evoke jealousy. However, since Sun Wukong was now a family man with a few months-old son, Gohan, he had to prioritize his family, which necessitated caution in their approach. Residing on Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong had been exceedingly busy since Gohan's birth, attending to both Chi-Chi and Gohan while also working the fields to provide for his family. His heart remained devoted to martial arts. Otherwise, he would have long since sought solitude for training. Gohan, possessing Saiyan blood, had grown at a remarkable pace for an Earth child and was now able to walk, albeit unsteadily. "Come here, Gohan, to Daddy," Sun Wukong called, clad in his signature martial arts uniform gifted by the gods. Although he could not train alone during this time, the weight of the gravity uniform ensured he would not fall behind in his cultivation. Crouching beside Gohan, he waved encouragingly, prompting his son to take his first steps. Gohan, drawn to Sun Wukong, stumbled several times but persevered, ultimately reaching his father's embrace, his face lighting up with joy. Sun Wukong, somewhat clumsy with children, attempted to amuse Gohan by tossing him into the air and catching him, eliciting delighted laughter from the little one. "What are you doing?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in alarm as she rushed over to reclaim Gohan. "He is still so small. Don't you worry about dropping him?" she scolded. Sun Wukong, oblivious to her concerns, replied with a grin, "Don't worry, Chi-Chi, he won't get hurt. Just look at how happy Gohan is." Although held by his mother, Gohan still leaned towards Sun Wukong, prompting Chi-Chi's frown to deepen. Ignoring Sun Wukong, she took Gohan to a corner to play with him. Observing this, Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Finally, I can enjoy a brief moment of training." Suddenly, he recalled the Dragon Balls had likely returned. Perhaps I should retrieve the 4-star ball and give it to Gohan as a gift. Otherwise, Chi-Chi will surely complain that I am neglecting my family for training. He mused. Just as he planned to train, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the Dragon Balls. He began searching the house for the dragon radar Bulma had given him, but his singular focus on martial arts had caused him to misplace it. While rummaging, he suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras approaching. Unfamiliar with Cattle and Xiao Qiao, he could not identify them by their energy, but instinctively flew toward their presence. Before long, he encountered Cattle and Xiao Qiao. Recognizing them, Sun Wukong felt at ease. "Wow," he exclaimed, sensing their formidable energy. "What are you yelling about?" Cattle inquired, bemused. Sun Wukong, bouncing around like a monkey, exclaimed, "I can't believe how strong you both have become. Come, let us have a friendly spar." With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Katai and Xiao Qiao were momentarily speechless. Sun Wukong truly was a battle enthusiast. "Are you really here to challenge us?" Katai inquired. "Aren't you afraid that Chi-Chi will scold you?" He posed 3 questions in quick succession. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, right. How did you know that Chi-Chi disapproves of my training?" However, he swiftly dismissed this inquiry. "This is your first visit to my abode, and I have yet to treat you properly," he continued. Leaning closer to Katai, he whispered, "Please, do not inform Chi-Chi that I was itching for a spar the moment I saw you, or she will surely chastise me." Upon hearing this, Gatai and Xiao Qiao exchanged a knowing smile. Sun Wukong, whether in his youth or now, exuded an undeniable charm. Subsequently, the two were graciously invited by Sun Wukong to visit. When Chi-Chi noticed the arrival of guests, she instantly transformed her demeanor, becoming remarkably amiable. A stark contrast to what they had imagined. Gatai inwardly marveled. Indeed, Chi-Chi was no ordinary woman. And it was no wonder she had shaped Sun Wukong into the person he had become. "Come here, Wufan. Allow me to introduce you to your uncle Gatai and Aunt Xiao," Sun Wukong said, cradling Sun Wufan as he approached Gatai and Xiao Qiao. At this moment, Sun Wufan appeared quite shy, refusing to draw near to Gatai and Xiao Qiao, leaving Sun Wukong feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, Gatai retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball from his pocket and waved it in front of Sun Wufan. "The 4-star ball, how did it come to be in your possession?" Sun Wukong inquired with surprise upon seeing the Dragon Ball. "I collected the Dragon Balls last time and learned that the 4-star ball is a relic of your grandfather's. So I thought it fitting to return it to you," Gatai replied. Sun Wukong beamed with joy and promptly expressed his gratitude. Gatai remarked with a chuckle, "Gohan, take a look at this." The 4-star ball certainly captivated Son Gohan's attention, easing his shyness as his gaze fixated upon it, prompting him to leap forward. Gatai instinctively lifted Gohan into his arms, who showed no signs of distress, and then engaged in playful banter with Xiao Qiao, delighting in Gohan's presence. Before long, Gatai and Xiao Qiao departed, gifting the 4-star ball to Son Goku as a present for Gohan. During this period, Gatai spent fulfilling moments with Xiao Qiao, who radiated happiness, and their bond deepened rapidly, culminating in mutual confessions of affection. However, they had no immediate plans for marriage, and their relationship remained at a standstill. Their days were dedicated to training and savoring the joy of each moment together. Xiao Qiao was undeterred, patiently awaiting the evolution of their relationship. Thus, Gatai continued to accompany Xiao Qiao while delving into the intricacies of soul attack techniques and refining the method of instantaneous movement. A year later, Gatai perfected a flawless technique for soul attacks, effective only in scenarios where there was a significant disparity in power, ensuring no physical harm befell the target, sufficient for Gatai's needs. During Gohan's 4th birthday, Gatai also mastered an improved version of instantaneous movement, allowing him to teleport without sensing energy. This remarkable method of instantaneous movement was confined within a single galaxy, forcibly materializing at a high altitude above any chosen planet. This teleportation technique resembled that of the East Kaishin, aiming for general locations on planets, thereby minimizing the risk of emerging within mountains, buildings, or colliding with others. Furthermore, it could be seamlessly integrated with energy sensing and mental perception, enabling effortless teleportation to any spot on a planet. As a result, Gatai's sensitivity to spatial awareness heightened. Everything was in readiness, awaiting your arrival, Raditz. Gatai abruptly materialized in a certain location on Earth, gazing skyward with a smile. Gatai withdrew his gaze from the sky and, with a swift movement, returned. When he reappeared, he deliberately materialized beside Xiao Qiao, embracing her from behind the moment he arrived. The fragrance emanating from Sister Qiao was truly delightful. Gatai inhaled the scent near her neck and playfully teased her by whispering in her ear. The sudden appearance of Gatai did not startle Xiao Qiao. Over the past year, Gatai had often vanished without a trace, only to reappear shortly thereafter, and she had grown accustomed to it. However, every time he returned, Gatai would engage in peculiar antics, teasing her. And thus the two frequently displayed flirtatious behavior akin to that of a couple. Throughout this year, Xiao Qiao had become intimately familiar with Master Rashi, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. They explored, conversed, and trained together, with Xiao Qiao always suppressing her combat power to match theirs during their sparring sessions. This practice significantly enhanced her practical combat skills. And now, like them, she had become battle-hardened, possessing formidable prowess in life and death struggles. She had evolved beyond merely being a proficient martial artist to becoming a true warrior. During their sparring, Xiao Qiao employed the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist, striving to impose pressure upon herself to comprehend the essence of these martial arts through combat. Initially, Gatai had held a high regard for Xiao Qiao's understanding of the profound principles of the 3-body technique. However, upon witnessing her study of the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist, he realized that her comprehension was not as exceptional as he had believed. Through numerous bouts, Xiao Qiao had merely breached the threshold of integrating techniques, grasping various powers within the strikes, yet she remained far from truly understanding their essence. The 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist are internal martial arts, each level corresponding to the attributes of the human body. Merely grasping the power of the strikes had already yielded significant effects on her physique, although Xiao Qiao's martial arts realm had not seen a substantial increase. The internal martial arts were enhancing her constitution and fortifying her spirit. Her combat power had soared dramatically during this period, reaching approximately 32,000 points. Upon the discovery, Kata's heart raced uncontrollably. Blessed with formidable mental fortitude, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the existence of space. Had he pursued the mastery of the 5 elements fist and the 12 forms fist without restraint, he was convinced that his combat prowess would surpass even that of Xiao Qiao in a most extraordinary manner. Alas, he was reluctant to allow his spiritual energy to be assimilated by his soul, compelling him to suppress his inner impulses while harboring an immense envy for Xiao Qiao. Kata, you've returned so soon, Xiao Qiao inquired with a hint of perplexity. She allowed him to embrace her, appearing both natural and somewhat aloof. Is there something troubling you, Sister Qiao? Kata observed a subtle change in Xiao Qiao today, a sense of nervousness creeping into him as he pondered if he had erred in some way. Xiao Qiao turned, burying her head against Kata's chest, and softly remarked, Kata, over this past year, you have not devoted yourself to earnest training. You needn't feel obligated to accompany me. I do not wish to be a hindrance to your pursuit of martial arts. So, Sister Qiao's discontent today stemmed from this matter. Kata felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then smiled and said, Sister Qiao, you are overthinking it. I have never slackened in my training. Really? Yet in the past, whenever you left, it would be for several days or even months. However, in this past year, you have returned each time in less than half a day. Xiao Qiao straightened her posture and replied. Gatai gently caressed Xiao Qiao's head, saying, Foolish child, this is merely a form of my cultivation. I have now entered a rather unique phase of my practice, one that does not require the same exertion as before. I am preparing for a future that will allow for greater growth. You're deceiving me. I am now the strongest on earth. No longer a novice in the martial arts, Xiao Qiao pouted. How could there possibly be such a method of cultivation? If there is, teach me, so I too may experience it, and perhaps my own practice wouldn't be so arduous. Since her foray into martial arts, every progress she made was born from relentless sweat, and thus she was acutely aware of the challenges along this path, leading her to firmly believe that Gatai was pulling her leg. Upon hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Gatai found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation. However, he did not wish for Xiao Qiao to harbor such thoughts, for it would only lead her to feelings of guilt and unhappiness. Catalan rotated his eyes, pondering how to elucidate the matter to Xiao Qiao. He had been engaged in the cultivation of the soul during this period. If an explanation were to be offered, it could only stem from this aspect. However, soul attacks were profoundly intricate and could not be discerned from the surface. Sister Qiao, please wait a moment. After finishing his words, Gatai instantaneously vanished, only to return a minute later. Upon his return, he held a bag filled with water, within which swam a sizable carp. Gatai, what on earth did you buy this fish for? Are you hoping to make amends by serving it to me? Xiao Qiao remarked with discontent as she gazed at the fish. Upon hearing this, Catalonia displayed a peculiar expression. Subsequently, he slightly lowered his head, leaned closer to little Qiao, and earnestly remarked, Sister Qiao, do you see this fish? Is it not alive and remarkably fresh? Xiao Qiao perceived that Jiatai's recent actions were intended to amuse her, strengthening her conviction that he was attempting to divert the conversation to alleviate her doubts. As these thoughts consumed her, her inner turmoil deepened, and she felt increasingly that her very existence impeded Jiatai's martial arts journey. Jiatai, I? Xiao Qiao's expression was one of sorrow, rendering her speechless. Upon witnessing this, Gatti felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and promptly exclaimed, "Sister Chiao, you have truly misunderstood. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my cultivation at once." At that moment, Xiao Qiao too found herself engulfed in a wave of confusion, momentarily lost in thought. Subsequently, Gatti continued, "Sister Chiao, I have been undertaking spiritual cultivation during this time. Please observe closely." Catalyze swiftly delves into the matter at hand. Otherwise, it is likely that young Chiao may indeed shed tears, causing him considerable inner turmoil. Subsequently, Catalyze positioned the fish before young Chiao and, channeling his mental energy, infiltrated the fish's cerebral region. He discerned that this commonplace fish was a rather inferior creature, possessing an exceedingly feeble soul. In no time, Catalyze obliterated the fish's consciousness, rendering it devoid of vitality, and it subsequently turned belly up, lifeless. Sister Chiao, observe closely. Does this fish not appear deceased, in stark contrast to its earlier vigorous state? Catalyze gestured to young Chiao. Upon witnessing this, young Chiao, though uncertain of the fish's demise, recalled the appearance of fish postmortem. Thus, it seemed highly plausible that this fish had perished inexplicably. Thereafter, young Chiao gazed at Catalyze in a state of utter bewilderment. Catalina understood that it was quite challenging for Xiao Qiao to ascertain whether the fish was indeed alive or dead. After all, such a creature represented a rudimentary form of life, incapable of perceiving the presence of air. "Sister Chiao, extend your hand towards me," Catalina instructed, extending a hand of his own. Without uttering a word, Xiao Qiao complied obediently, wrapping her hands around Catalina's arm. "Observe over there." Catalina pointed to his small flower perched on the balcony. In that moment, Xiao Qiao witnessed the flower being inexplicably compressed into a compact form by an unseen force. She sensed that a portion of the air was being manipulated by some entity, enveloping and straining to constrict the flower, as if someone were grasping it tightly. "Is this the essence of spiritual cultivation?" Xiao Qiao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, it is," Catalina affirmed. "Spiritual energy cannot be discerned by the naked eye. It is an extraordinary phenomenon. Much like the unique abilities of dumplings, it exists akin to air present but invisible. The fish, just moments ago, lost its soul and consciousness at my behest, which led to its demise. Spiritual power coexists with the soul. It does not follow the conventional path of martial arts training. Naturally, the cultivation of spiritual power is far more arduous than that of physical prowess," Catalina elucidated. Although Xiao Qiao remained uncertain about the nature of spiritual energy, she was familiar with the concept of soul. To her, the soul represented the heart and thoughts, an intangible essence, bringing her a sense of understanding and relief. "I apologize, Catalina, for misunderstanding you," Xiao Qiao murmured softly, her head bowed in contrition. Following this incident, Catalina and Xiao Qiao returned to their previous camaraderie, enjoying their days together with joy and laughter. Thus, they eventually reached the year when Sun Wukong's son turned 4. In his heart, Gatai was calculating the passage of time. It was the period when Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, had just celebrated his 4th birthday, coinciding with Radit's arrival on Earth. 6 months later, during the summer, Gatai had not sensed any growth in the turtle hermit's energy. The journey to enhance one's abilities is not a matter of mere days. The stronger one becomes, the more arduous the path to improvement. Furthermore, as a human of Earth, the turtle hermit possessed a lineage with limited potential. Before the advent of the gravity chamber for training, augmenting one's combat strength was a formidable challenge. This information indicated that the turtle hermit's combat power could be definitively assessed. Originally, Gadai intended to wait until Raditz appeared to accurately compare his own combat power. However, he was unaware of the exact timing of Raditz's arrival on Earth. Thus, he would inevitably keep a close watch on the energy of Raditz as he entered Earth, leading to another prolonged period of anticipation. Consequently, Gadai made the final decision to hypothesize about the strength of his own energy in advance. At that moment, Gatai and Sister Chiao strolled hand in hand by a serene little lake. With no discernible change in the turtle hermit's energy over this lengthy period, it became evident that his current baseline combat power was 139 points. In this light, Gadai's energy strength was measured at 26,750 points, slightly lower than the anticipated 28,000 points. Had years without training led to a decline in his abilities? Initially, Gadai believed his combat power to be around 28,000, but he now had a clearer standard to reference. Although the reality fell short of expectations, the discrepancy was minimal. Thus, Sister Chao's energy strength should be approximately 34,090 points. Gatai remarked with satisfaction. "Gatai, what are you talking about? Sister Chiao inquired, having overheard Gatai's murmurs. Catalan turned his head and smiled. Sister Chiao, within the cosmos, there exists a multitude of formidable beings, each differing in strength. Consequently, varying levels of power assessment arise based on one's cultivation. The figures I previously mentioned represent our current pinnacle of combat prowess. Really? So, when compared to us, the turtle sages? Xiao Qiao expressed her astonishment, then hesitated to mention the turtle sage's value. The comparison was simply too daunting. His combat power was reportedly over 200 times that of Master Wu Tian. Known as the god of martial arts, what does that even signify? As Xiao Qiao delved deeper into martial arts and matured, she became confident that she had indeed surpassed the turtle sage by a significant margin. However, to be over 200 times stronger was beyond her wildest imagination. Sister Chiao, there is no need for doubt or surprise. Now that you have also acquired the ability to sense qi, you can compare and gauge your own strength. Catalan remarked with a smile. Ah, so the ability to sense qi can be utilized in such a manner. I had thought that the qi perceived varied solely from person to person, Xiao Qiao replied, somewhat dazed. Upon hearing this, Gatai couldn't help but marvel at how charming Xiao Qiao truly was. Despite his profound mastery over energy, he was surprisingly unaware of this particular aspect. You mock me, Xiao Qiao exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips, her tone playful yet indignant. Oh, how could I? Gatai began, but suddenly felt a familiar energy approaching. It bore a resemblance to that of Sun Wukong. Could this be the energy inherent to science? He sensed a powerful force rapidly drawing closer to Earth from somewhere in the sky. Ah, this energy feels quite malevolent. While it may not surpass our own, it is significantly stronger than that of anyone else on Earth. It seems to possess an intensity of approximately 1,500 units. At this moment, Xiao Qiao also became aware of it. Catalina smiled gently. Sister Chiao, you are remarkably astute, grasping it with such ease. At this moment, Gatai secretly rejoiced, for his fortune was indeed remarkable. He could now ascertain his battle power with absolute certainty, thus confirming that his combat capabilities were indeed represented by this value. Subsequently, Gatai instructed, Sister Chiao, you should return first. Remember to suppress your aura to the greatest extent possible. If you find it difficult to contain, then enter the isolation formation I have set up. Gatai commanded. Why? Little Chiao inquired, puzzled. Cattle subtly softened his tone and whispered, that person is the target I have awaited for several years. I absolutely cannot let them slip away. I have waited for years. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's heart skipped a beat. Cattle's words carried an underlying significance, hinting at a prophetic ability. Long ago, Xiao Qiao had sensed this but chose not to delve deeper. This time, she had no intention of probing further. She understood that Cattle was poised for a significant move and thus refrained from further comment, obediently returning. For the past few months, I have eagerly anticipated your arrival. The wait has been quite excruciating. Cattle's current mood was devoid of anger. Rather, it was infused with a fervent exhilaration. Before long, Cattle sensed a pause in the energy emitted by Raditz, indicating that he had landed. Let us proceed. Cattle mused with a faint smile, then instantly transported himself to a location several miles away from Raditz, swiftly concealing his own energy so that, on the surface, no trace of his presence could be detected. Since the enhancement of Cattle's spiritual strength and mental prowess, he had mastered the art of energy concealment, allowing him to observe from a distance through his energy perception and mental acuity. Raditz exited his spacecraft, his body gradually levitating, clad in battle attire. He bore a device over his left eye to measure combat power, his long, sleek black hair cascading down, and his visage exuding an air of coldness. Gat's prowess, whether in the realm of the divine or the physical, is indeed formidable. Consequently, his vision has been exceptionally enhanced. Even from a considerable distance, he can discern Raditz. Upon witnessing him, Gath finds Raditz strikingly handsome, his stern visage exuding a unique charisma, and he believes that there are women who would be drawn to such a man. Raditz soon spots a farmer, who, at that moment, drops his cigarette in shock due to the massive crater created by Raditz's spacecraft landing. The sight of Raditz inexplicably levitating in the air instills even greater fear in the farmer. Never before had he encountered such an extraordinary being. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws his gun and aims it at Raditz. Raditz presses a button on the detector affixed to his face, assessing the farmer's combat power to be a mere 5 points. An ominous glint appears on his sinister countenance as he emanates a chilling aura of menace. The farmer, affected by Raditz's killing intent, trembles uncontrollably and, losing control, inadvertently fires his weapon. In the astonished gaze of the farmer, Raditz effortlessly catches the bullet. and with a gentle flick, he sends it hurtling back with even greater ferocity. Not only does it claim the farmer's life, but it also pierces through the vehicle behind him. It is astonishing that such feeble beings exist in the cosmos, Raditz scoffs, utterly unfazed by the casual act of murder. Gatai did not intervene. He merely observed with a calm demeanor. Upon witnessing Raditz pressing the detector on his face a few more times, he swiftly took flight. Gatai deduced that Raditz had located Piccolo, mistaking Piccolo's strength for that of Sun Wukong. "Ah, Piccolo, your fate is about to take a turn," Gatai murmured softly. Raditz's speed was remarkable, and it wasn't long before he encountered Piccolo, an event that unfolded within Gatai's perception. Faced off, Piccolo and Raditz stood pridefully, neither willing to yield. Raditz's arrogance stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his superiority over this lower-tier planet. Without warning, Piccolo began to gather energy. His arms swelled as he prepared to unleash a powerful attack. In the blink of an eye, he directed a ki blast at Raditz, providing him no opportunity to react. "Humph, mere parlor tricks. Is this all you are capable of?" Raditz scoffed as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing his unscathed form. He then raised his right hand, intent on teaching Piccolo a lesson, or perhaps even obliterating him entirely. In no time, a ki blast, boasting a strength exceeding 500 points, coalesced in Raditz's hand. Such a display of power, especially at such close range, left Piccolo paralyzed with fear. He had never encountered such formidable energy before. Something feels amiss. Gatai sensed Raditz's impending action. This is unlike before. Could it be that Raditz intends to kill Piccolo? Gatai pondered, uncertainty creeping into his thoughts. No matter. I shall create a distraction first. With that resolve, Gatai unleashed a burst of energy, momentarily surging to 500 before swiftly restraining it once more. The actions of Gatai elicited a response from the Raditz detector, yet ultimately, there was no confrontation with Piccolo. Instead, he soared into the sky, gazing toward the direction from whence he came. Gatai swiftly reined in his energy, causing the detector on Raditz's face to lose its signal. Raditz was left perplexed, pondering why this energy had manifested so suddenly only to vanish in an instant. In the midst of his confusion, the detector finally registered a response once more, albeit from a different direction. Over here? He mused, bewildered. Could it be malfunctioning? Regardless, he decided to follow the indicated path, convinced it must be Kakarot. With that thought, Raditz disregarded any further concern for Piccolo's departure. Meanwhile, Gatai was drenched in a cold sweat. Was it possible that he had not traversed the familiar realm of Dragon Ball, but rather an alternate parallel universe? Gatai furrowed his brow. Yet, all the events of recent years had unfolded precisely as they did in the original storyline. Gatai was enveloped in confusion. He continued, even in a parallel universe, there should be no instance of Raditz attacking Piccolo at this juncture. The direst outcome would have been the annihilation of all Dragon Ball warriors, save for Trunks, during the Android saga. What on earth could have gone awry? Gatai fell into deep contemplation, firmly convinced that had he not interrupted Raditz in a moment of frustration, Piccolo would undoubtedly have faced an onslaught, potentially resulting in severe injury or even death. Such an outcome would have diminished the chances of a collaboration between Goku and Piccolo, although circumstances might have shifted slightly. The trajectory remained unchanged. Now, he felt the necessity to be vigilant against unforeseen complications, otherwise, the years of his toil would have been in vain. Confounded, Gatai rubbed his temples, pondering whether his fortune had finally run dry. With a murmured lament, he resumed his focus on Raditz's movements. After an extended period, Gatai sensed that Raditz had reached the Turtle Hermit's abode. Without hesitation, he teleported to the vicinity of the Turtle House. In this critical moment, Gatai understood the importance of vigilance and the necessity of concealing himself. Only by maintaining such proximity could he be assured of thwarting any unpredictable calamities. At that moment, Goku and Raditz were engaged in conversation. Facing Raditz, Goku experienced a profound realization of another's overwhelming presence, stirring a flicker of trepidation within him. Raditz revealed Goku's true identity and their familial connection, leaving Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin utterly astonished. It seemed that despite Goku's training under the Divine Piccolo, his worldview remained rather narrow. From his concealed vantage point, Gatai observed the unfolding events, reflecting on Goku's perception of his own strength as the mightiest being on Earth. Unbeknownst to Goku, both Gatai and Little Chiao had expertly masked their auras, ensuring they did not exceed his own. Goku, possessing an innocent heart, did not allow himself to become complacent in his martial pursuits, a quality deserving of commendation. However, his limited perspective rendered him susceptible to Raditz's formidable energy. In Goku's eyes, Raditz's power transcended his comprehension, igniting his desire to grow stronger, yet he had never fathomed that anyone could possess such might. Had Goku been aware of the vastness of the world and the myriad powerful beings inhabiting the universe, he would not have quailed in fear at the prospect of those capable of vanquishing him with a mere fingertip. Instead, he would have motivated himself to strive for greater strength, yearning for the opportunity to challenge those masters of combat. Upon learning of his identity as a Scion, one of the mightiest warrior races in the cosmos, Goku found a measure of calm. Although his progress had been slow over the years, he recognized that he was nonetheless evolving, believing he was on the verge of becoming the strongest being. Now that his horizons had broadened, he understood that even greater powers existed within the universe, and he realized he could continue to grow stronger. In that moment, Goku's warrior spirit surged dramatically. Yet, he did not feel the typical fervor of battle. Raditz' arrival posed an unprecedented threat, as he had countless individuals to protect, making survival through this ordeal his paramount concern. To compel Goku's compliance, Raditz intended to use Gohan as leverage. Observing this, Gatai's heart tightened, fearing the potential for calamity. At this moment, Gatai was highly focused. If something were to occur, he would have to intervene. He then witnessed Raditz approaching Son Gohan with a wicked grin. Completely disregarding Son Goku's attempts to block him, suddenly, Raditz moved with the swiftness of the wind, vanishing without a trace. He delivered a powerful kick to Son Goku's abdomen, sending him flying, leaving Son Goku utterly powerless. Indeed, Raditz possessed formidable martial prowess. Gatai observed the moment Raditz struck. His movements were fluid and powerful, unaffected by the surrounding air. How could this be? At this stage, extraterrestrials should prioritize combat strength above all else. Could it be that the terrifying talent of the Scions allowed them to naturally access the deeper realms of martial arts through battle? Gatai furrowed his brow, pondering this notion. If this were true, how formidable would Vegeta's martial prowess be? This thought reminded Gatai of Vegeta's ability to adjust his intensity at will during battles with Tien and Yamcha, even going so far as to destroy his own scouter after fighting Son Goku. Gatai admired Vegeta, acknowledging him as a true genius. Master Roshi and Krillin understood that Son Goku was the strongest among them, yet he could not withstand even a single blow, leaving them utterly astonished and too frightened to move. Raditz effortlessly seized Son Gohan as if he were merely a cabbage. Son Gohan was terrified, crying incessantly. Son Goku, having been knocked down, struggled to recover and could only helplessly watch as Raditz captured his son. Rage and regret filled his heart. He lamented not having adjusted his state earlier, which led to his inability to resist Raditz's attack. Although Raditz claimed he needed Son Gohan for a purpose, he knew very well that Gohan was just a child and lacked any real combat ability. He continued, Kakarot, listen closely. If you wish to spare your son's life, you must kill a few Earthlings, just a couple of hundred will suffice. After that, I will allow you to join us. With that, he took to the sky. Do not think of resisting. Your underdeveloped combat strength cannot match ours. It would be wise to comply. With those words, Raditz flew away. After several minutes, Son Goku finally regained his composure. The three began devising a plan to rescue Son Gohan. Faced with such a formidable foe, Master Roshi and Krillin expressed their willingness to assist Son Goku, even at the risk of dying once more without the hope of resurrection. They resigned themselves to their fate, ready to fight. Krillin's expression was particularly poignant as he thought of dying twice and lamented that he had yet to marry. Once the three had finalized their plans, they intended to utilize the Dragon Radar to prepare for action. At that moment, Piccolo arrived. The sight of him hovering in midair sent chills down the spines of the four. They knew Piccolo was not inherently benevolent, and his appearance at such a critical juncture felt like adding insult to injury. Fortunately, Piccolo offered to team up with Son Goku, which somewhat alleviated their concerns. Nothing unexpected has occurred. It seems the situation has returned to square one, Gatai mused, feeling a slight easing of his tense demeanor. If events were to diverge from the original narrative, he would have much to attend to. Son Gohan continued to wail, inciting Raditz's fury as he glared at the boy with disdain, feeling it was a disgrace to the Scion race. Raditz's words had no effect on Son Gohan, who continued to cry. Yet, recognizing Gohan's potential value, Raditz reluctantly confined him within the spaceship, which provided excellent soundproofing, finally granting him some peace. Son Gohan, locked away, felt a wave of panic. His emotions surged. As his feelings intensified, the Scion blood coursing through him began to boil. He was still quite young and, due to Chi-Chi's strict upbringing, was entirely unaware that he possessed a combat strength exceeding 700. What is going on? That little brat has such high power. Raditz detected this anomaly but was incredulous. A quick scan revealed the scouter malfunctioning, unable to register any readings. It seems this machine is faulty. Under normal circumstances, The scouter would automatically detect power levels without manual intervention, but it had sporadically ceased functioning, leading Raditz to conclude it was a technical issue. Meanwhile, Gatai sensed the approaching presence of Son Goku and Piccolo, a smile gracing his lips as he instantly teleported away. Raditz soon noticed two strong power levels closing in on him, but he dismissed the idea that they belonged to Son Goku, assuming they were merely passers-by. "It's nothing to concern myself with," he said nonchalantly. Just as he turned, the scouter reacted again, and he quickly glanced toward the sky. "What? They've arrived? How did they discover my location?" The realization hit him. The scouter was functioning correctly, and that little boy truly possessed over 700 in combat power, an impossible feat. Raditz's inner turmoil began to brew. As Son Goku and Piccolo descended, they regarded Raditz with cold stares, the atmosphere growing tense. Raditz, seeing their arrival, had no time to think. He immediately demanded, "How did you find me here?" Son Goku scoffed, "You can forget it. I won't tell you anything." Piccolo, unlike Son Goku, had no interest in engaging in pointless banter with the enemy. He swiftly removed his weighted clothing, preparing to confront them with unwavering resolve. Relishing this state, Piccolo stretched his neck and loosened his body. Observing this, Son Goku was surprised, realizing that Piccolo was akin to him. Thus, he too shed his weighted clothing. And their confidence in their cooperation surged. Their actions triggered a response from Raditz's scouter, revealing their combat strengths had dramatically increased. One was 416, the other 408. Haha. Although Son Goku and Piccolo had boosted their powers, Raditz merely laughed derisively. "Is this your reliance? It's utterly laughable." Raditz had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He understood that persuading Son Goku was futile and that he would have to resort to lethal measures. In an instant, Raditz surged forward, darting past them in a flash. To their astonishment, he appeared behind them, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent both Son Goku and Piccolo flying. Gatai felt a surge of unease. Raditz's combat power paled in comparison to Vegeta and Nappa, and Gatai's own strength far surpassed Raditz's, enabling him to dispatch him effortlessly. Yet, Gatai sensed a difference in Raditz's approach. He seemed to exude a lethal intent, capable of locking onto his targets with a deadly focus. Catalan regarded Raditz's earlier actions with a newfound respect. Raditz turned back to observe, and he beheld the disbelief etched on the faces of Goku and Piccolo. This was precisely the response he sought. By demonstrating overwhelming strength, he aimed to shatter their confidence, instilling fear and despair that would lead to their demise. Subsequently, Raditz disclosed the information about the other two Scions, informing them that their battle power was even greater. Upon hearing this, Raditz took delight in witnessing Goku and Piccolo's spirits plummet once more. His heart soared with satisfaction. Among his fellow Scions, he had always been the weakest, unable to hold his head high. Yet, on this inferior planet, his power was undeniably formidable. In this moment, he relished the opportunity to reclaim the dignity of being a member of the universe's mightiest warrior race, the Scions. Goku and Piccolo found themselves with no options. Regardless of how formidable their adversary may be, they could not escape this confrontation. At that moment, Piccolo demonstrated greater intellect than Goku, recognizing that engaging in a head-on clash was futile. Thus, he inquired if Goku had developed any new techniques. The two began to converse quietly. Raditz made no move. Already perceiving Goku and Piccolo as mere corpses, he was determined to employ the most ruthless methods to eliminate them. Before long, they devised a plan. Goku would draw Raditz's attention, granting Piccolo the opportunity to gather energy, allowing for a surprise, decisive strike. With a resolve to face certain death, Goku charged forward without hesitation. Piccolo hurriedly prepared his ultimate technique. Even a single second was invaluable at this moment. Goku moved with remarkable speed, his attacks fierce. Yet Raditz evaded his strikes effortlessly. "You may play for a while," Raditz scoffed inwardly. As Goku launched a barrage of attacks, Raditz easily dodged, and within mere moments, Goku had struck over 100 times. Though Raditz could have countered Goku's attacks on several occasions, he refrained, intent on further undermining Goku's confidence, making him acutely aware of their vast disparity and highlighting his own foolishness. As Goku and Raditz clashed anew, the concealed Catalan discerned certain nuances about Raditz. With an elevated level of cultivation, he possessed a profound sensitivity to ki. He realized that Raditz's energy fluctuated between a state of fullness and explosive potential. This state bore resemblance to the manipulation of ki, though Raditz executed it with greater finesse. Every part of his being brimmed with energy, enhancing his combat capabilities through this harmonious equilibrium. However, this approach bore its own shortcomings, as it prevented him from unleashing his full destructive power. The advantage lay in the awareness of his body's vigor, allowing for instinctual combat without the need for conscious energy accumulation. "Ah, it makes sense now," Catalan murmured, recalling Raditz' unadorned movements during his earlier engagement at the Turtle Hermit's abode. Soon after, he contemplated another possibility as the weakest among the three scions and treated with disdain. Raditz was likely relegated to the role of cannon fodder in their battles. Thus, to preserve his life, he must resort to every conceivable strategy. This strategy might involve equilibrating the energy within his body, achieving a skill that serves both survival and combat purposes. In this manner, through continuous control of his ki, Raditz would inevitably reach an extraordinary level of mastery, leading to a significant breakthrough in his own cultivation, provided, of course, that he remained alive. As Cattle contemplated, his heart mourned for Raditz's fate, for Raditz would undoubtedly not live to see that day. "You ask for too much." At that moment, Raditz sensed the increasing speed of Goku's attacks, which showed no signs of abating. Raditz's patience waned, and he retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Goku flying. The disparity in their strengths was vast. He decided to stall for as long as possible. Goku, enduring the force of his backward flight, executed a series of backflips to dissipate the momentum and regained his stance, leaping high into the air. Kamehameha. In the sky, Goku concentrated his energy into a single point, unleashing a brilliant glow between his palms. How is this possible? Raditz detected Goku's rapidly rising power level, soon nearing 1000. Immediately after, he sensed that Piccolo's power was also surging. At that moment, Raditz realized that the inhabitants of Earth could freely alter their battle power. If he did not take this seriously, he might very well lose his life. It was too late to disrupt Piccolo's energy gathering, as Goku had already unleashed his Kamehameha wave. Raditz attempted to evade, but Goku's attack relentlessly pursued him. A fierce glint appeared in Raditz's eyes. "Don't get too cocky." With a roar, Raditz extended his hands, straining to block Goku's Kamehameha. The attack struck Raditz squarely, yet he managed to withstand it. Goku, witnessing this, lamented the missed opportunity. Though Raditz had defended himself, he was determined to uphold his pride. As Goku began to tire, Raditz launched a lightning-fast energy blast, sending Goku plummeting from the sky, severely injuring him. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz swiftly appeared beside Goku and seized him by the collar. At that moment, Raditz's scouter emitted a sound. 1330. He quickly noticed the intensity of the energy Piccolo was gathering, concentrating all of it into his fingertips. A cold sweat broke out on Raditz. He had no confidence in withstanding this attack. "Die, you wretch!" Piccolo shouted. "Special beam cannon." As his words fell, the massive energy coalesced into a circular wave, hurtling towards Raditz at a speed surpassing that of Goku's Kamehameha. Upon witnessing the success of his attack, Piccolo's face illuminated with a brilliant smile, convinced that Raditz could not possibly fend this off. However, contrary to his expectations, though the attack was swift and powerful, Raditz narrowly evaded it, the beam grazing his shoulder and easily tearing through his battle attire. The energy collided with a distant hill, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion akin to a nuclear blast, obliterating the hill completely. It missed. Piccolo felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It was such a prime opportunity that had slipped through his fingers due to poor aim. Raditz's heart raced. He had nearly met his demise, and the sensation of having escaped death ignited a fury within him. He resolved to hold nothing back and to eliminate both of these foes decisively. Raising his right hand, he gathered energy for the first time in this battle. Although he could not amplify his power to the same extent as Goku and Piccolo, he could still achieve a modest increase. His current power level was 1500, and he could muster a Kamehameha with a maximum intensity of 1700. Given that Goku and Piccolo's strengths barely exceeded 400, there was no way they could withstand such force. "We're finished," Piccolo thought, gripped by fear. The gap was insurmountable, and escape was no longer an option. At this moment, Piccolo successfully diverted Raditz's attention, drawing all the animosity towards himself. Yet, this was not the outcome Piccolo had desired. Just as he faced potential death, Goku seized the opportunity to catch his breath. He could not accept failure. If he did, everyone would perish, and the weight of his burdens was far too great. Enduring his injuries, he took advantage of Raditz's momentary distraction to grasp his tail. Once Raditz's tail was seized, he instantly lost all strength, collapsing weakly. The energy blast he had been gathering dissipated, and Piccolo felt rejuvenated, while Goku beamed with triumph. Hidden nearby, Katai winced at the sight. "Be gentle. Don't damage the tail. The ultimate power of a scion is tied to it." Of course, this sentiment was only for Katai's ears. Nevertheless, Katai knew that Raditz's tail could not be severed. He simply felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of using Raditz as a mere pawn. Katai then recalled Gohan's fury upon seeing his father struck down, igniting a fire within him. Soon, he would burst forth from the spaceship to deliver a crushing blow to Raditz. It seemed he would have to endure another moment of pain. Katai sighed. As Katai had anticipated, Raditz pleaded for mercy, and Goku, softening, released Raditz's tail. In truth, Goku had done so intentionally, a fact Katai recognized. He admired Goku's cleverness and strategic thinking. Goku understood that Piccolo's previous attack required considerable time to execute, during which Raditz would undoubtedly seek to escape his grasp. If no other options remained and faced with life or death, the most straightforward course of action would be for Raditz to sever his own tail. Goku knew Raditz could resort to such a measure, and relying solely on the tail as a means of subjugation could backfire. Thus, Goku's actions were calculated. He wished to prevent Piccolo from failing once more, as the consequences of failure would be dire. After releasing Raditz's tail, Raditz revealed his sinister side once more, plunging Goku back into peril. Yet, Gohan appeared just in time, fueled by rage. His power surged dramatically. Lacking combat experience, he resorted to the simplest approach, a headbutt. Upon witnessing the scene, Gatai instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy as if Gohan's collision had struck him directly. He resolved to endure, knowing that the moment for action had not yet arrived. The vitality of a scion is remarkably resilient. This injury was not fatal, and the damage to the body was minimal. As long as he could ultimately seize this body, a single Senzu bean would suffice for recovery. Gadai concealed himself, offering silent reassurances to his own spirit. Raditz was struck forcefully in the chest by Gohan, a blow nearly matching his own formidable strength. The internal injuries he sustained left him breathless, impairing his ability to move and speak normally. In his fury, Gohan unleashed the full extent of his accumulated power, infusing his assault with the essence of a ki blast. Ki-based attacks inflict greater damage on the human body compared to physical strikes, rendering Gohan's collision particularly significant, as it compromised Raditz's combat effectiveness and prevented him from maintaining peak intensity. Unbeknownst to Goku, this unexpected turn of events presented a tremendous opportunity. Seizing the moment, Goku successfully restrained Raditz from behind, holding him tightly. This time, Goku remained unmoved by Raditz's honeyed words, urging Piccolo to launch another attack. Goku was prepared to gamble his very life, willing to perish alongside Raditz. Piccolo, though hesitant, did not waver, gathering his energy to unleash the special beam cannon as Goku had instructed. Yet, within Piccolo's heart, a reluctance to eliminate Goku began to stir, a change in his mindset that he himself did not fully recognize. However, the thought that Goku could be revived with the Dragon Balls offered him some solace. Raditz found himself in a precarious situation, his chest aflame with pain and unable to exert his strength effectively. Regardless of his struggles, they proved futile. As Piccolo's ultimate technique approached completion, Raditz's eyes brimmed with fury and regret. The readings on his scouter fluctuated ominously, with every increment in Piccolo's energy. He felt the specter of death closing in. At last, Piccolo exerted himself to the utmost, elevating his energy beyond 1400, which marked his limit. Raditz's gaze fell upon the dreadful figure displayed on the scouter, his heart racing with profound unease. It was in this moment that Gatai noticed Piccolo's determined expression. Sensing that Piccolo's energy had reached its zenith and could not be augmented further, he recognized that Piccolo was about to strike. Special Beam Cannon. At the instant Piccolo unleashed his attack, Gatai teleported forward. As Gatai instantaneously appeared, a ki blast had already coalesced in his right hand. The moment he manifested, both of his hands unleashed their power simultaneously. One struck the nape of Sun Wukong's neck, nearly rendering him unconscious, thereby sapping his strength and causing his body to begin to languish. Meanwhile, Gatai directed the ki blast in his other hand towards Raditz. Though this ki blast lacked substantial harm, it was released in accordance with the principles of the Kamehameha, characterized primarily by its formidable propulsion. Moreover, Gatai possessed the overwhelming power of a deity, exhibiting a masterful control over ki. This ki blast effortlessly separated Sun Wukong from Raditz, propelled by Gadai's own energy as its source. In a critical moment, even before Sun Wukong could collapse, Raditz was sent hurtling away. At that juncture, Piccolo's special beam cannon struck true, yet it found only Sun Wukong's body as its target. Unsurprisingly, Piccolo's attack pierced through Sun Wukong, leaving him on the brink of collapse. This unforeseen turn of events caught both Sun Wukong and Piccolo off guard. Piccolo, having expended all his strength, was nearly at his limit. In the celestial realm, the deity Piccolo observed the unfolding scene with cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body quaking as if all his vigor had been siphoned away. Gatai, why would you do this? The words of the deity trembled with emotion. Deity, Bobo murmured softly from the side. The deity had been aware of Gatai's presence from the outset. Feeling a sense of surprise, he surmised that Gatai seemed to possess knowledge of certain matters. Tracking Raditz' movements closely. During Piccolo's initial encounter with Raditz, when he was on the verge of death, Gatai had unleashed his ki to intervene, thereby granting Piccolo a chance at survival. However, Gatai had not emitted an overwhelming amount of energy. The deity sensed it but, in that fleeting moment, dismissed it as an illusion. Even if it were not an illusion, the intensity of that ki was no match for Raditz. Thus, the deity believed that Gatai had wished to contribute his modest strength while harboring fear of being slain, which led to his lack of intervention. How could this happen? It's over. Everything is over. Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Regaining his composure, he glared fiercely at Gatai, exclaiming, "What have you done, you fiend?" Gatai disregarded Piccolo and turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Gatai exhibited remarkable control over his strength, and Sun Wukong, though suddenly laboring, did not succumb to unconsciousness. He had begun to recover. Gatai, Sun Wukong managed to utter with great difficulty, opening his mouth once more. Yet, the words lingered on his lips. Silenced by the severity of his injuries, Sun Wukong's wounds were grave. Without the mystical beings, his life would soon extinguish. Gatai believed that a human, afflicted as Sun Wukong was, would not retain the ability to speak, marveling at the scion's tenacious vitality. "Wukong, please do not harbor resentment toward me. My actions are driven by necessity," Gatai spoke to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Gatai's words, Sun Wukong bore no semblance of reproach. His innocence shone through. For the events had transpired irreversibly. Thus, a bitter smile graced his features, yet due to his injuries, the expression was rather ghastly. Indeed. I too am curious about what you have done," remarked Raditz, his voice cutting through the tension. Upon hearing this, Piccolo stiffened, trembling as he turned toward the source of the sound. He beheld Raditz's face, a visage imbued with the essence of death. "Hey, Raditz, you haven't forgotten my existence, have you?" Gatai replied nonchalantly. Piccolo perceived Gatai's demeanor as casual, lacking the gravity one would expect in such dire circumstances. "You, a mere Earthling, dare to associate with a scion?" Piccolo exclaimed, baring his fangs in indignation. Had he the chance, he would have devoured Gatai without hesitation. "Save your strength, Piccolo. You lack the fighting capability now. Perhaps it would be wiser to contemplate your survival," Gatai mocked. "Damn it, what do you mean by that?" Piccolo retorted. Meanwhile, Raditz had calmed somewhat, though his combat power had diminished significantly, barely reaching 500 points. He kept his arms crossed, refraining from engaging, unfamiliar with Gatai. He nonetheless owed him a debt of life. Despite this, gratitude did not linger in his heart, for he sought to discern Gatai's intentions behind his sudden appearance. Earlier, he had assessed Gatai's combat prowess, which, though potentially inaccurate, appeared to be a mere 5 points. No matter how one might enhance their abilities, Gatai was utterly incomparable. "I have 3 matters to attend to," Gatai stated, feeling that prolonging the encounter served no purpose. It would be more prudent for the Dragon Ball warriors to hasten their cultivation. With that, Gatai's gaze fixed intently upon Raditz. Raditz felt an unsettling chill within. It was an instinctive apprehension. Just moments ago, he had contemplated a surprise attack, but fear began to seep in, causing him to worry about unforeseen developments. He refrained from striking, aiming instead to lower their guards. Yet, under Gatai's scrutinizing gaze, he felt as if his every move was being anticipated. Consequently, Raditz abandoned his plan for a stealth assault. His doubts regarding Gatai's purportedly meager combat power intensified. The inhabitants of this planet were indeed extraordinary. And Raditz found himself contemplating a departure from Earth. Gatai addressed Raditz, stating that the first matter to discuss was the existence of something on Earth capable of granting wishes, even resurrecting the deceased, thus implying that Sun Wukong would indeed return to life. "What on earth are you saying?" Piccolo exclaimed, nearly losing his composure upon hearing Gatai's words, shouting at him in disbelief. Raditz raised an eyebrow, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. However, he refrained from inquiring further. Gatai exuded an unusual aura that advised caution. Yet, he remained perplexed, questioning why Gatai would extend his assistance to someone as nefarious as himself. Catalyst extended his right hand, palm facing Piccolo, signaling him to remain silent. As for the second matter, Catalyst continued, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a knowing smile as he turned his gaze towards Raditz. "The second matter is, I intend to kill you." Catalyst paused before declaring this. Both Piccolo and Raditz found the declaration utterly unbelievable. Piccolo thought that Catalyst must have lost his mind. He was certain that Catalyst stood no chance against Raditz. and he felt a suffocating anger at his words. Raditz, on the other hand, remained silent, taken aback by how the situation had unfolded. He had initially believed Catalyst to be a malevolent individual, harboring impure intentions and seeking something from him. Upon hearing Catalyst's intent to kill, Raditz realized that any ulterior motives were now irrelevant. He understood that he could not spare any of them, and if Catalyst were capable of killing him, escape would be impossible. At this juncture, nothing could change the outcome. The only resolution lay in either killing Catalyst or being killed himself. With no hesitation, Raditz charged towards Catalyst. Although his fighting power had diminished significantly, he still surpassed Piccolo. From the beginning, Piccolo had remained stationary, focusing on regaining his strength as much as possible. Catalyst's arrival had complicated matters considerably, igniting resentment within him. Yet he remained a fellow Earthling and now an adversary to Raditz. Despite his lack of faith in Catalyst, he represented a formidable force. Moreover, Raditz's current strength had waned considerably. If he could find another opportunity to gather his energy, he could inflict substantial harm on Raditz. Even if he were to perish, there were still others like Tien Shinhan on Earth. In Piccolo's sense of energy, he detected a familiar aura gradually approaching, which he surmised belonged to Goku's ally. He aimed to buy some time. If he couldn't kill Raditz, he could at least inflict some injuries. Once reinforcements arrived, Raditz would likely lack the strength to continue. Offering a glimmer of hope, Piccolo was now prepared to risk everything. Although the Dragon Balls would cease to exist upon his death, Earth would be saved as a result. Damn it, I am Piccolo Daimao. Why must I protect this planet? Piccolo felt a deep resentment. Yet he could not fathom why he was willing to sacrifice his life for Earth's sake. Just as Piccolo grappled with his inner turmoil, Raditz appeared before Catalyst, launching a powerful punch aimed at Catalyst's head. To Piccolo's fury, Catalyst did not attempt to defend himself. However, he was astonished to witness an unexpected turn of events. Catalyst firmly caught Raditz's fist. Furthermore, Piccolo sensed that Catalyst's energy was quite potent at that moment. While it did not match Raditz's peak strength, it was still significantly stronger than Raditz's current state. How is this even possible? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. Raditz, too, was incredulous, but the readings on his scouter indicated an astonishing strength of 800. Stammering, Raditz uttered, "This can't be." With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Gatai exerted force, causing Raditz's fist to crack audibly under the pressure. Raditz cried out in agony, his body instinctively buckling as if to kneel. In a desperate attempt, Raditz swung his other fist, but the pain rendered him weak, and Gatai offered him little respite. With a deft motion, he deflected Raditz's punch and delivered a powerful chop that rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, Gatai summoned his mental energy, penetrating the depths of Raditz's mind. The spirit of Gatai discerned that Raditz's martial will was exceedingly feeble, consequently limiting his self-defense capabilities. Despite possessing formidable combat strength, he lacked a resilient heart for martial arts and had no true understanding of the discipline. His martial will was even inferior to that of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At that moment, Gatai's heart surged with excitement, for Raditz's condition significantly increased his chances of success, turning the tide of victory into a single decisive moment. Gatai's gaze sharpened, and with a mere thought, his mental strength emanated an immense pressure that reverberated throughout. After an extensive period of contemplation and experimentation, Gatai effortlessly shattered Raditz's soul consciousness without inflicting harm upon his cerebral domain. It is accomplished. Gatai's chest heaved, and he exhaled deeply. Catalyst bent down, removing the detector from Raditz's face, deactivating it, and tossing it aside. He then approached Son Goku, who, though on the brink of death, kept his eyes fixed on Catalyst and Raditz. Upon witnessing this, Catalyst felt a jolt of surprise. Goku's willpower was extraordinary to cling to life so tenaciously. Goku, did you see? Raditz is dead. I did not deceive you. You shall soon awaken as well. Catalyst spoke softly, laced with a hint of regret. Goku's heart was at ease now, for he had wished to converse with Gohan in his final moments. However, Catalyst's arrival had heightened his tension. With Raditz's demise, Goku's spirit relaxed instantly, and he could no longer hold on, closing his eyes and succumbing to silence. Catalyst did not depart immediately. He still had a third matter to address. With Raditz freshly deceased, his body would remain unaffected for a short while, allowing Catalyst to linger. He glanced at Piccolo, surprised to find that Piccolo's gaze remained tense, not slackening in response to Raditz's death but instead filled with astonishment. What are you staring at? Do you not recognize me? Catalyst jested. This prompted Catalyst to realize that Piccolo truly did not know who he was, having only participated in a single world martial arts tournament, where Catalyst merely made a fleeting appearance to deliver Senzu beans to Goku. Piccolo felt an inner conflict. He had always regarded Goku as his rival. Yet he had never anticipated the existence of such a formidable being on Earth. He had just overheard Raditz' declaration of Catalyst power level being 800. While Raditz had previously mentioned that he and Goku possessed only slightly over 400. In that moment, Piccolo drew a comparison. Realizing that the so-called 400 was minuscule compared to Raditz's strength of 15,000. Now, with Catalyst power at 800, Piccolo comprehended the significance of that figure. I am Catalyst. Do not forget my name. Perhaps we shall fight side by side in the future, Catalyst teased, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Piccolo, taken aback, inquired. What do you mean by that? Catalyst pointed to the detector he had discarded. You are aware of that device, correct? Piccolo remained silent, his mind clouded with doubts. Casting a glance at the detector before returning his attention to Catalyst. I have deactivated it. It possessed a listening function. The words I spoke regarding Goku's resurrection have already reached the ears of the other two Saiyans. I can only imagine their interest, Catalyst remarked nonchalantly. What? How do you know he has two companions? Piccolo stammered, sensing something amiss. Catalyst's mysterious nature intrigued him. He had not been present before. So how could he know about the detector's capabilities and the existence of two stronger Saiyans? Raditz had indeed mentioned his two more powerful allies. And if Catalyst spoke the truth, then the detector's listening function was genuine. However, Piccolo could not fathom why Catalyst would reveal such crucial information about Goku's potential revival. It seemed utterly incomprehensible, akin to betraying Earth. With this thought, Piccolo clenched his remaining hand into a fist, a surge of anger compelling him to confront Catalyst. Yet, unlike Goku, who was often oblivious, Piccolo quickly realized that Raditz had died on Earth. Even if Catalyst refrained from disclosing Goku's revival, the other two Saiyans would likely come to Earth seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade. Thus, Catalyst's actions of killing Raditz and alerting him to the impending arrival of Raditz's companions were, in essence, acts of fortitude. He had misjudged Catalyst. Hey, are you certain Raditz is dead? How did you manage to kill him? Piccolo queried, puzzled by the lack of wounds and the absence of further action from Catalyst. Guess. Catalyst replied with a grin. I have accomplished the 3 tasks I set out to do. The rest is for you to handle. I must take my leave now. With that, Catalyst disregarded Piccolo and even Gohan, seizing Raditz's lifeless body and leaping into the crater formed by Raditz's spacecraft. Then, clutching Raditz's corpse in one hand, he activated instant transmission and vanished. As Catalan prepares to depart, Piccolo does not intervene. He is in a precarious state and requires time for recovery before taking his leave. When Catalan's energy abruptly dissipates, Piccolo senses the shift. Ignoring his own physical condition, he hastens to the edge of the vast pit, peering down in disbelief. How could this be? The energy has entirely vanished, seemingly evaporated into thin air, Piccolo exclaims in astonishment. In the celestial realm, the deity Piccolo observes the unfolding events with a sigh of relief. He has formulated a plan regarding the arrival of additional Saiyans. With a flourish of his staff, a radiant light emerges, and in an instant, the lifeless body of Goku materializes before him. Catalan possesses an energy level of 800, twice that of Goku. While Raditz boasts 1500, the other two Saiyans are even more formidable. Should he summon Catalan as well? The deity Piccolo contemplates, caught in uncertainty. Baba, what are your thoughts on Catalan? Piccolo inquires, feeling powerless in his divine duty to safeguard Earth. His abilities are insufficient, and he now relies on Goku and the others. Even seeking counsel from Baba for decision-making. Baba pauses, taken aback by the question, astonished that the deity has never sought his opinion before. Sensing Piccolo's emotional state, he hesitates. Unsure of how to respond. Speak your mind. Perhaps your words hold wisdom, Piccolo urges, his tone lacking vigor. Baba nods and states, Catalan is neither a paragon of righteousness nor an embodiment of malevolence. With that, he falls silent, having offered his insight. Indeed, your sentiments align with mine. Given the current circumstances, Earth requires warriors, thus, we shall include him, Piccolo ultimately resolves, permitting Catalan to train alongside Goku under King Kai. Master Karen. Piccolo communicates telepathically after reaching this decision. Karen has been closely monitoring the events transpiring on Earth and reflects on Catalan's previous remarks. Finally grasping the significance of Catalan's assertion that the Demon King Piccolo is not of Earth. Initially, Karen had not fully comprehended this statement, merely exercising some restraint in the use of the super beans. Following the confrontation between Demon King Piccolo and Goku at the World Martial Arts Tournament, it became evident that further moderation in the usage of the beans was necessary. With the emergence of extraterrestrial beings, Karen now understands the critical importance of the super beings for Earth. Suddenly receiving Piccolo's telepathic message, Karen is brought back to attention, asking, "Deity, how may I assist you?" Quickly notify Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha and bring them to the celestial realm. I must personally instruct them in preparation for the impending confrontation with the other two scions in a year's time, Piccolo commands. Upon hearing this, Karen responds, "Do you wish for me to go in person, Deity? Isn't Yajirobe with you? Perhaps he could relay the message." Piccolo frowns, however, "Karen, Yajirobe is not with me. He has been training alone for quite some time." Karen replies truthfully, "Is that so? Very well, I shall enlist the fortune teller to make the journey." It is also imperative that she conveys the message that Goku must not be revived within the year. Piccolo concedes with resignation. Subsequently, he begins to communicate telepathically with Catalan. Upon returning home, Gattai carefully placed the somewhat damaged spacecraft of Latus in its designated location, then swiftly proceeded to a room he had previously prepared, where a protective isolation array was set up. At that moment, Gattai sensed an unusual interference affecting the array he had established, causing it to emit a persistent hum and ripple as if disturbed by undulating waves. Cattle was disturbed, feeling somewhat discontented, yet he remained unaware that the divine being, Bick, was already drenched in sweat at that very moment. The barrier formation that Cattle had crafted using ordinary foundational materials bore a stark contrast to a true isolation array. A genuine isolation array not only possesses the ability to seal off a particular spatial area and conceal its own existence, but also exhibits formidable capabilities in obstructing mental energies. Currently, the efficacy of Cattle's formation had diminished significantly. It merely provided sound insulation, failing to obscure one's figure, appearing instead as a transparent soundproof device. Nonetheless, it still offered a modicum of resistance against mental penetration, albeit this was primarily due to Bick's relatively weak soul power, which could not breach the barrier. Who, then, was Cattle? What was his origin that he could command such formidable arrays? Bick was astounded, pondering who might be behind this interference. Cattle's expression darkened as he reluctantly exited the formation. However, he was acutely aware that on Earth, the only being with such capabilities was indeed the divine. "What's the matter, Cattle? You're out so soon. Didn't you say this would take a considerable amount of time?" Little Joe inquired upon seeing Cattle. Catalonia smiled and said, "The deity is seeking me." "A deity? Where could it be?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao glanced around, yet found no trace of anything. Gattai resided with Xiao Qiao, extending his finger skyward. This was the divine ability to communicate with others over great distances, as Gattai elucidated. "Gattai, I wish for you to accompany Sun Wukong to a certain realm for a year of cultivation, in order to prepare for the impending Scion invasion," the deity declared forthrightly. "The king of the world?" Gattai murmured softly. "Ah, you actually know," the astonished voice of the deity Piccolo echoed within Gattai's mind. Gattai was indeed taken aback. His whisper had been overheard, causing a startled reaction. However, he was presently occupied. While he naturally wished to visit the king of the worlds, it was not feasible at that moment. He then said, "My apologies, Lord Deity, but I am quite busy. Let Sun Wukong go in my stead. Furthermore, do not disturb me without my permission." Gattai spoke without any pretense. Afterward, he entered the formation once more, while Xiao Qiao, adhering to Gattai's command, stood guard to ensure no one interrupted him. Lord Deity Piccolo found himself utterly perplexed. He had not anticipated such a blatant refusal from Gattai despite his personal effort to convey the message. His countenance darkened, betraying his discomfort and embarrassment. It is worth noting that he had permitted Tianjin Fan and others to ascend to the heavenly realm solely through intermediaries. Although these were extraordinary times, entry to the celestial realm was not granted to all. Perhaps this was simply the will of fate. In the end, Lord Deity Piccolo began to prepare to escort Sun Wukong to the underworld. Gattai meticulously examined the state of Raditz' soul with his mental prowess and confirmed its complete absence, which finally put his mind at ease. "Let us commence," Gattai remarked, licking his lips. Gattai concentrated both his mental and emotional strength upon his soul, rendering his body a mere shell in that moment. This marked the prelude to the soul-severing technique, a method designed to shield the body from the unparalleled agony that emanates from the soul, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success. After all, the torment arising from the soul is unimaginable, a suffering that the flesh and blood can scarcely endure. As Kaida immersed himself in the state of his soul, he felt as though he were enveloped in an endless expanse of profound silence. In this realm, there was neither sound, nor sunlight, nor air. Only a colossal red giant star began to stir. The essence of his soul was his to command, a thought that resonated within him, soul division. As he contemplated this notion, the transformation of his soul commenced. The immense red giant, akin to a sun, began to elongate from its center outward. With a sudden roar, the dividing line erupted, reminiscent of the tumultuous separation of ocean waters, producing a thunderous cacophony as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. This line of division seemed to carry the might of the universe, utterly unstoppable. As his soul stretched, waves of pain coursed through him. Despite the numbing of his bodily sensations, a profound agony remained. An anguish rooted deep within his very essence, an indelible suffering that felt as though it had been branded into his bones. Impervious to the passage of time or the cycle of reincarnation. In that moment, Kaitai's physical form involuntarily convulsed. Though he was fortunate to have dulled the sensations of his body, he gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to endure. For the consequences of surrendering to this pain would be dire. Gradually, the severed parts of his soul fully separated, and the two segments began to reshape themselves under the laws of nature, transforming into two distinct red giant souls. With this milestone achieved, the torment subsided significantly, leaving only a lingering weakness from the reduction in size. The next step was to extricate the soul from its corporeal vessel. A hum resonated above Kaitai's head, as if the air were being scorched by intense heat, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Soon, a cloud, roughly the size of a fist and glowing with a deep crimson light, emerged from atop his head. At that moment, an inexplicable force bore down upon the soul. To his dismay, Kaitai sensed his soul beginning to disintegrate. Once detached from his body, it felt as though it had lost its protective layer, now ensnared by a mysterious power that threatened its very existence. Fortunately, this pressure was not akin to that of air. Otherwise, his soul, so vulnerable in the external realm, would have been easily annihilated. It felt as if his essence were dissolving like sugar in water. Without hesitation, Kaitai directed the fragment of his soul towards the lifeless body of Raditz, which lay in close proximity. Despite the short distance, it felt akin to traversing the long and arduous journey of the Red Army. As the disintegration of his soul accelerated alarmingly, thankfully, he employed the technique of soul division with the strength of an initial stage of the void. Otherwise, it would have completely shattered. As he neared the center of Raditz's forehead, an almost imperceptible force began to draw him in. Excellent. Kaitai felt no trepidation. This was a natural occurrence, for every body requires a soul. With Raditz's body devoid of a soul, it instinctively attracted the presence of one. As long as this phenomenon persisted, it signified that, provided the soul did not disintegrate beforehand, it could enter the vacant vessel, thus completing the duplication technique. Upon successfully entering Raditz's body, the fragment of his soul diminished by half. Nevertheless, even in its reduced state, it remained far more potent than that of an ordinary individual. The soul of a typical person resembled a mere mist, while Kaitai's soul, possessing exceptional density and a distinct form, could effortlessly sustain a body. At this juncture, Kaitai became aware of the duality within him, two minds coexisting simultaneously. It is done, he rejoiced inwardly. Subsequently, Kaitai withdrew from the state of soul division, his consciousness returning to his body. Instantly, he was beset by an overwhelming discomfort, as if every muscle were twisted in agony. With a pained cry, he convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, foam escaping his lips, rendering him voiceless as his body trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, Kaitai had set up the array in a secluded chamber. Had Xiao Qiao witnessed this, it would have been disastrous. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Kaitai's body finally began to stabilize. He hastily retrieved a mystical bean, consuming it to restore vitality. While the bean contained potent life force, rapidly alleviating his physical malaise, it could not mend the wounds inflicted upon his soul. Kaitai sensed that his soul remained frail. At that moment, the state of his duplicated soul was equally precarious. It had dwindled to but a quarter of its original size and was in a state of decay. Thus, the soul was unstable, allowing him to perceive the presence of another consciousness, yet rendering him incapable of controlling the actions of his duplicate. The true form of Kaitai was recently overwhelmed, longing for transformation yet feeling utterly powerless. The essence of his soul, fragmented and unstable, was beyond self-repair, causing him to miss the opportune moment for change. At present, the essence of his soul had deteriorated to the late stage of the golden core, with the surplus soul energy long dispersed into the cosmos. However, the rate of this deterioration had significantly diminished, and it was likely that the essence of his soul would cease to degrade beyond the mid-stage of the golden core. This phenomenon of soul deterioration was attributed to Raditz being a native of this realm, his limited cultivation insufficient to support Katai's intense soul. Furthermore, the subtle laws of the Dragon Ball universe contributed to this regression. In contrast, Katai himself had been reborn with a high-intensity soul, his body being native to this world. thus safeguarded by the flesh from such deterioration. Hence, once the soul detached from the corporeal form, it would rapidly disintegrate. Fortunately, Gatai possessed a robust soul, enabling him to endure until the brink of complete dissolution. The process by which Gatai assimilates his spiritual power in the martial arts assembly follows a similar principle. Should he master the methods of enhancing spiritual power in this realm, he would no longer need to fret over the issue of assimilation in the future. However, Gatai would not allow his soul to deteriorate autonomously any longer, lest all his prior efforts be rendered futile. At this juncture, Gatai extracted the remnants of his soul essence and placed them upon his forehead. His true self continuously restored his damaged soul and spiritual power while fervently channeling his spiritual energy towards the soul of his avatar. During this restoration, the soul of the avatar was nourished by the corresponding spiritual energy, gradually stabilizing. Furthermore, the avatar's soul did not absorb the corresponding spiritual energy to augment itself. Rather, it instinctively gathered the energy, enveloping itself in a protective nebula-like shroud. After a considerable duration, the avatar's soul achieved complete stabilization at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, with its spiritual power elevated to the appropriate level for this phase. Only after reaching such a state did Gatai cease the transmission of his spiritual energy, allowing the avatar to adeptly control its physical form. The true self of Gatai continued to absorb the essence of souls, while the avatar rose without disturbing its origin, meticulously exploring the sensations within this physical form using its mental prowess. There is a dissonance between the soul and the body. The avatar of Gatai furrowed its brow in astonishment as it spoke. The spirit of the doppelganger cattle was able to perceive that although the original soul of this body had dissipated, it still bore the indelible mark of its former master. It seemed that mastering this avatar to perfection would require some additional time. With a sigh of resignation, Cattle proceeded to envelop the body entirely with his mental energy, allowing it to acclimate to this new essence to the greatest extent possible, thereby gradually erasing the remnants of the original spiritual imprint. Gatai and his doppelganger remained ensconced within the formation, emerging only after the passage of 4 months. It was only then that the doppelganger successfully eradicated the lingering spiritual imprint of Raditz, thereby achieving a flawless mastery over this corporeal vessel. Throughout this duration, both Gatai and his doppelganger sustained themselves on the nourishment of the senza beans. However, even after 4 months, Gatai's true form had yet to completely assimilate the residual soul essence, a process that was ongoing. Nevertheless, during this period of spiritual frailty, the soul's need for sustenance became imperative, resulting in a markedly accelerated absorption rate of the soul essence compared to before. It was estimated that within a month's time, complete absorption would be realized. In contrast to his true form, the doppelganger could pursue the path of martial arts without restraint, which had always been Gatai's intention. Whatever skills Gatai possessed, the doppelganger would soon acquire as well. The doppelganger flexed its body and began to acclimate to the martial knowledge gleaned from Gatai's insights. While Gatai is in a serene retreat, Xiao finds herself in a state of unease, lacking the magical beans for sustenance. She must not only safeguard Gatai but also procure food for herself. The prospect of leaving raises concerns about unwelcome visitors causing disruption. Although the likelihood of such an event is minimal, caution is paramount. Gatai has emphasized the significance of this retreat and the necessity for it to proceed without a hitch. Having always been cared for by Gatai, Xiao yearns to assist him at least once. She has long awaited this opportunity and thus dedicates herself wholeheartedly to the task at hand. Catalyst has been in seclusion for 5 months and still has not emerged. During this period, Xiao has endured solitude. Although she is an absolute powerhouse on Earth, she remains but a mortal, and the time has taken a toll on her appearance. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she realized it was a call from her parents. Xiao's contact list contained only 3 numbers, her parents and Catalyst S. She surveyed her surroundings, noting no suspicious activity. Before answering the call, her vigilance unwavering. Xiao, where are you? Her mother's familiar voice resonated through the receiver. Mom, I'm at home. What is the matter? Xiao inquired. Why haven't we seen you? Your father and I came to visit, and we brought your favorite roasted chestnuts. Where are you? Her mother pressed. Xiao was taken aback. She realized her parents had come to the city. The house had spare keys given to her parents at Catalyst's behest. They had never visited before, and she had almost forgotten about it. Now, she was at a loss for words. Unsure how to explain that Catalyst was in seclusion and could not be disturbed, yet it felt rude not to greet her parents. Oh, I saw Catalyst. Hurry and come, or your beloved roasted chestnuts will be gone. Her mother urged over the phone. Catalyst, Xiao Qiao was momentarily stunned, then turned to observe the locked door of Catalyst's seclusion, which remained shut. Teleportation. An idea struck her. Catalyst possessed this remarkable ability. Furrowing her brow, her expression darkened. This scoundrel. Her parents were waiting outside, and he simply. With a frustrated stomp, she vanished from her spot, reappearing in the lavatory to compose herself, as she did not wish for her parents to see her worn appearance. In no time, Xiao Qiao arrived at her usual residence. To her surprise, she found Catalyst indeed present, engaging in lively conversation with her parents. In their presence, Xiao Qiao dared not act out of line. She approached them, greeted her parents, and deliberately obstructed their view. Stepping firmly on Catalyst's right foot and twisting it slightly for good measure, Gatai winced in pain, utterly unprepared for the mischievous antics of Xiao Qiao, who caught him off guard and elicited a sharp intake of breath. "What's the matter, Gatai?" Although his reaction escaped the notice of his parents, the sound he made drew attention. "It's nothing, really," Gatai replied, his face contorted in discomfort as he struggled to suppress a cry. Xiao Qiao turned to him, making a playful face before settling beside him. Yet, feeling insatiable, she launched a surprise attack from behind, pinching the flesh of Gatai's back with her small hand. Catalan's body immediately reacted, yet he dared not reveal his feelings. He wiped his face with his hand, attempting to conceal the anguish etched upon it. Once Xiao Qiao's parents departed, she erupted with fury, placing her hands on her hips and glaring fiercely at Catalan. Suddenly, an idea struck Catalan, and he embraced Xiao Qiao tightly. He then whispered softly into her ear, "Sister Qiao, you have worked hard during this time and seem weary. I apologize." The warm breath that brushed against Xiao Qiao's ear was both ticklish and immensely comforting. Enveloped in Catalan's embrace, she found her heart surprisingly unresistant. Soon, all her pent-up grievances dissipated, and she wrapped her arms around him in return. "You naughty boy, you naughty boy, you naughty boy," she playfully declared, pummeling him gently with her small fists. "Sister Qiao, let us journey to the outside world," Catalan suggested. Catalyst, accompanied by Xiao Qiao, instantaneously departed from Earth, manifesting upon a desolate planet. This celestial body bore no signs of life, leaving one to ponder whether it had always been a lifeless sphere or if its inhabitants had long since perished. The entire surface was cloaked in a vast expanse of desert. The atmosphere was severely deficient in oxygen, and both individuals soon found themselves struggling for breath. What a stroke of misfortune, Catalyst inwardly cursed before executing another teleportation. On their second attempt, Catalyst and Xiao Qiao arrived on a planet shrouded in eternal night, devoid of any light. Fortunately, the air was breathable, allowing them a moment to recuperate. Suddenly, a presence approached with remarkable speed. Upon their arrival, Catalyst sensed a dark and elusive aura, making it difficult to discern the creature's movements. In this realm beyond Earth, myriad unknowns lurked, prompting Catalyst to remain vigilant, channeling his mental energy for heightened awareness. As he focused, Catalyst discerned that the being charging toward them bore a resemblance to a four-legged lizard, its immense size comparable to that of a small house. Strangely, it moved with a levitating grace, minimizing any audible disturbance. With a swift whoosh, the creature closed the distance, cutting through the air with increasing clarity. It was upon them. This velocity suggested a combat prowess exceeding 3,000. The creature's aura, shrouded in darkness, rendered Catalyst incapable of accurately gauging its true strength. Thus, he estimated its combat capability by correlating its speed with the previously derived figure. While 3,000 combat points might seem insignificant to Catalyst, it was an astonishing strength for many lower-tier planets within the cosmos, sufficient to obliterate an entire world. As Gatai sensed carefully, the monstrous entity approached, its form shifting as it suddenly unleashed an astounding combat power of 5,000 points. With remarkable swiftness, Gatai closed the distance, harnessing his superior strength to deliver a powerful punch to the creature's head. Ugh! The monster emitted a pained cry, its body collapsing under Gatai's assault, its entire skull driven into the ground. After a few tremors, it lay still, devoid of movement. "Can you perceive these creatures, Sister Qiao?" Gatai inquired at that moment. Xiao Qiao nodded, replying, "Yes, I can sense their location, but I cannot discern their actions or postures." "That's a relief," Gatai exhaled, feeling reassured. The essence emanating from this creature resembled the elusive and profound nature of a black hole. An idea struck Gatai, to have Xiao Qiao refine her sensory abilities on this planet. "Sister Qiao, would you like to engage in a thrilling and adventurous game?" Gatai asked with a smile. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Qiao had not let go of Gatai. Her inability to see him rendered her vision entirely useless. "With all your skills, don't you feel frustrated not having the opportunity to fully utilize them on Earth?" Gatai chuckled. "Indeed. Oh, wait, you mentioned this isn't Earth, Xiao Qiao responded, her surprise evident in her voice. Cataly extended his hand in the pitch darkness, moving it from Xiao Qiao's shoulder to her face, gently pinching her cheek and tugging at it. Indeed, we are no longer on Earth. We find ourselves on another celestial body in the universe. Does it not feel exhilarating and thrilling? Oh dear, I've pinched you too hard. Xiao Qiao playfully brushed Cataly's hand away, feigning a pout. However, his words ignited a spark within her, stirring a desire for an epic battle. To her astonishment, she discovered that Cataly's instantaneous movement could transport them away from Earth. Sister Qiao, what say you? Are you bold enough to engage in a fierce duel? Cataly urged, slightly provoking her. Humph. Xiao Qiao turned her head defiantly. What is there to fear? With determination, she began to sense the life forms on this planet. In a flash, she soared into the sky, unleashing her full power as she darted toward a sensed creature. This creature was not too far from them. With a combat strength of just over 2,000, Xiao Qiao enveloped herself in a white aura, creating a series of sonic booms as she ascended. Upon reaching the creature's head, she gathered an enormous energy sphere in her hands. Sister Qiao, quickly compress the energy, or this planet will face destruction, Cataly exclaimed urgently. While her energy was not as formidable as Frisia's, a power level exceeding 30,000 was certainly not weak in the vast universe and could inflict significant damage if unleashed fully. Xiao Qiao paused, considering his words, and complied, compressing the energy sphere to match the creature's strength. Nevertheless, the sphere still radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the area for dozens of meters. At that moment, Xiao Qiao finally glimpsed the creature. It was grotesquely plump, with a slick, smooth body resembling a loach, equipped with 4 short legs and a head reminiscent of a turtle. Strangely, as it breathed, its body slightly inflated and deflated, allowing it to hover just under a meter off the ground, contributing to its swift movements. As the creature sensed the brightness, it let out a mournful cry, twisting its body before burrowing underground like a worm. The universe is indeed full of wonders, and such bizarre creatures exist. Cataly marveled at the sight. Although the creature had retreated beneath the earth, Xiao Qiao was undeterred, launching the energy sphere with precision. The creature had not dug too deep, leaving a portion of its tail exposed. As the energy sphere approached, the intense light scorched its tail, followed by a resounding impact as it struck the ground. Boom! The explosion created a massive crater, leaving no trace of the creature, not even bones. So, this creature fears light. When exposed to a certain intensity, it disintegrates. Cataly, possessing stronger mental and sensory abilities than Xiao Qiao, understood this clearly. Sister Qiao, refrain from using the energy spheres. They fear light and will turn to ashes upon exposure. He called out. Oh, is that so? Xiao Qiao replied, puzzled. There is another one over there. Without hesitation, she sensed yet another creature. Aware that Cataly aimed to sharpen her skills, she noted that he had suppressed his power during their skirmishes. This time, Xiao Qiao refrained from using the energy sphere and relied solely on her senses to strike. With a swift punch, she aimed for the creature's back, but it was soft and yielding, as if she had struck into mud. Her fist sank in without inflicting any damage. Sister Qiao, aim for its head, Cataly advised from the sidelines. Catalyst had not anticipated that the majority of this creature's body would possess such peculiar characteristics, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. He had to admit that at the outset. His fortune had been remarkably favorable. Upon encountering the first of these beings, he had struck its head directly, thereby delivering a fatal blow. Where is its head? Little Qiao exclaimed, taken aback, and hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing, Gatti immediately recognized that Xiao Qiao was unable to accurately sense the form of the creature. At that moment, Gatti felt a sudden transformation in a particular part of the monster's body, which formed into a sharp spike. Be careful, Gatti shouted. Although Xiao Qiao could not fully perceive the creature's posture and movements, as a martial artist endowed with exceptional bodily awareness, she sensed that something was hurtling toward her with astonishing speed, creating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Instinctively, Xiao Qiao leapt away, narrowly avoiding the attack. She felt a sharpness graze her hair, causing her brow to furrow. It seemed as if she had brushed against the gates of death, prompting her to abandon any underestimation of the creature. Where is its head? Xiao Qiao temporarily relinquished her offensive, striving to sense the creature's form while evading its attacks. Her mind fixated on locating its head. With Gatti's warning, she understood that targeting anywhere other than the head would be futile, thus she refrained from rushing into an attack. Channeling her energy to its utmost limit, her body remained taut. Suddenly, the creature's forelimbs elongated and transformed into slender appendages, akin to tentacles. Gatti, upon sensing this, grew even more intrigued by the creature. Let us name you the dark metamorphic beast, he mused to himself. The two tentacles began to move, lacking conventional trajectories as they struck from either side. These elongated appendages, with their sharp tips, posed a significant challenge for Xiao Qiao. She could only detect the disturbances in the air as they lunged toward her, compelling her to evade. However, the tentacles were so lengthy that they could encircle her movements, effectively constraining her within a limited space. Suddenly, the tentacles recoiled, becoming more densely packed as they contracted. Something's amiss, Xiao Qiao noted. Though she did not feel an overwhelming force of attack, she sensed that her range of motion was being dominated by the dark metamorphic beast. As the tentacles gathered into a tighter formation, Xiao Qiao distinctly perceived unusual movements nearby. She leapt into the air, attempting to escape the encirclement. However, in an instant, the tentacles snapped back like a released spring, binding her midair. Subsequently, they contracted, pulling Xiao Qiao closer. Sister Qiao, that creature intends to devour you. Gatti cried out. Dreadful. This repugnant creature has ensnared me. Xiao Qiao had encountered the dark metamorphic beast before. Its flabby, pitch-black form was not only unappealing but also revolting. Now, ensnared, her fastidious nature flared, making it difficult for her to accept her predicament. Infuriated, her energy surged forth, and in an instant, the tentacles binding her were engulfed by a radiant force, reducing them to ashes as she broke free. The dark metamorphic beast was taken aback by this display. It feared light above all else. No longer willing to engage, it retreated. Xiao Qiao sensed the considerable mass of the creature distancing itself, confirming its escape. It possesses quite a bit of intelligence, she remarked, refraining from pursuit with a hint of dissatisfaction. Her objective was to comprehend martial arts and enhance her abilities. So simply eliminating the creature would serve no purpose. I must exercise greater caution. This creature is terrified of light, akin to a rat fleeing from illumination. I must temper my rage, she reflected. Sister Qiao, it's all right. These creatures cannot harm you. We have ample time, so let us proceed at a measured pace. Gatti consoled her, appearing at her side. Xiao Qiao recognized Gatti's encouragement and comfort. Subsequently, a critical thought struck her, and she turned to Gatti. You seem to perceive things more clearly than I do. How do you manage that? During the battle, she had heard Gatti's reminders multiple times, prompting her inquiry. Catalyst is capable of perceiving two essential points. First, his formidable mental prowess endows him with an extraordinary level of insight. Second, closely related to his mental strength. This power allows him to discern the intricate patterns of space with remarkable clarity, enabling him to comprehend the essence of all things. This is the mastery above divinity, a skill that requires Sister Qiao to cultivate independently, as no one else can assist her. If she can grasp the true essence of the five elements fist, she will not only achieve this, but may even surpass my current abilities, Catalyst remarked with a smile. Xiao Qiao was momentarily taken aback. She found the concept of divinity quite enigmatic. It seemed as though she understood what Catalyst meant by divinity, yet capturing it appeared to be an exceedingly arduous task. Nevertheless, Xiao Qiao discerned another layer of meaning, Catalyst. Have you not grasped the true essence of the five elements fist? Upon hearing this, Jatai did not conceal his thoughts, directly responding, Indeed, Sister Qiao. How did you know that I have comprehended the true essence of the five-element fist, allowing me to sense it completely? Xiao Qiao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, that is. Jatai momentarily faltered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Catalan remarked, Sister Qiao, you have now mastered various forces of the five elements fist, capable of delivering punches imbued with diverse nuances. However, have you ever pondered why the term five elements is present within this martial art? What do you mean by five elements? Xiao Qiao inquired, bewildered. The five elements represent the Tao that exists between heaven and earth. This Tao is intangible and elusive, yet there are ways to comprehend it. The most fundamental manifestation of the five elements is embodied in the characteristics of the five entities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is something Sister Qiao has already grasped. Listening intently, Xiao Qiao ceased her antics and refrained from interruptions. Within the human body, the five elements are also inherent. For instance, when one falls ill, a doctor might say that the heart's fire is excessive, indicating that the heart corresponds to fire. Similarly, the liver corresponds to wood, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. Thus, the concept of the five elements ascends to a higher level of understanding. Yet, it also transforms into the intangible Tao. Gradually, Xiao Qiao became entranced, unconsciously assuming a stance to practice the five elements fist. It seemed she had forgotten herself, entirely unaware of her actions, as her movements were entirely influenced by Catalan's words. The essence of the five elements had penetrated her heart. Initially, Xiao Qiao's execution of the five elements fist embodied the various forces represented by metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, sometimes fierce and powerful, and at other times soft and fluid like water, flowing continuously. Upon completing a set of the five elements fist, she did not pause but began a second round. This time, as she moved with the rhythm of the fist techniques, the energy within her surged in resonance. Catalan could sense the unintentional surge of energy within Xiao Qiao, infused with the strength of the five elements. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Qiao had seamlessly integrated the five elements with her energy. To the untrained eye, it resembled the legendary Gang gene of internal martial arts. Ah, what remarkable progress! It appears Sister Qiao has achieved a profound mastery of the five elements fist. Through prolonged practice, the five elements fist has begun to harmoniously enhance the body's elemental balance, autonomously integrating into her being. Even without today's guidance, she would likely reach this level within 2 months, Catalan mused. He had meticulously calculated this, fully aware of Xiao Qiao's proficiency in the five elements fist, while she remained oblivious to its deeper implications. Today, he merely wished to test whether she could attain complete comprehension ahead of time, and Xiao Qiao did not disappoint him. Once this stage is attained, one can begin to grasp the five elements in relation to space, Catalan smiled. However, he did not anticipate that this was merely the beginning. Xiao Qiao had already performed the five elements fist 5 or 6 times, and the energy surrounding her began to exhibit changes in hue corresponding to the attributes of the fist techniques. Remarkable. It appears she can still grow, Catalan observed, slightly astonished. Upon witnessing the transformation of Xiao Qiao's energy into colors, he was even more taken aback. These colors represented the five elements fist and the essence of the five elements. Catalan had previously contemplated the various bosses in Dragon Ball, who could unleash energy blasts of different colors. These energy attacks undoubtedly carry the attributes of the five elements, though the characters in Dragon Ball lacked the concept of the Tao of the five elements. Now witnessing Xiao Qiao's evolution of the five elements fist, Catalan realized the principles of the five elements could indeed thrive within the Dragon Ball universe. This revelation suggested that many cultivation methods from his previous life could manifest here. The distinction lay in the fact that, in his past existence, there were established techniques directly capable of cultivating the energies of the five elements. In this world, however, one must personally comprehend the underlying Tao. Only through understanding this Tao could one convert their energy. Naturally, Catalan had always believed in the utility of the five elements Tao in this world. This conviction gave him the confidence to guide Xiao Qiao in mastering the three-body technique before progressing to the five elements fist and the 12-shape fist. This was also due to the immense renown of Master Roshi's world-shattering palm, a technique highly regarded in his previous life. In the realm of Dragon Ball, a wildly popular series during the information-saturated era, countless enthusiasts engaged in spirited discussions about the character's signature techniques and attributes. In Dragon Ball Super, Master Roshi utilized the world-shattering palm to convert energy into high-voltage electricity to strike opponents, defeating numerous adversaries and igniting considerable debate online. Such controversy prompted many Dragon Ball fans to analyze the series, leading to imaginative connections to the five elements. Simultaneously, Catalan harbored a personal desire to experiment with Xiao Qiao as a subject. Nevertheless, he did not perceive this ambition as malicious. Rather, he felt justified in his intentions because it bore fruit. This scenario would have been unattainable on Earth in his previous life. Even if one comprehended the five elements Tao within their body, its manifestation would merely enhance physical capabilities, yielding limited benefits in energy enhancement. However, in this world, the manifestation of laws is astonishingly potent, amplifying such phenomena exponentially. Xiao Qiao's physical dimension has significantly elevated, and with this elevation comes formidable potential. Cattle was acutely aware of the immense energy from the cosmos surging into Xiao Qiao's body, enhancing her physical prowess. At that moment, Xiao Qiao exhibited an astonishing capacity for absorbing the celestial energy, which was wholly directed towards her form. Her chi rapidly surged, augmenting her combat power by several hundred points within a mere instant. Subsequently, the elemental balance within her body stabilized, and the colors representing the five elemental attributes of her five elements fist remained relatively light, lacking deep intensity. However, in an unexpected turn, Xiao Qiao retracted her five elements fist and transitioned to the wood-style fist. Xiao Qiao persistently executed the wood-style fist, her chi manifesting in a vibrant green hue, enveloping her fists. Each strike reverberated through the air, the force of her punches possessing a tearing quality, shredding the atmosphere around her. The green energy gradually expanded, eventually enveloping her entire being. The wood element, associated with the wind, radiated in brilliant green. Cattle, witnessing this spectacle, stood in stunned silence, before attuning himself to the spatial patterns of the planet. Thus, he comprehended the reality: this world was devoid of light, and all movements were reliant on the propagation of air. Consequently, the wind element emerged as the most prominent force on this planet. With newfound understanding, Cattle could not help but sigh, acknowledging Xiao Qiao's remarkable fortune. Gatai did not awaken Xiao Qiao. He soared in the air, his internal energy gradually accumulating as he raised his hands. Vigilantly, he stood guard over Xiao Qiao, ensuring her protection against any disturbances. Should anything approach, Gatai would unleash a blast of energy to safeguard her comprehensively. After a considerable time, Xiao Qiao finally came to a halt, and the ground around her was marred by countless fissures, each a result of the wind-infused force accompanying her wooden fist technique. The intricate network of cracks resembled a colossal spider's web, intricately intertwined. With a deep exhalation, Xiao Qiao suddenly released an indescribable power that radiated from her being, sweeping away the surrounding dust with remarkable efficiency. Upon opening her eyes, the first action she took was to gaze upwards at Gatai in the sky. Yes, he noticed me. Though the surroundings were devoid of light, Gatai could sense the weight of Xiao Qiao's gaze upon him, a divine sensation, exceptionally acute. Cattle slowly lowered his body, standing steadily before Xiao Qiao, whose gaze followed his movement. Indeed, Sister Qiao was able to sense my presence, Cattle remarked with a faint smile. Sister Qiao, how do you feel? I feel quite extraordinary, Xiao Qiao replied, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It's difficult to articulate, but it's as if my mind has become exceptionally clear, allowing me to effortlessly perceive my surroundings, as if I possess dominion over all things in this world. This is the effect of comprehending the Tao, Cattle explained. The path of the 5 elements not only significantly enhances physical strength but also refines the spirit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao instantly understood and, linking her arm with Cattle's, said, So this is the Tao, the cultivation at the level of spirit. It seems my martial journey has only just begun. This breakthrough illuminated many truths for Xiao Qiao, as if she had opened a vast door to the void, behind which lay even more alluring treasures. It is wonderful that you harbor such thoughts, Sister Qiao, Cattle encouraged. Xiao Qiao pouted. How can you be so flattering? It sounds somewhat discouraging to me. Catalina did not retort but eagerly exclaimed, Sister Qiao, please check the intensity of your current anger. After Catalan finished speaking, a look of anxiety crossed his face. Xiao Qiao's aura was now subdued. Catalan could only sense the intensity of the aura that was superficially apparent, while the true strength remained known only to Xiao Qiao herself. She closed her eyes to carefully sense the energy within her, and soon an expression of disbelief emerged as she realized that her aura had increased by over 8,000. Xiao Qiao was astonished in such a short time. This surge of energy was comparable to several months of training during her previous efforts to unlock her physical potential. However, she understood that this epiphany would yield limited growth in the future unless she comprehended the other paths of the 5 elements. Yet, this was merely the surface. This moment of enlightenment had elevated her physical dimensions, and with diligent practice in the future, her cultivation would soar. Xiao Qiao recalled Catalan mentioning the significance of one's bloodline potential, which would ultimately confine the heights one could achieve. Thus, she firmly believed that she would soon surpass the formidable threshold of 100,000 in her cultivation. Catalan, I have now far surpassed you. It seems that during this cosmic journey, I shall be the one to protect you, Xiao Qiao declared with pride. Very well, I shall eagerly anticipate that. Catalan replied with a smile, and together they teleported away from the planet. Barak Star, a lowly celestial body within the cosmos, was still in the era of cold weapons. With its inhabitants possessing relatively low bloodline potential, the strongest among them barely reached a combat strength of over 200. Nevertheless, their combat abilities were notably balanced, as nearly every adult, save for children, trained in martial arts with combat strengths exceeding 30, a significant improvement compared to Earthlings. The martial spirit was fervent on this planet. Even agricultural labor was regarded as a form of cultivation. The populace held their own martial philosophy, albeit rather rudimentary compared to Earth's, with every individual aspiring to become a revered hero. If provided with superior training conditions, such as gravity-enhanced training and a more refined martial philosophy, it is believed that in the near future, the inhabitants would achieve combat strengths in the thousands, thus elevating their status from a lowly planet. There were 8 individuals on this planet who bore the title of hero, all of whom were of equal strength. A hero was defined as one who could enter the forbidden forest, survive amidst countless formidable beasts, and reach its innermost sanctum. a sacred place where one could obtain the martial legacy from the palace within. All 8 heroes had ventured into the forbidden forest and received the martial inheritance, earning the adoration of the people. However, all this became a distant memory over a year ago when a being shattered their dreams of heroism. This individual, known as Audrey, hailed from another celestial body within the universe. He was a cosmic marauder, skilled in seeking out lowly planets to seize their valuable resources for profit. With a combat strength of 4,000, he was an undeniable powerhouse in comparison to the inhabitants of this planet. Audrey had encountered a conflict with a faction of Frisia's forces in the cosmos, resulting in damage to his ship, which led him to this planet. His vessel was severely compromised, necessitating a vast quantity of high-strength metals for repairs. Audrey discovered that the revered sacred site held some of the metals required for his ship's restoration and seized control of it, only to find that it was merely the remnants of a long-abandoned spaceship. The so-called martial inheritance from the sacred site was simply the effect of an eternal electromagnetic gravitational field. This gravitational field extended over a considerable area, with the center exhibiting tenfold gravity, diminishing as one moved outward. The heroes had arrived at this site, affected by the gravitational field, and through persistent training, gradually adapted to the gravity of a specific region, thus enhancing their cultivation. However, the epicenter of the gravitational field lay concealed within the ship, shrouded by mountains. Having acclimated to the surrounding gravitational conditions, they mistakenly believed they were unworthy and did not meet the requirements to enter the true sanctum, prompting their return. Audrey's actions incited profound anger among the planet's inhabitants, for the sacred site represented their only faith, and they rose in rebellion. Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a mere wave of his hand, Audrey obliterated a mountain, delivering a crushing blow to their morale. The 8 heroes united in an attempt to confront him, only to be vanquished in a single move. The defeat of their strongest champions was undoubtedly a significant blow to the spirits of the planet's people. Nevertheless, their resolve to resist remained unbroken, with everyone prepared to fight to the bitter end. Ultimately, Audrey threatened to destroy the sacred site, which momentarily quelled the insurrection on the planet. This coercion forced the inhabitants to mine even more high-strength metals for him. Ah, aliens are here. Run. Upon the appearance of Catalan and Xiao Xiao before the native residents of this planet, shouts of alarm erupted, and many fled, casting wary glances at the 2 newcomers. Cattle swiftly surveyed the individuals before him. They bore a resemblance to humans, yet each was remarkably tall and robust, their skin tinged with a reddish hue. And their hair was quite peculiar, resembling a bird's nest. Thus, it became evident that our appearance differed from theirs, revealing that we were not natives of this planet. Cattle remarked. Yet, there is no need for them to be so fearful upon seeing us. One of us is quite beautiful and the other undeniably handsome. They should be clamoring for our attention. Xiao Xiao jested from the side. Gatai found the situation rather peculiar and proceeded towards the crowd. However, as he moved, the people scattered as if they had encountered a demon. Oh, trying to flee? Gatai smiled faintly. An ominous glimmer flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his position, only to reappear holding a young man in his grasp. The individual, lean yet towering, was half a head taller than Gatai. Grasping the back of his collar, Gatai lifted him off the ground, deliberately hovering to instill an aura of authority, leaving the young man's feet dangling. Let me go. Release me, you scoundrel. The youth struggled incessantly, his frantic movements intensifying as the sensation of being suspended filled him with dread. Truly unruly, Gatai remarked, furrowing his brow as he summoned his mental energy to compress the air pressure around the young man, rendering him immobile. The youth could not fathom how Gatai had subdued him. Such extraordinary power was beyond his comprehension. It dawned on him that the extraterrestrial before him possessed formidable capabilities, inscrutable and thus perilous. Realizing that further resistance could lead to his untimely demise, he suppressed his vitriolic outbursts and calmed somewhat. Hey, what are you afraid of? We mean you no harm, Xiao Xiao glared at the youth. He stammered, fear gripping him, unable to articulate a coherent response. What else with the stuttering? Clearly, you are a coward, Xiao Xiao mocked. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression shifted dramatically. No, I cannot disgrace my elders. Nor can I bring shame to my planet, he thought resolutely. Gathering his courage, he declared, No, I am not a coward. If you wish to kill me, then do it swiftly. Gatai was taken aback by the sudden shift in the young man's demeanor and inquired, What is your name? Humph. The youth ignored him, closing his eyes as if waiting for Gatai to strike. Oh, unwilling to speak? Gatai chuckled lightly, sensing the rapid thumping of the young man's heart. His anxiety was palpable. He certainly did not wish for death, revealing a stark contradiction between his outward bravado and inner trepidation. Catalan then inquired, "Indeed, our appearance differs from yours. But is it truly enough to instill such fear?" The young man, upon hearing this, realized the substantial contrast between these two individuals and the extraterrestrial beings encountered previously. "Are you truly not associated with that fellow?" he asked, perplexed. Catalan shook his head and remarked, "Do you not think it prudent to introduce yourself before posing your inquiries?" The young man, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, grappling with the turmoil in his mind, weighing whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. Relinquishing his guard, his body relaxed entirely, and in that moment, his mindset became tranquil, having shed all remnants of fear. Upon perceiving the situation, Cattle promptly withdrew his mental prowess, allowing him the liberty to stand at ease. "It is time to elucidate the matter. My name is Deba. Over a year ago, a formidable individual arrived in our midst, possessing the extraordinary ability to effortlessly obliterate a mountain peak. Following his arrival, he compelled us to assist him in the extraction of high-intensity metals, subsequently usurping our sacred martial arts sanctuary. He threatened us relentlessly, and we endured a life fraught with anxiety, fearing that a single misstep could jeopardize the cherished sanctuary we had long aspired to protect. Thus, we reluctantly acquiesced to his demands and toiled on his behalf. Catalai swiftly sensed a formidable aura, marked by an impressive combat strength of 800. In stark contrast to the average combat power of this planet, which is below 300, this presence was immediately discernible. However, he perceived that this energy was not inherently malevolent. Intriguingly, it appears that individual has not inflicted any harm upon you, does it? Catalyze remarked with a grin. How do you know that? Deba was taken aback, questioning whether he was somehow allied with that individual. His expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Catalyze. How foolish. Did you not just admit it yourself? That person threatened you with what you refer to as the sacred martial arts realm to compel your assistance? Xiao Qiao interjected. Upon hearing this, Gatai immediately delivered a sharp blow to Deba's head, assuring him that they were not allied with that individual, a fact that he could rest assured about. Subsequently, Gatai yanked Deba back up and demanded to know how that person had arrived at their location. Xiao Qiao discerned an underlying meaning in Gatai's words. Yet she remained oblivious to his intentions, casting a perplexed glance in his direction. As Deba was hoisted up by Gatai, a flicker of fear surged within him, and he stammered. That person came in a very large metal shell. A spaceship. Gatai's eyes sparkled with sudden insight. He then released Deba, wrapped an arm around Xiao Qiao's waist, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Deba, witnessing this astonishing occurrence, was left paralyzed with shock on the ground. Gatai and Xiao Qiao suddenly found themselves in the presence of an extraterrestrial being, characterized by its purple skin and pointed ears, adorned with two striking yellow eyebrows. While it bore a resemblance to an Namekian, the distinct coloration of its skin and the unique shape of its eyebrows set it apart as something entirely different. Upon encountering Audrey, Gatai swiftly conducted a thorough examination. Catalan felt a twinge of curiosity towards this individual, who, by all accounts, should not be deemed a villain. Despite his actions of plundering planetary resources, he had not harmed a single soul. To be frank, even he found it hard to believe. Audrey sat comfortably in a somewhat opulent chair, savoring a glass of red wine while listening to music, utterly at ease. At that moment, Audrey suddenly noticed the unexpected presence of Catalan and Little Joe, startling him. He exclaimed, "Who are you, and how did you come to be here?" As he spoke, Audrey began to gather the energy within him, preparing for a potential attack at any moment. Gatai and Xiao Qiao promptly sensed the intensifying aura of odor. Yet through their perceptive instincts, they discerned that his power could not exceed 5,000 at its peak. Xiao Qiao, naturally, dismissed such a modest combat capacity. But Gatai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that odor could conceal his aura much like a human. This ability to restrain his own energy suggested he might also be capable of sensing the energy of others. With such a skill, it was reasonable to assume that odor possessed a considerable martial arts mastery. Odor, is it? Gatai remarked with a smile as he regarded him. Odor, upon observing Gatai's expression, instinctively sensed that the combat prowess of these two individuals was far more formidable than the mere 200 or 300 points it initially appeared to be. Having traversed the cosmos for years, he had encountered myriad extraterrestrials, and while few could effortlessly manipulate their combat strength, such beings certainly existed. Odor trusted his instincts, which had ensured his survival thus far. Moreover, it was evident that these two were not native to this planet. His spacecraft had not detected any other vessels arriving on this world, and given its status among the universe's fleet, He was utterly convinced that no superior ship could elude his detection. Thus, the mere appearance of these two individuals was no coincidence. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I wonder how I might be of assistance to you." To his surprise, Gautai found Andre extremely courteous. He had presumed that someone capable of enslaving an entire planet would possess a rather unsavory character. Yet, contrary to his expectations, this individual demonstrated remarkable discernment. Not resembling a bloodthirsty maniac, Andre's politeness won Gautai's favor, leading him to reconsider any thoughts of aggression. "I am Gautai, and this is my sister. We are cosmic travelers, and we hope to borrow your spaceship for a brief period. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Andre found himself in a quandary. His entire reliance and life's fortune rested upon that very spaceship. The sudden request from a stranger was difficult for him to accept. The vessel held profound significance for him, akin to a lifeline. However, he felt compelled to acquiesce, as he could not ascertain the true capabilities of Gautai and his companion, Little Chiao. Ignorance could very well cost him his life. Gautai understood the significance of a spaceship for someone who traverses the cosmos year-round and recognized Audrey's predicament. He reassured, "Do not worry, we have no intention of forcibly seizing your vessel. We merely wish to borrow it to journey to a particular destination." "Gautai, aren't you capable of teleportation? Why do we need this fellow's spacecraft?" Xiao Xiao tugged at Gautai's sleeve and whispered softly in his ear. At that moment, Gatton displayed an awkward expression, feeling hesitant to admit that his instantaneous teleportation could not autonomously determine cosmic coordinates. Thus, he signaled to Xiao Xiao, assuring her to remain calm. "Oh, I see. That is acceptable. However, the spacecraft has sustained considerable damage and cannot safely traverse the cosmos. We must wait for a while." Although Audrey acquiesced, her demeanor contradicted her words, revealing a clear skepticism regarding the intentions of Gatton and Xiao Xiao. Catalonia had long been aware of Audrey's enslavement of the entire planet's populace to extract high-intensity metals for his purposes. Thus realizing that Audrey required these metals to repair his spacecraft, the question arose, what must be done, and how long would it take to restore the vessel? Subsequently, Audrey produced a piece of dark metal or from behind him and placed it before them. This or revealed a smooth, bald expanse of black metal the size of a fist, upon which arcs of light danced intermittently, creating a most wondrous spectacle. Tragically, with a sense of curiosity, probed with his mental prowess and discovered that this particular mineral exuded a chilling sensation upon his psyche. "I currently require approximately 10 tons of such ore, as it contains a highly potent metal. The variance in the concentration of this robust metal necessitates a quantity exceeding 10 tons to ensure an adequate supply." Upon the emergence of this metallic ore by Audrey, Tragically unearthed a monumental secret. He realized that the extraction of the ore had induced spatial fluctuations. "When I first arrived here, I detected this formidable metal and found it to be a remnant from an ancient spacecraft of considerable antiquity. However, the class of this ancient vessel is rather modest, thus the residual metal is scarce." Audrey spoke with a hint of regret, then added, to expedite the process, "I have enslaved the inhabitants of this planet to labor for me." With a raised eyebrow, Gatti promptly interrupted Audrey, inquiring, "From where did you procure this mineral?" Audrey, taken aback and momentarily bewildered, was uncertain of Gatti's intent behind the question. As a Brillarian, he possessed a certain degree of spatial superpower, having just utilized his unique ability to extract the mineral from a small pocket dimension of his own making. Generally, as long as one is able to depart from their home planet, the technology of that planet is likely to attain a remarkable level, concurrently leading to a natural acquisition of diverse cosmic knowledge. The universe is home to myriad races, each endowed with their own distinctive innate abilities. Thus, when witnessing another race employing a capability that transcends one's comprehension, it is invariably a manifestation of their species-specific talent. Furthermore, even if the technology of a home planet is not advanced, the vastness of the universe harbors many formidable beings, some of whom can easily traverse the stars. Consequently, one would inevitably encounter numerous extraterrestrial beings, thereby enriching their experiences. Gatti's inquiry, however, left Audrey feeling perplexed. It seemed that Gatti was unaware of the existence of unique abilities among most races, leading Audrey to suspect that Gatti's claim of being a cosmic traveler was a fabrication. Doubts clouded his mind as he contemplated the possibility of eliminating these two bothersome individuals. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided that exercising caution was prudent, for his own life held paramount importance. Moreover, he had yet to achieve a particular goal for which he had tirelessly strived. Should he lose his life, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Subsequently, Audrey candidly disclosed the origin of his extraordinary ability. Upon hearing this, Gaddy was filled with uncontainable joy. He had longed to witness the unique powers of various races across the cosmos, viewing it as a shortcut to enlightenment. How astonishing that there exists someone in the universe with such capabilities. This surely makes transporting items far more convenient, he mused. While a look of envy adorned Xiao Qiao's countenance, Gatai smiled knowingly at Audley, and with that smile, Audley finally discerned Gadai's thoughts. This, if you wish to learn, might prove rather challenging, Audley remarked, pursing his lips. How can you be so certain that we cannot master it? Gadai chuckled lightly. Audley's expression turned pensive. This ability is a gift I possess, one that I have inherently controlled since birth. Thus, I am at a loss as to how to explain it to you, making your desire to learn it quite difficult. Gatai rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his right thumb and fingers, pondering the matter at hand. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to give it a try, suggesting, how about this? Take a moment to genuinely contemplate whether you can break down the use of this ability into several distinct steps. Then, attempt it again, articulating your sensations as you proceed. But how do I articulate that? For me, it feels like a simple innate talent that I can accomplish in an instant. And I cannot explain it, he mused. Audrey appeared somewhat bewildered by Gatai's words. Why can't you grasp it? Look, when we eat, we need food. We must use our hands to take it, then open our mouths, place it inside, chew, and swallow. Anyone can eat, yet upon closer examination, it can indeed be dissected into finer steps, can't it? Gadai continued. Cattle's remarks left Audrey speechless. He had never anticipated encountering someone so eccentric. After all, it was merely about eating. Why complicate it so? Nonetheless, he found some merit in Cattle's perspective. I shall give it a try, Audrey declared, striving to deconstruct his abilities in accordance with the examples presented by Cattle. It was his inaugural attempt at such an endeavor, and it felt rather peculiar, as evidenced by his somewhat odd expression. Subsequently, Audrey embarked on his experiment, and before he could fully comprehend the process, he had executed all the actions seamlessly. As Gadai and Xiao Qiao observed Audrey's bewildered expression, they realized he had once again failed to adapt, much like Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit without savoring its flavor. They couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Again, Audrey declared, this time assuming a proper stance, his face flushed. It appeared he was attempting to regulate the speed at which he wielded this ability. Prepared this time, Audrey activated his superpower and immediately sensed a distinct shift in his surroundings. Spatial texture, he uttered, standing still without any further movements. Ah, was this the prelude to the spatial ability? Gadai contemplated. 2 seconds later, Audrey spoke again, lock onto a specific area. As he spoke, his right hand stretched behind him. Fingers splayed. It seemed as though he wasn't merely reaching back. Rather, something lay behind him, akin to someone inserting a key into a lock to open a door. Observing Audrey's actions intently, Gadai sensed the atmosphere shift. With his fingers delving into the core region, the texture shattered, the space underwent a transformation, and he was engulfed in an alternate realm. Upon finishing his incantation, a disturbance rippled through the space behind Audrey, and a mineral materialized in his hand. Holding the mineral, Audrey turned to Gadai and Xiao Qiao, whispering, have you learned? Xiao Qiao was initially perplexed, but her confusion swiftly morphed into anger. She had felt nothing throughout the process, merely listening to Audrey's cryptic ramblings. Are you toying with me? She exclaimed, her internal energy surging abruptly beyond 10,000. What an immense aura, Audrey thought, drenched in sweat. His suspicions were indeed validated, for these two were extraordinary. Yet, sensing Xiao Qiao's energy continuing to escalate, he was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Could it be that he was destined to perish here today? Audrey felt a sense of injustice, unable to accept that his only transgression was merely demonstrating his unique ability. Sister Qiao, what are you doing? Gadai interjected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately tempered her energy, then grinned. I was just teasing him. I sensed a profound spatial fluctuation, yet I couldn't comprehend it. Ah. Audrey wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply, patting his chest to quell his rising fear. It's because your realm is insufficient that you fail to grasp it. However, your ability to perceive the differences is commendable, Gadai remarked with a smile. Insufficient realm. Audrey felt as if he had been struck heavily on the forehead, his perception entirely upended. Xiao Qiao's earlier energy had instilled in him a deep fear. Yet if such intensity was deemed lacking, how formidable must Gadai be? Audrey began to understand the subtleties of energy, mastering the ability to sense it, thus gaining a profound understanding of martial arts. While high realms did not necessarily equate to superior combat prowess, it was certain that a higher realm would not yield poor fighting capabilities. Such words are easily spoken. Have you truly mastered it? Xiao Qiao crossed her arms defiantly. Aha. Catalina smiled gently. As for me, I have naturally mastered it. Really? Exclaimed Xiao Xiao in surprise. What? You learned it so quickly? Audrey questioned skeptically. Gata cast a glance at the two individuals, and subsequently, all three fell silent, their breaths held in anticipation. Gata began his attempt. Just moments prior, he had sensed quite clearly that the diminutive space he was about to conjure was not overly complex and would not heavily involve martial arts principles. It relied primarily on his mastery of spatial textures. With a robust soul and formidable mental strength, Gata felt a surge of confidence. Then, under the watchful gaze of the two, he extended one hand, fingers splayed, reaching forth into the expanse before him. Gatai's hand extended forward, tracing a linear trajectory that seemed to cause the very fabric of space to tremble. Within a foot of his palm, the spatial texture was disturbed, stretching and contracting as his hand advanced, drawing the surrounding space into its orbit. In an instant, fleeting yet profound. A moment so brief that neither Qiao nor Audrey could perceive it with their naked eyes, Gatai's hand transcended the connection of spatial textures, as if piercing through layers of space, arriving at an alternate dimension. This moment was ephemeral, comprehensible only to Gatai himself, who witnessed his hand becoming ethereal, resembling a shadow devoid of substance. At that precise moment, Audrey raised an eyebrow, sensing a peculiar shift in Gatai's hand. A movement with which he was intimately familiar, one that indicated a successful incursion into the space he had conjured. Realizing this, Audrey understood that Gatai had truly mastered the skill. Astonishingly, this was a unique spatial aptitude of the Brilla, effortlessly acquired by another. Audrey found it hard to fathom. In truth, Audrey's perspective was somewhat limited. Although this minor spatial storage technique was exclusive to the Brilla, such abilities fell within the broader spectrum of spatial manipulation. Numerous species across the cosmos wield varying degrees of spatial capabilities, manifested in diverse forms. Some excel in instantaneous movement, while others can distort space to amplify their power for unexpected assaults. Should those with spatial sensitivity endeavor to cultivate their abilities, they could indeed master such spatial storage techniques. While Audrey recognized Gatai's achievement, Xiao's understanding diverged. She too sensed the unusual motion of Gatai's hand. Yet she remained perplexed and unable to discern the underlying truth. Had he truly learned the skill? Gatai, what are you doing? I can't comprehend it. Have you actually mastered it? She inquired, bewildered. Without uttering a word, Gatai picked up a piece of ore and gently placed it forward, with a casual gesture. It seemed as though Gatai had merely tapped the air, and in an instant, the stone vanished inexplicably. Wow! Xiao Xiao exclaimed, promptly covering her mouth with her hand. You truly have mastered it. How remarkable! With a slight arch of his eyebrows, Gatai exhibited a hint of pride. To further substantiate his newfound abilities, he extended his hand and retrieved the mineral from the miniature space. Now, do you believe? Gatai remarked with a smile. Indeed. Little Qiao nodded fervently. It was astonishing. Truly remarkable, Audrey praised from the side. Catalan interjected, Audrey, you are inherently capable of wielding such power. Yet, have you never contemplated delving deeper into its development? Delve deeper? Audrey responded, perplexed. Cattle shook his head in disbelief and remarked, just like this. As he spoke, he placed a hand upon Audrey's shoulder. In an instant, the two were transported to an uninhabited locale. Shortly thereafter, Cattle returned, and Audrey stood in astonishment, murmuring, teleportation. Indeed, teleportation is intricately tied to the mysteries of spatial dimensions. Cattle explained. In that moment, Audrey felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood frozen, never having contemplated the profound development of his spatial abilities. Witnessing Cattle harness the unique power of his race today revealed to him that such a spectrum of abilities could indeed be mastered. The thought of Cattle's recent teleportation ignited a fervor within Audrey. If he were to acquire this skill, he could fervently pursue his ambitions. Enough daydreaming. The intricacies of space can be pondered later. For now, how long until we can utilize this ship again? Cattle redirected the conversation. Oh, that's difficult to ascertain, Audrey replied. If this ore is mixed with other abundant metals, it will be interfered with, making detection quite challenging. As of now, my ship has only detected a small isolated portion, which is far from the requisite 10 tons. Let me give it a try. Cattley took the mineral and carefully probed it with his mental energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that this metal could indeed encapsulate souls, shielding them from external harm. What an exquisite material for forging treasures of soul offense and defense. Catalyst determined that if this material were to appear in the realm of cultivation in a previous life, it would undoubtedly be fervently sought after. This substance possesses the remarkable ability to directly interact with formless entities. If wielded as a weapon, it could effectively strike at intangible matter, rendering it exceedingly valuable. Recognizing the uniqueness of this ore, Catalyst resolved to probe its properties using mental energy. Subsequently, he teleported away. Through frequent teleportation, Gatai traversed numerous locations, concentrating his mental prowess to delve deep underground. Whenever he sensed a resistance to his spiritual energy, he would unleash a powerful ki blast to create a substantial pit in the earth as a marker. Days later, Gatai discovered that many subterranean areas on this planet were rich with such ores, filling his heart with joy. He marked the locations of these valuable minerals and decided to leave the rest to the inhabitants of the planet. He was not a savior, and moreover, Audrey had not harmed anyone. Therefore, it was of little consequence to make minor use of the planet's people. With Audrey providing the necessary equipment and the planet's inhabitants offering their labor, they managed to unearth over 20 tons of these ores in less than a month, exceeding their initial expectations, much to Audrey's delight. Without delay, he employed the refining capabilities of the spaceship to process the ores one by one for repairs. Gatai retained a portion for himself, considering its potential future utility. However, the small spatial storage he created had limitations, allowing him to keep only a moderate amount, approximately half a person's height. Such precious materials, in his previous life, required only a small quantity for crafting, and now possessing an abundance felt like a significant gain. If necessary, he could always return for more. During this period, Gatai and Audrey developed a rapport, with Gatai imparting some martial arts knowledge to Audrey, who subsequently experienced a remarkable increase of 500 points in his cultivation within a short span. It had been over a decade since Audrey had seen any growth in his abilities, and this sudden enhancement brought him immense joy. In his excitement, he exclaimed his desire to form a brotherly bond with Gatai. Catalonia harbored no such intentions, leaving Audrey deeply disheartened. Today, Gatai continues to adeptly employ spatial storage techniques, growing increasingly proficient in the connections of these spatial points. If utilized effectively, he may very well enhance his teleportation abilities. However, Gatai remains unhurried. The immediate priority is to discover methods for cultivating his mental prowess, with the understanding of the mysteries of space following thereafter. With the necessary materials at hand, the repair of the spacecraft proceeded swiftly, completed within a mere 20 days. "Brother, where are you headed? Allow me to set the coordinates for you." Audrey addressed Gatai with a fraternal tone. "Hey, you rascal, I'm over 100 years old. I'm still in my youth. Don't call me brother," Gatai retorted, feeling somewhat offended by being labeled as old. Audrey simply smiled, not offering any rebuttal. "I intend to journey to Mike's star. Could you assist me in setting that destination?" Gatai declared, revealing his desired location. "All right, let me see," Audrey replied. "Found it. Wow, this is an advanced planet, teeming with experts. Are you truly set on going there?" Audrey inquired. Upon hearing Audrey's incessant calling of him Big Brother, Gatai felt a profound sense of silence, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Noticing Gatai's gaze, Audrey let out a dry chuckle and turned away, secretly reveling in his amusement. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao sat beside them, savoring the exquisite delicacies prepared by Audrey, completely indifferent to the unfolding scene. Both Gatai and Xiao Qiao were taken aback by Audrey's culinary skills, astonished that he possessed such remarkable talent. The setup is established. Under normal circumstances, it would take approximately 20 days. However, my spacecraft is quite advanced and can reduce that to 12 days, Audrey stated. 12 days? That's acceptable. It's not excessively long, Gatai thought to himself, fully comprehending the situation. Cattle, Xiao Qiao, and Audrey are seated aboard a spaceship, journeying through the vast expanse of the cosmos. Having spent some time together, Audrey has come to recognize that Cattle and Xiao Qiao are not malevolent individuals. This is evident from the fact that, despite his successful repair of the ship, he has not been harmed nor has his vessel been seized. Audrey's spaceship is not only spacious but also opulent, offering a wide array of amenities. Beyond leisure and sustenance, it features spaces for cultivation and a gravity training room. The gravity training room aboard Audrey's ship can simulate gravitational forces up to 500 times that of Earth. Having recently achieved a breakthrough, Xiao Qiao's physical dimension has elevated, significantly enhancing her potential. Heeding Cattle's advice, she has entered the gravity training room to further her training. The gravitational array devised by Gatai on Earth has a maximum capacity of merely 20 times. This does not imply that Gatai is incapable of establishing a higher-grade gravitational array. Rather, at that time, Xiao Qiao's bloodline potential was nearly depleted, and her martial arts realm was considerably low. Consequently, elevating the gravitational array's level would yield minimal results. Thus, Gatai refrained from employing a high-multiplicity gravitational array to facilitate Xiao Qiao's rapid enhancement of her cultivation. Xiao Chao's ascension in cultivation did not mirror the arduous efforts of Kellen and his companions, who achieved their prowess through tenfold or even hundredfold dedication. Nor did she receive guidance from a super martial artist like the Realm King. Instead, she relied on the support of the internal family's three-body style, which provided a shortcut. In this manner, the absence of a breakthrough in limits hindered her growth in martial arts. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable that her cultivation plateaued at over 30,000. After all, as a young woman, Xiao Chao is not suited for the grueling and intense training regimen that might be deemed excessively harsh for a girl. Hence, Jatai specifically tailored a path of martial arts centered on the dimension of life for her, aimed at enhancing her life dimension and potentially elevating her to the level of a true divine being. In this context, combat prowess becomes less paramount, akin to the Realm King or even comparable to the divinity of the Realm King. Now, the situation has transformed. Xiao Chao's engagement in rigorous training will lead to a substantial surge in her cultivation. She has also made progress in the five elements path, and her understanding of divinity has crystallized. Jatai is confident that Xiao Chao can adeptly manage her innate powers. The essence of internal family boxing lies in mastering the body, thus, intensifying her training in this discipline will enable her to perfectly control her own strength with relative ease. Within the spacecraft, advanced imaging technology vividly displays the cosmic expanse, creating an experience akin to being immersed in the vastness of the universe. Sitting aboard the spacecraft evokes an enchanting sensation, as if one is truly enveloped by the celestial tapestry of the cosmos. Gatai glanced at Audrey, who was engrossed in researching information. It struck Gatai as peculiar that Audrey had not taken a break for 8 consecutive days. In the grand scheme of the universe, Audrey's prowess was undeniably formidable. Enduring prolonged periods without rest seemed trivial. Yet, it was odd that Audrey appeared to be in search of something, sometimes sighing heavily. "Audrey, what are you so absorbed in? Why the furrowed brow?" Gatai inquired, curiosity piqued. Audrey seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing his diligent work. "Truly engrossed, aren't you?" Gatai remarked silently before approaching him directly. Audrey remained unaware of Gatai's approach, buried in his tasks. Eventually, Gatai placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him from his whirlwind of thoughts. Audrey quickly shut down the electronic information he was perusing, a gesture that only deepened Gatai's intrigue, as if he were caught engaging in something clandestine. "What are you up to? I've noticed you've been busy for several days. Share with me," Gatai prompted. "Oh, it's nothing," Audrey replied sheepishly with a grin. "You cannot deceive me. I have seen it," Gatai stated. "Ah, you saw it?" Audrey's eyes widened with a hint of panic. "I called you, but you didn't hear me, so I came over and that's when I noticed," Gatai replied nonchalantly. In truth, Gatai had not seen anything specific. He merely found Audrey's behavior odd and decided to play along. "Brother." Do not address me so. I have never acknowledged you as my brother," Gatai interrupted. Upon hearing this, Andre felt a profound disappointment, and a wave of lethargy washed over him. Having known each other for some time, he pondered, from this moment forth, "Shall we not be good friends?" Observing Andre's dejected demeanor, Gatai spoke with compassion. "Friends?" Andre mused to himself, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He reminisced about his former friends, the cherished bonds that flourished through mutual assistance and shared endeavors, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Although his countenance remained somewhat subdued, Gatai's words brought a semblance of solace to his spirit. "Very well, let us be friends, Gatai." With this resolution, Andre released the burdens that had weighed upon his heart. Resolved to share his own troubles with Gatai, for true friendship ought to be devoid of secrets. Cattle nodded and said, "Perhaps it is time to discuss your story." Andre nodded in return and began. "Once, I was the sole cosmic merchant among the Brillarians, determined to establish my own commercial empire. However, my initial lack of experience led to numerous setbacks. Just as despair began to consume me, I encountered another cosmic merchant, Jera, and we quickly became close friends. Jera is my only true friend outside of my home planet, and he provided me with significant assistance in my business endeavors. Our bond is exceptionally strong." As Cattle listened intently, he sensed a disquieting atmosphere, an inexplicable feeling that Audrey was recounting the tale of two close companions, which stirred a hint of embarrassment within him. 50 years prior, we encountered a band of men under the command of Felicia. My dear friend Jera was slain while attempting to shield me. A loss that plunged me into profound sorrow. Ever since that moment, I have held the conviction that only strength can govern all. As he spoke, a surge of intense murderous intent welled up within Audrey, causing his eyes to take on a faint crimson hue. Catalan remained silent, and upon hearing this, he sensed that the situation was not as dire as he had initially presumed. This realization alleviated his embarrassment, prompting him to listen intently. Consequently, I commenced my plan for retribution. However, I soon became acutely aware of Frisia's formidable nature and the significant threat he posed to the entire universe. It was precisely this menace that accounted for his formidable subordinates, leading me to the resolution that I must eradicate the root of the problem. Given my insufficient combat prowess and limited achievements in martial arts, I altered my course of vengeance. I aspired to procure the most advanced spacecraft to obliterate Frisia and his home planet. Thus, I traversed the cosmos, scavenging rare treasures from lesser planets to barter for the resources I sought, yearning to acquire my dream spacecraft within my lifetime to execute my revenge. On this occasion, I encountered Frisia's small contingent once more, and unable to contain my fury, I launched an assault against them. Fortunately, after 50 years of relentless pursuit, I had finally acquired a relatively advanced spacecraft and was able to eliminate that group. However, my own vessel sustained damage, necessitating a landing on that particular planet. Catalan discerned some insights. He admired Audley for possessing such unwavering determination, willing to devote his entire life to executing a plan of vengeance for his friend. However, one could not help but regard Audley as somewhat naive. Although he understood the formidable combat prowess of Frisia, Catalan surmised that it merely reflected Frisia's restrained potential. Furthermore, Catalan believed that Audley failed to grasp the sheer terror of Frisia's combat power, which stood at an astonishing 530,000, a force capable of obliterating planet Vegeta in the original narrative. Crucially, Frisia was capable of surviving in the cosmos, rendering him nearly invincible under normal circumstances. Thus, it became evident that Audley was consumed by a hatred that tainted his soul. Yet, having never taken another's life, his aura oscillated between righteousness and malevolence. Catalan mused inwardly. Catalan shook his head, deeming Audrey truly foolish and naive. Audrey, I must inform you that your aspirations shall never come to fruition. How can you say such a thing, Catalan? You have no comprehension of the depth of my anguish. Do you know what it feels like to lose your dearest friend? Audrey exclaimed, raising his voice at Catalan. Catalan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an intense reaction from Audrey. Indeed, Catalan held a deep admiration for this friend and intended to divulge certain matters. Do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain. It is utterly impossible for you to eliminate Frixa on your own. However, I possess a solution. Catalan altered his approach, engaging Audrey in a different manner. Given Audrey's current state of agitation, coherent communication was unattainable, and he could only echo Catalan's sentiments. Regardless, it would not be long before Frixa confronted Sun Wukong, thereby indirectly fulfilling his desire. You have a solution, Audrey exclaimed in disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Catalan. Soon, however, disappointment flickered across Audrey's face. He realized he had spoken too harshly, and he suspected that Catalan believed him to be deranged, merely offering empty reassurances. Catalonia was not oblivious to Audrey's thoughts, yet refrained from immediate rebuttal, instead articulating his own perspective. Frisia typically maintains a combat power of 530,000. This information should have reached you by now. Indeed. That is accurate, Audrey responded, his demeanor slightly more composed. However, are you aware that Frisia possesses 3 transformation stages? With each transformation, his combat power undergoes a monumental shift. Catalonia's tone grew somewhat chilling, prompting an involuntary shiver from Audrey. Catalyst continued, stating that Frisia belongs to the race of frozen demons in the universe, inherently endowed with immense power. Due to the overwhelming nature of his strength, he resorts to transformation as a means to suppress his own abilities. How could such a thing be possible? Questioned Audrelin. Although he expressed skepticism, some of the information regarding Frisia indeed aligned with what Catalyst had conveyed. Moreover, Catalyst spoke with a sincerity that suggested he was not fabricating his claims. Upon hearing that Frisia possessed 3 transformations, each amplifying his strength significantly, Audrelin contemplated the sheer magnitude of Frisia's combat power if it were to increase severfold. Taking the baseline combat power of 530,000 into account, he felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of the ultimate form. The figure of 530,000 was already a terrifying number in itself. If Catalyst's assertions held true, just how formidable would Frisia be? Audrelin began to doubt whether his plans for revenge could indeed be realized. He gazed at Catalyst in silence, noting the gravitas in his expression, as though there were unspoken truths lingering beneath the surface. A sense of unease gripped Audrelin, causing his heart to race as if it were about to leap into his throat. Gadai continued, stating that Frisia's final form possessed a combat power so formidable that it instilled a sense of despair. Do you have any idea of its magnitude? He inquired. Upon witnessing Gatai's earnestness, Audley felt a surge of emotions within him, and before he realized it, he found himself starting to believe Gatai's words. He then asked, "How strong is it?" Gatai paused for a moment and then coldly remarked, 120 million in combat power. What? Audrey was taken aback by this astronomical figure, involuntarily recoiling. His eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wait, Gatai, are you certain you're not speaking in riddles? You mentioned earlier that you possess a method to defeat Frisia. Could it be that your combat power? At this point, Audrey trembled with excitement. If Gatai truly wielded a power surpassing that of Frisia, he would be able to sense it if Gatai unleashed his full energy. Haha. I am not speaking in riddles, and do not misunderstand. I am not that formidable. At my current state, Frisia could eliminate me with a mere breath. Gatai chuckled softly. Gatai understood Audrey's intent. He merely wished to showcase his full strength, setting aside the fact that he lacked such power, even if he did possess it. Releasing such immense energy within a spaceship would likely result in its immediate destruction. Huh, you crack me up, Audrey exhaled, though his tone still carried a hint of disappointment. Allow me to finish, Gatai continued. I can responsibly inform you that in approximately a year and a half, Frisia will encounter a rival the likes of which he has never faced. A rival? Are you suggesting that there truly exists someone in the universe capable of defeating Frisia? Audrey's excitement surged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Gatai nodded and remarked, I can also inform you that in the near future, Frisia will engage in a decisive battle with that individual on Namek. At that moment, Audley refrained from further inquiries. He fell silent, pondering the enigma of Gatai's mysterious demeanor. If what he said were indeed true, how could he possess such profound insight into Frisia's circumstances, while also alluding to future events? It seemed utterly preposterous. Although the universe is inhabited by numerous races, and some possess the ability to foresee the future, this was simply too far-fetched. Do you not believe? Gatai inquired. Audley hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. Cattle shook his head in resignation, fully aware that his words would be difficult for others to believe. We are friends. Are we not? Promise me, for the next year and a half, live well, embrace a more peaceful existence, set aside your thirst for vengeance, and return to your true self. During this time, you may diligently seek information regarding Frisia. If, in the end, what I've said does not come to fruition, then it would merely have cost you a little over a year of your life. You have already waited 50 years. Surely, you do not mind this additional time. He implored, promise me, as a friend. Ultimately, this was all that Cattle could say, uncertain whether Oder would heed his advice. However, Cattle believed that Oder valued loyalty deeply, and he surmised that once he made a promise, he would see it through, which was one of the qualities Cattle admired most about him. Cattle. Just as Oder was about to respond, he was interrupted. The two turned towards the sound and saw Xiao Qiao emerging from the gravity chamber. At that moment, she had taken the time to tidy herself up before meeting them. After all, she was a young lady and naturally wished to maintain a certain appearance. Xiao Qiao's hair was still somewhat tousled, and she wore loose-fitting attire, complemented by a pair of denim shorts. Having just bathed, a few droplets of water clung to her skin, absorbed by her clothing, rendering her appearance even more alluring. Cattle's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xiao Qiao. Unable to tear his gaze away, Cattle's reaction was quite normal. However, Audrey's response was rather subdued. Perhaps it was a matter of differing aesthetic perspectives. Audrey's gaze was sincere, akin to that of a friend, and he glanced at Cattle with a hint of envy in his eyes. Hey, is this how you react when you see a beautiful woman? Xiao Qiao approached, casting a reproachful glance at Cattle before turning to Audrey and inquiring, what is going on with you? Oh, what is the matter with me? Audrey replied, somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Gatai's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he pondered to himself, could that deceased friend of Audrey's possibly be a woman? Indeed, Jared does resemble a feminine name. Gatai found himself momentarily lost in thought. Xiao Qiao's gaze returned to Gatai, noticing his dazed expression, which filled her with a sense of pride. Little did Xiao Qiao know that Gatai's distraction stemmed from his thoughts wandering far afield. One wonders if she would have been displeased had she known. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiao remained oblivious. Not long after Xiao Qiao reveled in her pride, Gatai regained his focus and attentively sensed Xiao Qiao's aura. To his surprise, she possessed only a battle power of 15. Gatai was astonished. By all accounts, Xiao Qiao's realm was not particularly high. And as a god, she had not yet reached a level of refinement that would allow her to conceal her aura so effectively. Could it be that she had achieved a breakthrough? Gatai speculated. 12 days spent aboard the spaceship proved to be rather tedious, yet when the magnificent sight of Mike Star unfolded before their eyes, the three of them felt a surge of excitement. Still, life on solid ground was undeniably more delightful. Although Audrey had long been adrift in the cosmos, it was not by choice. He endured such hardship in pursuit of his vengeance. Audrey, my homeland is a planet called Earth. It is quite splendid, Gatai remarked to Audrey. Expressing this thought aloud, Gatai, do you wish to part ways with me? Audrey, not lacking in intellect, quickly grasped the implications of Gatai's words. Gatai nodded. Although we are friends, our pursuits diverge. My journey to Namek is aimed at enhancing my martial skills, and this expedition is not my final destination. Sister Chiao and I shall continue our exploration of the cosmos, striving for a higher level of martial prowess and perpetually transcending ourselves. Let us part ways here, Gatai remarked. When Gatai suddenly expressed himself in such a manner, a pang pierced through Audrey's heart, as if he had lost something significant, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Although Audrey felt reluctant, he understood that Gatai spoke the truth. Quickly regaining his composure, Audrey replied, "It is my honor to know you. True friendship entails mutual support. So I extend my best wishes to you." With that, Audrey embraced Gatai warmly. However, when facing Xiao Qiao, the two exchanged a subtle smile. After which Xiao Qiao took the initiative to extend her hand for a handshake with Audrey. Catalina smiled gently and continued, "My hometown is truly wonderful. You must visit when you have the chance. Perhaps I shall return there soon. And remember my words, please believe in me." The tone of Gatai was exceedingly warm. And Odor once again experienced that endearing sense of camaraderie among friends. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself increasingly inclined to trust Gatai's words. Gatai noticed the earnest gaze of Audrey, realizing that he had gained his trust. Gatai genuinely regarded Audrey as a friend, hoping that he would live for himself, which brought him a sense of inner contentment. The trio exchanged no further words. Gatai embraced Xiao Qiao and, with a swift movement, vanished from the spacecraft. In the next moment, Gatai and Xiao Qiao materialized upon the surface of planet Namek. This time, Gatai's teleportation was primarily guided by his mental prowess, allowing him to arrive precisely at his intended destination. Gatai exerted his utmost efforts to sense the key of the Namekians. However, it was a lamentable truth that the vastness of Namek hindered him from perceiving the essence belonging to its inhabitants. The range of key sensing is intrinsically linked to one's cultivation level, and Gatai's proficiency was not sufficiently advanced. Consequently, he was unable to detect the life force of the entire Namek planet. Faced with this predicament, Gatai realized that he was situated in an uninhabited region of Namek. Gatai produced the Dragon Ball radar bestowed upon him by Bulma. The radar's detection range was slightly broader than Gatai's own sense of energy. After a brief scan, it became apparent that the Dragon Ball radar had failed to locate any Dragon Balls. "Is it broken?" Gatai remarked with a hint of bewilderment. "Surely it couldn't be. I have only used this Dragon Ball radar once," he pondered. Xiao Qiao, unfamiliar with the Dragon Ball radar, was intrigued yet puzzled. "Gatai, you mean this is the Dragon Ball radar?" she asked, her gaze fixed on him with curiosity. Gatai nodded thoughtfully and explained. "The Dragon Balls of our planet are crafted by the Namekians, and our Earth's deity is also a Namekian." "Ah, so there exists another set of Dragon Balls on Namek," exclaimed Xiao Qiao in astonishment. "Indeed, Sister Qiao is remarkably astute. She guessed correctly." Gatai praised her warmly. Xiao Qiao had always believed that the Dragon Balls were a unique treasure of Earth, so she was taken aback by this newfound revelation regarding their origins. Without questioning Gatai's words, she inquired, "Why hasn't the Dragon Ball radar registered anything?" "Well, I suspect it is because we are currently situated in an uninhabited zone of Namek. This planet is several times larger than Earth, and the Dragon Ball radar was designed based on Earth's parameters. Let us search further," Gatai replied. With that, Gatai guided Xiao Qiao, using his mental prowess to instantaneously teleport in a chosen direction. Gatai teleported consecutively in one direction 4 times, feeling as though he had traversed a distance nearly equivalent to 2 Earths. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball radar finally reacted, albeit only detecting the location of a single Dragon Ball. Gatai remained unperturbed and teleported once more, arriving at a spot slightly farther from this Dragon Ball. This time, the radar responded again, revealing the presence of 3 Dragon Balls. It seemed he was on the right track. This direction pointed towards the gathering of Namekians. Yet, he pondered whether the locations of these 3 Dragon Balls included the one beside the Grand Elder. Gatai felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Although the Namekians were widely regarded as a benevolent, unified, and peace-loving race, Gatai was aware of their insular nature. They possessed numerous extraordinary abilities, the most formidable of which was their capacity to fuse, thereby gaining immense combat prowess. Once fused, Gatai's current level of cultivation would be utterly insufficient. Apart from the Grand Elder, the other Namekians typically displayed a hostile demeanor toward outsiders. Any conflict that might arise would be particularly troublesome for Gatai, which was a source of considerable concern for him. While all Namekians were obedient to the Grand Elder's commands, there was an adage that stated, in the field, military orders may not be upheld. Gatai's greatest fear was encountering a combative Namekian before he had the chance to meet the Grand Elder. Nero was a quintessential example of a combat-type Namekian, renowned for his strength, boasting a combat power of 42,000. As the Grand Elder's guardian, he was fiercely loyal and possessed his own convictions. In the original narrative, despite the Grand Elder's prophecy that a warrior from Earth would save their planet, Nero remained unwelcoming towards Earthlings, nearly resorting to violence. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's fervent intervention, a confrontation might have ensued. Thus, Gatai was eager to approach the Grand Elder as swiftly as possible. If he could gain proximity to the Grand Elder, he believed that Nero would not act recklessly, allowing for the possibility of negotiation. At that moment, Gatai and Xiao Qiao noticed someone approaching them. The abilities of the Namekians were indeed peculiar. Despite the low energy they were emanating, their presence was still detectable. Gatai remarked helplessly, wait a moment, the intensity of this energy. He soon realized that three distinct energies were drawing near, moving with great speed. Two of these energies registered at 15,000 and 20,000, while the third reached a remarkable 30,000. Such a level of combat power was exceedingly high for a combat-type Namekian. Although it did not quite reach 40,000 and likely was not Nero, the presence of such potent energy around him and Xiao Qiao was indeed unusual. Could it be that the Grand Elder had foreseen my arrival, thus enabling them to sense my position? Gatai pondered. All Namekians were considered the children of the Grand Elder, which suggested that his abilities were extraordinary indeed. It was quite plausible that he could sense the two of them in a unique manner. However, a question lingered in Gatai's mind. He had been traveling via instantaneous movement. Therefore, even if they could sense him, it should not have been so timely for them to appear. Moreover, an energy level around 30,000 was already quite formidable among the Namekians, typically only found in the company of the Grand Elder. Thus, there was only one possibility. The Dragon Ball radar had detected a Dragon Ball located near the Grand Elder, indicating that Gatai was indeed quite close to him. Gatai sensed a presence and discovered a notable concentration of Namekians in this vicinity. However, he could only detect two clusters of these beings. It appeared that each Namekian tribe was situated at considerable distances from one another. He surmised that a slightly extended radar range would be necessary to locate the position of the third Dragon Ball. Gatai speculated that his mental prowess might extend to the Grand Elder's location given the distance. After this contemplation, he resolved to make an attempt. Subsequently, he utilized his mental energy to conduct the search, taking into account that the Grand Elder was in a frail state, nearing the end of his life. After a few breaths, Gatai raised an eyebrow, for indeed, the Grand Elder was situated in that direction. Gatai sensed a presence that likely belonged to the Elder. Yet he refrained from teleporting immediately. His and Xiao Qiao's energy levels were relatively low. Should they be detected, it was plausible that the Elder would send someone to investigate. Thus, Gatai remained unhurried, contemplating that this might be a trial set forth by the Elder. He chose not to evade the situation, since they had been discovered. They must confront it, and the only recourse was to avoid conflict. Xiao Qiao stayed closely beside him, unaware of the various capabilities of the Namekians, as the sensed energy did not surpass her own, leaving her untroubled. Moreover, Gatai possessed the ability to teleport, even if they were besieged. He would not find himself in perilous circumstances. Before long, three Namekians descended nearby Gatai and Xiao Qiao. All three appeared youthful, and Gatai discerned that they were combat-oriented Namekians. Notably, none of them resembled Nalu, as he bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, easily identifiable at a glance. "Outsiders, you are not welcome here. Please depart at once," barked the leader of the Namekians at Gatai and Xiao Qiao. Gatai possessed some knowledge about the Namekians, understanding their somewhat reclusive nature. However, their loud and boisterous behavior struck him as rather impolite, causing him to furrow his brow in discontent. It is rumored that the Namekians are a kind, hospitable, united, and intelligent race. How, then, can this be considered your manner of hospitality? Gatai scoffed. Certainly, the Namekians are well aware that their kind is not as depicted. The anxiety among some stems from the Grand Elder's foreboding prediction of a catastrophic fate that may befall Namek, potentially leading to their extinction. However, it is unlikely that the Grand Elder would disseminate such alarming news indiscriminately, as it could engender severe repercussions. The Namekians are notoriously insular. It is plausible that only those in the Grand Elder's inner circle have learned of the impending disaster, prompting their current trepidation. Cease your insolence. Your presence here undoubtedly harbors malevolent intentions. I urge you to depart immediately, or we shall not hesitate to take action, declared the lead figure, his voice brimming with bravado. At this moment, Xiao Qiao stepped forward, hands firmly planted on her hips, her brows knitted in discontent. Observing her demeanor, Gatai noted that Xiao Qiao resembled Bulma in her audacity, unafraid of confrontation and quick to interject herself into matters that did not concern her. However, Gatai felt no apprehension. Xiao Qiao's prowess surpassed that of her adversaries, and her inherently benevolent nature assured him she would not resort to violence. As long as no one was harmed, the situation would remain manageable, and thus, he allowed her to proceed. How dare you speak in such a manner, with such blatant falsehoods? Do you not realize how utterly detestable your words are? Xiao Qiao exclaimed, sticking her tongue out at the three Namekians in a gesture of mockery. You seek your own demise? The three Namekians, all formidable warriors, were deeply offended. In their culture, higher cultivation warranted respect. And Xiao Qiao's disparaging remarks were a grievous affront to their dignity. The humiliation ignited their tempers, and they could scarcely contain their rage. What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? Xiao Qiao challenged, rolling up her sleeves and assuming a combative stance. Gatai remained silent, observing Xiao Qiao intently, eager to discern the level of her cultivation. Noticing her poised demeanor, the three Namekians adopted a vigilant stance. After much back and forth, they were unwilling to depart, leaving no choice but to confront the situation head-on. The leader spoke. Sal, go and test their capabilities. Yes, Captain Parker. I shall teach them a lesson and ensure they leave our planet in submission, Sal replied, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward. At that moment, Xiao Qiao interjected. Bring all three of you at once. I will handle this swiftly and save us all some time. What? Sal was incensed by her disdainful words. Suddenly, his aura surged, revealing a combat power of 23,000. Xiao Qiao smiled faintly, mobilizing her own energy without fully unleashing it, currently measuring at 18,000. Remarkable, Gatai thought, astonished that Sister Qiao could control her energy to such an extent. Despite this, he remained unconcerned, knowing that when Xiao Qiao chose to strike, her latent power would amplify significantly, and her 18,000 combat strength would manifest with even greater force. Sal darted forward, closing the distance to Xiao Qiao in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he aimed to grasp her with his elongated nails, seemingly intent on tearing her apart. Xiao Qiao, however, remained unmoved, her hands weaving a subtle pattern that enveloped her in a chaotic aura. As Sal's hand approached, it was ensnared by the turbulent energy surrounding Xiao Qiao, causing his grasp to slip past her. His body, now somewhat out of control, veered behind her. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Qiao delivered a punch to Sal's abdomen with seamless precision, as if the surrounding air had solidified, channeling the very essence of the earth and sky into her strike. Her fist lightly connected with Sal's midsection, forcing his body into a convex shape. Unmistakably impacted by the force of her blow, he halted abruptly, clutching his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, trembling and emitting muffled groans. Something was amiss. How could Xiao Qiao possess such an elevated martial prowess? Gatai's heart raced with alarm. Catalonia perceived the situation with clarity, just moments ago. Xiao Qiao's strike had proven ineffective against Sal's combat prowess. Yet, that punch seemed to meld into the very fabric of space, harnessing the way of the cosmos to amplify its force. This is the essence of martial arts, to exert a mere fraction of power yet unleash a multitude of strength, perhaps even more. A testament to the advantages bestowed by the realm of martial mastery. Xiao Qiao elegantly stepped forward, brushing her hair behind her ear with an air of nonchalance, utterly unconcerned about Sal recovering and attempting a sneak attack. As I mentioned, you may both come at me together. I shall handle it all at once. Her tone was audacious, laced with disdain as she regarded the two Namekians. How could she achieve this? Parker pondered, bewildered by Xiao Qiao's prowess. He had just witnessed that her combat strength did not surpass Sal's, yet Sal was no match for her. A single blow had rendered him incapacitated. In that moment, Parker felt that both Catalonia and Xiao Qiao were formidable beyond measure. Being outsiders, coupled with the recent prophecy from the Elder that their planet faced imminent annihilation, he instinctively categorized them as malevolent invaders intent on obliterating their homeland. Zaguga, let us confront them together, Parker resolved, driven by a desire to protect his homeland, planning to vanquish the perceived intruders. Indeed, it becomes far more entertaining if you both join forces, Xiao Qiao replied with a smile, though her expression soon shifted to one of gravity. Upon witnessing the scene, Gatai was beset by an array of perplexing thoughts. She could not fathom what Xiao Qiao was truly contemplating. Despite the formidable alliance of Parker and Zakuga proving to be inadequate adversaries, Xiao Qiao bore an expression of grave concern. Her behavior today was decidedly peculiar, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. Gatai began to suspect that Xiao Qiao had undergone a transformation, perhaps instigated by the martial prowess that had altered her mental state. At that moment, Xiao Qiao was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Parker and Zakuga. Their combat style was characterized by close-range assaults, eschewing the use of energy blasts. Xiao Qiao found herself at a disadvantage, with no opportunity to retaliate. The ferocity of Parker and Zakuga's onslaught was relentless, leaving Xiao Qiao struggling to counter their attacks and retreating steadily. Why does Sister Qiao not unleash her full potential? Gatai sensed that Xiao Qiao's energy remained consistently around 18,000 points. Even more astonishing was the fact that, with such intensity, Xiao Qiao managed to narrowly deflect their strikes each time. Though she appeared somewhat disheveled, she had yet to be struck. From the perspective of combat strength, such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. Gatai discerned that Xiao Qiao, during the skirmish, was employing the force of the Five Elements fist. However, the energy she manifested lacked the distinct colors associated with the elements, suggesting that she had only recently grasped the essence of the Five Elements fist. A closer examination revealed that her energy, supplemented by the Five Elements fist, radiated outward like sound waves, affecting the surrounding area within several meters. Whenever Parker and Zakuga launched their attacks, they were inexplicably hindered by an unseen force that slightly slowed their movements. Through her mastery of the spatial domain surrounding her, Xiao Qiao could easily perceive the direction of her opponent's strikes. As the three engaged in battle, their figures became increasingly indistinct, with only the powerful clash of their forces resonating through the air, producing ripples of disturbance. At this juncture, Xiao Qiao's combat prowess paled in comparison to hers, and as she defended against the onslaught of her foes, her muscles trembled at an astonishing speed, an imperceptible quiver that eluded detection. With each defensive maneuver, her strength coalesced, accompanied by the reverberating effects of her energy. Each contact with Xiao Qiao left Parker and Zakuga's faces twitching involuntarily. The power enters the body, Gatai murmured in bewilderment. What had Sister Qiao experienced in the gravity chamber? Her confusion deepened. At this moment, Sao, who had previously been defeated by Xiao Qiao, regained his footing and glared furiously at Gatai. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Perhaps we should spar. Gatai responded with a dismissive smile. Fool, don't get too cocky. I was simply careless before. This time, you shall see my true strength. Sal roared. Indeed, Sal had been overly complacent, and though he had unleashed nearly all his combat power, his approach was riddled with flaws. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his defeat stemmed not merely from carelessness, but from being overshadowed by Xiao Qiao's martial prowess. Stubborn as ever. Let me ensure your failure once more, Gatai replied coolly. With her words, she swiftly darted forward like a breeze, positioning herself before Sal. Your movements are too sluggish. I have already seen through you, Sal thought to himself, chuckling inwardly. He then retaliated, swinging his hand towards Gatai's face, a triumphant grin illuminating his features as he envisioned her being sent sprawling to the ground by his blow. Indeed, Cattle did not exert excessive energy moments ago, and with a combat power soaring to 23,000, Sal effortlessly discerned Cattle's movements. At the instant Sal launched his counterattack, Cattle's lips curled into a disdainful smile. With a single hand clenched into a fist, it seemed as though his punch transcended the confines of space, striking once more at the spot previously attacked by Xiao Qiao. Mere half a meter away, Sal's body was propelled backward, embedding itself into the distant mountainside, sprawled in a large character. However, Cattle was measured in his approach, refraining from delivering a heavy blow. Breathing out, Cattle raised his fist to his mouth, blowing lightly upon it, as if his hand had been soiled by striking Sal. Arrogant individuals seldom meet favorable ends, he remarked with a chuckle. On another front, as the skirmish progressed, Cattle observed that Xiao Qiao's energy was gradually diminishing, plummeting to 15,000 in mere breaths. Yet, conversely, her control over her surroundings intensified, as Cattle could see the air around her distorting, growing increasingly dense. Xiao Qiao's mastery over the spatial realm enveloped Parker and Zakuga entirely, imposing significant restrictions upon their movements. Before long, Parker and Zakuga sensed something amiss. What on earth is happening? The surroundings are relentlessly constricting our bodies, they concurrently thought. If we endure a little longer, her energy will wane significantly. Increase our strength and see how long she can hold out, Parker gritted his teeth, declaring. Subsequently, Parker withdrew from the fray, his form instantaneously ascending into the sky. With his right hand raised skyward, a brilliant light flickered in his palm, remarkably radiant even in the perpetual daylight of Mike Star. His energy surged to an intensity of 33,000. Observing this, Cattle glanced at Xiao Qiao, noting that her energy had diminished to 13,000 within a few breaths, with no inclination to replenish it. As Parker's energy escalated to 34,000, the speed of his energy accumulation evidently slowed. Parker, it seems, intends to unleash a formidable assault against Xiao Qiao with a thunderous force. Hence, the accumulation of energy occurs at an accelerated pace, with little time for substantial gathering. Otherwise, his energy projectile would not merely possess a strength of 33,000, but could potentially exceed 38,000, or even reach 40,000 in intensity. A sense of foreboding flickers within him. In an instant, Gadai's energy rapidly expands, swiftly escalating to a formidable strength of 20,000. Gadai's gaze is firmly fixed on Parker, his mental acuity and energy perception entirely locking onto him. Gadai must ensure that Xiao Qiao remains unharmed. Although his energy intensity falls short of Parker's, the element of surprise, aided by teleportation, enables him to breach Parker's defenses unexpectedly. Coupled with the technique of stacking power through the hundredfold strength, he possesses the potential to eliminate Parker in a single, decisive strike. Certainly, the Catalan would not resort to the act of slaying the Namekians. Instead, he planned to utilize instantaneous movement to intercept Parker's energy blast. This strategy would not only rescue little Qiao but also serve to intimidate the two Namekians. As Parker's energy blast reached a plateau in intensity, Catalan's gaze sharpened, realizing that he was about to strike. "Stop, Catalan!" Little Qiao's voice rang out loudly. Upon hearing her call, Catalan dismissed his intention to attack. Parker, noticing Catalan's swelling aura, smirked internally, thinking, "Do you truly believe you can hinder me with such feeble power?" In that moment, Parker unleashed his energy blast, hurtling it towards little Qiao with ferocity. Concurrently, she declared coldly, "Get away from me," clearly agitated. With a commanding shout, little Qiao transformed her passivity into aggression. Zaga seemed ensnared in a mire, his movements severely constrained, only to be seized by little Qiao, who flung him aside with ease. In an instant, little Qiao's energy surged dramatically, her power reaching an astounding intensity of 53,000. This formidable energy emanated from her being, leaving Catalan in awe, gasping at her rapid progression. Encased in a radiant white aura, the ground beneath her buckled under its force. Yet, just as swiftly, this potent aura retracted, dissipating entirely, and her strength dwindled to a mere 9,000. Despite the significant decrease in combat capability, little Qiao was enveloped in a white, spherical energy shield, which exhibited erratic arcs of energy dancing within, never once touching her form. It worked. She rejoiced at the sight of her protective barrier. Parker's energy blast descended like a meteor from the heavens, intent on obliterating her. With a resolute gaze, little Qiao stepped forward, and as she did, the white shield morphed into a swirling tempest that met the energy blast head-on. The blast was intercepted by the invisible whirlwind, which twisted and contorted it, reducing it to nothingness as if it were a mere crumpled piece of paper. "This is impossible." Parker marveled at the scene that shattered his understanding. "Is this the power of the domain?" Catalan was equally astonished, realizing that little Qiao had grasped the profound mysteries of space within the realm of the five elements. While Parker remained in stunned disbelief, little Qiao had no intention of halting her advance. She abruptly vanished from her position, reappearing directly above Parker. In that moment, fear gripped Parker, causing him to freeze in midair, forgetting to retaliate. "Descend," she commanded, extending her right hand. Fingers splayed as she pressed down towards Parker. That palm commanded the very essence of the cosmos, stirring the winds and clouds. Parker found himself immobilized, unable to move, as a gentle breeze enveloped him. Yet, as the breeze approached, it transformed into an overwhelming pressure, rendering him as heavy as a mountain. Accompanied by a scream, Parker plummeted to the ground, crashing with a thunderous impact, embedding himself deeply into the earth. Suspended in the air, little Qiao surveyed the three Namekians. Parker was incapacitated, struggling to recover. Sal had emerged from the mountainside, too intimidated to act, while Zagu's gaze was fixed on little Qiao, as if he beheld a demon. Seeing that none of them dared to strike, and having achieved her objective, little Qiao soared back to Catalan's side. She had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, and Sal, along with Zagu, hastened to assist Parker, pulling him from the depths of the pit. In that moment, they all understood that little Qiao and Catalan had shown restraint. Had they been malevolent beings, they would have perished long ago. "Why did you spare us?" Parker questioned, propping himself up with the aid of his companions. Casting a wary glance at Catalan and Little Chiao, "We bear no ill will," Catalan replied calmly. "What transpired was merely a spar. Your injuries are trivial. With the resilience of your Namekian kind, you shall recover swiftly." He continued, "I have come to Namek with the intent of meeting your elder. I kindly request your guidance." The three exchanged glances, their gratitude overshadowed by animosity towards him. The revelation of their intention to seek the elder filled them with dread. "We cannot allow them to succeed," Parker whispered. "Indeed, their motives appear far from pure," Zagu concurred. "That woman's power surged dramatically. Even Brother Nera may not be her match. It seems we have only one final option." Parker's eyes glimmered with resolve as he looked at his companions. Through silent communication, Sal and Zagu understood that Parker's final recourse was fusion. Only through merging could they attain the strength necessary to confront these two formidable adversaries. "Very well. I have no objections," Sal nodded in agreement, and both turned their gazes towards Zagu, who quickly assented. Together, they joined hands, their palms igniting with electric energy. Commencing the fusion process, Catalyst observed the three individuals intently, awaiting their response. Upon witnessing the scene, his pupils constricted in realization they were about to merge. With this thought flashing through his mind, Catalyst resolved to interrupt their fusion. "Cease at once." A sudden voice rang out. "Ah, you finally revealed yourself. Ah, I thought you would remain hidden indefinitely." Catalyst and Xiao Qiao turned in the direction of the voice. On a nearby mountaintop stood a tall figure with green skin, exuding an air of confidence. With their respective prowess, Catalyst and Xiao Qiao could discern the figure's features, noting the striking resemblance to Piccolo. Neru. Piccolo. Upon seeing the individual, Catalyst immediately recognized Neru, while Xiao Qiao, unaware of Neru's existence, mistook him for Piccolo. Catalyst had long known of another Namekian concealed in the shadows, yet chose not to expose him. At that moment, the three Namekians poised to merge halted their actions in response to Neru's call. "You three fools. How many times must I tell you that sheer power is not the essence of strength? It is the realm of martial arts that truly matters," Neru admonished. Observing their intended fusion, Parker, Sal, and Zaguga felt a flush of embarrassment at Neru's words, rendered speechless. As the mightiest of the Namekians, Neru commanded deep respect from all, particularly among the combat-oriented Namekians. He had frequently offered guidance to the trio, yet they remained fixated on enhancing their combat prowess. Consequently, their fighting capabilities, constrained by their limited understanding, had not seen significant improvement. Fusion was a last resort, a measure taken only in dire circumstances, fundamental to the survival of the Namekian clan. When faced with an insurmountable foe, fusion could indeed be the ultimate recourse. Having sparred with Catalyst and Xiao Qiao, the three believed their combined strength surpassed that of the strongest warriors from their homeland, thus justifying their intent to merge. Neru's reprimand was tinged with anxiety. This was a pivotal moment, and the Namekians needed to stand united to navigate the impending challenges without any fracture in their ranks. However, he underestimated his influence over his kin, feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing the expressions of the trio. "State your intentions, or I shall not permit you to meet the elder," Neru declared as he flew closer to Catalyst and Xiao Qiao. Though he spoke sternly, he did not believe that Catalyst and Xiao Qiao harbored ill intentions. He had observed their sparring match, noting their restraint and the absence of any murderous intent. Moreover, the elder had previously instructed him that Catalyst and Xiao Qiao were not adversaries. "Ah, you have no say in this matter. I believe it is the elder who requested your presence for our reception," Catalyst replied calmly. "How do you know this?" Neru asked, astonished. "Indeed, the elder anticipated my arrival," Catalyst responded, understanding the implication of Neru's words. At this juncture, Neru deemed it unwise to obstruct them. The elder's wishes were paramount. "Follow me," he instructed, taking to the skies and leading the way. Kata and Little Chiao promptly followed, with the three Namekians trailing closely behind. It did not take long before they arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. Nilu's expression turned grave as he cautioned, "Remember, do not provoke the Grand Elder. Nor should you allow his emotions to become overly agitated. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to expel you." "Understood," Kata replied with a nod, accompanied by Nilu. The two soon encountered the corpulent and imposing figure of the Grand Elder, whose stature dwarfed them as they barely reached his chest. To the aesthetic sensibilities of Earthlings, the Grand Elder's appearance was quite fearsome, nearly prompting a gasp from Little Chiao. With over a year remaining before the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia, the Grand Elder's condition was not yet critical, though he was unable to move freely. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed at Kata. After a moment, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, A most extraordinary persona, utterly inscrutable, he remarked. Young man, what is your name? The Grand Elder inquired. Gatai raised his head and replied. Great Elder, my name is Gatai. He then gestured towards the young woman beside him, saying, This is my sister, Chow. The Great Elder spoke slowly, as if even the slightest increase in pace required considerable effort. Do you know why I wish to meet you? He inquired. I do not know, Gatai responded candidly. I possess the ability to foresee the future, and prior to your arrival on this planet, my predictions were consistently the same. However, upon your arrival, my foresight has become somewhat unclear, the Great Elder elucidated. Upon hearing this, Catalan was filled with confusion. He could not comprehend the relevance of the Elder's prophecy to his own circumstances. Moreover, he had no intention of intervening in the impending disaster on Namek. You need not be perplexed. This does not imply that my foresight of the future has altered. Rather, it indicates that your existence introduces a multitude of variables into the future. Should you inadvertently intervene, it may lead to dire consequences, the Elder remarked. Upon hearing this, Gatai's heart began to comprehend. The reason the Grand Elder sought to meet him was due to the unpredictability of Gatai's destiny. Such individuals are destined for extraordinary achievements. Generally, the Grand Elder can glean at least a modicum of information about every individual, yet Gatai's past and future remain shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, the Grand Elder categorized Gatai as a being beyond the dichotomy of good and evil, one who would not interfere with their planet. This is precisely why the Grand Elder approached him without hesitation. Speak your true intentions. I shall do my utmost to assist you, the Grand Elder said slowly. Meanwhile, Naira grew agitated. With such words from the Grand Elder, it seemed as though Gatai could demand anything, essentially placing the fate of the Namekians in the hands of another. Grand Elder, Naira exclaimed, his urgency palpable. The Grand Elder raised his hand slowly, signaling Naira to cease. He understood that Naira was concerned for the Namekian race. But he too harbored similar thoughts. Gatai's unique destiny, if aligned with his will, might one day aid the Namekians in overcoming adversity, which would be ideal, as it would offer a glimmer of hope for their survival. Should they offend him, however, and Gatai were to intervene, the Namekians could very well vanish from this universe altogether. Catalan felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would agree to assist him. He had initially prepared a plethora of arguments, but now he found himself relieved of much unnecessary trouble. With a slight smile, Gatai addressed the Elder with sincere intent. May I borrow your Dragon Balls to make a wish? No. Nilo interjected, showing no surprise at Gatai's knowledge of their possession of the 7 Dragon Balls. He spoke without giving the Elder a chance to respond, continuing, It seems you harbor impure intentions, thus, Namek does not welcome you. Please leave at once. For the Namekians. The Dragon Balls represented a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, they could bring prosperity to the universe, yet in the hands of malevolent individuals, they could unleash unimaginable calamities. The implications were far too significant to overlook, prompting Nyla to issue his expulsion order with resolute firmness. At that moment, an unusual silence enveloped the scene. With each individual only able to hear the rhythm of their own breath, Gatai awaited the Elder's response, while Xiao Qiao stood quietly beside him, holding his hand. The Elder remained unmoved, and Nyla positioned himself between the Elder and Gatai, glaring at Gatai intently. How did you know we possess the 7 Dragon Balls? After a prolonged pause, the Elder finally spoke. With the Elder's words, Nilu, who held great respect for him, stepped aside. Upon hearing these words, Gata understood that the eldest Elder's initial reaction was not one of refusal. Thus, it was certain that he would lend him the 7 Dragon Balls for his use. This inquiry, perhaps, was merely a means to elicit a justification from himself to present to Nero. After all, Nero's status was quite extraordinary, and the eldest Elder could not entirely command him with the authority of his position. Gatai stated, On our planet, there exists the Dragon Balls, as well as an Namekian. The Grand Elder and Nail felt a jolt within. They truly had not anticipated such a revelation. You are utterly inept at deception, Nail scoffed. Clearly filled with skepticism, Nail was convinced that Gatai was fabricating tales, for Namek had once faced a great calamity, nearly leading to its extinction. The surviving members were few in number, all residing on this planet. It was implausible that Namekians could exist elsewhere. On Earth, our deity is indeed a Namekian. And the Dragon Balls are his creation, Gatai elaborated, aware of their disbelief. He then recounted the tale of how Piccolo, upon becoming the deity, had split into an evil entity that nearly obliterated the Earth, along with the confrontation between Goku and Piccolo, and how Raditz had come to Earth, leading to Piccolo's redemption. Gatai articulated a discourse regarding the science foretold in the prophecies of the Grand Elder, which evidently instilled a considerable belief in Gatai's assertions. The Grand Elder, having lived for an extensive duration, possessed profound knowledge of the climatic catastrophe that befell Namek, understanding it more thoroughly than Nera. It is highly plausible that this calamity led to the exodus of Namekians to Earth. Nevertheless, he expressed a desire to delve into the depths of memory. Gatai did not decline this request. Instead, he encouraged the Grand Elder to explore the memories of Little Chiao while also urging him to unlock her latent potential. Through Little Chiao's recollections, the Grand Elder gleaned insight into Big's origins, dispelling any lingering doubts. With a composed demeanor, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Little Chiao's crown and, utilizing his extraordinary abilities, guided the release of her potential. Little Chiao's energy surged rapidly, escalating from 58,000 to 64,000. In a brief span, her energy intensified to an astonishing strength of 81,500. The Grand Elder, panting, withdrew his hand and remarked, "I can only assist you in unlocking less than half of your potential. The remainder lies within your own efforts." The realization of such untapped potential left Gatai astounded. "My energy has become this formidable," Little Chiao exclaimed in disbelief as she attuned to her newfound strength. Cattle laughed. "Sister Chiao has grown stronger. I fear I shall never catch up." "Humph, that is only natural. I have promised to protect you," Xiao Chiao replied with a smile. "Cattle, it is your turn." The Grand Elder addressed him. Cattle shook his head, declining the Elder's kind offer. The notion of allowing the Elder to unlock his potential was utterly preposterous. His memories were imbued with an abundance of knowledge from his previous life as a cultivator. Should this information be divulged, the universe would likely descend into chaos. Cattley harbored no illusions that the Elder could probe even a fragment of his memories while attempting to harness his potential. He had consented to investigate Xiao Chao's memories only because the remnants of her past were minimal, comprising merely the inner family three-body technique, the 5 elements fist, and the 12 shapes fist, all of which necessitated the cultivation principles from her former existence. Without such an approach, substantial achievements would remain elusive. Even a fortunate mishap would scarcely lead to significant mastery. As for the inner family divine technique, Dragon Might and Tiger Shock, Xiao Qiao had yet to practice it and thus lacked comprehension, rendering the Elder's knowledge of it moot. Moreover, the extent of Cattley's untapped potential remained uncertain. But he was acutely aware of the necessity to prevent his spiritual essence from being assimilated into martial will, a risk he was unwilling to take. Nala was astonished. The opportunity to have the Elder unlock one's potential was a rare blessing, yet here was someone rejecting it. Observing Cattley's steadfast refusal, the Elder relented, stating, "I shall promptly notify the various tribes to send the Dragon Balls over." The Dragon Balls of Namek were typically scattered across the planet, necessitating some time to gather them. This arrangement would also serve to curb the Namekians' desires and prevent the misuse of the Dragon Balls. After navigating several twists and turns, they finally arrived at the Dragon Balls. The prospect of soon being able to make 3 wishes filled Cattley with excitement. "Elder, this treasure from our Earth is called the Senza Bean. Consuming one will instantly restore your stamina." Cattley produced a Senza Bean and presented it to the Elder. During ordinary times, Cattley would only carry a few Senza Beans on his person, safeguarding the remainder in his storage space. This precaution was not only to protect the beans but also to ensure his own safety in the face of danger. "Elder, you must be feeling somewhat weary after unlocking your potential. Please accept this Senza Bean." Cattley offered the bean to the Elder. The Elder's gaze appeared somewhat dazed and unfocused. Nearing the end of his lifespan, his vitality was waning and movement had become increasingly burdensome. Thus, he merely glanced at the Senza Bean without reaching for it. Nilu, perceiving the Elder's condition, stepped forward to accept it on his behalf, scrutinizing the bean with an expression of skepticism. To him, it appeared utterly ordinary. He contemplated whether to allow the Elder to consume the bean. After all, if it bore any ill effects, it would be unfortunate. Then, Nala glanced at the Elder, seeking any sign of approval. Should he sample it himself first? If there were no adverse effects, he could then offer another to the Elder. Nala mused internally. "I am the mightiest warrior of Namek. Surely a single bean cannot be lethal." Weighing his options, he resolved to test it himself. Did the Elder doubt the bean's efficacy? Cattley found it increasingly difficult to watch. The Elder had previously mentioned that his actions, whether intentional or not, could lead to undesirable outcomes in the future. The Elder's recent attempt to unlock Xiao Chao's potential, from a certain perspective, had excessively drained his life force. In the original narrative, this equated to the Elder having expended an additional portion of his vitality for another's benefit, ultimately spurred by Frisia's invasion, which precipitated the Elder's premature demise. The North Kai had also analyzed that the Elder's death was somewhat tied to Frisia's actions. Thus, his life had not been entirely exhausted. Ultimately, the elder was resurrected, demonstrating the existence of such unintended consequences. Therefore, Tragically resolved to provoke the elder with words, compelling him to consume the Sinza bean, restore his health, and ensure that the future remained unaltered. Upon hearing Tragically's inquiry, Nehru momentarily paused his actions. "It is of no consequence, merely a touch of fatigue. I shall recover swiftly." The elder Tragically shook his head gently and remarked, "Elder, I fear your remaining days may be numbered." Gatai's words struck the Grand Elder and Nehru like a heavy hammer, reverberating deeply within their hearts. Gatai's remarks were exceedingly forthright, causing Nehru's gaze to shift abruptly, fixating coldly upon Gatai. Subsequently, Gatai continued, "Surely the Grand Elder has been anticipating the arrival of the foretold golden-haired warrior. You knew of this matter?" The Grand Elder exclaimed, his inner turmoil rendering him incapable of remaining composed, his astonishment palpable. Tragically nodded, acknowledging that although this mystical being could not extend one's lifespan, it could swiftly replenish energy. Thus, for the sake of the future, it was imperative to cherish one's health and consume this bean. Xiao Qiao, remaining silent throughout, had grown accustomed to Cattle's somewhat prophetic abilities. "Elder, please partake of it as a token of my gratitude for unlocking my potential," she asserted, revealing her feminine grace. After a brief pause, the elder replied, "Very well, I comprehend your intentions." At this moment, the elder had completely placed his trust in the miraculous properties of the bean. "Nehru, hand me the bean," he commanded. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all present, the elder consumed the mystical bean. Almost instantly, a glimmer of vitality sparkled in his eyes as he sensed a transformation within his body. The fatigue he had recently endured was restored in an instant. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to his youth, yet it was but a transient experience. As Tragically had stated, the bean could not prolong life, and soon his mental state reverted to its original condition. "This bean is indeed extraordinary," the elder sighed, having personally witnessed its effects, far exceeding his expectations. Tragically merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. The bean's effects, when applied to those ascending the Karinta, could not truly manifest its wonders. The elder, being a Namekian, was particularly sensitive to matters concerning vitality and could easily discern that the bean not only restored stamina but also healed various injuries instantaneously. Its true power in combat was nothing short of astounding. Gatai had been residing at the dwelling of the Grand Elder, who vigilantly safeguarded a Dragon Ball. The other Dragon Balls awaited their turn to be delivered. As Gatai gazed upon the array of Dragon Balls before him, his heart raced with excitement. "What enormous Dragon Balls!" exclaimed Xiao Qiao as she lifted one in astonishment. "Indeed, they are several times larger than those on Earth," Gatai affirmed with a nod. "Grand Elder, the final Dragon Ball has also arrived," Nailu announced as he entered, cradling another Dragon Ball in his hands. Nailu, accompany Gatai and summon the Eternal Dragon, the Grand Elder instructed. "Yes, Grand Elder," Nailu replied. Subsequently, Gatai, Nailu, and Xiao Qiao carried the Dragon Balls outside, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. "The Dragon Balls of Namek are so large, I imagine the Eternal Dragon will be somewhat different from the one on Earth. I wonder if it will be fierce." Xiao Qiao pondered. Upon hearing this, Gatai chuckled softly and explained, "Rest assured, although the Dragon of Namek possesses certain differences from the Dragon of Earth, both are indeed capable of granting wishes and will not harm you." "Gatai, why do I feel as if you possess an abundance of knowledge?" Xiao Qiao remarked, blinking her eyes. Just then, Gatai noticed that Nail was about to summon the dragon. As he pondered how to respond, he observed that the 7 Dragon Balls were perfectly arranged, and Nail was poised for the incantation. Nail then recited the summoning spell in the tongue of Namek. "Hey, what is Nail saying? I can't comprehend it." Xiao Qiao furrowed her brow, expressing her confusion. Much like the emergence of the dragon on Earth, the atmosphere darkened completely before the Dragon of Namek made its grand appearance. So that was the incantation for summoning the dragon, Xiao Qiao realized. This dragon is rather peculiar, resembling a rotund. Upon hearing this, Gatai immediately covered Xiao Qiao's mouth, preventing her from continuing, as he understood her intent. The Dragon of Namek, in comparison to that of Earth, appeared rather unappealing, bulky, and lizard-like, lacking the majesty of its earthly counterpart. However, they were, after all, there to seek assistance, which rendered the situation rather awkward. Nyla cast a glance at Xiao Qiao before stating, "Speak your wishes." "My first wish is to master the language of Namek," Gatai replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Nailu. Nailu, taken aback, was surprised at Gatai's familiarity with the Namekian dragon, recognizing that one could make more than one wish. Gatai's first wish, to comprehend the Namekian language, indicated his awareness that their dragon could grant 3 wishes, and that the Namekian language was necessary for the dragon to comprehend them. Although the elder had agreed to assist Gatai, he had refrained from divulging the specifics of the dragon's wishes, suggesting that he merely intended to placate Gatai. However, they had underestimated him. Nilu, though reluctant, concealed his feelings and regarded Gatai with renewed interest before conveying the wish to the dragon in the Namekian tongue. Upon hearing this, the dragon exhibited little reaction. Its eyes gleamed with a crimson light that swiftly faded. Gatai then felt a surge of information flooding his mind. How could this wish be granted so effortlessly? He pondered, his skepticism lingering. After mastering the Namekian language, Gatai tested a few simple pronunciations, calling out to Xiao Qiao and Nilu. Once he acclimated, a satisfied smile emerged upon his face. Xiao Qiao looked at Gatai with intrigue, unfamiliar with the Namekian language. She couldn't discern what he was exclaiming, yet she sensed that he was speaking in a different tongue. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Gatai, was that the Namekian language you just spoke? Indeed, Sister Qiao, Gatai confirmed. He then addressed Nilu, saying, for the remaining wishes, I shall speak for myself. Nilu's expression twitched, and he turned away, choosing not to engage further. Gatai chuckled softly without offering any explanation, redirecting his gaze towards the divine dragon. The dragon balls from Namek are somewhat larger than those from Earth, containing a greater reservoir of energy, thus capable of granting 3 wishes, which also prolongs their existence. Additionally, this dragon does not rush the wishmakers to hasten their requests. However, it does not possess the same agile demeanor as the dragon of Earth, for its gaze remains fixed steadfastly in the direction it faces. Should someone make a wish behind its back, it might not even turn to verify. The dragon Shenlong would not concern itself with such matters. The more mechanized it became, the better it would serve to fulfill its desires. My second wish is to allow me to determine coordinates at will within the limits of my abilities when using instant transmission. Gatai gazed at Shenlong with eager anticipation. The fulfillment of this wish would provide him with immense assistance. Gatai also contemplated seeking the dragon to enhance his instantaneous teleportation abilities. However, he realized that comprehending the way of space would significantly aid in refining his teleportation skills, and the knowledge acquired through his own efforts would prove far more beneficial. This aspiration was quite simple. Without hesitation, the dragon provided Gatai with a satisfactory response. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Gatai felt a sense of relief. This wish held immense power for him. In the vast cosmos, countless locations could be accessed, and with the mere possession of coordinates, he could instantly reach his destination within the teleportation range, no longer relying on mere luck as he had in the past. Although Gatai felt that this desire did not directly involve mastering profound information, he nonetheless regarded it as somewhat extraordinary, never anticipating that it would be so effortlessly fulfilled. He quickly suppressed his excitement and steadied his emotions as he prepared to articulate his third wish. Instant teleportation? No wonder they had not encountered their companions or the spaceship. Upon hearing the phrase instant teleportation, Nera began to analyze the implications. As it was time for the final wish, Gatai pondered whether he should request the dragon to transport him directly to a place where he could learn the methods of mental cultivation. Observing Gatai's hesitation, Nera felt a twinge of annoyance. He was eager for Gatai to hasten his wishes so that he could find some solace himself. Of course, denying Gatai the time to contemplate could lead him to hastily conjure a wish, leaving his thoughts unfulfilled, which might not be a bad strategy after all. With this in mind, Nera urged, please make your wish quickly. I have matters to attend to. Nera's insistence stirred some discontent within Gatai. Yet perhaps it was precisely this prompt that clarified Gatai's thoughts. He realized that he would eventually acquire the methods of mental cultivation. The key was to reserve his wishes for those elusive treasures. Dragon, grant me the mastery of the divine language. As Cattle had just finished speaking, Niru and Xiaoqi gazed at him in astonishment. This wish was rather peculiar. Both were perplexed as to why Cattle would make such a request. Niru, being a Namekian and a follower of the Grand Elder, was completely bewildered by the concept of deities. Xiaoqi's understanding of divine beings was limited to the celestial gods of Earth. Yet, an instinctive sense told her that this wish was far from ordinary. Certainly not as simplistic as she perceived. She chose to conceal her doubts in her heart, planning to inquire at a more opportune moment. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell, resonated the voice of the dragon in their ears, and with that, the dragon's form dissipated, while the 7 dragon balls soared back to their respective directions across Namek. Simultaneously, the sky cleared, returning to its former state. Humph. Naira shot another glare at Cattle before entering the Grand Elder's chamber. How strange. Why is he so upset? Xiaoqi remarked, observing Nairu's retreating figure. Cattle laughed and said, Nara was provoked by me. Little Qiao blinked, puzzled. Let's discuss this matter later. For now, we have achieved our objective. It is time to take our leave of the Grand Elder, Cattle remarked with a smile. Little Qiao nodded in agreement. However, when the two intended to bid farewell to the Grand Elder, they found Nara blocking the entrance, resolutely refusing them entry. Naru, do you truly believe you can stop me? Cattle said with a subtle smile. Of course I. Nara began, but fell silent after uttering those 3 words. Suddenly, he recalled that Cattle possessed the ability to teleport, allowing him to silently evade any obstruction. The Grand Elder is resting. Please do not disturb him any further. Nara changed his tone. Gatai remained silent, probing with his mental faculties, and a look of astonishment crossed his face upon discovering that Nara had, indeed, spoken the truth. The Grand Elder had truly succumbed to slumber. We are immensely grateful for the assistance from the Mexstar, and before I take my leave, I wish to present you with a token. Gatai addressed Nara. Nara shook his head, but Gatai interjected, saying, do not refuse just yet. I wish to bestow upon you a formation that may potentially extend the Grand Elder's lifespan. Upon hearing the words of Gatai, he was immediately captivated. Subsequently, Gatai began to sketch on the ground, illustrating a diagram of a formation, which featured numerous intersecting points. Nairu, please procure several boulders approximately the height of a person, and arrange them around the Grand Elder's dwelling according to the proportions indicated in the diagram, he instructed. Sister Qiao, hold on to me. We shall teleport away from this place, Gatai exclaimed. Oh, Qiao replied, obediently drawing closer to Gatai. Cattle did not provide Naru with any extensive explanations. Nor did he permit Naru to inquire further. He simply departed using instantaneous teleportation. In a pristine forest, the figures of Gatai and Xiao Qiao emerged. On the surface, the environment appeared indistinguishable from Earth. However, Gatai's mental acuity discerned a rich elemental essence permeating the air, revealing that this realm was undeniably not Earth. A wondrous world. A peculiar planet. As Gatai attuned to the celestial energy surrounding him, he couldn't help but marvel. The Dragon Ball universe is truly extraordinary, teeming with deities and countless extraterrestrial races. Each race's bloodline potential varies, and many possess unique innate abilities. The elemental energies of this planet differ from those of others. They have been transformed anew, reminiscent of sunlight, revealing a spectrum of colors upon closer inspection. The spirit of Gatai is formidable, as he discovers an unusual place and then ascends into the heights of the sky. Following the direction of the anomaly, he gazes into the distance, where stands a towering edifice. This structure bears resemblance to the Corinta model of Earth. However, it exudes a sanctity that surpasses that of Corinta, emanating an ancient aura that invokes reverence. The tower is so lofty that its pinnacle remains unseen, adorned with countless gemstones that radiate a kaleidoscope of colors. Is it a formation? Gatai muses inwardly. The tower appears to function as a conduit for the transformation of celestial energy, and under the influence of his mental acuity, he can distinctly perceive that the myriad hues represent various attributes. Driven by curiosity, Gatai extends his mental reach even further, soon uncovering additional sources that emit similar resonances. At this moment, an audacious hypothesis takes shape in Gatai's mind, prompting him to summon his mental prowess to its fullest extent, swiftly enveloping an area that encompasses a considerable portion of the planet. Simultaneously, Gatai's consciousness detects that within this expansive domain, there are indeed dozens of similar sources. The sheer magnitude of such an energy conversion apparatus spanning the entire globe is astonishing. Gatai, Xiao Qiao exclaims in wonder. Upon hearing this, Gatai also noticed that there was something unusual about Xiao Qiao's voice. He immediately teleported to her side, ready to inquire about her condition, but was taken aback by what he saw. Before him lay a most astonishing spectacle. Xiao Qiao's body was enveloped in a vibrant array of multicolored energy, radiating spontaneously. The elemental forces surrounding her intensified, requiring no effort on her part to cultivate the 5 elemental fist. Gatai, I sense a restless energy within me, Xiao Qiao confessed anxiously. I can feel the omnipresent power of the 5 elements surrounding me, constantly influencing my being. As Catalan furrowed his brow, he found himself utterly bewildered by the situation. Sister Qiao, quickly practice the 5 elements fist and see what happens. Catalan exclaimed. Ah, responded Qiao as she assumed the stance for the 5 elements fist, her body stabilizing into a singular manifestation of elemental energy. Subsequently, she began to execute the fist technique, and in an instant, her entire form was enveloped in a golden aura. With each strike, a sharp burst of energy erupted uncontrollably, devastating the surrounding trees for dozens of meters. each punch releasing a powerful metallic force. Soon, the area around Xiao lay in utter disarray. Whoosh! A surge of energy rushed toward Catalan, prompting him to evade swiftly. However, dodging this initial onslaught did not signify an end, for Xiao's energy, fueled by the five elements fist, surged forth once more, unleashing another wave of power. Sister Xiao, please stop. Catalan, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos, shouted urgently. Yet, it became apparent that Xiao was oblivious to his pleas, lost in the depths of her martial practice. Unable to halt her momentum, with no other recourse, Catalan soared into the air, employing flight techniques to distance himself from the elemental forces. What should I do? Could Sister Xiao be lost to the madness of her training? He pondered anxiously, wild conjectures swirling in his mind. As the metallic phase of the five elements fist concluded, Xiao transitioned into the earth element fist. With the essence of the earth, she stood like a mountain, small yet exuding a colossal presence that instilled awe. Her form radiated a golden-brown glow. Each movement was deliberate, yet each strike bore the weight of cataclysmic force. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch, the air trembled, even causing Catalan, suspended in midair, to sway precariously. Good heavens, how could it be like this? Catalan ascended higher, channeling his own energy to withstand the overwhelming pressure. As the earth element fist reached its climax, Xiao concentrated her power, extending it toward the ground. Waves of force emanated from her feet, as if countless explosives lay buried beneath the surface, detonating in succession. Dust billowed, obscuring her figure, while a profound sense of the mountain's weight lingered. Soon, the tumult transformed, the swirling dust becoming dense and heavy. Then, the earth surrounding Xiao began to writhe with motion as she struck forth. Arg! A colossal serpent, formed of swirling dust, coiled around Xiao. With a deft flick of her hand, she split the serpent in two, manipulating it effortlessly. Water manipulation ability? Catalan's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that Xiao's mastery of the five elements fist was amplifying, signaling her profound comprehension of the natural elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At that moment, Catalan ceased his speculations, focusing intently on awaiting the conclusion of Xiao's practice, hoping that once she finished, she would revert to normalcy. Xiao's state was extraordinary, radiating a palpable energy, and to safeguard himself from its influence, Catalan had also released a portion of his own power. Soon, a faction of powerful beings from this planet detected their energy signatures and hastened toward the source. Each of these individuals bore a striking resemblance, with a single eye adorning their foreheads, reminiscent of the three-eyed Tianjin fan. Their battle prowess hovered around 3,000. Yet they were not deterred by the potent energies emanating from Catalan and Xiao. Instead, they approached with their mechanized suits, converging upon their location. Catalina remained oblivious to the fact that, at a certain location, a pair of eyes had observed all the unfolding events. It had been long since such a presence had been witnessed. Thus, the mysterious figure sighed softly, deciding to lend assistance once more. Upon uttering these words, the enigmatic individual extended a hand as pure and white as jade, fingers splayed wide, and at the center of the palm, a radiant starry light began to glow. This celestial luminescence surged forth from the palm, ascending to hover above the two individuals. In an instant, the starry light transformed, morphing into a transparent dome of illumination. The dome expanded at an unimaginable velocity, swiftly enveloping an area spanning several dozen miles, ultimately encasing this vast expanse within its protective embrace. The spirit of Gatai is formidable. Although most of his attention is focused on Xiao, he still senses something amiss. However, Gatai remains oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Gazing up at the sky in perplexity, what has isolated us? He muses to himself. Cattle did not pay much attention. His concern lay solely with Xiao. Everything would be addressed once she had recovered. To have noticed this was indeed a delightful surprise. The individual did not anticipate that Cattle's divinity was so formidable, and he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that he had made the right choice in assisting them. Clearly, an opportunity to test the waters would arise. After all, I have aided you twice, so do not let me down. Subsequently, the mysterious figure ceased all further actions, retracting his gaze, and his presence vanished entirely, leaving no trace. As Cattle and Xiao were enveloped in a transparent barrier, those who had come were unable to sense their presence, leading them to halt in confusion. Gone? Who could possess such terrifying power? One individual from the approaching mech battalion murmured. Captain, the Skynet system has reconnected, a voice crackled in the captain's ear. Upon hearing this, the captain exclaimed, quickly, pull up the video footage from that location. I'm sorry, Captain, but for some reason, Skynet did not record the footage at that time. The communication relayed an unfavorable outcome to the captain. You must be joking. Skynet is the most advanced real-time monitoring system on our planet, indeed across the entire universe. It can even observe whom you are spending the night with. Find it immediately. The captain erupted in anger. Understood, Captain, the communicator replied, resigned to the task at hand. Yet, he too felt a sense of frustration. The universe's most sophisticated monitoring system? There were clearly 2 locations on their planet that eluded surveillance. Frustration aside, he recognized the hierarchy's weight and knew complaints would bear no fruit. Very well, I shall return to report to the superiors and let them deal with the headache. The captain, harboring his own ire, commanded, everyone, regroup. Thus, the large contingent turned and marched back with great momentum. Unbeknownst to Catalonia, they were being watched, and they remained unaware that an unseen hand was aiding them. In contrast, Xiao Qiao, utilizing the environment of this planet, resonated with her elemental energies, deepening her understanding of the natural path of the 5 elements. Even after ceasing her practice of the 5-element fist, she found herself still enmeshed in a profound enlightenment. The energy within her naturally coalesced, allowing her every strike to be executed with effortless intention. Each motion she made could evoke subtle shifts in the fabric of space, surpassing the state she had achieved during her training on Namek. Every gesture of Xiao Qiao appeared to be an embodiment of Tao, seemingly casual yet imbued with the mysteries of the universe. Through this moment of enlightenment, her spirit grew significantly stronger. After several hours, Xiao Qiao concluded her practice, centering her mind and body, standing motionless in place. Unbeknownst to her, her energy gradually expanded, though the increase was modest. It was remarkably harmonious. Catally felt the energy of heaven and earth being effortlessly absorbed, showing signs of slowly merging with it. It was peculiar. Sister Qiao seemed akin to a magnet, drawing the surrounding energy towards her body. This thought lingered in Catalie's mind. Little Qiao's divine essence had already developed the ability to perceive the existence of this energy. She relished the sensation of being nourished by it, finding it utterly enchanting. After a while, little Qiao woke. The energy within her continued to surge. She sensed that her vitality had been consistently increasing, albeit she did not entirely comprehend the reasons behind this phenomenon. However, she found the occurrence to be quite favorable. Subsequently, she began to consolidate her energy, ensuring that even the slightest increment would be immediately contained, rendering her growth imperceptible to the outside world. Then, with a single step, it was as if she was treading upon an invisible celestial ladder. Where her foot paused, ripples of space emanated outward, allowing her to traverse the void. Ascending gradually with each step, silently and without a sound, little Qiao found herself beside Catalie, utilizing her ability to glide through the air as she playfully circled around him. Catalie's widened his eyes as Xiao Qiao's actions defied his imagination. Walking through the void, how could this be possible? This feat could only be achieved upon reaching the Great Ascension realm. Sister Qiao, Catalie's murmured, but the words lingered on his lips, unsure of how to proceed. How delightful, Catalie's! Xiao Qiao exclaimed joyfully. It appeared that the laws of the Dragon Ball world manifested beyond my expectations. Sister Qiao had already comprehended the 5 elements to a spatial level. It was time to impart the general direction of her cultivation. Catalie's pondered. He then called out to Xiao Qiao, Sister Qiao, your growth has surpassed my predictions. Now, you must listen closely. I will guide you on your subsequent path of cultivation. The path of cultivation? Xiao Qiao blinked, softly murmuring to herself, then continued, I truly feel my strength amplifying, but rest assured, when my cultivation reaches its critical point, I shall not grow complacent. I will strive to surpass myself and transcend all limits. Upon hearing this, Kai felt a sense of relief. It pleased him that Xiao Qiao was now fervently devoted to martial arts and had not become complacent due to her own formidable strength. However, Xiao Qiao remained unaware of the true essence of martial cultivation, naively believing that it merely entailed a relentless pursuit of greater power. Sister Qiao, indeed. Martial cultivation requires one to continually transcend oneself. Yet, it must also be guided by a purpose, Kai responded, shaking his head. Purpose? Isn't that simply about becoming stronger? Xiao Qiao replied, pursing her lips. Catalyst elucidated, imagine if you were to become the strongest being in the universe, yet you remain steadfast in your original intentions, continually transcending yourself to attain greater strength. Even upon achieving success, you would find yourself more formidable than your former self. However, this would only lead to the emergence of a new goal for transcendence, would it not? This infinite cycle may render one akin to a machine, raising the question of its significance. The original text portrays Sun Wukong as an exemplar, rather than being consumed by martial pursuits. His mind is predominantly occupied with the quest for self-improvement. Aside from enhancing his cultivation, he finds little joy elsewhere. In his previous life, The narrative of Dragon Ball had merely progressed to the arc of Dragon Ball Super. At times, Catalyst contemplates that should Sun Wukong continue this ceaseless ascent, he may ultimately lead to his own demise. Of course, this is merely Catalyst's conjecture. While Sun Wukong remains oblivious to the true essence of Tao, his advancements in cultivation will inevitably grant him some understanding of it. Thus, when his comprehension of Tao reaches a certain zenith, his state of mind may undergo a transformation, reminiscent of the legendary three pure ones from his previous life, untouched by worldly dust, embodying tranquility and effortless spontaneity. Xiao Chuao furrowed her brows in contemplation and then, in a state of daze, replied, "I do not know," catalyzing a moment of introspection. Katai speculated that little Qiao was engulfed in confusion. "Sister Qiao, heed my words. The martial way is about comprehending the Tao. Where there is heaven and earth, there exists the Tao, which embodies the mysteries of the cosmos. Surpassing one's own limits is merely a singular aspect of this profound journey." In that instant, Katai seemed to assume the guise of a sage, guiding the younger generation. "Sister Qiao, having attained your current level of mastery in the five elements fist, you must have sensed your remarkable command over space, have you not? Your recent ability to traverse the void is indicative of this," Katai elucidated. "Space? I see now. While training in the gravity chamber aboard Audrey's vessel, I sensed something amiss," little Qiao reminisced. "Indeed. Do elaborate," Katai encouraged, recalling that little Qiao's progress had seemed peculiar, the reasons for which remained elusive. Direct inquiry might reveal her own ignorance. Now, with the conversation rekindled, Katai began to connect the dots. "I previously engaged in training under 40 times the normal gravity, not employing the five elements fist, but rather forcefully extracting my body's potential through intense pressure, resulting in rapid growth of my internal energy. Once I adapted, I escalated to 50 times the gravity. Under such conditions, my cultivation advancement decelerated, prompting me to finally utilize the five elements fist. Consequently, executing the technique in a 50-fold gravity environment proved arduous. However, unbeknownst to me, as I acclimated, I began to perceive some profound truths, which you referred to earlier as the Tao of space. At that moment, I felt as though I were genuinely experiencing the marvels of martial arts for the first time, striving earnestly to master that sensation." At this juncture, Katai comprehended the nature of little Qiao's remarkable growth. The transformation of the elements within the heavens and earth is intimately linked to the five elements fist, which inherently dissects these elements. Furthermore, one can reverse engineer this understanding to grasp the Tao of space. In an environment of heightened gravity, space becomes constrained. Thus, breaking through these limitations accentuates this principle. Additionally, the human body is said to embody the Tao of the five elements. Consequently, little Qiao has perfected her mastery over her internal energy, which explains the minimal leakage of her true cultivation upon her emergence. It was then that little Qiao genuinely touched the trajectory of the Tao, which ignited her enthusiasm. On Mexstar, she transformed her previously benevolent disposition, eagerly seeking combat as a means to comprehend the Tao. I quickly became acquainted with certain aspects. Ultimately, I escalated the gravity to 80-fold, at which point I barely grazed the threshold of understanding. Ultimately, on Mexstar, I succeeded in a unique manner, using my internal energy to gain dominion over space." She continued. Upon reaching this point, Katai fully grasped how little Qiao, in a serendipitous manner, harmonized the natural Tao of the five elements with her own corporeal understanding of the five elements, all while encountering the transformed elemental energy of the planet. The energy here, having undergone conversion, aligns more closely with the properties of the five elements, elucidating the nature of her epiphany. Transitioning back to the primary topic, Katai remarked, "Sister Qiao, the martial way is bifurcated into martial prowess and the Tao. Understanding the mysteries of the universe is one facet, applying these revelations in combat, thus infusing each strike with the profound truths of the cosmos, grants one the power to reverberate through the stars. This, indeed, is the essence of martial arts. Reverberate through the stars." Little Qiao blinked, her curiosity piqued. On Earth, tornadoes are a manifestation of natural phenomena, encapsulated within the truths of the universe. This natural disaster remains unconquerable by humanity. We stand diminutive and powerless before such forces. To comprehend its intricacies and wield them in battle equates to harnessing the might of the cosmos to subdue one's opponent. How can mere flesh and blood contend with the heavens? Katai articulated thoughtfully. Of course, martial artists like Master Rashi can effortlessly withstand tornadoes. Before grasping the mysteries of the universe, they cultivate their physical forms and refine their internal energy, which is also a form of the Tao, aptly termed the way of power. Ah, I understand now. The Tao encapsulates the mysteries of existence within the universe, Life, matter, space, time, all are interconnected, including the energy within us, both visible and invisible. To trace its essence is to comprehend the Tao, little Qiao interjected. Precisely, Sister Qiao. At last, you grasp the concept. With this understanding, you should know how to proceed with your cultivation, Katai smiled. Indeed, little Qiao nodded affirmatively. The method of cultivation in Catalonia is remarkably profound. It serves as a means to elevate one's existential dimension. If Xiao Qiao were to pursue her practice in this manner, she would undoubtedly evolve into a true deity, perhaps even transcending divinity to attain an immortal state. This stands in stark contrast to individuals like Clint, who, despite possessing extraordinary combat prowess, remain fundamentally human. The essence of cultivation lies in this very pursuit of transcendence. Where shall we venture now? Xiao Qiao glanced around, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Cattle did not respond immediately. At this moment, the matter concerning Xiao Qiao had reached a temporary conclusion. Subsequently, he extended his mental energy outward. Soon, Cattle encountered a peculiar barrier. This barrier seemed to have materialized out of thin air, leading Cattle to suspect that something was amiss. It was possible that this planet harbored a formidable presence that had long since detected their arrival. Just as Cattle sought to comprehend this enigmatic barrier further, it abruptly vanished from sight. As Gatai meticulously sensed his surroundings, he found no suspicious elements within his range and reluctantly decided to cease his efforts. Subsequently, he heightened his awareness to the utmost, detecting numerous formidable warriors on this planet, each exuding an aura around 3,000, and their numbers were exceedingly vast. Although such combat prowess paled in comparison to his own, the sheer quantity of such powerful beings on a single planet was a rarity throughout the cosmos, indicating that this world was indeed remarkable. There are people over there, Gatai murmured softly upon perceiving some movement, before instantaneously teleporting himself and Xiao Qiao to the location. At the base of a volcano, a small boy clad in simple garments crouched behind a rock, peering intently towards a nearby cave. The temperature at the foot of the volcano was relatively high, causing the boy to be drenched in sweat, his clothes nearly saturated. In such conditions, an ordinary person might have succumbed to dehydration long ago. The boy, named Tink, bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings at the tender age of 8. He possessed a robust physique, with a combat power of around 20 points. Of course, this strength was merely comparative to that of Earthlings. Nevertheless, it was insufficient to withstand the oppressive heat surrounding him. Beside him lay several water jars, each sealed and connected by a straw. Feeling parched, the boy casually reached for a straw, placing it cautiously in his mouth and sipping gently, wary of making too much noise, all while keeping his gaze fixed on the cave. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, spending 2 days transporting the water. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. It had been half a day already. Why had nothing emerged? Tink felt a twinge of irritation. Just a bit longer, for the sake of my mother. I cannot give up now. He concentrated intently on the cave. As Tink contemplated, flickers of firelight began to emerge from within the cave. It's coming out, he thought. Shrinking back slightly, then reaching for the straw once more, taking another careful sip. From the cave emerged a blazing lion, its body ablaze with flames. It cautiously surveyed its surroundings before fully exiting the cave. The fiery lion quickly settled down, lying motionless on the ground, while the flames upon its body began to subtly intensify as it absorbed the elemental fire energy from the environment. Once the flames coalesced into a complete inferno, it would attain its peak strength, at which point Tink feared he would be unable to contend with it. Tink contemplated this, retrieving a small box from his pocket. He pressed a button on the box, which swiftly transformed, akin to a transformer, into an exquisite laser gun, its muzzle crackling with electric energy. As the laser gun materialized, the fiery lion detected the energy fluctuations emanating from its muzzle and became immediately alert, its golden eyes scanning the vicinity. The flames on its body, momentarily distracted, began to diminish. Discovered? Tink mused. So what? The energy has not yet been fully absorbed, and the fiery abilities are still limited. Unperturbed, he aimed the laser gun at the fiery lion. Simultaneously, the lion confirmed that the latent threat was indeed emanating from Tink's hiding spot. Suddenly, its flames rapidly receded, returning to their original size as the lion slowly rose and began to approach Tink's position. This is bad. The fiery lion exhibits an exceptional mastery of its fire energy, able to adjust so swiftly. Since escape is futile, I must gamble on whether my laser gun is superior to its fiery powers. Resolutely, Tink squeezed the trigger. The energy within the laser gun transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly shooting forth. Roar. At the same moment, the fiery lion let out a deafening roar. Its internal fire energy primed and ready, transforming into a torrent of flame that surged towards Tink. The two forces collided, resulting in an explosion that carved a several-meter-deep crater into the ground. As the dust settled, Tink squinted through the haze to find the fiery lion it scathed. The flames upon the lion's body had diminished significantly, indicating its energy was waning, yet it still had enough strength for one more attack, which would easily be sufficient to eliminate Tink. This is terrible. The fiery lion's strength far surpasses that of others at its age. Am I to perish today? Tink felt a wave of panic. His family was impoverished, unable to afford high-grade weapons or additional laser devices. This laser gun had been purchased with 3 years' worth of savings, and he had expended its only charge. Even if the fiery lion's fire energy were depleted, its physical prowess was beyond Tink's capabilities, and a mere close-quarters struggle could easily result in his demise. Regret washed over him. He lamented not preparing more thoroughly, having relied too heavily on the laser gun. What other options do I have? In a moment of desperation, Tink racked his brain for an escape route. By chance, he glanced at the water jars he had prepared. Water and fire are incompatible. I must try this. Without hesitation, Tink grabbed one of the jars and hurled it at the fiery lion. With a combat power of merely around 20 points, Tink was already considered strong among Earthlings, and the speed of the thrown jar exceeded that of a bullet. The fiery lion, in its haste, disregarded the incoming jar, crashing into it. Upon shattering, the jar released its contents, which were immediately vaporized by the lion's flames, producing a thick cloud of steam. Emerging from the mist, the fiery lion charged towards Tink with relentless speed. Gritting his teeth, Tink tossed the remaining jars, including the empty ones, before turning on his heel to flee. Yet, his speed was insignificant compared to the lion's. In mere moments, he felt a fierce wind rushing past him. In that instant, he sensed the intense heat radiating from the fiery lion, even before it made contact. A powerful wave of heat washed over him. Tink crouched low, rolling to the ground just in time to narrowly evade the attack. However, this maneuver had repercussions, as the next moment, the fiery lion was upon him. Roar! The lion's massive jaws lunged towards Tink, who let out a startled scream, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself. Just as Tink braced for impact, several seconds passed without sensation, and he felt no heat from the lion's flames. Curiosity piqued. He slowly lowered his arms and opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the fiery lion was frozen in place, motionless, its jaws still agape, aside from its eyes, which could barely shift, and its fur, which quivered slightly, it was unable to move. The fiery lion, bewildered, sensed itself ensnared by an inexplicable force, struggling in vain against its restraints. In desperation, its flames surged, intensifying. Attempting to break free? Such navet. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Tink. Startled, he turned to see a man and woman approaching. Evidently, it was this man and woman who had saved him, yet these two individuals possessed no third eye. How could they possess such miraculous powers? Tian Ku was utterly perplexed. The pair in question were Gatai and Xiao Qiao. Gatai had sensed the movements of the flame lion, which had led him to teleport instantaneously to the scene, where he promptly suppressed the creature's actions with his mental prowess. When Tian Ku turned around, both parties were taken aback upon seeing each other's faces. Gatai and Xiao Qiao were astonished to discover that the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Earthlings. However, this was undeniably not Earth, leaving them both bewildered. As for the flame lion, just as Gatai had remarked, its fiery energy erupted once more, yet it remained ensnared, unable to break free. Its own strength had been depleted, and the flames flickering on its body faded into nothingness. Soon, fear began to grip the flame lion, which emitted a mournful sound. Having narrowly escaped danger, Tian Ku immediately stood upright and bowed to Gatai and Xiao Qiao, expressing his gratitude for their life-saving intervention. Thank you, big brother and sister, he said. Gatai? He inquired, recognizing the boy's name. Gatai smiled softly, choosing to remain silent, his spirits lifted by the resemblance of the inhabitants of this planet to humans from Earth. Big brother, what is wrong with it? Why can't it move? Tian Ku pointed at the flame lion and looked at Gatai with curiosity. Howl, howl, howl. Truly bothersome, Gatai remarked, irritated by the incessant noise. With a wave of his hand, he silenced the creature, forcibly closing its mouth. Instantly, the flame lion became much more subdued. I have immobilized it. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Gatai replied to Tian Ku's question. Tian Ku, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Gatai with admiration. He had not anticipated that a banished one could wield such formidable and wondrous powers. If only he could possess such abilities, he could provide a better life for his family and the people in his town. Big brother, I wish to take some blood from the flame lion. I wonder if that would be permissible, Tian Ku said, his voice tinged with trepidation, aware of the vast disparity between the strong and the weak. His tone filled with earnest pleading. Cattle laughed and said, "Take it. I have it under control and shall not let it harm you." The words of Gatai ignited a surge of excitement within Tink. With the blood of the flame lion, he could cure his mother's ailment and perhaps even sell the surplus for a better quality of life. Subsequently, Tink produced another metallic box from his pocket. This one also bore a button, and upon pressing it, the box gradually transformed into a syringe as thick as a wrist. Witnessing this spectacle, Gatai and Xiao Qiao were equally astonished. The technology on this planet was remarkably advanced, capable of such mechanical transformation, akin to the effects of Earth's universal capsules. Tink carefully inserted the syringe into the body of the flame lion and began to extract its blood. Before long, he had drawn approximately a bowl's worth of blood, which swirled within the syringe as if it were boiling. Once Tink concluded his task and secured the extracted blood, he pleaded, "Could you let it go? Big brother and sister? That is the home of the flame lion." He pointed towards a cave situated at the foot of a nearby volcano. Certainly, Gatai responded without hesitation, controlling the body of the flame lion to soar towards the cave before releasing its restraints. The flame lion immediately turned and dashed into its lair. "May I ask you a question?" Tink inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Oh, please do," Gatai replied softly. Tink asked, "Could you enlighten me on how one can cultivate strength without awakening the heavenly eye?" As he spoke, he gestured at his own forehead, making the meaning of his words unmistakable. Gatai and Xiao Qiao understood the implication immediately. The so-called heavenly eye was akin to possessing a third eye, much like the legendary Tianjin rice. The reactions of Gatai and Xiao Qiao rendered Tink's heart restless. He was acutely aware that his inquiry was somewhat abrupt. However, he understood that if he refrained from asking, he would forever forfeit the opportunity to grow stronger. Consequently, a profound silence enveloped both parties. After a moment of contemplation and a brief exchange of glances with Xiao Qiao, Gatai resolved to disclose the truth. "Tianka, the elder brother and sister are not from your world." To his surprise, Tianka responded, "Are the elder brother and sister from another planet?" His unexpected remark astonished both Gatai and Xiao Qiao. It was remarkable that such a young boy would place his faith in them without the slightest hint of skepticism. Indeed, throughout history, there had never been any accounts of individuals endowed with such extraordinary abilities devoid of celestial sight. It appeared that the elder brother and sister were truly from another planet, Tianka concluded. "Then, Tianka, could you enlighten the elder brother and sister about your planet's history and its developmental status?" Gatai felt an insatiable curiosity about this remarkable planet and deemed it essential to comprehend its developmental trajectory. Tianka scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Well, that's a bit difficult to explain. How about this? Elder brother and sister, come home with me. I need to fetch the blood of the flame lion to help my mother recover. Moreover, we possess a smart educational device at home that can easily provide insights into our planet's situation." Being still a child, Tianka retained a certain innocence. Having been saved by Gatai and Xiao Qiao, he naturally harbored no aversion towards them despite their extraterrestrial origins. From Tianka's words and the advanced technology he referenced, it was evident that this planet had achieved a level of technological advancement that placed it among the stars. It seemed that they had already interacted with beings from other worlds, as evidenced by their remarkably natural demeanor. Gatai refrained from utilizing teleportation, wishing to avoid appearing overly astonished. Guided by Tink, Gatai lifted him and soared back along their path. "Wow, this is amazing. I have finally experienced the sensation of flight," Tink exclaimed, filled with joy. To soar through the air is a privilege reserved for the powerful and noble, far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. Although he did not achieve this feat through his own abilities, he was the first in history to fly without unlocking the heavenly eye or relying on technological devices. Observing Tink's delight, Gatai reduced their speed, allowing him to fully relish the experience, thereby concealing any signs of exertion. As they traversed through dense forests, Gatai and Xiao Qiao encountered a variety of fantastical creatures. They spotted unicorns resembling horses with a single silver horn on their foreheads capable of unleashing lightning, as well as armored rhinoceroses whose skin was as tough as steel, offering formidable defense, alongside an array of other extraordinary beasts. Because of his previous experiences in the realm of cultivation, Gatai had encountered numerous demon cultivators and spirit beasts, making him somewhat indifferent to these exotic creatures. However, for Xiao Qiao, who was seeing such peculiar beasts for the first time, excitement surged within her. Soon, being a young lady, she displayed her attentive side, asking, "Tianku, how did you traverse these regions to arrive here?" With this inquiry, Gatai was brought back to reality, realizing that each of these extraordinary beasts possessed formidable prowess. capable of eliminating him in an instant. Tianku's combat strength was no match for them. Logically, it seemed impossible to safely navigate these areas alone. Hee. It's not a big deal. Our planet experiences strange phenomena for a day or two each year. During the time, all the spirit beasts hide away and remain still. I took advantage of that moment to venture out, Tianku explained. What exactly is this strange phenomenon? Jedi pressed further. Tianku awkwardly shook his head. I'm not sure about that. It has always been this way since ancient times. Jedi felt a sense of resignation. He understood that Tianku, being young and from a less privileged background, was not well versed in certain mysteries. Hence, he refrained from probing any further. After 2 or 3 hours, a small town came into view. That's the town where I live, Tianku joyfully exclaimed, pointing ahead. The journey would have taken much longer on foot, especially considering the rugged terrain, highlighting the difficulty of the trek. Jatai couldn't help but admire Tianku for having ventured so far from his town to battle the fire lion, risking his life in search of a remedy for his mother. As dusk began to settle, Jatai opted for a discreet landing to avoid drawing attention, proceeding on foot thereafter. The town was perched on elevated ground, encircled by electric cables designed to deter beastly incursions. Every few hundred meters, there was a lookout post equipped with heavy weaponry. The town featured a single entrance and exit, forming a direct thoroughfare. Upon reaching the town's entrance, they encountered another lookout. When the guard noticed their presence, he did not react, showing no signs of concern for the unfamiliar faces of Jatai and Xiao Qiao. Tianku, thank goodness you're safe. Where have you been these past few days? As they entered the town, a middle-aged man stationed at the lookout recognized Tianku and immediately called out to him. Rushing forward, Uncle Ruchi, it's your turn to stand guard today. Tianku greeted with a smile upon seeing a familiar face. The town was relatively small, and most residents knew each other well. Ruchi wore a serious expression as he approached Tianku, delivering a light smack to his head. Hey, how dare you ask? You've been missing for 2 days, and your mother has been frantic with worry. She is already in poor health, and your disappearance has only weakened her further. Hurry home. Ruchi scolded Tianku, who, upon hearing this, changed his expression and hurried home. Jatai and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances with Ruchi, perplexed by his lack of inquiries about them. However, as they brushed past him, they overheard Ruchi mutter, another homeless exile? Exile? What does that mean? Jatai pondered inwardly. Upon arriving home, Tianku found his mother kneeling before a three-eyed deity statue, fervently praying, though her frail condition was evident as she coughed violently during her supplications. Mother! Tianku called out loudly. Hearing her son's familiar voice, she trembled, causing her prayer beads to scatter on the ground as she turned slowly. As she faced him, Tianku noticed that her complexion was pale, tinged with an unsettling chill. Mother, your condition has worsened, he cried, rushing to her side. I'm sorry, Mother, for causing you worry. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he expressed his remorse. Just being back is enough. Cough indeed, she belongs to the Three-Eyed Clan. Jatai and Xiao Qiao, standing at the entrance, were taken aback upon seeing Tianku's mother, her forehead adorned with a third eye, nearly gasping in astonishment. Fortunately, Tianku was able to alleviate his mother's ailment using the blood of the fire lion. With a few more treatments, her health would improve significantly. Following this, Tianku and his mother welcomed Jatai and Xiao Qiao, during which Jatai learned that Tianku's mother had been bitten by a spirit beast, leading to a transformation in her health due to the chilling toxin that had invaded her body. This toxin could only be treated with the blood of the fire lion, a creature of fire element, whose blood contained the energy to counteract the toxin. Tianku had ventured into danger for his mother, using the unique phenomenon to evade the beasts. However, there was no guarantee he would find the fire lion within the limited safe time frame. Missing the annual days of the phenomenon would make a safe return nearly impossible, and he didn't wish to endanger others, which was why he acted alone. Fortunately, he encountered Jatai, and by flying, he skillfully avoided any beasts on the return journey, arriving home safely. After a simple reception, darkness enveloped the town, making further movement inadvisable. Tianku's mother, having just begun to recover, arranged accommodations for Jatai and Xiao Qiao before retiring early. Once she fell asleep, Tianku retrieved an old smart computer, which was far more advanced than those on Earth, featuring 2 link chips. This is my smart teaching device. If you place these chips against your temples, they will transmit knowledge directly into your mind, Tianku explained to Jatai. He continued, this device transmits information based on the strength of one's mental power. I'm still young and haven't yet opened my third eye, so I can only absorb a limited amount of information. Thus, you'll need to explore some questions on your own. But be careful, If you feel any discomfort, you must stop immediately, as an overwhelming influx of information can damage your brain. Mental power. Gatai's heart leapt at the mention of those words. Perhaps on this planet, he could discover the methods of cultivating mental power he sought. This device was intended for children, so its operation was straightforward. Gatai quickly grasped its use, and the content was categorized into several major areas. He selected topics that would provide him insight into this world. The information transmission rate had 10 levels, with specific levels that could not be altered. The device continuously monitored the brain's capacity during transmission. Any signs of distress would trigger an immediate shutdown as a protective measure. Generally, lower transmission levels were employed during the learning phase, while exceeding these levels could enhance mental power. If the recipient of information transmission can endure a level 3 transmission rate for an extended period, then a level 4 transmission rate can only be sustained for a shorter duration. Repeatedly engaging in this practice over time will inevitably enhance one's mental fortitude to a certain extent. Furthermore, there exists an alternative option to allow the educational apparatus to autonomously assess the recipient's capacity for enduring mental strain and subsequently render a judgment. In this manner, the individual receiving the information can accordingly choose between prolonged learning or an accelerated enhancement of their mental prowess, thereby simplifying the process considerably. Without hesitation, Gatai directed the teaching instrument to automatically assess his mental strength. Soon, the device illuminated with the highest transmission rate of 10. Just as Gatai was about to select the level 10 transmission rate, a box appeared on the screen. With exceptional mental power, please download the update software to gain access to a higher transmission rate. Is it possible to do such a thing? Gatai was taken aback, unprepared for this revelation. In that moment, he recalled that this device was the teaching instrument. He deduced that it was educational equipment provided by this planet, designed to allow children to bypass traditional schooling and achieve self-directed learning. This method was not only efficient but also served to enhance mental strength to a certain degree. It was akin to a supernatural device from a fantasy novel, and Gatai marveled at its brilliance. Gatai pressed the confirmation button, and shortly thereafter, the software completed its update. He then conducted a re-evaluation of the levels, which now displayed an SSS rating. Following the software upgrade, the instrument indicated not only the original 10 levels but also a level that represented the pinnacle of achievement, with no further transmission levels evident. Gazing at the 3 prominent SSS symbols, Gatai mused that perhaps this was merely the highest level displayed by the educational instrument's teaching methodology, and the actual transmission capacity of his mental acuity might surpass this threshold. When Gatai selected the SSS transmission rate, a message appeared on the device. We apologize, but your educational instrument's current configuration can only accommodate a B-level transmission rate. To his dismay, Gatai realized that the hardware was incapable of keeping pace. Left with no other option, he settled for the B-level transmission rate. Subsequently, the educational instrument commenced the information transmission, pulsating with electrical brilliance that illuminated the entire room, creating an atmosphere of imminent explosion that instilled a sense of anxious anticipation. On Gatai's temples, 2 adhesive pads generated a flurry of garbled characters that appeared abruptly, dissipating just as swiftly, only to be replaced by new sequences of confusion. Catalan felt a profound sense of tranquility as he calmly embraced the flow of information. Although it was merely a B-level transmission rate, he discovered that this degree of information transfer was remarkably swift. The Catalan spirit is remarkably potent, with an impressive capacity to absorb and assimilate information swiftly. In less than an hour, Catalan had nearly processed half of the selected data. At the pinnacle of this planet lies a grand fortress, divided into 18 levels, where the higher the tier, the more confined the space becomes. At this very moment, the topmost level serves as the residence and meditation area of the planet's supreme commander. This enigmatic figure remains shrouded in mystery. No one has ever laid eyes upon his visage, yet his existence is acknowledged and his commands are regarded as inviolable decrees. The fortress is equipped with numerous technological marvels, capable of incessantly monitoring every nook and cranny of the planet. Suddenly, an alarm blares, signaling the detection of a being with extraordinary mental prowess, located in the 12th civilian town of the Sea Line Zone. Following the urgent beeping, a mechanical, synthesized voice resonates throughout the spacious chamber. Abruptly, a dark holographic screen materializes, from which a silhouette emerges. The mysterious individual remains silent, striding directly toward an electronic device to input a message, which is subsequently dispatched. He then enters another command to summon the current imagery of Catalan. Is this the one? Intriguing, indeed, the enigmatic figure muses, his gaze lingering thoughtfully. Meanwhile, In another section of the fortress, a report is issued. The commander has just issued a directive. A communications officer rises from his post, promptly relaying the received order through the device with clarity. Clad in military attire, adorned with a singular eye upon his forehead, he stands at attention upon realizing the directive originates from the commander himself, his demeanor betraying a sense of urgency and trepidation. Surrounding him are numerous other personnel, each marked with a similar eye. Upon hearing the mention of the commander, they collectively display astonishment, setting down their tasks to stand at attention. A testament to the immense influence wielded by this so-called supreme commander. As the communications officer conveys the information, on the other end of the device, a rotund three-eyed officer, caught in slumber, jolts awake at the sound of the commander. In a startled reaction, he tumbles from his seat, hastily scrambling to access the received order. It reads, "Transmit. The escort fleet is to depart, disseminate incrementally. The grand ceremony is to commence 10 days early." What's happening here? An early ceremony is understandable. But why the need for incremental dissemination? He muses in confusion. Never mind, I must expedite the orders. Delays could lead to dire consequences. With that, he hastily disseminates the command, issuing another directive underscoring the commander's grave emphasis on accuracy. Catalan was unaware that every move he made was under control, fully engrossed in receiving the transmission of instructional information. The categories chosen by Gadtai were limited, yet each could be freely tailored to transmit the necessary information. Thus, he swiftly absorbed all the information without expending much time. Subsequently, Gadtai closed his eyes, digesting the data swirling in his mind. The technology of this planet was astonishingly advanced, almost beyond belief. Gadtai opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them, and exclaimed in amazement. From the transmitted information, Gadtai learned that this planet was inhabited by the three-eyed tribe, a race reminiscent of Tian Shinhan, possessing 3 eyes. The source of all power for the three-eyed tribe lay within the third eye located on their foreheads, known as the heavenly gifted eye. Similar to the Namekians, the three-eyed tribe was divided into combatants and intellectuals, with some born with a third eye, while others attained it later through the awakening of their third eye. The combat-type members of the three-eyed tribe typically possess their third eye from birth. Upon reaching a certain age, they would receive divine powers from the legendary deities of their tribe, with a success rate of 100%, commonly referred to as opening the light. Once this occurred, their third eye would grant them mastery over various elemental powers. This ability allowed for direct control over different elemental energies, necessitating corresponding elemental energy to sustain it. The structures Gadtai encountered upon his arrival, resembling formations, were devices that transformed the energies of heaven and earth into various elemental energies, specifically designed for the combat-type members of the three-eyed tribe. These devices spanned the entire planet, generating sufficient energy to support both the inhabitants and the extraordinary beasts residing there. For the three-eyed tribe, awakening the third eye equated